Do it.
Yep, I'm good to go.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite. He'll always wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning to help you bury a body. Adam Friended.
Hey, that was between you and me, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Come
sorry,
on.
sorry.
All right, what are we talking about today?
Today we're joined by our good friend of the channel, Short Fat Otaku.
Good friend. Good
Hello.
friend.
You know what? Oh, we're not friends anymore?
Adequate friend, I would
Oh,
say.
okay. All right. All right.
Adam,
So-
Adam doesn't like all the pestering on Marvin Yarvin. He's
Yes.
downgraded Dev from good.
Well,
to Adam.
well, no, I'll upgrade him back to good as soon as he lets go of the Marvin Yarvin stuff. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? You know what? I finally agree. The show is now named Sitch and Adam. Sitch comes
Bam! Got him. Look at
Damn,
that.
that's not.
Every-
You're moving away from good.
Everyone comes around eventually. Okay. In the end, they all know S class is best class. And also, we're also talking to Dev on Tuesday. What is this? Talking to
Yeah.
Dev all
Yeah,
the
double
time
Dev.
now.
Yes.
Oh, and you know what? Like I've been on like Arch Warhammer's channel a whole bunch.
Mhm.
Me, Arch, and V doing a whole bunch of crossovers. I've been on EFAP. I'm gonna go on EFAP on Wednesday. I was
Me
on
too.
EFAP like a little bit ago. Yeah.
You were on EFAP with us just like a week
I
ago
was.
or so.
Your ass
Yeah.
is everywhere.
I'm going all over the place.
Yeah,
What's
there
the
you
What's the
go.
Wednesday EFAP thing?
I think it's a secret. But-
Oh, well,
Oh,
nice.
Were you not invited, Adam? Jeez. I mean, wow. Okay. Feel awkward now. Sure.
I don't know. I don't know if Mahler's revealed the topic yet, but
I mean,
I'll be there.
I've turned down Mahler more than I think he likes, so it wouldn't surprise me if he did
Oh.
invite me because of that. So, but that's okay.
Also, you're getting into fights with Chud Logic on the stream.
That's true.
I heard about that. That happened
like
after I left.
Chud might be on, and he might just be trying to avoid drama. So, no big deal.
Oh.
You guys should.
Are you guys actually like in a fight or?
No. Okay.
Oh,
come
I thought you were
on.
gonna say yes. It's a very, very serious, completely not a joke, very serious fight.
Chud sent me a very serious DM. Are we on
Yeah.
good? Are we on good terms? What's going on here?
How did you respond?
I said, of course.
Oh,
Don't
no,
let
you should
people-
have kept playing it up, man. You should be
Don't.
like.
I said, don't let people
"No."
gaslight you. Okay. Look, there's no hard feelings here. So.
You should have been like really like dismissive. You should
Well, I
have
mean,
like,
I
really
did.
milked
I did
this.
wait like 5 days to respond. So.
Oh really?
No, I'm
You
just
left-
kidding.
you left
I'm
him on
kidding
red?
again. I'm kidding. Joking.
Okay. Anyway,
Well, I think what's going on there basically is that like Chud, he's from that Twitch Paul space
Right.
where it's all drama and it's all constant infighting and backstabbing and like just
Ugh, what a
terrible
terrible-
human beings.
What a
Fucking-
terrible
it's
space
awful.
to be in. Ouch.
Yeah.
mm,
So I think he saw that and he's like, "Listen, have I actually burned the bridge?"
Mhm.
right. Anyway, let me read some super chats and then we're gonna jump into the video. Optimus Jedi for $20. Thank you so much. Optimus Jedi says, I just want to thank Sitch and Adam for ripping Destiny's mask off and revealing the disgusting pulsating slime of bad faith beneath. Truly, you're a hero of conservatives everywhere, not the ones we deserve, the ones we need.
What is that in reference to?
Look, I can't take credit for ripping the mask off. Okay. You make it sound like we jumped up and, we did this. I mean, he just said the things that he said on stream himself. I mean, I was I gotta admit, I was like a little shocked.
Yeah,
What
we
did he
were all
say?
shocked. I don't remember the exact how it led up to it.
Well, I think
But-
retarded 4-year-olds is the thing people were most. They didn't like. They were not receptive to.
Yeah, he was in a bad mood for some reason about the whole like trying to understand conservatives without demonizing them thing. Or I think it was maybe the whole, I don't think it's appropriate to call Trump supporters fascists. And it kind of led down this chain of conversations where Destiny said something to the effect of calling, I don't know if it was all Trump supporters or all Republicans retards. And he kind of went off on this big rant, and I think a lot of people on the right were very surprised. So
We did do a stream clarifying and I think he said that he was only talking about Trump supporters, which I mean, Sitch and I kind of talked about before the stream how Trump supporters are even a very ideological, diverse group, because there are obviously people who are voting for Trump reluctantly. They would not want to be voting for Trump, but they're forced into it because they don't want to vote for a Democrat. And I said this to Sitch before the stream began. My thinking on this is that it's just not good to demonize other people that you will have to work with in the future, because you come off looking like a giant hypocrite. And I do think a lot of the political motivation going on today is being motivated by groups of people who want to demonize other groups of people. And it's just, it's short-sighted. You can't get anything accomplished politically. I understand that. I mean, this is a great way to grow an audience because people love demonizing other people. It's just, it is fun to do. So, and we kind of have some of that going on with S-Class and A-Team. So, I mean, we even have some fun with it. So, yeah.
I don't know, but like there's definitely some Trump supporters that are like just fully retarded for sure. I've definitely seen some out there. There's definitely some who maybe they're like they're not really plugged into politics. They saw Trump in like 2018 and they liked him, and they haven't really kept up with some of the crazy shit that's been coming out in the past year or two. So it's like, you know, fair enough. And then there are some people who, yeah, as you say, they're like reluctant, right? I don't know. I don't know if you could like wholeheartedly, full-throatedly support every single thing that Trump has done and still be a smart person right now.
Yeah, well, like,
okay.
Well, I mean, our position wasn't even. I mean, my position not even just that there are people voting for Trump reluctantly. It's just that, you know, people vote for. I mean, and I should have brought this up in the conversation. And again, it's like, it's just annoying because, you know, I'm accused. You know, the best part of that conversation is that I don't think my audience, or our audience, I should say, will never accuse me of having TDS ever again. It's like, you know, I used to get TDS thrown at me because it's like, and I should have brought this up in the conversation. You know, again, I disagreed with what Trump was doing, trying to, you know, get the states to overthrow the election, all this stuff. I completely disagree with that stuff. But I do think that you miss a giant piece of the puzzle if you just label that as like fascist and you don't acknowledge the fact that the thought process, not for Trump, because who knows what Trump was thinking, but the thought process for the people supporting him and voting for him, I think that most of those people honestly believe that the election was stolen. It's not like they were like, oh, I want to have a dictator for life. They're like, oh, you know, the Democrats stole the election from, you know, us and from Trump. And that's why they're so angry about it. So to me, that's why I would say I don't think it's right to call those people like fascist supporters.
So yeah, like I've met a few people who have just been like, yes, Trump lost the election, and I wish you would have like had a successful coup. And it's like, okay,
right,
well,
but you hang out in the weird spaces of the internet.
Yeah, what the fuck, Dev?
I can completely discard your opinion because you sound like a terrible person, right?
Right.
But most people I bump into, like, you know, they've. You see, like, I don't know if I want to throw anybody under the bus here. No, I don't. You know, I'm not going to be that.
Don't throw anyone under the bus.
I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. But like,
no, throw someone under the bus. Make the stream good. Tell us a name. Give us a name.
Get all those. Get the numbers up. Right, more super chats, more viewers. No, listen. I've seen a lot of people who like, they'll come to me now in 2023, and present like 2020's concerns about the election, which for the most part, not all of them, but most of them have kind of worked their way through the courts and had their day and been investigated and turned out to be nothing. You know, like there was that one, you know, people still talk about that famous video of someone pulling the case of ballots underneath the table. Remember that? It's like
about that.
Yeah, people still talk about that, and it's like, well, hold on.
Trump mentions that in the Georgia phone call, and I mean, it's awful.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
like he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, like that case went to court, and I think I looked this up like a year ago or something, and the judge literally just said, okay, I'm just going to personally watch all of the security recordings. So the judge like sat there for 12 hours and watched all the security recordings, and all the votes that were in that case were votes from before the day of. So like mail-in ballots from earlier, because the Republicans in that area had passed a law stating that you can't count any mail-in ballots until after all the regular ballots have already been counted.
Right.
So they stored them in cases, and they started bringing them out after all the main ballots have been counted. So completely legal, completely fine. But people still talk about that because they see the viral video in 2020 they file it away as something terrible's going on, and they don't keep up with like the months and sometimes years of investigation. And now here we are 3 years on, still talking like something happened, when it's like, well,
Right.
no, you just haven't paid attention because other things in the news cycle like took your attention away, which is normal. But it's like they just don't have up-to-date information on what's going on.
Sure, but and again, I mean, I think you can criticize people that are supporting something that is wrong, or when I say wrong, I mean like factually incorrect. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think it's, in my opinion, I don't think those people are supporting fascism. So, and I did think that'd be a very contentious take, but you know, it is what it is.
Like most of them seem to be very misinformed, or they're not keeping up with politics.
Well, I mean,
or maybe they don't understand, or like, but they're not like actually fascist supporters.
The thing that's like a black pill to me, and this was another thing that came up in that conversation, was that I think everyone is just misinformed about everything. And whenever the left or the right is correct about something, it's literally just chance. Like the left and the right have staked out their positions on what everything's going to be, and it's just random chance when they happen to be right or not. And like neither side is using facts and information to derive some sort of opinion or stance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, both sides have now gone fully into the postmodernism bit, where it's like, well, facts and information are actually downstream from politics, so we can just simply control it from that level of the conversation, and then any facts come from if any facts that are actually factual come from our politics.
Yes,
it's that sort of thing, right? Which obviously isn't true. It's retarded on the face of it. I don't even know how you'd fucking argue against that.
Right.
But that's where we are.
Anonymous Cow for $20 says Destiny is just a VAUSH who hides his power level. Wow. Harsh. His debates are not a search for truth. He says as much when he says his debate rhetoric is just to match energy and be mindful of how the audience interprets the conversation. Well, I mean, not in our conversation. He was definitely not matching.
Yeah, our energy was like,
our energy.
We were chill, yeah.
I don't feel like we were, doing that. I mean, the thing that really bothered me was sort of like the bad faith,
yeah, the mind reading of us.
He's like, I'm going to mind read you and be bad faith. It's like, okay, well, then just don't do that. This is weird. Yeah, and then it's like, wow, because anyone who's ever listened to the show knows what he said was like so like detached from reality. I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah, we're huge Trump protectors over here.
I know, it's strange.
Like, what?
I know. PC, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. What's your first thoughts for 20 Canadians? Says, great work on Tuesday, guys. 4-2, and they still had no chance. Well, thank you. But I found crazy with all these left-wing progressives warmongering for civil war instead of a peaceful resolution. There you go. J-Mac, our surrogate father, thanks so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you, Daddy J-Mac.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
Yeah,
thank you so much, Shane Baxter, for joining. Discipline equals freedom.
J-Mac, watch my channel more. I need new wheels. I need new wheels.
Jared for $20. Thanks so much, Jared. Says, can I get a hi, Adam? Oh, there he put on the screen. There's a hi, Adam.
Hi.
No, you have to say hi, Adam.
Well, you're supposed to say hi, Adam, to me.
Oh, okay. Hi, Adam.
Hi.
Okay. So today we're going to be watching our good friend, friend of the channel, though we've never talked or interacted ever. But in my mind, we're good friends. Second Thoughts.
Right. So that name is basically the number of thoughts he has total.
Yeah.
He's got 2 of them.
We used to call him No Thoughts, so that's better. That's better than No Thoughts.
So man, I only just discovered this guy a couple months ago.
Oh, this guy is wild. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a tanky, isn't he?
I don't know. He
hangs out with that Heme guy who I think is a tanky.
Oh, okay.
Let me just double check.
He's really weird because like his channel was that he was just doing kind of like normal, like these kind of informational videos, and then one day I think he did like an anti-Trump video and it blew up. So he became not just anti-Trump, but he became like super, like literally just super socialist, which was very ironic because he used to, I don't know if he still does it. He used to have a second channel. This guy who was like super socialist, man, he used to have a second channel where him and his friend would go test drive luxury cars.
I remember that, yes.
And it was like, it's like, what?
It was so funny. And there was like a comment where he's like, listen, it has nothing to do with my relationship to the means of production. You can still be a rich proletariat. And it's like,
Yeah,
well,
it's
I
like,
guess you're
what?
technically correct, but still, like, holy fuck, does it look bad?
Right, right. And I don't know anything about him personally. I don't know like if he's from a rich family or what, but it's very weird guy.
I
He's definitely
dubbed
one of
him
those
the
rich kid
billionaire
socialists, yeah.
Breadtuber, but everyone
Yeah,
was
that's
saying
about
he's not a billionaire, so I changed it to the bourgeoisie Breadtuber.
That's yeah, he's definitely one of those like rich kids who turns around and has very far left politics.
I mean, that seems
Like
to be my
VAUSH
impression, yeah.
or like, you know, like Hassan, fucking what's his name, Jonathan McIntosh, whatever his name was from the Gamergate times. There's lots of guys like this, right? Who they come from very, very rich families, so they're very isolated from the impact of their own behavior, and basically they're just like, well, you know, we should just set things up like this, and it's like, well, I know, it's like, well, hold on, you don't know anything about the fucking real world, you know? It's socialism is one of those things that you can really only afford to believe in it if you're rich.
So I found a tweet on Reddit. This is from Second Thought. It says, quote, "Tanky has become the new, quote, commie, used by liberals who have adopted a radical aesthetic because they realize liberals are cringe. But when push comes to shove, they still parrot the State Department line. Anti-communism repackaged for terminally online Western radlibs."
Wow.
So he's definitely doing some running interference for tankies there.
So there's something going on here where like people like VAUSH are called they're called radical liberals because they're libertarian socialists. They're not authoritarian socialists the way the Soviets were, right? And Second Thought is more Soviet aligned. I don't know if he'd ever admit that, but I think he is from what I've seen of his stuff. So like there's definitely if you hang out in, let's say, really far left spaces, you'll see that there's constant infighting between the more anarchist oriented socialist and the more statist oriented socialist, and they're always calling each other like they call each other fascists actually. So because they call everyone fascist, but they call each other fascist. Yeah. So
of course,
guys,
all people left it.
yeah. So guys like VAUSH are labeled as radical liberals, and therefore they're just fascists in sheep's clothing or in wolf's whatever the fuck you know what I mean. Basically, that's how they view them. And then people like VAUSH will say, well, look at this. He's just a red fascist. That's what the tankies actually are. Because, and to their credit, the Soviet Union was a lot like a fascist state in how it operated, if not its trappings. So, like, it's all so tiresome dealing with all their infighting, like looking at it from the outside and trying to figure it out.
Sitch, can you give me your overview on this video before we get into it? Just do the 10,000 foot view.
Yeah. So Second Thought basically is a channel where all he does is try to run interference for socialism and talk about how amazing socialism is. And so, of course, he has to take a crack at everyone's favorite topic, cultural Marxism. And he has to talk about how cultural Marxism is really an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, and there definitely isn't some kind of push by socialists to infiltrate and get their media hooks into basically every aspect of culture and in college institutions, even though he's in support of all those things. He's one of these, it's totally not happening, but if it was happening, it'd be awesome and based, guys.
So he's like SDL then, basically?
Exactly. He is literally like SDL. He's actually worse than SDL.
And might be friends.
And I know you've done a really good video on this, so I figured you'd be interested in this topic. So, you're really good video. You did two really good videos on this, I think. And one of them was in response, or three, and one of them was in response to SDL.
Yeah, the big one was in response to SDL. Yes,
right. And it was funny because
that was the Antonio Gramsci one.
Yes. What did we even talk to SDL about, Adam? I don't even remember. It's like a blur in my mind.
Everything, just everything.
Yeah,
but it all boiled down to conservatives' evil. Like he just couldn't get off of this whole demonization of conservatives. I just sooner or later you have to have your own positions in the world. You have to be for something instead of just against everything.
So to his credit, he asked you guys whether he kind of asked you guys a similar question that was asked on Cherry's podcast with Destiny. Basically, like, well, who's actually more like a bigger threat to liberal democracy? You know, is it the radical right or is it the radical left? And I think Sitch, you said the radical left because they've taken control of these various institutions, taken control of schools, cultural institution, cultural output. There's some argument about the ESG stuff. They're definitely the diversity stuff in corporations, like in banks. all over the place, right? All this stuff's all over the place. Meanwhile, the right, the right holds government power in some places. That's true, but they're also largely impotent in comparison. So your argument was, from what I remember, Sitch, your argument was that, well, clearly the far left is more dangerous because look at them, they're everywhere. There's so many of them. They're all over the place in society. But his argument was like, well, the state is where the actual power is. And you see people like Ron DeSantis, where they have like a very right-wing majority, passing laws that are pretty oppressive, in his opinion. So it's not like he didn't have a point. He had a point, but I think whenever a left-wing person sees like a rollback of any left-wing progress, whether that's like one state, putting a 12-week restriction on abortion. I don't even agree with that. But like one state puts a 12-week restriction on abortion, they think it's the end of fucking civilization. And that's how they react, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like there's many steps in their direction. But as soon as they lose an election and one step happens in the other direction, they go insane. Like you've suddenly like taken a shit in their dinner or something. You've completely upended their world. And it's like, well, Jesus Christ, dude, like the right's been losing now for many years. You take one L and you go this crazy?
I don't know. Abortion isn't about cultural manufacturing, though. I look at things like the whiteness stuff and the gender as a spectrum stuff, and I think, okay, they've captured an institution that educates educators. And they're like churning out all of these educators all over the United States that are going into classrooms and just, this is part of the axiom of their belief system that gender is a spectrum and that white supremacy has invaded all of our institutions. Those are the educators of tomorrow. How does abortion touch on that? How does DeSantis making critical race theory in one state counteract that? Like, that's just a huge cultural force.
I completely agree. Yeah. I guess the difference is like, for all of that to finally diffuse through the culture fully and make a fully leftist culture, it takes several generations. Right?
What do you mean? It takes one generation. What are you talking about? Well, if all the people get out of school and they all believe white supremacy is governing all of our cultures and gender is a spectrum, I don't see how you can't say the culture is going to be wildly different. That generation is going to get into power.
Well, sure, but people's politics change as they get older too. Like I was definitely educated in a very pro-left school, This is
not politics. This is a fundamental understanding of the world. This is a worldview.
Well, sure. Listen, we were all educated in worldviews.
Like, what are you saying?
Hear me.
What are you saying? You can't talk somebody out of this.
Yes, you can. Of course you can.
Okay. Sure.
Well, hold on,
Sure.
Adam. If you actually believe, listen, if you actually believe you can't talk somebody out of a bad idea, then how come you're not killing them?
Well, first of all, that's ridiculous. Okay.
No, it's not.
It is ridiculous.
That's why we debate.
We can talk
about ideas. Of course.
So someone sent me something I was reading. I have no clue what you guys are arguing about.
Oh, okay.
That's ridiculous. There's only two alternatives. There's like managing people's bad ideas, arguing with, or three alternatives: arguing with them or killing them. What are you talking about, Dev? That's insane.
Yes.
Like, I can't even believe you
normal.
Postulate such a thing.
What do you mean? Yeah. Here. Listen. Look, I'll explain.
I'm not. Look, I don't advocate for political violence. I'm not exactly sure what you're advocating for here, Dev.
Okay.
Please tell me you're not advocating for political violence on our show.
I am not.
Go advocate for political violence on your channel, okay?
I'm not advocating for political violence.
Well, then what are you even talking about?
Okay, here, I'll explain it to you, okay? If you encounter somebody with a radically different belief system, you have only a small number of things that you
are advocating for political violence on our channel.
Look at this. I'm not. Let me say it.
How are you not? How are you not?
This
is retarded.
What is the Wait, please. Okay.
This is like
what is this? What are you guys arguing about? Because it sounds really stupid.
Autism.
Yes.
You're arguing
about autism.
Look, Dev is saying, listen, if you disagree with someone, you really have only two options. political violence or arguing with them. And if you can't argue them out of their position, you have to default to political violence.
I feel like Dev's going to say that's
how are you not advocating for political violence?
I feel like that's
hold on. So there is a third.
This is why we're not going to call. This is why we're not talking to
the third way, Dev.
No.
This is why we're not talking to Dev about Marvin Yarvin, because Dev's political outlook is just wacko.
Let Dev defend himself.
Okay. So if you encounter somebody with a radically different political outlook and worldview, and just the idea of what the truth is, you have only a set number of ways to deal with that. You can.
I've heard this 3 times already. Get to the ways.
Let me finish. Okay. So you can choose to simply coexist and ignore each other, right? And just to be okay. You stay over there. You do your thing. I stay over here. I do my thing. You can fight with each other until one idea becomes dominant. You can argue and try to convince them, but that's basically it.
You can subvert the culture. There's a third option, which is exactly what they've done. Look, they've subverted the culture. Look, you missed one, buddy. You missed taking over the institution that trains all educators over the United States and subvert the culture.
So angry. I'm so confused. What is triggering you so much about this conversation? I'm so lost because I wasn't listening to it.
First of all, Dev comes in and makes a crazy assertion that political violence is really the only thing you can do if you can't argue somebody out of that. That's insane.
I don't think that's what he said. Okay. I don't think that's what he said, or if that's what he meant.
Look,
no.
Let's
give some.
That is the implication of what he said, whether he's willing to admit it or not, and that's why I'm triggered, because what a stupid thing to say.
I mean, let me put this way. Here, I'll ask you this question: do you think political violence is ever justified under any situation?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah,
we agree.
Okay, but not just because we disagree with people. I mean, I don't know why we're so far away from political violence at this point in time.
Hold on. It is because you disagree with people.
Yeah.
The American Revolution was a very serious disagreement, but it was a disagreement.
That disagreement has to come with tangible oppression of some kind. Like they have to be.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah, so it's not just a disagreement. I mean, there has to be some kind of genocide going on. Like, let's be clear here.
Hold on. Was there a genocide in the United States before you guys revolted? Like, no. What do you mean?
There was the Boston Tea Party.
Taxes?
What do you mean? There was the Boston Tea Party. They genocided the entire country of Boston. All right. No, I think I understand. I think what the problem was that. So it seemed like the disagreement started with about whether you can convince people, and then you said, well, if you can't convince people, your only option is
to kill them. That's exactly what he said.
I got interrupted right in the middle of that sentence.
Well, I understand, but I
back it up. As soon as you say "or kill them," I'm going to interrupt.
I get interrupted. Okay. I think what the problem was then that Adam got upset because he thought that it makes it sound like you're saying that Adam is advocating for political violence.
Of course,
not advocating for it. Okay.
Well, of course not. No.
Okay.
I mean, there are some times.
And not only that. Look, Sitch.
Yes.
Do you deny that
I deny everything.
Dev over here has missed a giant behavioral
I do
thing
deny
that you can do?
Dev hasn't had the opportunity to put out his full answer. So
he said he said there's 2 things. There's political violence or there's argument.
He said there was 3 things.
Okay, what's the third thing?
The third thing is trying to convince them.
That is argument.
No, you said we could get along. Was one.
Yeah,
we could
it's
fight
coexistence,
each other,
argument, or fighting.
Convince,
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So how did he miss the thing that's actually going on, subverting the culture? That's a giant thing that is actually happening.
Okay. Well, subverting the culture isn't a mechanism of trying to solve a conflict or resolve a conflict.
Yes, it is. How is it not?
I would not classify subverting culture as a conflict resolution mechanism.
Well, I mean, I would, Sitch, but I'd classify it underneath argument, though, because
I would say that
part
that's
of subverting culture.
You can't call it argument.
I would say it's a way of fighting directly, but
yeah, I would say it's closer to violence than argument, obviously, because you're doing it deceptively.
Okay, but anyway, I think because this whole argument sounds really stupid, so I really want to move off of it and watch this video.
Okay.
And it's really annoying because literally the only reason I brought up SDL and then you kind of went off on this tangent and then Adam went off on his tangent was because I just was going to tell you, Dev, that I thought it was funny that I watched your video and took all these notes on your response video to SDL, and I thought I was going to try to make that be the conversation that I was having with SDL. It was going to be about your video on cultural Marxism, and then we got completely sidetracked on a million other different topics. So that was the only thing I wanted to say on this stupid topic.
I recall watching your conversation with him, and like he had one good point when he said that when right-wingers win political power, they do things that he doesn't like. And, surprise, surprise, of course, he's not a right-winger. But it's like, okay, fair enough. The left wing has dominance in cultural production and in education. The right wing doesn't necessarily have dominance in politics anymore, but they're certainly on the upswing right now.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's, if you are somebody who is diehard lefty, there's a reason to fear the right wing upswing in political power that's going to be coming in the next 5 to 10 years.
Right, of course. Yeah. Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the $20. Says hi, Adam.
Hey, what's up?
And hello. Our surrogate father JMac for another $20 says hi, Adam.
Hi.
Look at this. You've stolen Rags's thing.
I love it. Don't you love it? Oh, God, I know. It's so good.
JMac, our circuit 5 for another $20. Thanks so much, Daddy. JMac says, I can't stay long because I have a business meeting soon, but I'm looking forward to the watch back. Hope everyone has a fantastic Sunday. Well, thank you. Hope you have a good meeting, Jay. Theo Wolfie for $20. Thank you. Says, if you want to bring people over to your side, you can't call them retards. We are concerned for the well-being of every American. To me, he didn't care about bridging any ideological gaps. He just wanted an ideological purge. I mean, yeah, obviously you're not going to win you're going to win more flies with honey than vinegar. So calling people retards is not a way to get them on your side. Silver,
I just called Dev a semi-retard in the chat.
That's true.
But I was being generous when I said semi too. I just want to be clear here.
Oh yeah.
But listen, everyone knows that Adam and Dev are best friends behind the scenes, so it's okay.
Yeah. Sometimes I just want to shake you by the collar, Dev. I don't understand where you're coming from. So
he's Canadian. He can't help it.
Look, that makes it even weirder. Like the Canadian comes on our channel and advocates for violence. It's like,
he didn't
what?
Stop saying that. He didn't advocate for violence, Adam. You need to stop that characterization. That's not accurate. Okay. It was a bad misspeak by Dev.
Okay, good.
Silver Camaro 78 for $20 says, Sitch and Adam, you should talk about how Dev's girlfriend perpetuated the Rwandan genocide. She took a machete and killed the Tutsis. So Dev is advocating for political violence. Isn't so surprising here, guys.
What?
Hashtag
really?
Naomi killed Tutsis. Is this true?
This has become a meme. This has become a meme on my channel that my girlfriend secretly did the Rwandan genocide.
That can't be
real.
There
you go.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense because she's not part of Rwanda. She's Jewish. So I guess the Jews are now implicated.
Well, aren't they? We're implicated in everything. So
are you?
Yeah.
Hold on, Sitch. Which meeting of all the power brokers behind everything did you attend where they talked about the Rwandan genocide?
I mean, when was the Rwandan genocide? What year was that?
90s. Sometime in the 90s, I think.
Yeah, I was pretty young at that time, so I probably was like playing on my Game Boy when the adults were talking about playing the Rwandan genocide.
Oh, honestly. So you were too young to go to the world domination meetings, were you?
No, I was there. They groomed us very early, but I just was not paying attention. I was bored by it. I was just playing Game Boy. So I think I saw Naomi there too.
In 94, she would have been a sperm.
Oh. Listen. God, you guys are young. Okay, Jesus Christ. How old are you?
I'm dating a Zoomer. I'm in
you're
my 30s.
a Robin the Cradle.
So listen,
okay,
I'm in my 30s and she's in her 20s. I'm 10 years older than her. Yeah.
You're basically a pedophile.
What? That's not
to the internet,
no.
Right?
That's not true. And also, that's totally acceptable. What are you talking about?
I know. Listen, it's just there's like a joke. Like if you date someone like more than 5 years younger than you, it's something.
Not if she's in her 20s. Come on.
Have you been to the most retarded parts of Twitter where they have the age gap discourse? Where the power imbalance between somebody who's like 6 years older than their partner means that it's always rape?
Yes.
And it's like, holy shit, guys, go the fuck outside.
Adam is just concerned because he's dating some super young lady.
Oh, I see.
I'm married. What are you talking about?
My wife is married to some super young lady.
My wife is 10 years younger than me, though. So
there you go.
Look at
she? Wow.
Yeah.
That was funny. Demon Mama called you an incel the other day.
That's funny.
I thought it was kind of funny. It's so weird. It's so funny. Everyone thinks Adam is like a young lad because he looks so young. It's like, no, he's married. Been married.
Did you ever respond to her?
I did not tweet out that thing I sent you because people said it was way too spicy. Maybe listen.
Oh, what was it?
At the end of the stream, I will tell everyone what my tweet was that was far too spicy to tweet. That'll be your incentive for hanging around.
I mean, I laughed pretty hard when you sent it to me. But...
I asked some people in Discord, well-known racists in Discord, and even they were like, "That's way too spicy." So,
hold on. Someone in chat says that Adam's married to someone 10 years younger than him. Also, he's 23.
True. There you go. Confirmed.
That's
confirmed.
not the case. That is
not
the case.
Boys.
I helped not so erudite with her President Sunday thing a few months
back.
Let's
get into the video, okay?
Well, hold on.
Hold on. I'm bringing this up.
Look, we're 35 minutes in here. Let's bring it up after we get into the video, okay?
It'll be real quick.
Look,
I'm bringing this up
because this is great practice. This is great practice for you. Look, pretend there's pretend there's a marshmallow here, Dev, okay?
I gotta finish reading these Superchats anyway.
If you can wait on your story, we'll give you 2 marshmallows once we start the video. Okay?
I'm too fat for that. I want to have less marshmallows. Okay.
He just admits it. Sitch, he just admits it.
Yes. Listen, yes.
He's like, give me that goddamn marshmallow.
No. I'm fat. I want to lose weight, so I'm not taking 2.
Dev is the kid that eats a marshmallow before the researcher even leaves the room.
Right.
Okay, just real quick. I helped you with the thing.
No.
Demon Mama reacted to it. And just like how she called you an incel, Adam, her moniker for me was OG Gamergate Freakazoid.
That's a pretty good one. I like that. Freakazoid.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Who doesn't want Freakazoid was great. That's like a compliment. I love that show.
You know, I would actually kind of love to talk to Demon Mama. She sounds like she's like a pure fucking
What? Come on, what's going on?
I got to read these so we can get with a good video. Diablo Nerda for $20. Thank you, Diablo. Says Dev was attempting to describe what is, while Adam understood it as what ought to be. Classic fallacy. True. Toxic Monger of the Hateful Brood for $20 says he did steal Rags' meme, but damn if it isn't a good one. Hi, Adam. Hi, Develope. Hi, Sitchipus. I don't know how I feel about Sitchipus, but okay. Hi, thank you for $20. Dillagaff for $20 says every time you shake a Canadian, an angel gets its wings.
Nice.
Oh, is that how it is?
There you go.
We're gonna have a lot of angels getting wings in this stream.
There you go. Let's jump into the video.
All right.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there's a video, right?
Oh,
I completely forgot.
Go ahead for some reason.
Yeah. What? No.
Just to have it on the something other than the Ground News logo.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News.
The irony there is just epic. Ground News is a service that does equal parts left and right. It's supposed to be a nonpartisan news source, right?
Wait, wow. This guy is part. Well, if he's part of it, that's not possible.
Ha ha.
Right.
So I can actually explain something here.
No, we're just started the video.
It's about the video. It's about the video. Hold on. It's about the video.
Go ahead, Dev.
It's about second thought. Yeah, it's related. Okay. So, second thought, as far as I can understand, he went through this process. Other guys like Amazing Atheist, Actual Jake went through this process as well. You go look at all these guys. 10 years ago or 5 years ago or whatever the case is, they were like, they weren't doing explicitly political content. They were doing like atheist content, scientific content.
Right.
And I think the reason they all got pipelined this way towards socialism is because socialism markets itself as like a scientific economics and a scientific way to structure the state. There's like utopian socialists and there's scientific socialists, and they kind of there's like this theory battle between them. And a lot of the guys. Oh, sorry, what?
I completely disagree with you.
Yeah, I disagree too.
I don't think it's scientific. I don't believe this at all. What I'm saying is
no. I mean, I disagree with that this is why they're motivated down this pathway.
Oh, really? I think it's actually true. I think like they did they're so invested in like material things and rationalistic things and like atheistic things and science. Fuck yeah, science. Millennial speak.
Right.
That once it gets to economics, I think they're seduced by the scientific or the so-called scientific side of socialism. That's my theory on this.
That might have like an impact once they get down the pathway. I think what happened was essentially my take was just once the anti-SJW split occurred over Trump, I think a lot of these people just had like super rampant TDS, and they were so put off by Trump that it made them feel like the more radical elements of the left were correct in terms of the calls and fears of fascism.
Yeah, I think the same thing. TDS was what I was going to say.
And then you combine that
yeah,
with
fair,
like,
fair enough. Yeah, that's another big part of it too, is TDS.
And then you combine that with like people losing faith in neoliberal economic policy, and then probably, I think what you're saying is true. Then once they're like on that mental state, they go down that pathway and they go, "Oh, this is more scientific," you know?
Yeah, you know what? That actually makes more sense. Yeah, like they once they get there, they're held in place by scientific socialism.
Well,
yeah,
and also, you know, there's an element too, which is that with the anti-SJW community, like even when it like before it became left-right divided, it was just anti-heterodox. It was anti-mainstream. And then when you had the Trump split, you had the people that were right-wing could go to support Trump, but the left-wing people can't go and support Biden because they've been anti-mainstream for the last 3 years. So they kind of have to go further to the left to kind of keep on that track, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, like the populist right actually won against the neoconservatives, but the populist left didn't beat out the neolibs.
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly.
That has infected institutions across our nation. This form of cultural Marxism.
The author of the brand new book, Unwoke: How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America.
The president, together with a band of his closest thugs, misfits, and Marxists.
Cultural Marxists.
This is some amazing editing, by the way. This
horrible audio, though.
I mean, yeah, the audio is mixed really terribly, but it's just so creepy, and it's black and white, and you know, oh, the scary music.
Oh yeah.
Cultural Marxism. Cultural Marxist. Cultural Marxism.
Today, we're talking about cultural Marxism. What it is, where it came from, and why conservatives seem to love talking about it. But if you don't want to stick around for the whole video, here's the gist. Cultural Marxism is a conservative buzzword, one that the right uses pretty carelessly to frighten its voters, inspire hate crimes, and make people think that America is, and can't be anything but, a white, Christian, and patriarchal country.
So there you go. If you have ever used the term cultural Marxism, you think that America has to be, that means you're essentially a white nationalist Christian theocrat anti-women's.
Wow.
Okay.
Everything.
How old is this guy?
You think? 15.
I mean, he looks like he's 15. I don't know. It's a good question. How old is Mr. Chapman here? Because he definitely seems Chapman? Like a young lad. That's his name on Twitter.
Oh, I don't know.
Let's just really quickly here. Okay. Oh, he's on Wikitubia.
Say what his
That's
age
right. Let's see. No, it doesn't, unfortunately.
You can't.
Oh, wait, what? Yeah, he's a Wikipedia page. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry. This is not.
It's a Wikitubia. Yeah, YouTube Wikipedia.
There's someone who, maybe he has a writer, because there's a Wikipedia page for someone who is this Chapman guy, who I thought was him, but the picture looks completely different. So then now I'm very confused.
Somebody else with the same name?
Oh, maybe. Well, it says he's a YouTuber, unless there's another YouTuber that has the same name that looks different that also looks dumb. Just possible, I guess.
Maybe someone just snuck it in there, not knowing.
Maybe, because the Wikipedia page doesn't mention this channel at all, so maybe it's just a coincidence. But...
Yeah,
what is the purpose of making cultural Marxism some kind of thing that you can't say? Why is that the goal here? Why is it a dirty word?
If you can't describe what's happening, it makes it very difficult to fight back against it.
So that's part of the subversive game plan.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
If you have a label that can describe something accurately, and then you make it a cultural taboo to say that label, then you suddenly gain the upper hand in the conversation without actually disputing any of the facts. Because the argument is literally just that's racist, not whether or not it's happening.
Well, so much of like what's happening with wokeness is that they need to use, it's so funny because like all these guys in the internet politics space, they all talk about how much they hate liberals, and they can do that because the socialists essentially dominate the internet lefty space, but in the mainstream socialism is still very like taboo.
Yeah,
and
they
not
have
accepted.
No power.
Yeah, they have no power. So they have to do this game where on the internet sphere they talk about how much they hate liberals, but the mainstream sphere they have to hide the ball. They have to hide what's going on because the mainstream Democrats would not openly support something that was labeled as socialism.
Yeah, they're all liberals.
Right. So that's why they have to do this game where they say cultural Marxism isn't real, so that you can't really describe what wokeness and what critical race theory and all these critical theories are, is that they're essentially, Western Marxism.
Right. Well,
Yes.
how would you describe cultural Marxism? Just what is it?
Dev, how would you describe cultural Marxism?
Oh, you're going to me?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm passing to you.
Okay. Oh man, I had a great tweet lining it out, but my Twitter account got deleted. Basically, I think it was something like the ethics and processes of socialism, but applied to things other than class. So applied to race and gender and et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
That's good.
So,
yeah. I think you're getting there.
I think it's just they just took the frameworks of Marxism and they replaced class with race.
Yeah.
Or
so
sex or
it's
whatever. Yeah.
So it's bourgeoisie and proletariat, or oppressor and oppressed, and they just superimpose that onto race instead of onto class.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
but at least insofar as Gramsci was concerned, and like some of the people that descended from him, the purpose of this was, it wasn't to have like a race war. All right, it wasn't to have, let's say, the proletarian revolution, but the proletarians are black people and the bourgeois are white people. It wasn't a race war. The purpose of this was to foster divisions in liberal society and weaken it to the point that you could actually have a real communist revolution.
Right. That was Foucault's motivation, right?
Yeah, a lot of people like Horkheimer and
Right.
what was his name? Marcuse. He was big on that. Herbert Marcuse. He was really big on that.
Right.
Now earlier,
once we get down to who's that really annoying chick who wrote White Fragility? D'Angelo? Yeah. Once we get down to her level, like of diffusion from Gramsci, that's like 5 generations in. She's not really interested in any sort of actual communist revolution. She's just doing the precursor steps without understanding where it goes.
Right. That's what I mean. I've described cultural Marxism and wokeness as essentially these Marxist philosophers who created blueprints for bombs that would destroy society, and then they erased the name at the top. They erased that it was a bomb, and then they just passed these blueprints for bombs down to fellow lefties throughout the generations.
Now,
and
earlier I
Robin
mentioned
DiAngelo like constructing the race bomb essentially.
Earlier I mentioned the subverting the culture by educating educators with 2 basic ideas: whiteness and abolishing the gender binary. Which I do think abolishing the gender binary is an attempt to place male and female in the oppressor-oppressed category. So both of those concepts trace back to this idea that the world can be divided into oppressor and oppressed. It's men oppressing women or whites oppressing non-whites. Both of those ideas are being embodied in education and just taught to educators as if they're facts of the world that we live in.
Yeah. And the most important aspect is not just that men are oppressing women or whites are oppressing blacks, is that there's a intentional thought process of sort of hegemonic power where white people have like all got together at their secret meetings to essentially say we need to keep power out of black people's hands because power and resources is some kind of limited quality and we all view each other as like on the same team. So that's kind of like the way that they're operating.
What on the right is equivalent to that, Dev?
Sorry, equivalent to what exactly?
Well, this is just a huge, this is a huge cultural force that's taking place all around us. What on the right? A lot of people say, well, the left isn't as powerful as the right, and we should be focused on the right because the right is doing what? That is equivalent of what I just laid out.
In terms of the cultural sphere, I don't think there's anything. But the right is winning elections, and that has its own power all of its own. It's a different kind of scenario with the right.
Look, I don't even know if the right won enough elections and made this critical race theory stuff illegal that you couldn't teach it in the classroom. I don't know that would stop it, to be honest with you, because I think people would still teach it even though it was illegal.
I think it would. I actually think it would. I mean, we just saw recently that due to various I read an article on this today on my stream this morning, actually. a bunch of large corporations are getting rid of their chief diversity officers because after 2 or 3 years of having them on, they realized they're not bringing any value to the company. And now that there's like a government push against a lot of this stuff, a lot of companies are getting cold feet on the diversity, inclusivity, equity programs that they've been doing for the past few years. So I definitely think that if there's enough of a, let's say, pushback from the rank and file citizenry plus pushback in government, yeah, I think this will be rolled back. I think it'll be rolled back in schools for sure.
Here's what I think could actually be happening though. Those diversity trainers are teaching people who are like Gen Xers, older people who weren't indoctrinated in this idea. So those people are pushing back against the diversity trainers. But once new people come in that are already indoctrinated in these ideas, they don't need to be taught by diversity trainers because they already accept it. So, once I don't agree with that,
actually.
Why?
I don't agree with that. Well, because I was indoctrinated in this stuff in 2007, and I don't believe in it now. You know, and I didn't
that's
get.
Just
I didn't
an
get,
anecdote, though. So.
Well, sure, it's an anecdote, but like.
Well, how many people are indoctrinated in Christianity, and how many of them become atheists? It's a small, slim number. Just because you became an atheist doesn't mean the vast majority of people are going to escape their programming.
I think that there are some things that even if you indoctrinate people in it, they're so far outside of the objective reality that once they encounter the objective reality, it will simply fall apart. You know, that happens with the most totalitarian systems out there pretty consistently. You know, these states fall apart because the lies that they're trying to maintain just don't work. You know, and it'll happen with this too.
I think there's going to be a minority, but a vocal minority that will continue to exist forever in the Zoomers that will be hyper woke forever. But I think that the next generation is going to think it's super cringe. I think the previous generation is going to think it's super cringe. So I do think they're going to be outnumbered. And I think they're going to be causing problems forever or until they all die off, essentially. But I do think it's going to not be like the socialist takeover. It's just going to be like this thing that we always just have to fucking silence or to argue against. But to answer your question in terms of like what is the right doing, I think the only thing that would be comparable is the complete breakdown in trust of any institution. I think would be the right wing version.
That's a good response. Yeah.
So
all the like you can't trust anything that doesn't all the voter fraud stuff basically.
Well, voter fraud. You know, like the people's reaction to COVID and anything scientific. I mean, essentially the fact that everything has become like, I'm not going to trust any institution, whether it be the government, whether it be scientific, unless it has the answer that I like politically. And that seems to be existing on both sides. So,
yeah, I think it's more on the right now than the left, but it's definitely in some places on the left for sure.
Right. Konos X for 20 euros. Thank you so much. Says my first super chat after watching you for more than 2 years. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Every time I try to abstain from YouTube politics and gain peace of mind, you wrote me back in. Jokes aside, I love it whenever Dev is on, and S-Class is the best class. Well, thank you.
Yeah, nice.
So, I dug this up from my Gramsci video, actually, just for you.
Yeah, what is that?
Okay, so if you want to put this up on screen. Adam, you're on the stream, not Sitch, right? That's got to be you?
Of course, yeah.
Send it on over. Where is the chat room in Zoom?
Just send it on Discord.
Okay, yeah, I'll put it in our...
If it's a picture, you can't really
in our secret chat. Okay, so everyone's seen this graphic. I'm sure you guys have both seen this before,
I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to point this out.
Yeah. Where
Sitch is like,
oh, really?
Credit me.
I mean, I feel like I was the first person to point it out.
I made
the change in
graphic,
the
guys.
Oh, look at this. Clap back.
I'm not saying I made the picture. I said I'm the first person to point it out.
So yeah, basically, Wikipedia 2014. You have cultural Marxism, and it's a very neutral, very academic description of what's going on. Wikipedia 2020, you have cultural Marxism is a far-right anti-Semitic conspiracy theory which claims that Western Marxism as the basis of continuing academic and intellectual efforts to subvert Western culture. So, well, there's two things of note here. Okay, so firstly, where the fuck did I lose it? Did I lose it already? Okay, I didn't. Here. So here's image number 2. You can take a look at, right? So firstly, all the contents of the original Cultural Marxism page from 2014 simply got moved to the page Marxist Cultural Analysis.
Yeah, they didn't even change anything, really.
Yeah, they didn't change anything. So it's just like, okay, clearly you guys are playing a shell game with what's actually going on, right? Because the stuff that all of these people are talking about, all of these philosophers and political theorists, from Gramsci all the way down through the Frankfurt School into Western Marxism and the modern day, those people still exist. They still wrote their political theories. You can still find their books. You can't say none of that happened.
Right.
But as soon as the label cultural Marxism becomes widely known among the common person who aren't part of academia, they play the shell game of, okay, now I'm going to move it around, and now we're going to call it Marxist cultural analysis instead, you know?
Right.
So when we mentioned earlier that there's basically they're demonizing the label so you can't talk about the ideas. This is proof of that, right?
Yep. 100%.
Yeah, it's
The
a
second
game.
thing, yep, the second thing is in the Gramsci video, I did a deep dive on like the only real source as to why this is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And it was an essay written by a student of the very school being critiqued, the Frankfurt School. And like, she wrote this essay in like 2013 or 2011 or something. And her argument in the essay is, well, the reason that cultural Marxism is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is because Anders Breivik cited it when he did his shooting. Richard Spencer's talked about it. Basically, like, here's a bunch of high-profile racists who think it's true, therefore it has to be a racist theory. And it's like, well, no. Racists can actually be correct about things sometimes, you know. The fascists can be correct about things sometimes. It's not enough to say bad person believes in this idea, therefore idea is false.
Right.
Now, that's not good logic.
Yes. The Nazis drank water too. Yeah.
Yes, it's that kind of thing. But then I realized one more thing. I realized this after my video, so I couldn't put it in the Antonio Gramsci video. But if you dig back through the edit war that was on the Cultural Marxism page, the person who was doing the editing and trying to make this shit stick was the person who wrote the essay.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
So
the lady
she literally
was the one that edited this on Wikipedia?
Yeah. So she wrote this essay and then like used her clout as being a professor to be like, this is actually what it is. You have to, and here's the scholarly source. And like, it's like, okay.
What a piece of shit.
It's just her. It's just her.
That's insane. Oh my God.
I forget her name.
Boomer for $20 says, just catching up with the stream. Second thought. THOT, as I call him, started falling down the tanky rabbit hole after his quote, "Are we too late for climate change?" vid. And going on to saying how capitalists are bumholes. It wasn't a Trump vid. Well, so it was climate change. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Fondue for $20 says, I disagree with Sitch on this. It was the left that started using institutions of trust as institutions of power because, quote, everything is political. At least the right is using the correct institutions to fight politically. Well, I mean, I don't disagree with what you just said. I do agree with that. I was only saying that Adam asked, like, what is sort of the same thing that, like, what is the right-wing version of the left kind of trying to break down society essentially through propagating this cultural Marxism stuff? And I said, I think the only comparison I could think of would be the breakdown and complete lack of faith and distrust of all institutions. Now, you could say that you think that that's warranted, sure, but I'm just saying that'd be a similar process that could lead to sort of a widespread societal failing.
Well, and
because we do need to have institutions, and the danger. Well, I agree that a lot of our institutions are corrupted with Western Marxist gobbledygook. I completely agree with that. The danger is, and this is why I don't agree with a lot of what Trump does, is that if you do operate under the idea that all institutions are corrupt, it's very easy for you to fall into the pool of, well, we need like the strong man to come in and kind of just destroy everything.
Clean house. Well, I guess the question then is, like, if all of your institutions actually are corrupt, what do you do in that instance?
Yeah, how do you fight within the institutions if they're corrupt?
Right. Well, you have two options. You either have to tear them down and rebuild them, but the problem is you will have to rebuild them from a good place, right? Not like a bad place. And that's sort of the difficulty.
Such as, like, you have two options: violence and.
Well, no. So I'm not saying like you violently tear down an institution, but I mean like you sort of like tear it down legalistically, or you just rebuild these institutions. But like, I don't trust the current crop of people to basically rebuild these institutions under, you know, the principles of liberal values currently.
Yeah.
Why are you giggling about that? Dev?
Oh, I mean about the violence thing?
Yeah. Why are you giggling about that?
I'm just trolling a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you might need violence. Who the fuck knows? But like, we're not at that point yet. Maybe you do. Let's see. Okay, I found the article. All right, just real quick. Okay, so
violence coming from a Canadian here. Oh my god.
Who's afraid? It's called "Who's Afraid of the Frankfurt School: Cultural Marxism as an Anti-Semitic Conspiracy Theory." And the TLDR is this article focuses on the three main proponents of the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory: the white nationalist Kevin MacDonald, who, by the way, he's actually like fucking insane. He's wild. And then the paleoconservatives William S. Lind and Paul Gottfried, showing how the work of each on the Frankfurt School amplifies anti-Semitic tropes and engages in conspiracy thinking. So this article, because it's about these three people, one of them was crazy, the other two not so much. Like, they're definitely very conservative people, but they're not like insane. But because these three bad people believe in this theory, therefore the theory itself is anti-Semitic. And that was the entire logic of her paper. So she wrote this paper. She published it because it's Joan Braun, because she's an academic. She's a university professor. So she publishes it at her school. She then takes her own citation and then uses that to rewrite the Wikipedia article. And she's like, look, like, my source is I literally made it the fuck up. Right. Because I can do that because I'm a university professor, you know?
Well, in this video, he brings up, I mean, he must have read this paper because he didn't mention her, but he brings up those three guys. And he brings up Lind. He brings Lind talking at supposedly some sort of Holocaust denial thing that I think you talked about in your video.
Yeah, I looked into that in my video too. So what that was it was like a.
Well, we'll talk about it when we get there.
Okay, yeah, we can I can explain to you then if you like. But it was just interesting because like I looked into this woman. I didn't put it in the video because it's not really relevant to the video, but I looked into this woman, and she herself is Jewish, and she has some outside of the cultural Marxist talking stuff, like outside of that topic. She has some very strange ideas about Jews and Judaism, and it's like, okay,
like what?
Maybe, like, there's no real easy way to talk about this without sounding like an actual
Listen,
anti-Semite.
I want to be clear. The last time I went to my secret Jew meeting, I voted this woman out. Okay, she was saying some wild shit at the secret Jew meeting.
No, she's like, even though she's progressive, she doesn't go on as far as I can tell, she doesn't go on like the whole pro-Palestine thing. She's like very pro-Israel. There's a weird. Okay, I may even talk about this last time we spoke. There's a section of you know what? Here, I might sound insensitive. I'm just gonna say it. Okay, I might sound insensitive. Sorry in advance. All right. There's a section of Jewish politics that fervently believes that if you make the Holocaust about anything other than the Jews, you're being anti-Semitic. So if you mentioned that, you know, the Soviets were also killed, or the Romas, or gay people, or trans people, or black people, if you mentioned them in the context of the Holocaust, you're being an anti-Semite. And she seems to be like in this very ideologically pro-Jewish group of intellectuals. And it's like, well, listen, it sounds bad, but I don't think I'm going to trust you on whether or not something's anti-Semitic. You sound like someone who's definitely not an objective observer here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
There was something that people don't really understand, but I do because I lived through it, is that my grandparents... Yes, I lived through the Holocaust. My grandparents' generation, who, you know, I mean, my grandparents lived in America, but they were alive when the Holocaust was happening. Like after the Holocaust, well, first of all, my family in the early 1900s came to America literally to escape anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism in Europe's obviously been going on for a very, very long time. But with all the stuff with the Holocaust, you know, I've said this story before. My great uncle was an American tank commander, and he literally became atheist because he helped free concentration camps, and what he saw was so like horrifying that he didn't believe in God anymore, essentially. And he took pictures, and we still have these like pictures of like mountains of corpses and shit. They're just like horrifying to look at. And so like that, I think the shock of the Holocaust basically made a lot of Jews at that time period in like the 40s and 50s, like just so hyper paranoid with the fear of anti-Semitism. And then a lot of those people, when they had children, like my parents, those fears were like inserted into them growing up. And this like, oh, you could they could always come after the Jews again. They could always come after the Jews again. And that woman who wrote this article, I think she seems like she's probably around my parents' age or maybe a little younger. And she probably had that exact same experience where her parents kind of like shoved in this utter fear that they're going to come after the Jews at any second. And it made a lot of Jewish people hyper paranoid and down this kind of pathway of seeing the anti-Semitism, around every corner, essentially.
Yeah, I know there was a period, especially in like the late 2000s, where if you criticized Israel, it was like you were being pro-Holocaust. And it's like, come on, guys, we can be a bit more sophisticated than that.
Right. But it's funny because it's weird because now it's kind of like flipped, because now it's like the left is like hyper critical of Israel.
Yeah.
So, and now the right's like, yeah, you're denying the Holocaust. It's like, what? I mean, I feel like the right.
It's really funny
like
to
a troll
do,
at this point. So
it's funny. It's funny, but like, yeah. It's kind of become crazy.
Yeah.
Like we've now tied an ethnicity to a nation state, so you can't even critique the government of that state without hating that ethnicity. And it's like, man, that's not how it works.
And it's funny
because with China or Japan or anywhere else. Like it doesn't work. It shouldn't work that way with Israel.
Right. Well, and it's funny too because like the one time I went to Israel, the guy or the lady who was like our tour guide, she told us that like the majority of Israelis are like not even religious. They're like pretty secular. So, like the whole thing is kind of silly. But anyway, Gavitron for 20 Canadian says you guys should look at Legal Mindset's take on Disney versus Florida situation. He's a Florida lawyer with a good steel man for that side. Definitely worth considering if you haven't. Yeah, I'll check it out. I think I saw one of his videos on it, and he just explained why he thought the case had merit or something, and I don't really know enough about it or really care enough about it to comment on that. I just think, to me, again, with the whole Disney thing, it's just, to me, it seems like a blatant going after free speech if the CEO of Disney at the time, because he's just not there anymore, says that they're basically going to not support the parental rights and education bill and try to support repealing it. And that essentially gets the governor to say, oh, well, if you're against some political thing I'm in favor of, I'm going to try to do all these things to hurt your business. To me, that just seems so obviously anti-free speech. And I just don't support actions like that at all. So Twitter Sucks for $20. Thank you, Twitter Sucks. Our surrogate god uncle says, saying that it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is the same as saying, quote, isn't it convenient that it's only Jews that say Nazis weren't Christian? Yes. And Twitter Sucks for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, quote, instructions unclear, fingers got stuck in the circumcision system. Wow. Interesting. Anyway, let's continue.
You've basically heard how the right uses cultural Marxism before. It's used as a label for a conspiracy theory that the right has given a lot of names to over time. Names like political correctness, wokeism, or multiculturalism, all of which have been used.
So I got to use that article. So there was a New York Times article that he just threw up there that said the alt-right's favorite 100-year-old meme was I might want to have a conversation with someone at some point in the future about whether the mainstream media is biased to the left or not.
How does, like, any of the definitions you guys gave of cultural Marxism don't fit political correctness or multiculturalism or any of the things he's laying out, or wokeism. Maybe wokeism.
Wait, did we get to that part yet? And I just missed it? Hold on.
Used as a label for a conspiracy theory that the right has given a lot of names to over time. Names like political correctness, wokeism, or multiculturalism.
Multiculturalism is cultural Marxism. What?
Well, okay. So
what?
I can explain that actually a little bit.
Political correctness and wokeness is cultural Marxism, so I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
Multiculturalism I disagree with, but
political correctness isn't entirely cultural Marxism. Like, political correctness just seems to be like the politicization of being polite, right? It's like, well, here we're going to use terms that are, let's say, a bit more PC because they offend some people, and we're just going to be cool about it. Like, it's not only cultural Marxism. It's still like lame. I hate political correctness.
Well, I don't think you can have cultural Marxism without the oppressor-oppressed dynamic. I think that's a key feature of it. So if you're just talking about being nice to people, I don't see how that is.
I grew up in the 90s, and in the 90s, political correctness was used by like right-wingers, like old right-wingers who were clutching their pearls about the edgy content of the 90s, you know?
Right.
And being politically correct meant to censor that stuff. So it's like political correctness just seems to be like a nice way to say censorship, which isn't explicitly cultural Marxist.
Well, okay, so I'm sure, as you know, literally the term politically correct came from Marxist-Leninism in terms of having the correct political stance.
Right.
Well, yeah.
And then I don't know who first started using it as a pejorative in America, but I wouldn't, again, it's like the early 90s, so I'm not really like consciously paying attention now. I'm doing some guesswork here, but I wouldn't be surprised that if I went back and looked at sort of the people pushing for political correctness unironically in the early 90s, late 80s, that they were all Western Marxists. That'd be my guess.
Okay. I mean, maybe. I've seen right-wingers do it too, you know?
Okay.
Definitely. Like, here, I just quickly looked it up. Yeah, so Nazi Germany did it. Pure Aryans whose opinions were politically correct. Marxist-Leninists, yep, they did it too. Yeah, it just, you know, the correct politics. Yeah, so
I'm just
I think
about
it's something that everyone uses.
I'm just talking about the term specifically.
Well, look, when I was a kid and people talked about political correctness, it just meant non-offensive. That's all it meant.
Right. Well, because to be clear, I think like you can say like, oh, it just means something that's not offensive, but I wouldn't be surprised if you looked at the people pushing for it and you asked for their ideological rationale for pushing for it. It would all be the same woke Western Marxist, you know, dog crap that we're dealing with now. That'd be my guess.
Okay.
Could be wrong, but that'd be my guess. But the multiculturalism is that's him just trying to paint it as racism.
Of course.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Because like, multiculturalism has really nothing to do with Western Marxism at all. Multiculturalism, which I disagree with and I think is stupid, is just this idea that like a bunch of cultures can and should exist together without any sort of like joint assimilation into a majority culture, which I think is not really feasible and is dumb. So
he believes what he's selling in this video, though, right? I mean, he accepts that. He really thinks that the right has done this as kind of a conspiracy.
Yeah,
right. Well,
I think so.
As you know, as you said in our conversation with Destiny, he's operating purely under the stereotype that right wing means greedy racist.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, and also evidently 4-year-old retard to some people. That's a new stereotype.
So I'm sure we've all seen that one pamphlet where, you know, whiteness is like hard work and dedication and being on time. You've seen that shit before, right?
Course.
Yeah,
of course.
So that's like political whiteness, right? So there's this idea that multiculturalism, it refers to being politically the correct race or the correct ethnicity, the correct whatever. Okay, another great example. I've used this in like 3 videos recently. I can just pull it up again. LGBTQ. What does the Q mean?
Queer.
You guys know? Queer. But what does that mean though?
That means not heteronormative.
Yeah, but I've seen people who are straight and cis call themselves queer.
Yeah.
And then if you ask them, okay, well, what makes you queer if you're straight and you're cis? And it's like, well, you know, I have certain beliefs and certain presentations about myself. Like, okay, it's just an aesthetic then.
Yeah.
It's not anything. So you can be a straight, cis, LGBTQ person if you just wear like hoop earrings and flannel.
Yeah. You're being non-heteronormative. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So it's just presentation now. It's just aesthetics.
Yep.
Oh, people are mentioning in the chat that they're trying to change it to questioning, not queer.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they are. I've read that.
That's so stupid. What the...
So that's like you get drunk at college and you kiss a girl and then you say, "No, I didn't like that." You're part of LGBTQ.
Questioning now.
Questioning. Yeah. That's dumb. That's
look. You've got to. Who questions their sexuality? I mean, you kind of know what you're attracted to, right?
What is the point?
No, there's definitely questioning. Come on, Adam. Are you serious?
Dev has questioned his chaserism for many years. Okay.
There was never any questioning for me. I knew exactly what turned me on. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're super straight, so he's not like.
You weren't like at the college party and you saw the hot femboy and you were like, hey, wait a minute, something's awakening.
Wait, I feel like you're describing some experience you had, Dev. What?
Well, yes.
There you go.
I mean,
I don't think there were any hot
Dev, you're a
femboys.
chaser. Yes. Yes,
There
I am.
you go. I don't think there were
It's
any
good.
hot femboys in 1960 when Adam went to college. Okay.
Okay.
What's happening there, Dev? I'm just, obviously
What do you mean?
I'm a curious person. Well,
You're questioning.
Well, no, you're attracted to someone that looks feminine, but
Yep.
then you think, oh man, I really hope she has a dick.
Yep.
Is that explain that process to us? That's something I've never experienced myself. So what's
like
happening there?
That's it. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you always liked it, or is it something developed over time?
Pretty much
one
always.
day, just like hits you.
I mean, here's the thing: when you're a kid, you don't think such a thing is possible. But as soon as I realized it could exist, I'm like, yes.
So like you saw like the first time you saw Fuda, you're like, huh, this is doing something for me.
Yep.
Okay. Fair enough.
But also, like, I mean, I'm also into regular women as well, right?
Of course,
so,
right.
I mean, like Naomi doesn't have a dick, despite all the fucking memes in my community
Yes.
that you guys need to
Yes.
stop spreading around right fucking now. All right. There's
You
so
know
many people
those
who
surprise.
say, "Oh my god." Listen, there's so many people who are like, Dev, we all know that your girlfriend has a dick. Dev, does your girlfriend have a dick? I keep hearing Dev, your girlfriend's like, no, stop telling everyone that. Everyone fucking confronts me about it now.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
Did you get her like a prosthetic dick?
No, I don't think she's into that.
I'm just messing. But no, it's I don't know if you're familiar. I think it's funny because they've actually done research on this and they found that that the I don't know what the word is, some word for it. The chaser orientation only exists in straight or bisexual men. It does not exist in gay men at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
that sounds about right. Yeah,
kind of interesting going on there. But
because gay men aren't attracted to femininity.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right?
I mean, I guess it makes sense, but well, it kind of makes sense and it kind of doesn't make sense, but who knows?
It's also interesting. You're talking about the podcast. Who's a guy? Bailey? Is that the researcher that you're talking about?
Yeah, I forget his name, but yeah, that's.
But he also talks about autogynephilia, which is super interesting because I guess this attraction that some people have to viewing themselves as a female, like there's nothing in the environment that creates that. Like he postulates that it's completely genetically driven because the kind of behavior that they engage in, like no father sits their son down on their lap and says, son, right? I mean, obviously.
Son,
Michael Bailey.
Michael Bailey, yeah.
Michael Bailey, yeah.
All of the attractions I guess we can come to attractions in a friend group. Like you sit around and you're talking about what you're attracted to with other friends, and I guess that could motivate certain people. But I don't think people sit around in a friend group and talk about dressing up like a woman. Like that never happened in any of my friend groups. But
I'm sure there are some friend groups nowadays that do that, though. That's probably.
Have you brought this up with other people? Have you sat around and gone, your chaser?
It's like, yes, I'm into traps. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm okay with it. Yeah.
What happens?
I'm very open about it.
What happens when you drop? I remember the first time because I had a friend that said the same thing to me, and I was just like, I didn't realize that was even a thing. Like, I didn't know that was something people could be attracted to. So it's super surprised me and threw me off, and I mean, I felt like I had to come to terms with it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the same thing as like telling someone that you're bi or gay or something. It's not a big deal. Really.
Well, I don't think. I think it's a bit different than that, though. Honestly.
Well,
really,
why? It's more unusual, I guess. That's why it'd be different. Right?
Yeah.
But the guy's name is Michael.
Yeah, Michael Bailey. Yeah.
Okay. Considering how popular Fuda porn actually is, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that rare.
I mean, you're right. It seems like that shit's everywhere. So someone's got to be into it. I don't know. But I forgot what I was gonna say. Something probably degenerate. So I was gonna say no. I think so. Michael Bailey, he did say something interesting about autogynephilic. He was saying that when they would research this, and they'd ask the people that were autogynephilic, that would be manifesting almost universally at a very young age, in a way that makes you think it would be biological, because like if you have some 3 or 4-year-old who's really into dressing up like their sisters or their moms sexually, that's very unusual. And
Yeah,
it's like,
of
well,
course.
why would they've learned to do this, or they've got to do this? I mean, I think that for myself, there are definitely sexual interests that I was just like, I think I always had, and then there are ones that I've definitely realized developed over time, and I can even kind of create a post hoc psychological rationalization to explain why I think that I have that.
What are
interest.
they? Let us know.
I mean, I definitely think you can
So-
like push at the edges of your interests just through repeated exposure. You know, it works for food. Why wouldn't it work for sex? You know?
I mean, I guess I don't know why people would like be in a situation where that, like, they would be doing that to themselves, right?
I mean, there are limitations to it, even in the food realm.
Of course,
like there are
yes.
certain things that you're just going to find disgusting, and I don't know how many times like you can try to eat them without like you're not going to overcome that.
Right. Well, I think the way to think about it is there's certain, and this is true for all behaviors. There are certain behaviors and interests that you're going to be wired into you. There are certain ones that you could go either way depending on your environment, and then there's certain ones that you'll just never be into no matter what happens.
Right. Yeah.
And it's going to be different for everyone what those are. So
Here, let's end the tangent. But yeah, I'll tell you a really goofy, funny story to end off the tangent, okay? And we'll be done. All right. The craziest conspiracy theory I heard about vaccines were that ivermectin actually works, and the reason that the government pushed so hard against ivermectin is that basically all sexual degenerate behavior is caused by the psychological effect of having certain parasites in you. And there was one guy on 4chan who was saying, like, listen, I have a gay friend and he had COVID. He took ivermectin and he pooped out all of his parasites and he wasn't gay anymore. And this is why Biden and everyone, they're so against ivermectin, because it would kill the LGBT community.
There you go.
It's like, oh, that's a level of schizo I didn't think was possible.
There you go. It all makes sense. It all makes sense.
All of which have been used at one point or another interchangeably with cultural Marxism. Each of these words, of course, means something normal. Political correctness basically means not saying bigoted things. Woke means being aware of structural injustices. And multiculturalism means it's good that there's not just one kind of people here.
Oh my God. I mean, the first two are like part of it, but you're missing out on some other important parts, but at least it's part of it. The third one, it's like, it's not good. It's good that there are more than one type of person here. It seems to be morally neutral, whatever types of people you have around. Like, if you have one type of person in your state, okay. If you have 10 types, okay. What's the difference? As long as everyone's there willingly, like, what does it matter?
Well, the interesting thing with whenever the left talks about this is that what they really mean is that it's good that there's different types of people from different nationalities or ethnic groups, but all those people still have to exist within the framework of acceptable leftist politics, right? Like, if there's a black conservative there, oh, that's very problematic.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
No,
that's why he's actually white. Yeah, he's actually white. Yeah, because he's not politically black. Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet. There's actually a Coleman Hughes debated Jamal.
Oh, I know. I started to watch
I think
that.
is his name.
Yeah.
On whether colorblindness is racism or not, or no, whether colorblindness helps or hurts racism. And it's interesting because he said in the beginning of the conversation that he did a TED talk where he said he was in favor of colorblindness. And he said that even though when he did it in person, it was mostly well received by the audience, there was some big wigs behind the scenes at the TED talk that were so triggered by a young black man coming out in favor of colorblindness that they actually argued for a long time behind the scenes at the TED organization whether to allow his TED talk to become public or not. And they had to reach some agreement where the only reason they would allow the TED talk to become public is if he did this debate, which to me is like insane, and all those people should be fired.
It is crazy, huh? They all lost their minds over it.
Yep.
I mean, their logic will be something like colorblindness or any form of like liberal neutrality simply privileges the dominant politics, and if you're on the outside, you are automatically disprivileged by the fact that your political mode isn't the norm.
Right.
This is the mold bug, politics is the water that you swim in argument from the left.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's the standpoint epistemology thing. But you know, with the wokeness, it's funny because he's like, that just means you're aware of like structural inequalities. And it's like, as you said, like that's a part of it. But then it's like, well, what do you do with it? And that's what kind of always disgusts me when these incredibly bad actors like this guy, because this guy is a bad actor. He is a propagandist. He is a liar because he knows all this stuff. He knows that wokeness believes in the principle of wokeness in Western Marxism is that these structural inequalities and all these problems cannot be solved through the mechanisms of liberalism. And therefore, liberalism must be destroyed or deconstructed and replaced with some kind of like Marxian system. And he knows all this, but he hides it from the audience and he hides it in the video.
And even then, like the Marxian system he proposes won't even solve the problems he says they'll solve anyway.
No, make it worse.
It's not even a solution. It's just a tactic to push his politics forward.
Right. Well, and so, you know, it's funny because another thing that came up in the Destiny conversation was, you know, who's more anti-science, the left or the right? And, you know, one of the big anti-scientific things the left is pushing right now is anti-colorblindness. There's literally no science, and all the science goes against this, that just fixating on race and being race conscious is going to make people more racist, not left. And this is so hyper obvious that it's just hilarious to see lefties try to argue against this.
Hey, let's try to pause at the end of the sentences. Just to make CT's life better.
You're right. You're right. I apologize.
Look, and CT, be sure to clip out that Dev going full Antifa at the beginning there, just so we have that.
God damn it.
For the channel.
I'm going to go full Antifa on you specifically. I'll go down to California where it's legal to do so.
Splice it in with some of those weird fetishes that he has.
There you go.
To a reactionary audience, they also have a secondary meaning. They're names for a trend in our society behind which the right believes there's a powerful conspiracy. A conspiracy to, quote, destroy the West, supposedly being led by an elite of academics, corporate and media executives, and activists, all of whom the right believe are Marxists.
So,
this is so weird.
Well, here's why this is, again, why this guy is so dishonest, is because he agrees with this.
Yes, that's his goal.
Yeah, he agrees that Western liberalism is all evil, white patriarchy and should be destroyed. And yet he comes out here and makes a video where he's like, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. What are you talking about?
Right, yeah. I want to ask him, so would that be a bad thing if that happened? And of course he'd be like, of course not. That's exactly what I want.
I think what he's leaning on, and this is kind of like the dishonest word game that he does, is he's like, well, the conspiracy theory part is that all the people on the left in positions of power are not Marxists. And it's like, well, okay, that's true, right? And there's a lot of people that are pushing wokeness that don't understand what they're pushing, and they're not Marxists. That's true. But the ideology is Marxist, and this guy should know this with 100% certainty.
Right.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to look at it. So he's basically saying, yes, that's what I want, and it would be great if we were succeeding, but he's kind of butthurt that they're not. So that's why he's saying it's a conspiracy theory.
I wonder if he genuinely doesn't know, because most leftists I bump into haven't read like any of their own theory. They just think, oh man, healthcare would be good. Oh, I'll be more extreme though. You know, like most of them don't think. They don't know, they don't understand like their own fucking writers, you know? So it wouldn't surprise me if this guy genuinely doesn't know that what is cultural Marxism actually, if you follow it all the way back, came from Gramsci, who is actually a Marxist.
Yeah, I would buy that. He could have gotten this just from some BuzzFeed article and it's just regurgitating into video format.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't know where the play button is? Here, I'll show you.
And maybe also Jewish.
Was it my job to do that?
We'll get to that part later. The point of using the phrase cultural Marxism is to scare conservative voters, misinform them about...
I'm sorry, I was away from the computer, so I couldn't press play, and you guys missed something. That was very important and funny.
What did we miss? What did we miss? Here, play it again, I guess.
And maybe also Jewish, but...
Oh, there you go. It's the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a bit. It's so dumb. Like, I did a lot of looking into whether or not this was anti-Semitic, and it just isn't.
No.
this is just how you browbeat someone. It's like, oh, is there a connection to the Nazis we could trot out? Well, we've pegged the Nazis as the most evil possible thing. So if we can connect you to them, no matter how much truth value there is, you're the most evil thing. It's like, that's not an argument. You can't just define like one thing as evil, then say you're close to that, so therefore you're evil. Like,
Iverson Geterix for $20. Thank you. Says, citing any of their philosophers, the Frankfurt School, cultural Marxism, basic economics, the shady dealings of their organization, or any concrete examples of communism or socialism having been tried, are all poison terms. True. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, how are conservatives anti-Semitic if it's almost exclusively Republicans that support Israel's existence? Nani? Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's why I always thought it was funny when people would say that Trump was anti-Semitic. I'm like,
right.
I mean, I understand, even if I disagree with it. I mean, I understand people throwing the racist accusation at him, but the anti-Semitic one was like, he's like the most pro-Israel like candidate like we've ever had. I don't know.
Yeah.
His daughter, who he's probably in love with, he married a Jewish guy. So I said he made that guy like, have all these positions of power in his cabinet. So I don't. It's a weird accusation that people throw at Trump. But
yeah.
Now there obviously are people on the right that are anti-Semitic, obviously, but it's a whole nother story. Iverson Geterix for $20 says, by design, they've made you sound like a conspiracy theorist if you dare present any evidence. Attacking the Bailey does nothing to their mod. And now apparently even asking them to define their terms is a right-wing tactic. That's exactly what's going on there.
Of course,
That's exactly what's going on there. Yeah.
They're going to look at this video and say, oh, we're a bunch of racists. That's the whole point of it.
BMO for $20. Thank you, BMO says, could you both pick a number between 12 and 40 for me? This will dictate who gets turned into a Wojak today.
What?
33.
33. Wow.
That's my number. What number do you pick at?
Well, you go, Dev.
He said both. There's only two of us.
I'll do it anyway. 12
okay.
and 40? 12 and 40 was it? I'll choose 22.
34.
Okay. Mr. Price has righted me. Jeez.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, look at
Dun,
that.
dun, dun,
Jeez, I can't believe we just did that to me.
Why? Look,
God.
I have a strategy.
Okay. Bobaxi for 20 euros says, regarding multiculturalism, ask Sargon. I think he and at least one of his staff have some choice opinions about it. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, no.
Grendel Vivat, thanks so much for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you. And thank you, BMO, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, both of you guys. Thank you. Hobotastic for $20 says, yo, I've been listening to your show in the gym for a minute now. I've gained 25 pounds of muscle in 7 months. Oh, wow. Thanks for your help and keep it up. Also, do you think Tate is guilty of sex trafficking? Well, first of all, thank you, Hobotastic, for the first super chat you've ever sent to us.
Yeah.
And I'm glad
that's
that
awesome.
you gained 25 pounds of muscle. That's fantastic. If only I could work out while talking on this stream.
Stay healthy. Yeah. Well, you don't work out. I already worked out today.
I don't work out while we're streaming. That'd be pretty difficult, even with me not on camera. If you heard me
could work out before the stream, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah, you got a noise filter on it.
Yeah,
so Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate, I do think Andrew Tate probably fits
looks
the
pretty
classical
guilty,
definition of sex trafficking.
Yeah, he looks pretty guilty.
Yeah, in terms of, especially there were some new text messages that came out where he's literally talking about manipulating women to try to maintain his power over them. So, yeah.
Very pimpish.
At the very least, even if you don't think he's guilty of sex trafficking, he's definitely 100% guilty of scamming both his workers and his customers to like an insane level. So,
right, yeah, violating Peterson's first rule for life: tell the truth.
Yep. Tell the truth, or at least don't lie.
Right.
Yep.
Rolt of Givia for $25. Thank you. Says, regarding the Tuesday debate, quote, leftists and progressives have absolutely no idea how unnecessarily repellent they come off to so many people, and they get angry at the idea of being more effective social movement because they don't want to share their social spaces with people who might have gone another way. End quote. VAUSH. Not even kidding. That's hilarious that VAUSH said that.
Wow. Really?
Wow.
Oh, hilarious. Yeah, that's a giant problem.
Yeah, a lot of people got mad at me for that meme I made. Did you see the VAUSH meme I made?
Yeah, I did. I retweeted it. I hope they're not mad at me.
You know the meme of like you know the meme of like the two people like hitting on the woman, and then like with one person she's like, oh yeah, and the other person she's like calling HR.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
So I had like the attractive guy as Anna saying, hey, I prefer if you didn't call me a birthing person. And the woman's like, oh my God, you're such a transphobic bigot. And then I had the fat guy as VAUSH saying, the LGBT community is cancer. And the woman going, oh my God, based a woo woo.
Yeah.
And it's true because this is why it's so, and it's so funny because like people don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, because Anna attacked VAUSH because she's like, oh, he's a hypocrite. You know, he's calling me a transphobe, and look, here's this clip of him saying, you know, the LGBT community is cancer, and all they all suck, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
and all these lefties were like, oh, but VAUSH is correct here. This is his most base take. And I'm like, okay, like.
Well, to be honest, he's pretty correct there. It's the most base take for
sure he is, but the problem is that those are the same people that then will turn around and criticize Anna for being a transphobe.
Yeah,
so
I mean, like the issue really is like, you know, 5 years ago, before VAUSH really blew up, he was like a full class reductionist, almost a tanky.
Yes.
Like very, you know, didn't really give a shit about any of the other intersectional politics. And I don't know if he's actually changed or if he's just pursuing like success on YouTube or what, but he definitely says different things now.
That clip of Anna is so amazing. It's just so incredible.
Her calling VAUSH trash is pretty amazing.
Yeah. Those videos, you try to scrub them off the internet. I found them. It's so funny. Her timing in it is just so hilarious. God, it's funny.
She has like that
found
boomer old media. Yeah, that boomer old media energy, you know?
Yes.
It's kind of funny.
That's great. That was great.
But yeah, no, you're right. You guys really kicking off, by the way. You're like talking to all these bigger names and stuff. That's
what is that?
Good job, guys. Yeah.
What does that mean? Boomer energy. I don't get that. What does that mean?
What? Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's just like the way that she presents herself. Oh, okay, yeah.
What's that?
She definitely presents herself the way.
Shut up. Okay. Look, I thought it was great comedic timing. I don't know what it means. I don't know what the boomer energy
it was great.
means.
It was definitely great. Yeah.
Those videos you tried to erase from the internet, I found them. Like it presents a picture of her just like scouring the internet for dirt. That's just hilarious. It's hilarious.
Right.
No, she seems like somebody who would have been like very comfortable on mainstream media like 20 years ago. You know?
Oh yeah. Well, that is kind of the look and feel of the Young Turks. That's kind of what they fostered.
Sure.
So,
right.
Yeah. An alternative to mainstream media that looks a lot like mainstream media. So
right.
Obviously, we've gone in completely the different direction. I'm like obviously sitting in a bedroom. Sitch is using an avatar.
Sitch is a cartoon character. So
yeah.
Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much for the $100. Our surrogate uncle. Mark Twain's Revenge.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Says Dev, what do you think of the centrist creed I created? Embrace reason. Abhor the radical. Suffer not the fool. Glory to centrism. I'm going to keep repeating this until it becomes a thing.
Yeah.
Well, if you want me to answer that, you got to donate $100 to my channel too.
What?
It's like I generally don't like creeds. I kind of find it.
He's trying to poach our family. Okay.
I don't.
You don't like creeds? What the?
Yeah.
Why are you so racist?
I like the movie Creed. That's about it.
Yeah. I think it's great. I love it. Embrace reason, abhor the radical, suffer not the fool, glory to centrism.
It really just feels like a fedora is tipping all the way through the super chat. I don't know.
Yeah, but like in a good way.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
I like the glory to centrism because it reminds me of Papers, Please. So.
I like embrace reason. I like abhor the radical. I mean, look, suffer not fools. What's not to like about this?
Yeah, this is great.
Glory reminds me of my favorite movie, 300. We do this for glory. Come on, it's great.
Well, hold on. Glory isn't reasonable.
Glory is
it is
awesome.
It's not. No.
If it's for something reasonable, it is.
If it's glory to reason.
Yeah.
Glory itself is like an irrational thing. It's not irrational.
What are you talking about?
Glory just means something is like you take pride in it, or you hold it up as like beautiful or magnificent.
Yeah, you should take pride.
Yeah, those aren't rational. Those are just emotional responses.
Okay, loser.
We'll get to that part later. The point of using the phrase cultural Marxism is to scare conservative voters, misinform them about progressive politics and who holds institutional power under capitalism, and advance a violent white supremacist agenda.
Who
like
holds
those dings.
power? Yeah, right. It was weird because
Yeah,
there were
that's a
dings with
lot
no
of-
visual,
Yeah.
nothing visual. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like there should have been like a list appearing or something with those dings.
Maybe there was originally because he's kind of like pointing, but there's nothing there. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering if the editor just didn't put anything there.
I mean, like I mean, I've had this happen a few times where like I've made a video and I've like edited a graphic, then I've accidentally disabled the layer and then uploaded it.
You're like,
And I was like, oh shit,
yeah.
the graphic's not in the video.
I feel like
no,
I need to pull up a graphic for a gaslighting warning through this entire video because we're just being gaslit so badly here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm assuming it sounds like this guy's argument is that essentially the conspiracy must be untrue because he believes in cultural hegemony in terms of that all of our culture is dictated and controlled by capitalists. And so obviously they're not going to be promoting anything that's anti-capitalism.
It's so
Right.
stupid.
And if you're a conservative watching this video, I know that right now I probably sound like a lefty stereotype. But I promise that's really what this rhetoric is about, and I can actually show you if you let me walk you through the evidence.
Let's see it.
So, spoiler warning, I've already watched this video.
Okay.
He doesn't make any arguments or provide evidence for his claims. He only tries to racist man bad the right-wing claims.
Oh, okay.
So keep this in mind. He said he was going to prove his argument, but we'll see.
Why don't we start with a quick history lesson? The cultural Marxism conspiracy theory first appeared in the US in the mid-90s, early 2000s-ish. But it's possible to trace a similar idea back to 1930s Germany and the Nazis.
Okay, here we go.
When the Nazis came to power, they designated as one of their enemies something they...
So he said a
You're
similar
pausing
idea.
in the middle of the sentence.
Sorry. Here, we'll go.
Where's
we'll
the
go back a bit.
marshmallow? Look.
Okay. So
Keep
he
in
said,
mind, marshmallows in front of you. You get 2 marshmallows if you can avoid
I'm
pausing.
too fat for marshmallows. I don't want them. Now listen. He said a similar idea appeared in 1930s Germany, which is true. A similar idea did appear. It is not the same idea.
Yeah.
And it had a completely different source.
Bogus. Yeah.
Right.
This is
Totally.
bullshit. But because it uses some of the same words and it looks similar if you squint your eyes, he's going to try to make a comparison here, or a connection. But there is no connection. Okay, let's go. Sorry.
But it's possible to trace a similar idea back to 1930s Germany and the Nazis. When the Nazis came to power, they designated as one of their enemies something they called cultural Bolshevism, or alternatively, Judeo-Bolshevism. Cultural Bolshevism was a conspiracy theory promoted by Hitler.
Sorry. Listen. I just want to go back a bit. Watch the animations on his titles as they appear, okay?
They designated as one of their enemies something they called cultural
Look at that.
Bolshevism, or alternatively, Judeo.
Why is it so laggy? It goes at like 2 frames a second. Do you see that?
Yeah, I thought that was just my end. I didn't realize that you guys were saying
I thought it was like the watch together, but like watch the poster turn, all right?
To 1930s Germany and the Nazis. When the Nazis came to
the
power,
poster
they
just
designated as
perfectly
one of their
rotates.
enemies something they called cultural
But something's
Bolshevism,
lagging out
or
his
alternatively,
titles.
Judeo-Bolshevism. Cultural Bolshevism was a conspiracy theory
You know, it's funny
Really?
because that you bring this up because there's a part in the video that's really funny where there's like a 3 or 4 second chunk where he accidentally sped up his audio like 2 times speed and didn't fix it, and it's really weird because I'm like, how do you accidentally speed up your audio? That's never happened to me before. So
I mean, like this sort of thing can happen if your computer's extremely laggy while exporting the video, so it just encodes all the skips. Like that's possible.
of course. That is
But,
possible.
or like if he's running it on a laggy computer and then like screen capping it or something.
I mean, he gets a lot of views. You should be able to buy a better computer for editing or something.
All right.
I don't know.
Let's get back to the
How about this
substance of the
picture?
video.
Listen.
Yeah,
As a
the picture?
Jew,
Mhm.
I kind of love that picture. I like that guy. Looks kind of cool, right? He looks like, doesn't that look like a good album cover or something?
It probably has been at one point.
I bet.
You know who that is, right? Who that depicts?
Isn't it's one of the socialist guys?
Yeah, it's
One of the
Trotsky.
communist guys. Trotsky, yeah.
Wow.
So they're saying like, listen,
Was Trotsky
You know,
even Jewish?
yeah, he was Jewish.
Okay.
The Jew Trotsky and his communism has taken over Russia, and now it's coming for Germany. That's basically what's
Gotcha.
being said here. Yeah.
Wow, I just looked up Trotsky. He looks kind of like socialist Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, kind of.
Bolshevism.
I think this was actually made after Trotsky had been expelled from the Soviet Union.
Well, that's
Because
kind
like
of ironic.
after Lenin died, it was Trotsky versus Stalin, and Stalin won, and then Trotsky went into exile.
Of course.
And Stalin wasn't Jewish, so I guess they had to blame it on somebody, right? So they blamed it on the Jew.
Well, and wasn't the thought process too that Stalin was like significantly worse than Trotsky?
Nah, to be honest,
No?
I think that's only because
Really?
I think that's
Okay. So
only
they're just
because
both, they're both shitty.
I think it's only because Stalin had power. Like there were moments where Trotsky commanded certain parts of the Red Army, and they did some atrocities. Trotsky is not innocent.
Oh no, listen, we're talking about like genocidal dictators, right?
Yeah.
But there's got to be one that's worse.
What's the deal with Trotsky? What's Trotsky's claim to fame?
Basically, he believed that Stalin had not implemented the true socialism. He instead built what he called a degenerated workers' state. So he coined that term. He also coined the term Hitler particle. So you'll see a lot of leftists online say particles of Hitler or like fascist particle or something. It was his belief that the petty bourgeois, even though they have more in common materially with the proletariat, they will always side with the bourgeois against the proletariat in a revolution. The petty bourgeois are the people who own their own businesses. So like, yes, so the proletariat, they work the means of production owned by somebody else. The bourgeois, they own the means of production, but they don't work it. And the petty bourgeois, they work means of production that they themselves own. So if you own your own small little shop or your own little enterprise, you're a petty bourgeois. So even though materially they're very similar to the working class, they will always side against the working class against a socialist revolution because they have a lot to lose. They're going to lose their shop. So Trotsky's basically the hatred of self-employment and self-sufficiency comes from Trotsky's political theory on the left.
And that's why shoplifting is okay.
Pretty much, yeah. We got him to thank for that.
Was a conspiracy theory promoted by Hitler, Goebbels, and other prominent Nazis that a plot of Jewish communists was out to destroy German society and the West. Hitler and Goebbels would make a point of calling Marx Karl Heinrich Marx, kind of like how some conservatives call Obama Barack Hussein Obama, and would repeatedly mention that important figures in socialist history were Jewish, like Leon Trotsky or Rosa Luxemburg. Then they would claim...
Was Saddam Hussein socialist? I don't think that's why they called Barack Hussein Obama Barack Hussein Obama.
Well, no, he just means in terms of like, they're just trying to demonize him in some fashion.
Okay. Yeah, because he has like a weird name kind of thing.
Sounds like a foreigner, like he's some kind of Muslim.
I mean, Saddam Hussein, he was a Ba'athist, which is like a form of Islamic socialism. So, but I don't think anyone in the States even knows that, to be honest.
Right.
Claim incorrectly and without any basis in fact that a few Jewish people controlled the world, the banks, the government, that they were communists, and that they were bringing about chaos, destruction, and degeneracy. All justifications the Nazis would then use for the Holocaust and the mass executions of left-wing opposition during their rule. Here's a couple of quotes of the kind of stuff they said.
Okay, hold on. Before we get into these quotes, real quick. Okay. I mean, I looked into this for a video that I'll probably do at some point in the future. I mean, when it comes to average Jewish wealth in Germany versus the average German wealth in Germany, Jews had like something 5% more wealth per capita or something like that.
That's 5% global control, okay?
So like, well, the thing is like when you're talking about the working class, it's not very much. When you're talking about the ruling class, that can actually be quite a bit, you know, like the people at the very top of society.
Right.
So this obviously doesn't fucking... I'm not coming out as pro-Holocaust here, guys. I'm not coming out as pro-Holocaust. All right. I'm saying that like just because a Nazi made an observation does not mean that that observation is extremely wrong to the point that its opposite must be purely correct. All right. That's kind of the logic that he's using here.
I mean, the issue is with a lot of Jewish Germans is that I'm sure that there were Jews in Germany, especially like here in America, who were, you know, disproportionately in higher positions of wealth or power. And when you're kind of cultivating this racial animus where you're trying to blame all your problems on some outgroup, it's very easy to point to an outgroup that is, you know, doing a little bit better than you and say, these are the people that are like causing all the bad things in our society.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And also, see, so he's pointing out figures within the Nazi Party that are like very well known for their extreme anti-Semitism, right? But then there's also other figures in the Nazi Party, which we know he's not going to talk about, like the Strasser brothers. They were also very anti-Semitic, but anti-Semitism didn't drive their politics. Anti-capitalism did. And they were anti-Semitic because of its connection to anti-capitalism. They say, listen, if the Jews actually are, you know, the international finance banking class, and we're anti-capitalists, we also have to be anti-Jewish. That was like that was the logic of the Strasserites, right? So it's the conversation is so much more complicated than he's ever going to go into.
Of course. Well, and also, I mean, even though, like, I think Karl Marx was born Jewish, right?
Yeah.
Even though Karl, like, if we're gonna play the anti-Semitic card, even though Karl Marx was born Jewish, like, he's, you know, written pretty extensively about how he renounced Judaism and thought that the Jews were like pretty shitty.
Wow.
He even wrote this, that he thought like capitalism and Judaism were kind of intertwined in some kind of, you know, non-reconcilable fashion. So like if we're gonna go down the anti-Semitic route, I mean, Karl Marx was definitely I'd say a self-hating anti-Semitic Jew.
Yeah, so he wrote that very famous essay called On the Jewish Question.
Yeah. And
there's a bunch of different things in that essay that actually are unrelated to Jews. I've cited it many times for a different idea that's in there. But the main part of the essay is describing how Jewish culture is inherently capitalist and how abolishing capitalism has to mean abolishing the Jew.
Yes.
And it's like, well,
yes.
Well,
and that's why this is so hilarious. Like this whole video,
it's like, okay, it's kind of trite, but I mean, National Socialism did actually mean National Socialism. It's not just in the name. Sure. There are some crossovers and connections between the ideologies for sure.
Right.
Anyway, flash forward.
Wait, hold on. He's not going to go into that anymore?
60-ish years later.
Yeah, so nothing about the Frankfurt School or this, you know, Gramsci or the evolution of Marxism. No, it's just we go straight from the Nazis to like it's 1980. The Republicans are at it again.
Nothing. There's no connection. Okay.
No, nothing.
That's such bullshit. Also, yeah, see, he didn't even talk about its actual origin in Gramsci. He just said the Nazis did something similar.
Yes.
And he didn't even describe what the Nazis did. Not really. Like he talked about like the capitalist element, but like a big part of it was what they called degenerate artwork. That like you had, according to the Nazis, there were these Jewish artists living in Germany who were making like sexually explicit material, and they were degrading the culture of Germany, and like this had to be banned in order for German culture to reassert itself. And like there was a very anti-sexual component to this. He just didn't even talk about.
Right. Well, it's funny because like if he actually did, you know, better research, he could have definitely tried to tie this into the groomer thing, to throw further at the Republicans. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because
come on, second thought. Why are we doing your work for you here? Okay, take more than 2 thoughts about something. Try a third.
Mm-hmm. Try a third thought. That should be his other channel. Third thought.
Third thought.
Yeah.
Now, the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory is created by these guys: Michael Minicino, Gerald Atkinson, and William Lind. Throughout the mid-90s and early 2000s, all 3 of these paleoconservative authors, alongside a few others, wrote articles with some random mix of the words cultural Marxism, Frankfurt School, and political correctness in the title.
Explain the Frankfurt School. Explain it. Don't just talk about it. Explain it.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't actually explain or go into any of this stuff. And it's funny because Ryan Chapman did a great video, I don't know if you've seen it, on sort of like the origins of wokeness, and he kind of goes through a lot of the things that you went through in your STL video. Mm-hmm. And he talks about, like, you can literally just go to Google Scholar and type in like cultural Marxism, and you'll see like a lot of articles about cultural Marxism.
Like, so, man, I said this in my video. All right, 2007, I'm going into university. I'm a young dumb kid, and I go into my Introduction to Critical Theory class. First year university. It was pegged as a literature course. It was more than a literature course.
Wow.
But he's like, you know what? I need a literature credit. This sounds good. Introduction to critical theory. I like being critical. I like having critical thinking.
They tricked the fuck out of you.
I'm going to go into this class. All right. 2007. And you know what? The professor talked about cultural Marxism. It was just a neutral academic term to describe what was going on. It's like this, listen, you have like economic Marxism and you have cultural Marxism. And it's like, okay, understood. And in 2007, this was not controversial at all. It was just what academics called it. Then I think once my generation left the universities, entered into the workforce, and it became known outside of the university, that's when they had to like rewrite history and change the Wikipedia article and do all this bullshit.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because like on Google Scholar, I found this article. I think it's even from 2013 or a little earlier. So it was like right before like the memo got passed down where all the Marxists had to pretend cultural Marxism wasn't real anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's written by this guy called Douglas Keller, who if you look up on Wikipedia, it says, Douglas Keller is an American academic who works at the intersection of third-generation critical theory in the tradition of the Frankfurt Institute of Social Research. Okay, so yeah, so this guy, you know, very obviously very socialist, and he wrote an article called "Cultural Marxism and Cultural Studies," and it's just about like literally going through what kind of what you went through and what Ryan Chapman went through about like the evolution of Marxism, the cultural Marxism, and he just talks about it very plainly. So. It's so hilarious that like, oh, well, here's a literal devotee of the Frankfurt School talking about the evolution of cultural Marxism, but I'm supposed to believe it's some kind of conspiracy theory.
Man, if you still have that, you got to send it to me.
Sure, I'll send you right now.
All right, I'm gonna take a look at that because that sounds something I want to check out.
I don't know why the URL is like 10 pages.
That is a fucking wild URL. Do I have to like divine the meaning out of this?
It is not a virus though.
It doesn't work actually. The URL.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll find some way to send it to you.
And Linz ended up becoming the most influential of the bunch, and kickstarting the cultural Marxism craze. So that's what we'll focus on in this video. Like his two buddies, Lin lays out the basic idea behind what he thinks cultural Marxism is, and why he thinks it's a problem. For starters, he thinks cultural Marxism is to blame for basically everything he doesn't like.
Where does all this stuff we've heard about this morning, the victim feminism, the gay rights movement, the invented statistics, the rewritten history, the lies, the demands, all of the rest of it, where does it come from? For the first time in our history, Americans have to be fearful of what they say, of what they write, and of what they think. They have to be afraid of using the wrong word, a word that is denounced as offensive or insensitive, as racist, sexist, or homophobic. Where does it come from? What is it? We call it political correctness. Political correctness is cultural Marxism.
For a country that's been steeping in Red Scare rhetoric for nearly a century at this point, associating basically anything with socialism, Marxism, or communism is a pretty safe bet to get conservatives to hate it.
Okay, first of all, how do you feel about that pun? Because I really didn't appreciate that pun at all.
Wait, I missed the pun. What was the pun?
So you see how it's the teacup next to him?
Yeah.
When he was saying steeping, he was literally steeping a tea bag in a cup.
Oh, wow. Visual pun. No, right. I don't like it. I don't like it
that was
at all.
Clever. I like it.
That is not clever. No, you're wrong.
Listen, I love all puns. Puns are just great. All right.
As someone who used a lot of puns in their videos, that was pretty cringe. Okay.
Yeah.
Like you either have to do it or you don't do it. There's none of this like wishy-washy, like every once in a blue moon, I'm going to have this random pun in my video. No, I refuse.
Did you just say used puns in your videos?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's.
So you don't make videos anymore?
Guy.
No, didn't you know this?
Oh, I thought you had I thought you're still doing like that. I'm coming back one day, guys.
I am, supposedly.
Supposedly. Oh, okay.
Hypothetically.
Okay, so that's William S. Lind. Okay, do you guys know any details on William S. Lind?
Yes, you know, it's funny. I forget, but we watched one of these videos that referenced him, and it's funny because he has a brilliant quote, and then he immediately follows it up with something really stupid. Which is the brilliant quote is is essentially that the problem with ideologies is that when you adhere to an ideology, there'll always be a time where reality won't match the ideology. So then you have to warp reality to match the ideology, essentially, which I think is very true. And it's a great quote. He then immediately drops his pants and then falls onto a rake and hits himself in the dick.
Right.
Because then he immediately says, conservatism is not an ideology. It's just looking at what worked in the past. And to me, that's like, okay,
that is an ideology. How can you say that? Oh,
right.
It drives me insane.
So I'm just like, oh, okay.
Well, I kind of get his point a little bit.
I understand what he's trying to say, but it's wrong.
Yeah, there's like Hannah Arendt at one point said that socialists become conservatives after the revolution. So if conservative actually just means whatever the status quo is,
right, then
it would on some level not be an ideology.
Well, no, it is, because the ideology is to say whatever the ideological bent to it is to say whatever is currently working, whatever is tradition is what should be upheld. That's the ideology.
Right. Even what has worked in the past will continue to work is kind of part of the ideology.
Right.
When you don't necessarily know if that's true. Is he like a racist or anything? I mean, I don't know. Kind of has a racist look about him. Well, no, I feel like that's why
white-haired.
I feel that's why he's using him, obviously, and he's heavily implying that he's a racist. I'm looking.
I'll tell you exactly why. I was trying to find the source of this. I couldn't find it on the fly, but it exists in my Gramsci video. So just go and watch the video again. Okay.
This is William S. Lind, American conservative author. This is, I think, the first I've ever encountered him.
So remember I mentioned Joan Braun and her 3 figures as to why this is a cultural Marxist conspiracy theory, why it's anti-Semitic?
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the 3 figures she cites is William S. Lind. And the reason that she cites him is because he is commonly reported as having gone to a conference back in 2003 of various anti-Semites who were all discussing anti-Semitism. And at that conference, you had like Ku Klux Klan type guys, you had neo-Nazi type guys, you had like just various flavors of anti-Semitism. And this was an anti-Semitic conference. And he shows up and he talks about, and he mentioned offhandedly that like all the people in the Frankfurt School were Jewish, with the implication being that he disapproved of them because they were Jewish. I looked into that, and what it actually was is it wasn't actually a anti-Semitic conference. It was a very broad right-wing conference that had normal neoconservatives there. It had paleo-conservatives. It had libertarians. It had a lot of racists, for sure. It had like Ku Klux Klan members and stuff. But basically, it was an extremely broad, open-door conference. Anyone who was even vaguely right-wing of any stripe could show up. And in fact, when he took the stage, he specifically said, listen, I'm more of like a Republican kind of establishment guy, and though I have some overlap with people at this conference, I am not a Holocaust denialist like you guys. I am not an anti-Semite. Like he's and you know, like if you actually watch him talk at the conference, it's almost like he's fearing getting canceled. Back in 2003, where there really wasn't any political canceling, he's like, still, I'm gonna say I'm not associated with you guys, even though I'm here. Like that's kind of the vibe I got when I watched him talk at this conference. So it's just that the charge is that he went to a conference with anti-Semites while not being an anti-Semite himself, and then that was spun into the current narrative.
Well, he made that one line about them being Jewish, so.
Yeah, that was it.
You sound skeptical, Sitch.
Maybe
no.
Did he go? Was he Daryl Davising it, or was he like in on the circle jerk?
To be clear, I'm not skeptical because I mean I haven't done a deep dive on Lind, but when I was reading through a lot of his stuff, I mean I wasn't seeing anything that was anti-Semitic or racist. Nothing jumped out at me.
Yeah,
I mean I disagree with
him.
He's like super. I mean he's paleoconservative. I don't agree with a lot of paleoconservative ideas at all. But it wasn't jumping out at me as like a big racist or anything. And the fact that when I look him up, the only racist accusation they throw at him is the thing that Deb just talked about, and the fact that he talks about cultural Marxism. And to me, if like even the people that are out to paint him as a big racist, they have like, and that's their job, I would assume that they would have pulled up some, they would have actually had the details. And if even they don't have the receipts, then I'm very skeptical. So
okay, good to know.
Yeah. Like, and just in a more general sense, I don't. It just seems so slimy when they're like, okay, this guy's a racist. Why? Well, he gave one offhanded comment before a conference about how the Frankfurt School were all Jewish. And then also he went on the stage and then said that he's not anti-Semitic. He doesn't agree with the rest of you guys. But we're going to leave that part of the story. So like the most tenuous connection. And then they turn around and they simp for some of the worst fucking people who actually are way worse than this guy. Like Trotsky, for example, who actually killed people. Like, it's wild. It's wild that they have so much scrutiny for. Like, maybe this guy actually is a secret anti-Semite. Like, who fucking knows, right? Like, but like he didn't do anything with these beliefs, so they have so much scrutiny for this one guy because he's not on their political side. But then they have all the exceptions in the world for the people who are their friends. You know?
Of course,
morality binds and blinds.
Yeah.
Yes. And I mean, look at Second Thought. Look at him. Look how smug he looks.
Oh yeah.
Look at that smug
He's like,
face.
I got the goods right here. Just look at his face.
He always looks smug in his videos, I've noticed.
He's one of the smuggest people around.
And you probably already know that this rhetoric hasn't changed since.
The perspective is that anything white is bad because that's the dominant culture. You dehumanize people. You don't treat them as individuals. It is a Marxist ideology.
So that's true.
Yeah.
He just played a clip of he just played a clip of something, which that is a facet of CRT and some of these other beliefs. That is just a true statement. Yeah, what he said is true.
Yep.
How is it? It's so funny because like Second Thought, because he's so in the bubble, he just plays clips of people saying things that I'm like, yeah, I mean that's accurate, and then he doesn't respond to it or explain why it's wrong. He just plays a clip of it and says, "See, they're racist.
They're talking about race." Well, this is the white, non-white, oppressed narrative. So, okay, respond.
I would love to talk to Second Thought. I don't know if he would come on the show. I don't know if he's ever talked to anyone or streamed to anyone. I don't know, because I would be super curious to ask him about like, how can he believe that we live in some kind of like Western capitalist hegemony, right, and not accept what that guy just said about the whole like everything white is bad, because that is basically the framework of CRT.
Yeah, that's his belief.
You know, the cultural Marxists, what they thrive on is chaos, personal chaos, people being made miserable, people living in fear. If you live in fear, you can't run a business, you can't build your business, build your family. Spirituality goes out the window, and that's how they win.
These are the right's favorite lies. In truth, not many people would object to what's actually taught in women's, queer, or black studies departments.
So this is why this is weird. So he says, these are lies. Okay, so he said that those two statements we just heard were lies, and then he says people wouldn't actually object to what is being taught in women's, queer, and race studies. Right. He doesn't spend any of the rest of the video at all explaining how those are lies and then explaining what's actually taught in these things.
So he just asserts it and moves on.
Yeah.
It's so stupid, man.
Professors in these departments all more or less research and then teach pretty easily verifiable truths. Like, some groups in the US are marginalized on the basis of their class, race, gender, and/or sexual orientation. Some parts of our culture and of our economy make this marginalization both easier and cause it to feel more normalized. Historical and contemporary facts point to the conclusion that this is more of a feature, not a bug, of capitalism. They're not teaching white kids to hate themselves or rewriting history or whatever.
Wait. Okay. Really? Let's go back. I want you to really listen to what he said. Because he said it in like a calm voice to make it sound reasonable. What he said is actually kind of fucking insane if you like really listen to it. Okay. He kind of drops the ball here.
Race. Professors in these departments all more or less research and then teach pretty easily verifiable truths. Like, some groups in the US are marginalized on the basis of their class, race, gender, and/or sexual orientation. Some parts of our culture and of our economy make this marginalization both easier and cause it to feel more normalized. Historical and contemporary facts point to the conclusion that this is more of a feature, not a bug, of capitalism.
Okay, so he just made three assertions, again with no evidence or anything.
Right.
He said, number one, some groups are marginalized because of their race, class, or gender.
Right.
Okay. And when he says this, he means from a systemic perspective, right? That's why he's using the term marginalized. He doesn't mean like, oh, people are racist. No, he means society is marginalizing people because of their race, class, or gender. That's number one.
Through capitalism.
The best, the best faith interpretation of this is like, because there was slavery and slavery has downstream effects on future generations that were freed, which it does, to be fair. Black people who exist today still feel some of those downstream effects, therefore systemic racism.
Obviously.
Systemic racism. Yeah.
Obviously. I would never disagree with that, and I don't think I would hope no one would disagree with that, because it's very obviously true. Right. So number one, assertion. Society is marginalizing these people because of race, class, or gender. Number two, this marginalization is normalized by society. Okay. Meaning that society is basically saying it's justifiable and normal to marginalize whatever these groups of people are. Number three, this is an intentional feature of our society.
Right.
Okay.
This is totally CRT all the way.
Yes. Right. So he plays a clip of someone saying, oh, you know, everything, they say that everything white is bad. And he says, no, that's a lie. They're not doing that. They're just saying that our society is intentionally set up to marginalize non-white people. And
which is saying the same fucking thing with more words.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell? Like, this is so stupid. Like, and he just says it in this, like, oh, I say in this calm, reassuring voice with bigger words. So I just hope you didn't notice, right?
Nobody watching this video broke down anything he said there. They were just like, whatever.
No, they just zoned out. Because, like, the idea that we live in a society that by design was today, right? We're not talking about in like the 1700s, that today exists to intentionally marginalize and normalize the systemic marginalization of people on the basis of their race, class, and gender is a radical belief. And if you actually believe that, then what is the solution other than to destroy the roots of that society and replace it with something like socialism? Question mark?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, the natural end result of this is like, well, wait, why are those white cops arresting that black person? Well, because he just robbed a store and where he broke the law. It's like, well, systemic racism. Therefore, it's such stupidity. Like, even if you have, okay, what's the way I want to word this without fucking putting a foot in my mouth? It's like, listen, even if you have a reason for doing the wrong thing, you're still doing the wrong thing. Even if systemic racism led your life down a path where you're now robbing a store, you still need to be arrested and locked up. It's just it's so dumb. Well, it's so on the face stupid of it. Like I'm surprised we have to litigate it, you know?
That's what's annoying, is that it's like there's, and this is where the tribalism comes from. There's like this weird moral foundation that happens on the left where they just, if there's like a person committing a crime, there is an instinctive moral intuition to basically try to say like, oh, well, this person, you know, it's not their fault. They were conditioned by society essentially because of negative outcomes in their life to do this crime. So we should be empathetic to them. And there isn't really consideration to the person that has been victimized until they have personally been victimized by a crime. And then suddenly that all goes out the window, right? So.
Well, yeah, that's because usually the person, like the person who has been victimized, they either own a shop, so they're petty bourgeois, and therefore it's justified action against a trader, or they're like a corporation, and so they are just bourgeois, and so you fuck them, or they're like, it's very like, in the minds of the left, it's very rare that poor people rob poor people, which is just false. They do it all the time, but you know what I mean? Like, they just don't see it that way. They see robbery as being like class action
or Aladdin or something.
Yeah. So
I think that's a big part of it. I think another big part of it is that a lot of people on the left sort of automatically, they don't even realize they're doing this. They kind of automatically look at it like, well, the shop owner has the law and society on their side, so they're part of like the hierarchical big system that's protected, where the criminal is like the person that no one's looking out for and is thus oppressed by society. And I think they have this kind of like immediate emotional reaction along those lines, and it leads them down this idiotic pathway, essentially.
I think 99% of it is projection. They think I would not do anything like this unless I was in dire straits. Therefore, they're in dire straits and doing this for that reason. I think it's
that
simple.
could very well be a big part of it too. Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
they have to have a good reason to be doing this, because I would have to have a good reason to be doing this.
Right.
Yeah. There were some ideas in the Soviet Union where like if someone was stealing stuff, they just weren't properly educated, and so it was like it was a policy problem. It was like a socialization problem. So the criminal was actually innocent, and it was society was to blame, right? But like if you were like an educated person who you were a counter-revolutionary, that was actually your fault, because you should know better. They could not possibly have known better.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and I brought this up, and it's kind of this is a very annoying facet of human nature that drives me crazy, which is that everyone's probably worked a job where there's like the crazy person that they work with, and the person who's like a crazy, unreasonable, like asshole is not punished for being crazy and unreasonable. They're essentially rewarded, because it's like, oh, well, I don't want to like deal with the crazy person, so I'm gonna like kind of do whatever they want, and I'm gonna like offload their responsibilities to other people because they'll be less crazy when I ask them to do something, right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of, and that's kind of like the same thing. It's like, oh, well, you know, we can't hold, like when someone is crazy and reasonable for some reason, it's like, oh, we kind of view them as like not like we view them as like an NPC. They're not like responsible for their actions for some reason. Yeah. And it's like, no, like it's literally fuck those people. Those people should be punished. You should do everything you can to punish those people.
Yeah.
So I think you guys have watched your fair share of Tim Pool on this channel. Have you ever heard Tim Pool use the phrase anarcho-tyranny to refer to this?
I have, but I don't remember what the context was.
It was the only time I've heard him. I've heard him. I know he uses it more than this, but the one time that I personally saw it was in this debate with Lance, where he was talking about the guy getting choked out in the New York subway.
Right.
And he called it anarcho-tyranny. So anarcho-tyranny comes from Sam Francis.
The fear of anarchism is what he's talking about, right?
Well, no, actually. Anarcho-tyranny comes from Sam Francis. And Sam Francis is this he's a white nationalist. He's an open white nationalist. The far right loves him. Scrump has been shilling his book for fucking years. All right. Like, however, it's a good book, actually. It actually is a good book if you if you can get past the white nationalist part of it. All right. But like he developed an idea called anarcho-tyranny. And it refers to armed dictatorship without rule of law. So the idea basically is that the police, the authorities of society, if you get attacked, they will not attack the person who's attacking you in your defense. They will attack you for being a victim and for breaking the peace, because you as a victim, you're a responsible agent, and your attacker is not a responsible agent because he's homeless or he's a drug user or he's somehow out of his mind. Right. So the idea is that like it's a complete inversion of what proper policing should be. If there's an altercation, the police come to the side of the attacker, not the victim. And Sam Francis coined this as anarcho-tyranny. And the reason he called it that is because he was writing in response to a whole bunch of left-wingers who are saying like, it's okay to loot. It's okay to like just destroy things and steal from people and attack people you don't like in the street. And how even in his time, the liberal state was kind of being a little bit, light-handed with them, because we've seen them be like a little bit light-handed with Antifa or BLM, in the past few years, right? So, yeah, there's a wing of right, like very far right political thought that is basically just it's this belief that the main reason the liberal state is illegitimate and is collapsing, and that they should collapse it and have some sort of right-wing revolution, is because the police do not do their jobs anymore, and they do not defend your average person.
Well, I don't agree that it's the police doing that. I think depending on where you live, there are definitely prosecutors that engage in that behavior, where they will go after people, I think wrongly, that are defending themselves or are completely innocent. But I don't think the police are necessarily doing that. At least I'm not really hearing stories about the police doing that.
It does seem to be the case that like police say, listen, we want to arrest them, but like the mayor told us we can't, our hands are tied. Or like they are, like in Portland, they arrest them and then they all just get let loose afterwards.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's like it's like the police are arresting them, but then there's somewhere else up the chain that's kind of where the problem lies. I don't think it's like on the ground officers that are the ones that are like arresting the victim of a crime.
Yeah.
Did you see the viral video of the two guys in the 7-Eleven beating the shit out of that guy for stealing cigarettes and stuff?
Yes, I did see that.
And he's getting charged. He's getting charged, not the thief.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, hold on a second. No, they came out and said that they're not going to charge the 7-Eleven guys. They were looking at them. They're like, not in this town, not in Stockton. These guys are not being investigated at all. They did nothing wrong. Yeah.
So I saw an initial report stating that they were actually going to charge the 7-Eleven guys for beating the
they came out and said, nah, that's not true. They're like,
so do you think there was a change because of public backlash or because they never
Hell
intended
yeah.
Wait. What I mean though is like, do you think that they initially intended to charge the 7-Eleven guys, but then the public backlash was so great they pulled back, or they never intended to do it and it was just like it was just like some Twitter account made something go viral or something?
I think they were looking to see which way the wind was blowing, and the public support was on the side of the 7-Eleven guys. So they just said, yeah, there's no way we're going to charge these guys.
Okay. If the public support wasn't on the side of the 7-Eleven guys, you think they would have charged them?
Well, yeah, that's what they did obviously in the George Floyd situation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, here's an article.
So this is kind of what like a lot of these right-wing political theorists are getting into. Yeah, look at the definition. Yeah, anarcho-tyranny is law without order, a constant busybodying about behavior that does not at all derive from a shared moral consensus. So yeah, the idea that like if you are attacked, you're the criminal, not your attacker, and the state will come and intervene on your attacker's behalf.
I love that Sitch is like the official fact checker of Adam. What do we got, Sitch?
Well, I'm trying to find articles that talk clearly about who, if anyone, is being charged.
I just saw a couple articles I just saw a couple articles that said they weren't going to be charged.
Let's see. Police identify the subject.
Oh, they've got all of them. But I know people were pushing for them to be charged as for assault, obviously.
Yeah, I know. And I saw people claiming that was the case, but these articles that I'm finding, none of them say who's being charged at all, if anyone.
Well, I mean, I saw an article specifically saying that they were dropping charges, or here, I'll look for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I only saw Twitter posts saying that they were being charged, so I kind of took that with a grain of salt.
Right.
Twitter post, right? Okay, here, I pulled it up, yeah.
Stockton Mayor announces 7-Eleven workers will not be charged in epic beatdown. That's the headline.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's great.
Breaking, Stockton Mayor announces 7-Eleven workers are not being charged in the epic beatdown of looter. They called him a looter. Look at that. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, I saw another article on that. If you want to search that headline, you can find it.
Okay, see, this is why Google's been getting just crappier and crappier.
I know you can't. Why can't you find that?
Right, because you think that should be like the only articles I could find were from from earlier. You're like, okay, where's the latest? Give me the latest article.
This was like a week ago.
This article that you just talking about is from 2 days ago.
Okay.
It says it's from Daily Mail. 7-Eleven owners who beat up serial cigarette shoplifter with a stick will not face charges. Republican mayor says, as thief is charged with robbery and vandalism. So
that's right. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. I mean,
take that, anarcho-tyranny.
Right.
I mean, yes, it's good that they're being charged, obviously, right? Like you can't just like, holy fuck.
What do you mean? It's good that they're not being charged.
It's good that the actual criminal is being charged. What I mean.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah, not the owners of the store. Yeah.
Okay, so here, I'm gonna read this out a little bit. Okay, so I looked it up. All right, so I got the history of from the Sam Francis thing. Listen, Sam Francis is a great writer, but he's very, very racist. Okay, so just
Why do you want to read this racist shit on our show?
Don't read anything that's gonna get us.
No. I'm not gonna read anything. I'm not
go
gonna
over
read
to your channel and read all this racist shit.
I'm not gonna read anything that'll get you taken down.
I hate racism. Okay? I don't even want to hear it.
What is? I think we get the anarcho-tyranny.
Yeah, we're bombing the party here. Look.
I think we
okay. Well,
this is supposed to be fun.
We got it.
What? Your second thought's supposed to be fun?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, this is look. This is a laugh. This is a riot fest here. This guy's insane.
Okay.
Come on.
So, the reason that I bring this stuff up.
We want to laugh
right?
at delusional people, and Dev is like, let me read this Opus Maximus on racism here. It's
well,
like,
hold on.
oh,
This
come
guy's
on,
also delusional.
please.
He's also delusional, Adam.
Yeah, but
Right-wing
let's
delusion
just
is also pretty funny.
Stick on the topic here.
That's
Let's be fun.
Okay, fine. Here, give me one sentence then. I'll just say it
No,
like this, all right?
look,
The
it's boring.
reason,
No,
the
nobody
reason
wants
that
this.
I talk about random weird right-wing political theorists like Moldbug,
Because you
or
love
like
them.
Sam
Because
Francis,
you're
or
hiding
like,
your power level.
am I hiding my power level? That's what it is.
Yeah.
Maybe,
no.
I don't know.
No,
Are
the
you?
main reason is because it's when you only understand the left wing. No, here, come on. When you only understand the left wing writers,
why are you stuttering? Why are you taking so long? What's going
I'm
on
thinking
here?
about it because my brain works slowly. Okay, listen. When you only
This
understand
just became
the
a struggle
left-wing writers,
session.
when you only understand left-wing writers, and you only watch, far left pieces of shit like Second Thought here,
Mhm.
yeah. It's very easy to understand their writers and their ideas because they're so culturally common. You see them fucking everywhere, right? But you have equally crazy right-wing people who are putting out equally crazy political theories in response to the craziness, and like I feel like no one knows about them, and they're in my opinion just as important because so many right-wingers talk about these theories even if they don't understand them or you don't even know where they're getting them from. There's like diffusing down through Tim Pool or something, and it's just like there's a conversation happening between two very radical groups of people, but only one radical group's being heard, if that makes sense. And I think it's important to understand the radicalism of the other group.
I agree completely.
I don't. The difference though that I have is, I think Dev is looking at it at a purely philosophical level, which I don't think is very insightful. So, that's my critique.
Here, just out of curiosity, Adam, who do you think is more incorrect about that philosophy that you don't like so much? Was it Marx or Moldbug?
More incorrect about what?
Yeah.
In general.
Incorrect how? I mean, what are we talking about? Philosophically or psychologically?
Yeah, philosophically. Like less truth value.
Lay out the philosophical differences that you see.
Gee, how long do you want me to take?
Yeah,
let's not. Actually.
I don't know if I can answer this question.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd have to have read a lot more Moldbug and Marx.
I'm bringing it back to Moldbug, chat. We're going back.
Do you understand the criticism that I'm making of you though? The philosophical difference between the psychological difference?
Yeah. You believe that like the philosophy is downstream from psychology and like a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, obviously a lot of
the
So a psychological profile is what's driving the ship, and then the philosophy comes in to justify that. And you're looking at the philosophy as a justification, and really kind of avoiding what's driving the ship, which is that's my basic critique of a lot of stuff that you're coming out. So you're like, you want to read us this long diatribe about the philosophical justification for something, and I don't find it particularly insightful.
Well, I think you're partially correct, but I think that you're definitely understating the effect that philosophy has.
No, philosophy does have obviously an effect on things, because whatever there's different side effects of what philosophy you're going to justify things with. Obviously, like religion is a type of philosophy. If your justification is going to be, you believe in God and God said this is the way to behave, that's going to create all kinds of different side effects. And if you're saying my philosophy is based in logic and reason and I want evidence to prove these things, I mean, you can come up with evidence, but sometimes that evidence is, specious, incorrect, not really true. Yeah. And that can have different side effects depending upon what the evidence is. I'm when I'm talking about, this idea that the world is all oppressors and oppressed, and it's just a matter of going around and finding out where each individual fits, whether they're an oppressor or an oppressed category. I think that obviously has side effects, and that philosophy is going to create different side effects in some sort of religious philosophy.
So let me put it this way. I completely lost my train of thought. God damn it. It's all gone. It's all gone.
Don't worry
No. No.
But
oh no, I got it back.
What do you think this?
I got it back. No.
Hold on.
I got it back.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
I don't want you to forget. Go ahead. Go. Say it.
Okay. Remember Sitch, when we were talking about Moldbug in the second Moldbug stream, you mentioned something along the lines of it makes complete sense that he thinks like this because his parents and his grandparents were actually communist spies for the USSR, and that has colored all of his politics and all of his critiques on history and all this stuff.
Right.
So that's like the psychology kind of overriding his philosophy in a sense, from your point of view, I think. But I don't think it's that simple, because a lot of his writing, even if that was like his experience as a child, which is psychological in some senses, kind of led him down this anti-communist path. You know, the philosophy that he wrote, you can still judge that independent of his own life experience.
Sure. I think, yeah. And to be clear, I think what I'm saying, which I agree with to an extent, is that, you know, usually people come to their conclusion first via psychology, via whatever emotional, moral, psychological influences are impacting them. And then they kind of post hoc create a philosophy to justify the answer they want, essentially.
Yes.
I think that's why Adam is saying he finds the philosophy aspects of it kind of less interesting, because it's just a post hoc rationalization.
Right. Also, you're not even really focusing on the side effects, which is something Sitch and I will dive into, because that is the relevant factor here. You kind of get caught up in the justification as if it's something interesting. And I'm like, well, of course they need to justify.
Well, just to be clear, before you respond, just be clear. I think,
yeah.
I mean, I personally think that it can be interesting to go into the philosophy, even though I do think it's post hoc rationalization. Because I mean, like with the CRT stuff, I mean, it's all post hoc rationalization to justify people being angry at white people, or to feel like they want to blame society instead of their own problems, blah, 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 blah. But I still think it's interesting, at least personally, to kind of go into the philosophy and kind of like tear it apart and to try to understand what the justifications are.
Well, I don't necessarily think you're doing any like service there, because I mean, you're not going to argue them out of. I mean, you can point out philosophical inconsistencies, but
the goal isn't to argue the CRT people out of it. The goal is, and I do think this is true, I think that there are people who are more in the middle of things, who, if you rip the philosophy to shreds, will not adopt it.
Okay, yeah, that
as
makes
the
sense.
answer to their question, because there's a lot of answers to the question of like wanting to blame society that could lead you in a bunch of different ways, and some are more destructive than others.
What is the psychology driving? So I've laid out that people want to separate the world into oppressor and oppressed. Right. What is the psychology that makes somebody engage in that activity?
It's a couple of things. It's wanting to blame society for all your problems.
Right.
Number one.
So are they ever on the oppressor side of that equation, or are they always end up on? Okay.
Well, actually, some can be, because I think a lot of this from people that are white is like this sort of guilt.
Okay.
You know, the Robin DiAngelo like white guilt perspective.
Right. Okay, I guess you're right. Yeah.
You know, they feel guilty for whatever reasons in their life, and so they feel like this is some way to like extract penance from themselves and make themselves feel better. So I mean, I don't know if there's probably not like a one simple answer, because I think a lot of people have a lot of different reasons why they adopt all these various things psychologically.
Yeah, that's an interesting. So if they're in the white guilt category, they view themselves as an oppressor, and if they're in the oppressed category, they obviously look at things differently. So do you want to respond to any of this, Deb, before we move on?
So it's just one thing I noticed, if to go back a few sentences, is that the position that you guys are taking up against me here is that like psychology comes before philosophy, right? And for me, I don't think it's quite that simple. I think sometimes philosophy actually does come before psychology. However, I find it funny, because this is the same position that Academic Agent has taken up against me. He's on your side on this one. So it was weird to see that Adam and Sitch have become best friends with Academic Agent.
Nazis drink water too. I don't know why
against innocent Dev.
I don't know why you're taking the second thought mode of attack here.
Well, I know, because I mean, Academic Agent, I'm trying to remember because he knows about height, and he was like, "Oh, I'm trying to shake their elephants loose before I, tell them the truth," which was like that doesn't make any sense. That's like the exact opposite of what you want to do. So
yeah.
So specious attacks aside, where is an example of philosophy coming first? Because I'm super interested in that.
This isn't necessarily an attack. Okay, so for example,
necessarily. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay,
not
well,
necessarily. Maybe you guys say
you guys might think it is. I don't.
Not being so specious.
You guys think it is. I don't think it is. But so he said, for example, action precedes theory, and this devastates most people. The example he gave was that syndicalism came about before Sorel wrote about syndicalism, and so if you have people who are sitting down and writing new political theories, they're not generating new ideas. They're observing trends that are happening around them, and they're trying to codify them into something that can then be used. So, for example, like John Locke didn't write about classical liberalism, and then suddenly, no one in the world is a liberal. John Locke has the idea. He writes it down. The pamphlets get distributed, and then people become liberals. What's happening is there's a trend happening in society. John Locke looks at it. He sees things changing. He thinks about it, and he writes out what he thinks is going on. He writes out liberalism, and then he codifies the change in people's behavior that he's seeing. And so this happens to be the case for a lot of political theorists. Is like Marx did this as well, to a lesser extent though, because he also made some predictive elements that just didn't come true. So he tried to but the one example where it didn't happen this way was Mussolini's fascism. And that's kind of important, is that Mussolini's fascism was directionless, lawless street violence until they managed to actually get a more coherent fascist ideology written by theorists. And then his movement came together, and the state came together, and the ideas of what they should do next, it actually organized as a result of the philosophy.
That's interesting. Wow. I don't know.
So I think you guys are probably mostly correct in that the philosophy serves to just post hoc justify the psychology, but I definitely think there's instances where the philosophy comes first, and also that they kind of reinforce each other, where if you have the initial psychological impulse and then somebody writes the philosophy will in turn generate more psychological impulses that are of the same kind.
You're just saying that the philosophy came first chronologically. You're not saying that.
No. You said the opposite.
Well, he's saying
second.
Well, he's saying somebody writes out the philosophy and then people adopt it. But I would just say people adopt it because the psychology drove them to adopt it. So
here's the enlightened centrist position. I found it out. We'll use liberalism as a good example. Okay, you have someone like John Locke and all these other liberals. They're observing these changes in the economic structures of these countries, and also the social and cultural structures of the country, and they're kind of looking around at what people are just kind of naturally tending towards. And so John Locke sits down and he kind of tries to intuit out what's happening, and he comes up with liberalism and all these principles of liberalism. Right? Is that kind of what you were saying?
Yes. And then after that writing,
let me just finish. I just want to make sure that we're on the same fact basis. Okay. So then, but I think what happens when this is where the power of the philosophy comes in, is that before it's given a name and before the rules of the philosophy are stated, people are just kind of intuitively doing something. And when you're intuitively doing something, it can be very easy to just fall prey to tribalism, fall prey to emotion, fall prey to some non-principled position because there's nothing there. You're just intuiting it.
Tradition,
so then when you have someone like John Locke come and he says, this thing that you're all intuiting, we're calling it liberalism. And here are the rules and principles of it. I think that is kind of what you were saying, Dev, that reinforces and kind of locks people into kind of the rules of the philosophy that they've been kind of intuiting out until that point.
Right. If you're just trying to maximize your own individual freedom and people around you are doing the same, until you label what you're doing, you can't really constructively focus on doing it effectively and cooperative, in cooperation with others.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I also do think though that whatever psychological impulses that are driving that intuition, they become much stronger after you have something that is rational that also goes behind it.
Yeah, I think it's not that it's rational. I think it's that once people can
codify
onto what it is, it's kind of like we were talking about at the beginning, where the reason they're like want to demonize cultural Marxism is because it's difficult to fight or even support something if you can't grab hold of it in your mind and like give it a name and understand what exactly the thing is that you're doing.
Right.
So, the real Holitzer for $20. Thank you so much. Says, as someone who comes from a reformist Jewish TDS family, supporting Israel isn't pro-Jewish to reformist Jews, while supporting anything conservative is seen as anti-Semitic. Yes, I'm aware of that take. Yeah, and it's true. It is kind of interesting. Deej Nuts for 24.20. Thanks so much. Says, Destiny is wrong. I've convinced tens of separate climate deniers to purchase solar plus batteries plus EVs to offset 99% of their personal emissions by making arguments that represented their values. Just kidding. I called them children. / sarcasm. There you go. Well, very good for you, Deej Nuts. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, this is unregistered HyperCam 2 type of editing regarding the laggy editing.
Oh, yeah. Something's going on there.
Red473 for $50. Thanks so much. Says, gentlemen, I was disappointed in Destiny's outburst on the previous stream. It's not exactly what he believes, but the clear disdain for a large voting group. Both of you are much more respectful in your discourse, which is why I call you gentlemen. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we try, obviously.
Lucifer the Doberman for 20 Canadian says, leftists don't want to end oppression. They want to be the oppressors. Don't disagree. Simon O'Leary for
yeah, definitely.
Simon O'Leary for 20 New Zealand dollars says, quote, cultural Marxism is a conspiracy theory. End quote. Notice they never bring up Mao. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. There was no cultural revolution in China. A-Team is satisfactory and passes so well that even devs not interested.
Wait, what?
Compliment? Maybe. I can't tell.
They said A-Team is satisfactory and passes so well that even devs is not interested. S-Class is the best class tasks.
Has there been any like gender bendy Adam fan art yet? I know I've seen
girl.
Sitch.
Of course, yeah.
There's girl Adam out there, yeah. Sammy.
Yeah, you know what? I've seen girl dev too. I even think Sammy made a girl dev at one point.
Sammy? I'm assuming she did.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing it too. Twitter Sucks for $20 says there's a reason DeSantis fired the DA of the 9th District. She failed to seek charges for the 42% of the cases that came across her desk. The cultural justice system is being overrun with Marxists and letting criminals run free.
Yeah,
well, if that's true, good for that.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that. And Twitter Sucks, again, for $20. Thank you so much, Twitter Sucks. Says one specific case was a guy who was charged with sexual assault of a minor and served below the minimum sentence. He got community service for being a pedo. The DA let him go free and shot 2 cops in the face. Jeez. That's true. And there's not some other thing that's pretty insane.
So I've been thinking about it a little bit, actually. And I think there actually are more contemporary examples of the philosophy coming first, Adam. Like the idea coming before the psychology.
Well, that's why I said
the psychology being adapted by the idea.
You're just talking chronologically, though. Like I would say that. Look, obviously, there's a lot of different people in the world. So the people, their personal psychology could be driving the philosophy. They articulate it, but it doesn't. That psychology doesn't reach the masses until it does. You know, something happens that activates that psychology in the people, and they pick up the philosophy. So I don't know.
I think a great example of the opposite is Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Well, like if you remember, until basically 2020, Trump really didn't do anything that crazy. Like he was honestly just kind of like a seat warmer. He didn't really do anything at all for the first few years. And yet you had people who were just riling themselves up over literally nothing and like losing it. And then like writing articles, and then those articles get retweets, and they're looking at each other's like writing, and
what's the philosophy and what's the psychology?
They're losing it over literally nothing.
Well, wait. Well, first of all, I take issue with only pointing 2020 because I think what he did with Zelensky was kind of insane in the first impeachment. You know, withholding foreign aid to try to get them to announce investigations in Burisma just so he could attack Joe Biden in 2019.
Was that 2018? Oh, I thought that was
2019. That's 2019.
2019.
But,
okay, no, you're fair enough. Okay, fine. How about the first 2 years? The first 2 years, then.
Right. Yeah. But the reason people got so triggered about Trump before any of that stuff happened was just because he came out and he basically said a bunch of like crazy shit and acted in ways in which people didn't expect presidents to say or act. And then he won. and no one could believe he won, and their brains broke and their worldview shattered.
Yeah, immediately the night of the election.
Right. So I guess I don't understand how that's an element.
Don't you remember the Lacey
philosophy
Green video when she came out the next day and was like,
I do.
Right. Because to
just
me,
demoralized?
that's very clearly an example of the psychology coming first. So
I don't know, because like,
and then we labeled it TDS.
Like, I've seen so many people just not immediately after the election, but like over the course of the next year or two, just gradually lose their mind. All right. And nothing was even happening, but they just went nuts, like out of fucking nowhere.
Because the media kept pushing like he's racist, he's doing all this crazy stuff, and like after time, those stories are going to like weigh.
He's a Russian asset.
He's a Russian asset, Russia collusion.
Yeah, but like the idea that here's the thing, like none of that was true, at least not initially. I think Trump also lost his mind in the course of presidency too. But like in like 2017, that shit wasn't true. They were just pushing it because they could.
Right,
and
but I'm saying
they pushed it, and then it did change people's thoughts about Trump and then thoughts about electoralism and the world around them, even though it wasn't true.
Yeah, but okay, what I'm saying is the people that were pushing it, I think, were motivated by psychology, not philosophy, number one. And then the people that were like the consuming public of media that started to believe it, I don't know. I personally wouldn't classify people buying fake news stories about Trump-Russia collusion or something. I wouldn't call that like a philosophical effect. I just say that's like propaganda having an effect on someone.
Dev, this is a conversation I actually wanted to have on Tuesday, so we can just like think about it and.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we can talk about.
Well, no. I'm saying. But think on it and try to.
Here.
You're obviously putting, I feel, too much weight on the philosophy, and I want to convince you that you're doing that.
Okay. Let's just have a long stream from now all the way through until.
No, that's not gonna happen.
But no,
we'll just do the whole
48-hour stream. I don't think so. No. Anyway, let's continue.
Sorry about that. We can just save it. Yeah.
They're not teaching white kids to hate themselves or rewriting history or whatever. It's all pretty obvious stuff. Similarly, not many people are opposed to the civil rights or gay rights movements and their demands for equality. But conservatives will lie and imply these movements are basically promoting butchering straight white people in their sleep and grooming children.
So, I don't know.
Oh my God.
Like,
I just got triggered. My psychology is happening first, guys.
Okay, what do you get with why you triggered?
Okay, so like I saw Katie Montgomery say the same thing on Twitter recently. She's like, look at the decline of support of LGBT people. This can't be happening. And she links a thing, and it's like support of trans people down. And it's like, hold on, that's only one of those 4 letters. All right. Firstly,
right.
So don't lump the rest of us in with you, okay? And secondly, why is this happening? Oh, maybe it's because we actually are seeing like, teachers coming out and saying they're doing weird shit with kids at schools. All right. Like maybe there's some truth value to what the Republicans are saying. Might not be very much, but it might be just enough to get people really fucking angry and to have a good reason for being really angry.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's truth value to the social contagion element. I think there's truth value to completely unscientific, nonsensical gender ideology and queer theory being taught in schools. Completely. But it was weird because he said that like the Republicans are going to tell you that the civil rights movement was about butchering white people. Now, I mean, I don't know. Is he talking about like, was someone saying that in 1960? Because I don't know. I've never heard anyone say that today.
I mean,
I've never heard that before. So,
but as soon as I heard that, I was like thinking South Africa. It's like, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not talking about South Africa. He's talking about America.
Yeah,
so I'm like, what the hell is he even referencing? So, I don't know.
Which they're not. And again, not many people object to the idea that if someone says something racist, someone else is allowed to say, shut up. That's free speech. But conservatives like to call this censorship.
This guy is... Everyone hates this guy. Everyone. Even the people that like his channel hate him because he's so condescendingly smug and wrong, right? Like, you have to choose. You can either be wrong or you can be smug. You can't be wrong and smug because then that's like the worst.
That's a deadly combination.
That's the deadliest combination. Like, this guy is wrong about almost everything he says. He's a total idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's just so smug about being a buffoon. Because and this is just so dishonest. Because the thing is not like, oh, someone says something racist, and then someone says, oh, I don't like that you're racist, shut up. And then the Republicans go, censorship. Like, that's never happened. That's not a thing. That's not a real thing. What happens is someone says something that often is not racist at all. Some a-hole who's overly sensitive perceives it as racist incorrectly and then goes, I want to get you fired from your job because you said something that offends me or something that does not strictly adhere to my leftist paradigm of the world.
Perfectly describing political correctness, by the way.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
No one cares if someone says something and then you say, I disagree with you, shut up, you're stupid. Like, that's not the issue. That's never been the issue. Right. This is just lies. This is just lies, 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 and gaslighting.
So at this point, to combat this, I just say, yeah, I'm a racist.
Well, I think that's a losing strategy.
Yeah, that's a definitely losing strategy.
I'm a racist. I'm a sexist. All right. I blame victims. I'm a rape apologist. All of it. All right. Look, I come out as every bad thing you ever thought about me. So let's actually talk about the real issue and not just.
Look, I'm sympathetic to the sexism, okay, but racism is a bridge too far.
Well, let me tell you why it's a losing strategy. There's two reasons it's a losing strategy. Number one, you're just literally playing directly into their hands by doing that. The left's hands by doing that, essentially.
True.
I don't agree. Actually, I think it's the complete opposite. I think it's the complete opposite.
How so?
I think if you argue it, you actually play into their hands. So here's the thing: when someone says, "Sitch, you're a racist," what they're expecting you to say is, no, I'm not. I'm not a racist. I'm actually a good person. You're incorrect in calling me a racist. And so they're going to like, basically that's like a signal that you share the same basic morality, racism bad. And so they're going to say, well, listen, if you truly think racism bad, then you would do this. And it's a way to give them moral superiority over you. Right.
Well,
so
okay,
I just
completely abandoned. You're conceding the argument though.
I completely abandoned the moral argument. Yes. Like, listen, I don't care about your morality.
No,
I don't care
you're
about your moral judgment.
conceding the argument. You're saying that you are correct.
But here's the thing. Yeah. If their argument is you are immoral, I just don't care because I don't care about their morality. I don't care about their moral judgments.
Wait, you're not okay. So if someone says to me, "Sitch, you're racist," I don't say no, I'm not. I say, whatever I said, that's racist. Okay, and then I make them do the work, and then I say, oh, how's that racist? And then we deconstruct their worldview and show that they're an idiot.
Look at that.
That's what I do in those conversations.
Look at that.
So the problem is,
I like that philosophy. I'm adopting it. My psychology likes it.
If you play into this, someone says you're racist and you just say yes. Okay. Basically what you've done is you've just basically cut yourself off from the majority of people that would listen to your message.
Yes.
Because you'll just be automatically written off as racist, number one. Number two, it has a secondary effect because by doing that, if that becomes the strategy of the right, to just say, you're right, I'm racist and sexist, you've basically created cover for actual racism to just thrive, because then the actual people that have been hiding their power levels can just come off and say, oh, I'm just racist. And it's going to create the confusion where like, oh, we're just using edgy jokes into, well, the edgy jokes are actually what we believe.
Right.
So I actually think that that's like an incredibly like
terrible
strategy.
Yeah. So the response to the first one is I just consider that proper gatekeeping. All right.
Okay.
If you can't tell the joke, I don't want you around my community personally. Okay. I'm okay with that.
He brings up an interesting point though, Dev. If you encounter someone who is legitimately racist, how do you deal with someone like that in your community if you've already conceded the point that you're a racist?
I just ban them.
But aren't you a giant hypocrite then? Look, they're just a racist like you're a racist.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I mean, if you're comfortable with that.
And I just say,
this strategy seems horrible, Dev.
Listen,
you need to re-examine this strategy here.
The strategy is to Giga Chad everything and then just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And don't adhere to any rules. Don't adhere to any rules at all.
Okay. I think that's.
I'm kind of trolling you. I'm kind of.
I know you're kind of like troll naming, but it's just. I mean, because I have seen people do that. I just think it's a losing strategy from all ways. I don't think you're going to win with that one.
So there are some things where I will actually argue and say, no, this is obviously not racism. I'm obviously not a racist. You're obviously a retard, right?
Right.
But then there are some things where like it depends on the person, it depends on the claim, where I will just Chad yes it because I know that this person's just like a fucking moron, and it won't go, and the conversation won't go anywhere. And like, I'm just like, you know what, fuck you. You know, I'm just gonna fuck around.
Well,
I'm talking more about Twitter behavior here, okay?
Right, I understand. I would suggest if you're just gonna be in the realm of like this person's an idiot, why don't you just throw them back in their face and call them like a groomer? Just say, listen, I wouldn't expect a groomer to understand what I'm saying, right? Like, you know, if you're gonna go for the troll watch, that's the direction I would go. But anyway.
Which it's not. But it does sound worse. When pundits talk about cultural Marxism, they'll take these mischaracterizations and tie them to another word most people have trouble defining, a word conservatives already distrust: Marxism. Then they'll take these mischaracterizations, both of Marxism and of various progressive beliefs, and say that they're the product of some hidden elite.
The hegemony of the people currently in charge.
They're doing it in secrecy.
The socialists are in charge of the White House.
Nowadays, conservatives are pretty explicit when they call progressive politics elitism.
Okay, so this is why I was talking about philosophy before, okay? And about, you know, guys like Sam Francis or guys like whoever, like right-wing political theorists, is because guys like Tucker or anybody who's like a right-wing talking head that you just pulled up, when they're talking about Marxism, they're pulling knowledge from this canon of writers that are further to the right than them, that are largely unknown in mainstream politics. And that is the main reason why Second Thought here has no fucking clue what Tucker might mean, for example, when he talks about the progressive liberal elite. All right. In Second Thought's view, he's thinking in a Marxist lens. He's thinking, well, hold on, we're living in a capitalist society, and the elite are the bourgeois, and they're capitalists, and progressives are supposed to be anti-capital. The left is anti-capitalist. All right, so there can be no such thing as a progressive elite in a liberal capitalist democracy, because progressivism is inherently anti-capitalist. So that's the Marxist frame, and we all know the Marxist frame, right? But when Tucker talks about these sort of things, whether he has read the books or not, or he knows this or not, he's pulling from someone like James Burnham, where he wrote a book called The Managerial Revolution. And the idea was that in modern liberal capitalist democracies, you had a class called the managerial class, where they split ownership from control. And so these people had very little property ownership in the Marxian sense, but they had a whole lot of control over other people's property. And because they had control but not ownership, they were not incentivized to treat that property the same way that the owner would. Okay? There's a TLDR of a very complicated political theory by a right-wing political theorist that Tucker is drawing on when he's talking about the progressive liberal elite. And this is something that Second Thought has no fucking clue about, because he doesn't actually read anything. And what most people don't know about, not even most right-wingers don't know what the fuck this means, right? So this is why I talk about the philosophy, because there are important things here that flesh out the conversation, and suddenly as soon as you know this, oh, that's what he means. Oh, it makes sense now.
Right.
But like a lot of the confusion that Second Thought is relying on here is based specifically in ignorance of right-wing political philosophy.
Right. No, I think that's a great point. I agree with that completely. And that does happen a lot, because if you don't understand the specific language that they're using, and you just imprint your own philosophy on it, you're generally going to misunderstand. But what you also said at the end of that is true too, which is that, I don't think Tucker's audience knows what the hell he's talking about either when he talks about this. And I think there's confusion when people on the right talk about like the liberal elites, because for years when people talked about the liberal elites, they're kind of talking about like, oh, there's this kind of coastal elitism where all these lefties on the coastal, areas of the country kind of look down at the middle of the country as like all being backwards and redneck. And a lot of these people like are going to Hollywood or, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Right. And that's true-ish, but I think there has been some conflation now, which the only part of this video that I would agree, which is there is this idea that is being pushed by people, which I think is completely wrong, that there is a top-down conspiracy to kind of push Marxism on the country. And I just think that that's completely untrue, 100% untrue. I think basically what's happened is there's been a bottom-up, well, maybe it depends where you're talking about from the top, because I think from there's a bunch of college professors essentially who have been kind of infiltrating these institutions for years. They've been pumping out this cultural Marxist, Western Marxist propaganda for years. It's kind of finally, for a host of reasons, kind of saturated the ground enough that a bunch of young kids specifically, have agreed in this shit. And now there's kind of like this weird bottom-up push to get all this woke crap everywhere. And a lot of the people at the top who don't really understand what's happening just kind of go along with it because they think it's what the kids want. They think it's going to make money, or they're confused and they think that wokeness is just like this like this generation's version of like the liberal civil rights movement. I don't believe for a second that there's some sort of top-down conspiracy to push Marxism in the country that makes absolutely no fucking sense. No elite actually wants any of that whatsoever to happen in this country.
Yeah. So like, you know, to bring up our friend Moldbug again, that's his second society, right? Where he had like the three forms, like the open society, and then he had like the closed top-down totalitarian society, then he had the decentralized totalitarian society. And I don't know if you remember that part of the stream, but that was the one part you actually liked, Adam, is those three types of societies. And what you just described,
it was all torture. I didn't like any of it.
Was
fake news.
What you just described, Sitch, was identical to Moldbug's conception of the second society, where you don't have an actual propagandist like a Goebbels pushing propaganda. You have decentralized propaganda from like a totalitarian source. Yeah.
Well, I think the problem is, and this is part of why I disagree with a lot of left and right-wing populism, is I guess maybe these are like contradictory opinions, because like I do say, and I do agree with Scott Adams when he says like people's positions are assigned to them, because I think that's true. But at the same token, I don't think those positions stem from a top-down place. Like I don't necessarily believe, and this has like been a left-wing conspiracy for a long time, was that, you know, Rupert Murdoch decides what the right-wing position will be, and he tells everyone at Fox to just go out there, and that's what becomes the right-wing position. I don't think that's the way this works. I think basically the way it works is that there's a very energized, vocal minority of people on the left and the right that are more extreme in their rhetoric and their positions, and they basically try to pull the left and the right in this whatever direction they want to go. And the more moderate forces of the left and right placate these extreme people, and then those become kind of like the talking points that dominate everything, though they become watered down by mainstream, and then they get kind of filtered down.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
it's kind of like middle managers, right?
It's kind of like the top. The top is like listening to the vocal bottom. They absorb the vocal bottom talking points, they water it down a little bit, and then feed it back to the moderate bottom. If that makes sense. Kind of a very convoluted system, but
well, it's something like you have the people at the top of any institution. They're not ideological. You know, they made it to the top by, you know, valuing the institution itself and wanting to see it grow and perpetuate. But like it's the middle managers, like, you know, the HR departments and stuff like that. You know, they're the ones who actually have the ideological bent and some localized power to actually do something about it.
Well, I mean, I think that happens. That's not quite what I was saying, but that does exist in a different place.
Yes. So the idea is like you don't need a secret cabal of Marxists directing everything and controlling the government from behind the scenes. What you need are, you know, a class of people who have been educated in this stuff, and now they've moved into middle management, and over their own little spheres of influence, they all, in a decentralized way, implement the same politics because they all think it's the moral thing to do.
Right. But the irony is, like, the populists are very anti-elite when the right-wing populists are basically dictating the right-wing elite position at the moment, which is kind of the irony of the situation. And this is the thing that I think a lot of people just don't want to accept, because they always blame, like, oh, the politicians do all the bad things, which is true. The politicians do all the bad things, but at the end of the day, the politicians, this is me and Adam have argued this with other people a lot. Like, I don't buy the whole, oh, you can just buy off politicians argument, because when you give a politician money, they take that money and they use that money to basically run ads and get people to vote for them. At the end of the day, the politician is always controlled by the voters and what the voters want. And so the political system we have is a reflection of the will of the voting base in this country, whether they want to accept it or not. To me, it's kind of an abdication of responsibility.
But Sitch, we have to talk about elite theory and how
exactly.
voting is just a post hoc justification for people in power because they can influence the system.
Of course.
I mean, there's probably some of that, but I don't think it's
of course
the
there
deciding factor.
Right. That's what I just explained. This kind of convoluted way where, like, they kind of they feed, they listen to the bottom and they feed back those opinions to other people. So.
Yeah, because you get, like, people in power can change the rules of the game, and they can, they can try to make people below them, like, re-vote them in. So, like, even democracies can have people who gain oligarchic power, but I don't think it's nearly as ironclad as the way that, like, the elite theorists think it is.
Of course.
Lynn's a little more indirect with his approach. First, he starts by bringing up a few Marxist academics. Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and Herbert Marcuse.
The members of the Frankfurt School...
Hold on. Oh, so you mean the guys I talked about in my video? The entire fucking Frankfurt School who actually say this shit in their writing, and I read their books for my video, and I put the books in my video.
You can't bring up Jewish people, otherwise you're a Nazi.
Yeah, because like those guys are Jewish. Oh no, I guess. All right, fucking. Man, I wonder how far like a sufficiently evil Jewish person could take that. Like if
intentionally, yeah.
Yeah, like if you had like a Jewish person write Mein Kampf, but for like a different race, not the Jews, would that be okay? Because you couldn't criticize it because a Jewish person wrote it.
Probably.
How far could you take it? Sitch, give it a try.
Okay. I'll get it right now.
I'm tasking you with this.
Yes, thank you.
School are Marxist.
Then he says the Frankfurt School is at the root of the cultural Marxism conspiracy.
But the Frankfurt School, I believe, are the origins of the mess we find ourselves in our culture right now. They're the architects of the destruction of American culture as we know it.
When you look at the background of critical race theory, this comes out of critical theory. Where does that come from? It comes from a school called the Franklin School that comes out of Berlin.
And then he tells a story. From the anti-war protests through to the civil rights movement and up to the highest level of government and media corporations, Lind et al. Claim that everything cultural Marxism starts with the Frankfurt School and their writing about critical theory. According to Lind, the ideas of a few lesser-known Marxist academics somehow became the dominant ideas of the elite in US civil society. Everything, basically, thanks to a couple of pretty niche books, influential only within their field.
So this part of the video is very interesting because he basically lays out their argument, which I think is mostly true. The one quibble which I would have is just, it's not that like the elites all bought into this. It's just that it basically got infiltrated or subsumed into various college departments, and it kind of sat there for a couple decades until eventually it kind of spread out from those college departments for various reasons. But it's just funny because he kind of goes through like the theory and the timeline, and the theory and the timeline is accurate. And he doesn't really push back on it or explain why it's wrong. He just says it and then says, see, this is crazy. And it's like, well, but why is this crazy?
Yeah.
Well, he has, the background going on and the concerned face, and he has that music. So you have to just intuit that it's actually just all fake.
I see.
That's how this works. Yeah, everything that he said sounds mostly accurate.
Right.
It's like, yeah, that did come from these people. This is where it came from.
Could you describe something like World War II as a conspiracy? Like the Allied forces worked together.
I mean, you could.
To invade on the beaches of Normandy. They all showed up at the same time.
Well, it actually was because there was a fake. They had the fake. I forget what it was. Didn't they have like a bunch of inflatable tanks somewhere to like trick the Nazis into thinking they were attacking?
Yeah, you're right.
And then,
you're right.
I mean, it literally was a conspiracy. Yeah, it worked.
I mean, now listen. If you want to go down the rabbit hole of World War II conspiracies, I have a whole bunch. I have a whole bunch for you.
My point is he's laying this out like it's some sort of conspiracy, so you're not supposed to believe it. But I mean, these things happen.
Yeah. So here's hold on. Give me a second, okay?
Sure.
So like, yeah, a conspiracy is a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. All right. The word conspiracy in recent times has taken on the connotation of a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or unharmful, and it's untrue.
Right, of course.
When you say conspiracy, you think it's not a true thing. Someone's making up this plot. But sometimes conspiracies are actually true. Sometimes people actually do plan conspiracies. So I think it basically conspiracy got like a bad name going back all the way to the moon landings, It's like, oh, that was all CG. It's like, how the fuck was it? Is it because Star Wars just came out and you think it's all CG? No, it's shit like that, right? Like, just because something might even be a conspiracy in that people who are not in the public eye planned something and executed it, even if that's true, that doesn't mean that you should automatically disbelieve it, because it might actually be true.
Yeah.
So
sure. Show me the facts.
Dr. Diller said that the inflatable tanks was in World War One. Maybe they used that in World War One. I just looked it up. It said that they did use inflatable dummy tanks in World War II as well, to trick the Germans onto where exactly the Allies were going to land on D-Day. Well,
from what I heard in looking into this, what they did was they took a guy who was dead. It was like a homeless bum in the UK. They dressed him up as a pilot, and then they had like secret orders.
They put like fake plans in his pocket.
Yeah, they did. No, this is actually true. Yeah, they put secret orders in his pocket, and they dumped him off the coast of Spain near Gibraltar. And the Spanish picked him up. And at this point, the Spanish were neutral in the Second World War, so they read the documents, and then they told both the Germans and the British what was in the documents and everything that was there. And so the Germans learned that this is where they were going to be landing, but it was actually a completely fake place.
Nice.
Yeah, the gambit actually worked.
It says dummy tanks were used in Operation Fortitude prior to landings in Normandy beaches. During these operations, they were used to confuse German intelligence in two ways. First, by making it seem that the Allies had more tanks than they did, and second, to hide and downplay the importance of the location of the real tanks in order to make it seem that the invasion would occur at Pas de Calais rather than on Normandy.
Good.
However, dummy vehicles were only a small part of the overall deception plan. Okay, so they were there, but it was a small part of it.
Good job.
Anyway, fun history fact. There you go.
For example, Lynn says that Horkheimer developing critical theory created all the queer, black, and women's studies departments in universities. It didn't. Then he says these departments teach students to divide...
Wait. You gotta explain that. Hold on. It did. Well, it kind of like half did. It actually half did. But like, explain how it didn't. Like, tell us your story. Don't just skip over that.
I love that he does that. He just asserts that's bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, here, I'll tell you I'll tell you the story, okay? I'll tell you the fucking story, because here's what it is. You had critical theory, and you had the Frankfurt School, and they were doing their thing. And basically during the 60s and 70s, the left wing was ascendant in American politics, all right? But with the victory of Ronald Reagan, and there was a right-wing civil war between the neocons, the paleocons, and the libertarians, and the neocons won. The neocons had not been a significant force on the right basically ever. It had been paleoconservatives all throughout the first half of the 20th century. And finally, a neoconservative wins the presidency. It was a big upset in the right-wing civil war, all right? And at that point, the right wing became very popular because Reagan was very popular. You had Thatcher, who was very popular. There was a guy in Canada who was kind of modeled after those two as well, implementing certain types of free market policies to promote growth, but still being, a little bit more, let's say, socially centrist, right? Because the paleocons were hardcore Christian conservatives, and the neocons didn't really care too much about that too much, right? They still they respected people's religious beliefs, but they weren't going to enforce anything with the state. They were much more economically right instead of culturally right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So with Reagan's victory, culture in the West kind of swung a bit more right wing, and the fracturing of critical theory into different disciplines was as a reaction to that political development, because now suddenly the assumed guarantee of the left just continuing to win culturally and therefore electorally, it was no longer guaranteed. And so a lot of people, they started going back to these old critical theorists, these old writers from Germany who had since died at that point, or retired or whatever. And they said, okay, they started revising the theories, and that's when you got the women's studies departments and you got the black departments in the 90s and 2000s, right? It was all as a result of Reagan's victory and the cultural resurgence of the right wing in the 1980s.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you hear this?
There's a story here that he's not telling.
Of course.
Where'd this come from?
My research on the Gramsci video.
Okay.
And it's funny.
One of many books. I don't remember exactly which one it was.
Well, this whole theory that Reagan was the impetus behind it, just where did that idea come from?
It was basically just there was an assumption among leftist intellectuals that leftism would continue to win electorally and culturally throughout the 60s and 70s, as it would in the 80s, but it started to lose. And so as a reaction to those losses and those perceived incoming losses, they basically had a new generation of theorists who started revising how they did things.
I found this when I was doing my P+P+R research, was that this was really the genesis of P+P+R and the anti-colorblind movement, because when Reagan won, the neoliberal neoconservatives kind of swept up everything. they were really like pushing the whole, oh, you have to get rid of affirmative action and affirmative action like policies because they're not colorblind. They're actually racist against white people. And they were like kind of the first people to really push that. And that kind of led all these leftist academics down the pathway of, instead of defending colorblindness and liberal values, they just said, well, fuck it. Let's just throw these in the trash because the right are using this to beat us over the head with it. So now we need to kind of adopt the, the critical theory perspective of race. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff did. So I agree. A lot of this stuff did seem to come out of like the 80s and kind of that cultural shift, because there was a massive cultural shift before Reagan, like, and before the inflation crisis with Carter. I mean, everyone thought that left-wing economic policy was going to be like the forever idea of the world. And then that obviously got replaced with neoliberal economic policy, which is still the dominant theory today. So
isn't that crazy? Yeah. The left was hitting the right was hitting the left over the head with the racist stick with affirmative action. And they were like, oh, we got to get rid of this. This racist stick is very effective.
Exactly. They're like, oh, this argument's too powerful. We need to throw colorblindness in the trash. I was like, oh, that's a great idea, guys. Wonderful.
That's the thing is like if you talk to, let's say, paleo conservatives today, they'll call Reagan a right-wing liberal, like a right liberal, because
he believed in liberalism. Like he wasn't, I mean, he was more socially conservative, but he's obviously not socially conservative as like the fucking paleos and
then like the term neoliberal came about used by the paleo conservatives basically as a slur against the neoconservatives, because they're like, well, you guys are just neoliberals actually. And then as soon as you got like Clinton, and Clinton was like, you know what, we could do some of this, we could do some of Reagan's economic policies, but we could like change a few things, be a little bit more pro-gay or whatever, but we could like do Reagan's economics. And so they just became neoliberals. It just became like the term, even though it was meant as a pejorative.
Well, Clinton was not pro-gay, so some other issues.
No, but you know what I mean though. He was
like, more he was the left-wing version. Yeah, sure.
It was basically a left-wing version of neoconservatism that was designed as a result of right-wing neoconservatism being so electorally popular in the United States.
It just gets confusing because like today, like neoconservatism generally means interventionist hawkishness overseas, and neoliberalism means, well, it gets even more confusing because neoliberalism, people think it means something to do with liberals, like the Democrats, when it doesn't. It literally referred to Reagan economic policy in terms of letting business basically do what it wants to try to cut back on government regulation and government intervention as much as humanly possible. So, but just everyone uses the term now, because now you have the leftists use the term neoliberal to describe the Democrats, which is very annoying and weird.
Yeah, and they call like they complain. It's basically like the Democrats, they are like these rainbow capitalists, or they're still these interventionists in like Ukraine or whatever it is.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's funny because with this video, so he lays out the entire timeline of how cultural Marxism basically came into being. And then he just says, oh, well, it's not happening. Take my word for it. It's not happening. like,
is it not happening? Are going to come up or?
No,
it's so stupid. He just asserts it. He's like, that's a lie.
Ideas of the elite in U.S. civil society. Everything, basically, thanks to a couple of pretty niche books influential only within their field. For example, Lynn says that Horkheimer developing critical theory created all the queer, black, and women's studies departments in universities. It didn't. Then he
look, since he does that little zoom in there, that's how you know he's telling the truth, Sitch. It's that little zoom that gives the air of credibility.
Yeah, he has the smile where it's like, you don't really believe this stuff, do you?
That's his argument. His argument is editing in his face.
Look, I got to bring up some tags here. I want to slip in when he does a little close-up. Smug a-hole. I think it needs to say smug a-hole right next to his face when he does that.
Okay.
I'll get it next time.
He says these departments teach students to divide society into oppressors and victim groups, and this is why America is divided. That's not what they teach. Then he said,
oh, God. He just asserts it.
It is.
That's not what they teach. That's not it. What do they teach then? Tell us. Explain to us. What are they teaching?
That's like the beginning of division. What they teach.
He's teaching that blacks are oppressed by white people because of white supremacy. It's completely different.
Well, they teach the divisions within society, and then they teach what you should do about it. So
I mean,
it's completely different.
So to be clear, so he just said, they tell you that they're teaching that society is divided up between oppressed and oppressor groups. They don't teach that, right? Earlier in the video, he literally said, well, it just wokeness and cultural Marxism.
Exactly.
It just means that there's a marginalized class of people in their society that is baked into the system to be marginalized intentionally. Well, that's kind of what you just said earlier in the video. Okay.
I wonder, okay, here, if I could like completely good faith him and like steel man his argument, I wonder if what he's trying to say is that those marginalized classes and marginalized groups, and it is baked into our society. However, the critical theorists are basically, the right-wing view of this is that it doesn't exist, and that when critical theorists try to teach about it, they're describing something that isn't true, but it actually is true.
That's not what he's saying, though. He's saying that, listen.
I'm doing my best here.
For example, Lynn says that Horkheimer developing critical theory created all the queer, black, and women's studies departments in universities. It didn't. Then he says these departments teach students to divide society into oppressors and victim groups, and this is why America is divided. That's not what they teach.
So he just said that's not what they teach. That's all he said about them, which is literally what they teach. That is what all those ideologies teach.
Yeah.
Like they teach more than that, but that's a big component of all those ideologies. Like definition, and there's no, like, I cannot believe, now maybe it's possible that this person is this stupid that they've literally never read a single piece of CRT or queer theory or any of this stuff, because it's all dripping with this oppressor, oppressee thing.
Ding, ding, ding. That's exactly what's going on here. They're just watching the mainstream media. He's parroting Joy Reid here.
Wait a second, Adam, you labeled me smug jackass.
Look, I moved it. I thought I had it off when I was doing it.
So I wonder if he's ignorant, or if he's actually trying to pull a fast one on his audience, or like I wonder what's going on.
I don't know.
He's either lying or ignorant.
Because he's done, I mean, this is not his latest video. Was after this was called America's Forgotten Socialist History. And he goes into like supposedly all these socialists in America that have been covered up by the evil liberals, right?
Is he talking about like the New Deal era? Or like, what's he talking about?
Yeah, he talked about that too. And of course he
says
that
hold
MLK
on.
was a secret socialist and all this.
Wait, does that mean that socialism is actually when the government does stuff? Second thought?
No. I think he talked about in terms of like the the New Deal was done to prevent socialism.
Oh, okay. He doesn't go. Okay. All right. He gets into that one pitfall. Okay, good for him.
Right. So it's
I hate that definition.
This is a person that's like, they look into things, or whoever writes their scripts looks into things, and they investigate things. So it's just like hard for me to actually believe in any good faith way that this guy is just like an idiot, that he's not just intentionally lying. Because I don't know how you could come to these conclusions.
Deb, you're not using that definition, right?
No, of course not. But
okay,
I will here's the thing. I'll sometimes talk to a lefty, like a hardcore socialist, who says, listen, socialism is just like what's going on in Canada, what's going on in the Scandinavian countries. And I'm like, oh, so it's when the government does stuff. You fucking retard.
Well, they get it
back in their face sometimes.
Look, they get it from that Marxist professor. I can't remember the.
Oh, Richard Wolff.
Richard Wolff, yeah. So Richard Wolff.
His three definitions, yeah.
Right. He says socialism is just when the government does stuff because
but he's
wants
lying.
it.
He's literally lying.
He is totally lying.
Yeah.
But it plays into the same thing the right says. The right often says this socialism is when the government does stuff.
That's why he's saying it, yeah.
Yeah. Which is bad. I mean, that's not what socialism is.
Know.
When the government, the welfare state is basically to avoid socialism. So let
me jump in here.
You got to make that clear.
I've got to go to the washroom, but I have my wireless headphones. If you want to keep playing things, I'll be listening.
All right.
But yet, this second thought, I mean, he also has a video called Why Social Democracy Isn't Good Enough. Okay.
Right.
So we need to go further than that. So it's hard for me to imagine this guy is so ignorant that he doesn't understand. Yes, I'm gonna say that he's just lying. I'm gonna go with it. This guy is just lying, and he knows that what he's saying is BS. Or if you were to ask him, he would contort himself into some sort of bizarre hyper position where he'd say, "Well, it's actually what I said is true because I'm going to define these words in this very hyper specific way to somehow say the right is incorrect, even though I actually agree with the underlying principle."
It's really impossible to assess someone's intelligence until you can talk to them on a live stream or see them interact without a script, off script.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So it would be difficult for me. We could get him on a live stream. He could be as dumb as fucking Lance. I mean, I have no idea. Someone else could be writing the script for all I know, and he's just parroting it into the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Then he says this division was the Frankfurt School's intention, because division makes America weak and therefore vulnerable to communism, which is what they wanted all along. And all of this sounds sort of plausible.
I mean, it happened, right? Yeah. I mean, it should seem plausible.
Yeah. I mean, there's been in some of their works, it's pretty explicitly stated that this was the idea. This was the intention. So.
Right. Yeah.
But, okay, so we'll see. So he's laid out the entire framework for the argument. He said it's sort of plausible. Is he going to explain to us clearly and in detail why it's not true?
No. Of course, he's just going to assert that it's not true. That's all he's been doing all along.
We'll see.
Until you remember that racial, gender, and economic divisions straight up already existed way before Horkheimer.
Wait, so he says it's not true because divisions existed before these people pointed out these divisions and created theories and tried to use those theories to implement socialist principles.
I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right.
Okay. But I guess if you're a second thought audience viewer, you just go, oh, yeah. The Republicans, they honestly thought that like divisions in between classes and races didn't exist until leftists pointed them out. Those Republicans are so stupid.
That's exactly what's going on here.
Like, Lind makes it seem as if Horkheimer pointing these things out, which he wasn't the first or last to do by a long shot, made racism and the struggle against it exist all of a sudden. As if this country being divided was the fault of people resisting their oppression, not the fault of the people doing it.
Okay. You could be right, Adam. This person could be dumb as dirt. Because he just said, if you listen to what he just said, his argument was, here's what they say is happening. And he lays out the line of philosophical thought. And then his counter is, well, this theory is wrong because racial divisions existed before people pointed them out. So all they're doing is pointing out and observing things that already existed. And these people are just fighting for their rights and freedom.
Right.
That's not actually contradicting anything they're saying. That's you literally agreeing with them. Just saying, but it's actually good.
Right.
So you know what? I've been convinced. This person may be the dumbest person on YouTube because he just agreed with the evil right-wingers about their supposed conspiracy theory and didn't realize it, and his audience is too stupid to understand what just happened.
Well, I think he's too stupid to know that he's even agreeing.
I don't know if it's... I'm actually more inclined to attribute malice to him, actually, than stupidity. Mm-hmm. I think he knows... Yeah. I think he's doing the whole...
that mustache definitely has a lot of malice. I know that.
I think he's doing the it's happening and it's good thing.
So wait, he's not doing the it's not happening, it's good. He's doing the it is happening and it's good.
Yep.
Yeah, but see, that's why it's stupid, because he's saying that they're wrong, but then he's saying, but it is happening and it's good. So that would mean that they're not wrong, that they're right.
Yeah, so I think this is like planned obfuscation, not actually like him being dumb. He knows that he's playing a shell game.
So are you saying that when he tells the video the secret Marxist conspiracy, instead of him saying that's not true, he's saying, Shad, yes, secret Marxist conspiracy?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe. I can't tell.
Also briefly implies that cultural Marxist total control of society and culture happened because one of the members of the Frankfurt School worked for the OSS, and then two of them moved to Hollywood. I just thought that was funny. Like, they literally just moved to LA. They didn't make movies or anything, but that's his explanation for all the shady shit going on.
Okay, so this is what I think if he would actually come on a live stream and talk to us. This is what I think he would say. He'd say, oh, no, you guys misunderstood me, okay? I think that line of thought from the Frankfurt School to colleges to today, that's all true. The only thing I'm saying is the conspiracy theory is that it's the dominant force underpinning all the elites in society.
Right.
That's the conspiracy
It's some
theory.
niche thing that's not really controlling anything in society. And Republicans are really in full control of Congress and the legislature and culture and all that stuff.
Isn't that what SDL said? Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
He didn't dispute the origins of CRT. He just said that, well, the Republicans have political power and that's what matters.
Yeah.
Yes, right. And that's the shell game. That's the Mont and Bailey they play, is to say, well, like they'll do this game where if they're talking to someone who doesn't know all the theories, they'll say, no, you're just listening to Fox News or Breitbart. That's all fake. But then if they talk to someone who does, they say, well, maybe that's all true, but it's, a niche thing that no one cares about.
Well, they wish they had more power, obviously.
Right.
Maybe to them, they perceive it as not much power.
Funny. Like, they literally just moved to LA. They didn't make movies or anything, but that's his explanation for all the shady shit going on. Anyway, the quick summary of the last section is that cultural Marxists rule the world because some people acknowledge racism instead of pretending it doesn't exist.
So this guy, I think I'm coming around to Dev's position. I think this guy, well, actually, no, I think as an enlightened centrist, he is.
Well, you're jumping around here a lot.
Okay. I think second thought is the combination of stupid and evil. That is like the worst combination of all things. He's stupid and dishonest because he's dishonestly intentionally framing like, oh, they're just talking about racism existing. When he means is that the very specific anti-liberal leftist version of how to interact with and understand racism, that's what is being discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Like liberals have been talking about race and racism forever and can totally talk about these things existing under a liberal framework. What he's referring to is talking about it from an anti-liberal leftist Western Marxist perspective. And he should be aware of that.
Yeah. So like there are definitely let's say black activists that didn't descend from the Frankfurt School. And they based their activism in like liberal ideas of equality before the law, right? You can have those conversations just fine.
There's a very unknown figure who did this. I don't know if you've heard of him. Very minor person in the civil rights movement. His name was Martin Luther King Jr.
Right, yeah. MLK. He was a secret
Sitch,
commie,
what about the white moderate? Tell me about the white moderate.
Oh, God. Oh, God. He was a secret socialist. I mean, the FBI was spying on him because they thought he was a secret socialist and could find zero evidence of it, but he was a secret socialist.
As long as they have enough evidence to believe, they'll believe.
He only said Marxism sucks like every chance he could get and did a whole sermon about why Marxism and materialism is garbage, but he was a secret Marxist.
It's so much easier to just avoid all of that stuff, Sitch, and believe what I want to believe.
I know. It's very annoying.
The cultural Marxism conspiracy would have you believe that behind every liberal, centrist politician saying Black Lives Matter, there's a secret communist. What's missing from Lynn's analysis is the truth.
Okay, so to be clear, and this is where the shell game happens, so far, all he's really claimed is the inaccuracy is that there's an overarching conspiracy that all these left-wing liberals believe it. That's the only thing. He's not really contending that the philosophy is incorrect, that Lind or someone else is pointing out about cultural Marxism, just that it's not so widespread.
Right, yeah. That's his central claim here.
Right.
That it's incorrect, that to assume that it's everywhere.
Right, but his audience who's watching this, I don't think that's how they would perceive it. They're just going to perceive it as him saying that the whole thing is bunk. Even though that's not really what he's saying if you're really closely
that's true.
listening.
Yeah. Well, he also said that he said something like behind every BLM activist there's like a secret Marxist or something.
He said behind every BLM supporting like liberal politician.
Right. Well, I mean, that's kind of true. And we've all looked at the stuff about like Patrice Colors and all these people who were involved in BLM talk about being Marxists. You see Antifa going out there supporting this shit with all of their revolutionary rhetoric and symbols. Like yes, there's a lot of Marxists in this group. Yes, there is.
Yes.
And I think like you get like progressive politicians who aren't socialists and they aren't anarchists. Now, I did a video on Portland recently, just like the history of like all the violence, the political violence in Portland in the past like 5 years or so. I did a video on that recently. And like what you see is you have, what was his name? Ted Wheeler, the mayor of Portland. like at the beginning of the protests, he's very like, oh, we stand with you. We understand that our society is systemically racist, and like we're gonna, and what he's doing is like he understands that he's like on the broader left, so he wants to try and capture a lot of this energy to use for his own re-election, I guess, or like his own political projects. But then after like a year or two of Portland being fucking burned down, he finally says, okay, I need to start actually arresting these people and making sure the charges stick, because this is like, these people have no intention of actually cooperating with me. So I think like there's a lot of, you know, like left-leaning, not socialist, but left-leaning Democratic politicians who think they can hitch their wagon to this BLM Antifa stuff because it will lead them to electoral success, not realizing that these people also want them dead.
No, I agree completely. Yeah, it's like they're trying to ride the tiger.
Are you going? Well, hold on. Are you going?
I know. I said that intentionally. Yeah.
Are you going?
They're trying to ride the tiger. The tiger's gonna is gonna turn around and bite their face off. So. Yep. It's a problem.
Well, there's a lot of moderate liberals who just think that all this is an extension of the civil rights movement. So.
Also true. Hit it up. Someone press the button.
We have a government almost entirely made up of centrist and right-wing millionaires and billionaires, lobbied by every major corporation from weapons to pharmaceuticals. Business executives run most major universities.
Oh, I do want to point out really quick, when he says a government full of centrists and right-wingers, what he means is that if you're not explicitly a revolutionary socialist, you are a centrist or a right-winger.
Right.
That's what he means. It's like you can't be like a neo-lib or be a progressive who's not a socialist and you're still ultimately in the right. That's going to be his view here. Yeah.
He doesn't think the Democrat. He's one of these people who says the Democrats are not left. There's no left-wing party in America.
Yep.
Is he going to talk about the bottom-up education system that we laid out, though? Probably not. Yeah. No. So I mean, we've stated explicitly where this stuff is coming from. I just answer that.
Well, he stated it too. He just said it's not. He's just saying that's a conspiracy because the politicians don't believe it because they're not radical revolutionary communists. So.
Because it's good.
Look, all the teachers are, though.
Every econ department in the country teaches capitalist economics at the 101 level to hundreds of thousands of students as if it's the only thing that exists. And every major media company is owned by billionaires and funded by other billionaire advertisers. You couldn't get a more capitalist-dominated system. But sure, a few social science departments teaching the work of one of the most influential political thinkers of the time is proof that anti-capitalists, who can't even get 1% of the vote, are running the country. Apparently, all the power of the...
See, this is the thing. If you subvert the education system, those voter numbers are going to go up. I mean, they already have done polling that so many young people think socialism is a good idea. It's kind of scary. So...
Mm-hmm. Well, this also what's happening here is like he's clearly interpreting these facts through a Marxist lens, right? And because we all know what the Marxist lens is, we kind of know what he's saying. When he says, oh, it's a system run by capitalists, it's like, well, why is it a system run by capitalists? Because you have billionaires. Why, like, what makes them bourgeois? Okay, it's the fact that they own the means of production. Like, we know what's underneath everything that he's saying, right? Like, there's a philosophy underneath this of all the statements that he's making, that if you asked him for more information and he were honest and knowledgeable, he could like take every sentence and write a paragraph about every sentence of what he actually meant. It's like, okay, well, this is what I mean when I talk about billionaires who like use their influence with other billionaires and own these certain things, right? So you basically, because we are relatively educated on the Marxist lens, we know in between the lines of what he's saying here and how all this operates in his head. And this kind of goes back to what I said earlier in the stream. Like if you showed this to, let's say, a right winger who had read those right wing political theorists I talked about earlier, he will look at this data and he'll give you he'll give you a very similar analysis of the elites controlling society, but he'll have a theory that pins it on the left, and that's nothing. People don't know about that theory, basically. And Second Thought certainly doesn't know about that theory, right? Because this idea of billionaires controlling things, the right has a response to that as well. Because even their response will basically be, yeah, you have a bunch of billionaires who have a bunch of money and a bunch of power and influence, but they don't actually have control over their property because the government does. right? Or some sort of middle manager does, some sort of agent that they hire to manage their stuff does, right? So there's a completely different political theory that's at play here if you look at it through a right-wing lens.
Teaching the work of one of the most influential political thinkers of the time is proof that anti-capitalists, who can't even get 1% of the vote.
So he's calling them anti-capitalists, which I mean, the problem really is this like whiteness and gender as a spectrum stuff. And he's conflating that with anti-capitalism.
Right.
Because it's cultural Marxism is completely different than anti-capitalism. That's why it's cultural Marxism. It's putting the Marxist philosophy, the class struggle, onto a racial or gender study or a struggle. So what does this have anything to do with this? This is basically sidestepping the problem that we're talking about. He's saying because anti-capitalists can't get any pull in Congress, that means that this other cultural Marxism stuff isn't really happening. Well, it's different. It's different. Like, of course, it's fucking different. You moron.
Because the economic Marxists are not, getting political power. Means the cultural Marxism is not real either.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, there are different schools of socialism that at play here. It's not all the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously.
Are running the country. Apparently, all the power of the capitalist class is just a facade. One day, the communists will come out from the shadows. Just wait. While in the meantime, Biden approves more oil and gas drilling on public lands than Trump.
See, and then he totally switches it here. We're not even talking about cultural Marxism anymore. We're talking about economic Marxism.
And also, do you think that a communist society wouldn't need energy and they wouldn't also drill for oil? Like, is this guy a degrowth communist? Where it's like, okay, here's how we achieve communism. We destroy all modern technology.
Yeah,
we all go back to being like living in a fucking jungle, living in teepees. Like, what the fuck is this? Like,
he's neoliberal, so he's not anti-capitalist.
Well,
I thought this video is called Secret Marxist Conspiracy. It's like about cultural Marxism. He said in the very beginning.
There's this insane idea that I hear from these socialists where they say, well, the only reason these big corporations are bad on the environment is because of capitalism, is because they're run and owned by like a handful of people. And my response to that is like, well, wait a minute. Why do you think so if like 10 people run the gas company, okay, I'll say 12. There's 12 people on the board of the gas company, and then there's a bunch, just because you think 12 people are on the board of a gas company, that's what promotes and that's what pushes the gas company, incentivizes it to basically pollute. So you're telling me that if the profit was shared more, so that if every person that worked at the gas company had a piece of the pie, wouldn't that incentivize those thousands of people to drill more oil, to pollute just as much as those handful of people at the board?
Of course it would.
Like, why? Yeah. Like, why just because the wealth is spread out amongst everyone that works at the company, does that somehow mean that all those people are going to become environmentally conscious when they are now financially incentivized to pollute more in a way that they weren't before?
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Because that already exists. Because, by the way, that idea of diffusion of ownership, that already exists in capitalism. The reason all of the 12 people on the boards, okay, are pushing to drill more oil and pollute more or whatever you want is because they have to do so to push up the stock price that all those thousands of people own shares of stock in the damn company.
To appease the shareholders.
Yeah. It basically, like, if there was some sort of collective ownership of the company among all the workers,
right?
All the workers would still be incentivized to want their company to succeed, which means drilling, right?
They would be. I feel like they'd be more incentivized to pollute, not less.
Of course, yeah. They'd have the.
But then, like, the logic's probably that, like, worker co-op market socialism isn't real socialism. You actually need real socialism, and real socialism is. They're probably going to push towards something that's like moneyless. I guess
worker co-op is real socialism, though.
Well, depends who you're talking to. They jump to all the different things.
Yeah.
What?
So some of them. So they might say like, okay, well, everything needs to be collectively owned by everyone. So everyone owns everything at all times, like pure communism, right? Could be something like that. But then, like, there's basically, I can already foresee the conversation with this guy and how he would jump around to each different type of socialism as like one of them falls apart.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch wouldn't let him jump around. Sitch will put the thumb screws to him and just like
jump around.
Because it would be something like, okay, well, you know, all the workers, if they all owned it, they wouldn't be incentivized to destroy the plants. I guess they would, because they still own their particular property. It's like, well, then everyone should own everything. Well, at that point, you have such a diffusion of responsibility. You know, it's like, well, like, what do you care if you vote for you know, an oil rig to be built half a world away because everyone owns everything and it's all done by referendum now, I guess. So like, if I, you know, me living in Canada, do I care if something's built in Africa? No. What do I care if it pollutes over there? You know, right. Like, people still have their own localized interests, and that can't be equalized away by making everyone the same class.
Right. And I mean, I would be willing to guess. Okay, I'm gonna throw this out here. I'd be willing to predict, if you went back and you looked at the pollution record and environmental record of the USSR, it ain't going to be pretty. Okay. I don't think the USSR gave a crap about maintaining the environment. That's my guess.
Nope. They were, well, but they weren't real socialism.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I forgot. Right.
Yeah. They were actually fascism. They were red fascists. Remember?
Gotcha. Well, this guy's a tanky though, supposedly. So
there wasn't real tankyism either.
Oh.
Okay. He'll show his true colors one day, though. Trust me. The thing is, the only way you could think that Marxists are running the US is if you, 1, defined Marxism as saying things like Black Lives Matter, regardless of what you actually do after saying it, for example, pumping billions into police departments, and 2, defined being an elite as simply displaying these quote-unquote Marxist beliefs, regardless of wealth, status, or power. That is, in fact, precisely how DeSantis defines it.
So again, he is not actually contradicting or saying any of the theory of Frankfurt School to colleges is wrong. He's just disagreeing that it's widespread. That's his only contention. So
well, I don't think he's really even engaging the argument either, because like the cultural, I don't think he really understands the argument that's being made about cultural Marxism being Marxism, economic Marxism superimposed onto culture with this oppressor-oppressed dynamic. I don't think we could have an intelligent conversation with him about that, because this is all just parrot talk. I mean, he's just
nonsense.
Yeah, he's just saying what he's heard other people say. He doesn't really understand it in any sort of deep, meaningful way.
Yeah, let's go back a bit, actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just...
And 2, defined being an...
Hold on. Just wait.
...on public lands than Trump. He'll show his true colors one day, though. Trust me. The thing is...
I mean, how is the whole defund the police not cultural Marxism?
Right.
I mean, I it's impossible for me not to see that as looking at the police as an oppressor class and the black community being oppressed by that oppressor class.
I think it's a bit different with the police, because in like anarchist communist theory, you have the notion that yes,
engage the question I asked.
I am. So in anarchist communist theory, there's a notion that the police are what allows property itself to exist. So you couldn't have liberalism, you couldn't have capitalism, you couldn't have the concept of property without police there to enforce it. Because if you have no police, then you can't have property. Because if let's say you own something, someone can come along and take it from you. Well, you can defend it with your own gun, sure. But let's say that 10 people come along and take it from you.
What does that have to do with what I asked about whether or not defund the police is cultural Marxism? Okay,
so the issue is that the defund the police thing, from an anarchist communist perspective, is that the reason they want the police defunded is because they view them as the primary pillar holding up private property ownership.
Okay. And
that's why they do.
And are property owners, does property owners and non-property owners fall into this oppressor oppressed cultural Marxist lens?
Possibly, yeah.
Yes,
but here's the thing. But here's the thing, though, is that property owners and non-property owners.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
But hold on. Well, no, because those are social classes, not like racial classes or gender classes. So it's much more traditionally Marxist.
Okay,
Marxist.
That's true. Yeah, I'll give you that. for sure. So it's more along class-oriented Marxism.
Yeah, it's more
I give
more
you
on
that.
economic
I
Marxism.
give you that. But I just
it's also along cultural Marxism, because the idea is that the police. This is what we've heard this argument many times. The police started as an institution that was used to catch slaves. The police are intentional. Like the whole point of the police is to just go around arresting black people.
right, yeah. That's where it becomes the cultural aspect of it and not the economic aspect of it. Like I understand what you're saying, Dev. You're saying this one particular class of people views it through a class reductionist lens. So okay, I'm talking about Joe Normie looking at it from I guess not Joe Normie, because Joe Normie is not really looking at
the
it.
random BLM person you'll pick
Right,
off.
the random BLM person is looking at it through this oppressor-oppressed cultural Marxist lens.
Right. So I think what's really happening here is like you start to get a lot of bleed over between the two types of Marxism. Right?
Yes.
They're definitely shaking hands quite a bit in
Of
this
course
area.
they are. Of course they are. But I think the cultural Marxism is the problem, because it's kind of the thing that people are teaching other people, and they're unaware that they're even being taught this lens.
Yes, yeah. So like going all the way back, the reason if you go to like Herbert Marcuse, the reason that he wrote about infiltrating institutions and destabilizing liberal society using this lens
praxis
was but it was specifically for the purpose of weakening liberal society so that you could have a genuine socialist communist revolution along class lines.
Create havoc.
So like so the cultural Marxism is like is the the shot before the chaser, I guess.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
like
it's a destabilizer. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. So it's more like cultural Marxism isn't the end goal; it's the tool to get to the end goal, which is just regular Marxism.
Yes. 100% agree. But this guy's denying. This guy's pointing to economic Marxism being not powerful and saying because of that cultural Marxism is not powerful, which is just bonkers.
He's doing a total switch.
It's really stupid. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. There's like this
what's going on?
chirping sound in the background.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
It's not my fire. It's a smoke detector.
I thought I heard like cats or children or something in the background.
My wife keeps yelling. Yeah, exactly. It's terribly distracting. I'm like, what the hell?
There's a cardinal that's like right out my window that's like losing its mind. I don't know what's going on in the tree. It's just like going crazy. I sent you a picture, Adam. It's kind of funny if you want to bring. Well, it's kind of depressing if you want to bring it up, or send it in the Discord.
Okay.
Between three of us.
Depressing. Awesome.
It's a picture. Wait. It's a picture that shows. Carl sent this to me. It's a picture of the Aral Sea. Okay, or the Aral Sea.
Mm-hmm.
This. Is, I've seen this before. Yeah.
Right. So, in 1959, officials in the Soviet Union decided to divert river flows feeding the Aral Sea to the deserts of Central Asia, where the water irrigated farm supplies for a growing cotton industry. As the cotton blossomed, the lake's level dropped. Today, only a sliver remains of what was once the world's fourth largest lake. Okay, so you can see that the Soviet Union dried up the fourth largest lake in the world.
Right.
Even though they had no profit incentive. Okay.
Wow. They destroyed this beautiful natural resource.
Yes.
Even without money, you can still get people to do things that are like short-sighted, obviously.
Shocking.
Yes.
Shocking.
I mean, they had money, but you know what I mean. Like it.
Yes.
The claim is like we abolish class, we abolish money, we abolish all this shit, and we'll have solved the energy problem. It's like, no, you won't.
Right.
You won't solve shit.
James Stanford for $20. Thank you, James. Says even though I'm subscribed to Destiny, I find it very disturbing. I like to watch you guys because you treat people with differing opinions like we are Americans instead of children. Lots of Americans feel left behind. I agree, and thank you for the support.
Yeah. Yeah, we try to treat everyone with dignity and
not
respect.
Everyone.
Oh, that's
We
true.
try not to treat Canadians with dignity and respect, but
we're pretty harsh on Quackademic Agent too. So
Brian Alman for $20 says wrong and smug. You mean Hassan? Well, that's true.
Yes.
This guy, I feel like, is more wrong and smug than Hassan, which is hard. It's a hard thing to do, but he's managed.
Right.
James Sanford for another $20. Thank you, James. Says, wait, wasn't it proven that they couldn't find Trump wrong? Wasn't it proven that they couldn't? Wasn't it proven wrong that they couldn't find Trump withholding aid to Ukraine? Wasn't it based on a phone call, but it was false? I can't remember. It's been a while, but didn't the whistleblower never testify? So what happened was, I don't know if he testified or not. I don't remember the specifics of that part. But what basically Trump's argument was regarding this specific point was that he was withholding aid, but before Zelensky ever did the thing he asked, he lifted the restriction and the aid went through once it was outed that Trump was doing this. So he said, well, I can't be guilty of this crime because I eventually gave the aid to Zelensky when someone pointed out I was doing this thing.
Because I got caught and I gave the aid.
Right. So it wasn't actually proven specifically the way that you're wording it or remember it, but PC for $20 says, looking forward to Giga Chad Dev describing himself as a sexist racist in the next issue of Super Villains Anonymous. There you go. I like
No way.
Do it. Put me in there.
I don't.
He'll be
this.
so when Robot Hitler comes, we'll have he's wearing like a little dev on his shoulder.
Oh yeah.
That will make excuses for Robot Hitler's like anti-Semitic remarks. Say like, listen, you guys are not understanding the complicated philosophical concept of this statement that Robot Hitler just made.
Right. Yeah.
Slay Abram Lincoln for $20 says that is Operation Mincemeat for the invasion of Sicily. The fake tanks were for Operation Bodyguard for Normandy. Well, there you go.
Cool.
Based.
Got a World War II buff.
Through the wormhole for $20. Thank you. Says, hey, Adam and Sitch. The last time Carl was on, he made a BS claim about how gay people have a life expectancy of 50 or something. I don't even remember that. The study was done all the way back in the 90s. And was in the wake of the AIDS pandemic. Nowadays, HIV has gone to being a very easily manageable virus, both to avoid and get rid of.
Oh, interesting. Doing some cherry picking there, Carl.
Yeah, I don't even remember. There's a lot of things said in
I remember that because I was there. Yeah,
you're right.
I remember saying that.
I
also remember looking up. So now that HIV is mostly managed, like you can still catch it, you can still die from it, obviously. But like there's drugs to like minimize spread and like prolong your life and all that, right? Like we have an okay handle on HIV at this point. In some very progressive circles, it's now become bigoted to not want to have sex with someone who has HIV.
What?
I'm aware of this. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh man.
Because now that the drugs make it so they can't transmit it to you, or they have like a very small chance of transmitting it to you.
Mm-hmm.
If you reject sex with them because they have HIV, you're being ableist. You're being a bigot.
Right. But I mean, if the only argument is that the life expectancy for gay men was lower because they would catch HIV because gay men would be more likely to have unprotected sex with each other. I mean, duh. Like,
yep.
So what is that? That doesn't tell you anything that's useful or important. That's a very obvious thing, right? Like, I don't know, like, who cares? Like, if you're trying to say that there's a lower life expectancy for something outside of STDs, now that would be there'd be some weird thing that you'd want to bring up there, but.
I think the conversation was basically about how gay people, like as a general, like, as a class, they have like a different lifestyle than straight people that leads to them dying sooner. Which, if they have lots of unprotected sex, that seems to be the case.
Sure.
At least it did back then, you know. Right. Now it doesn't. Now their unprotected sex keeps them alive, so it's fine.
There you go. I mean, you shouldn't really be having unprotected sex.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
You know, with strangers anyway, but. Captain Mystery for $30 says, watching a Breadtuber, I donate. Also, hi, Dev. I would like to point out that Edward Snowden revelations were considered a conspiracy before it was confirmed. Also, do you two plan to cover some more news grooming vids? Oh, some more. Oh, you mean more news? Some more news. Oh, some more news is grooming video. I kind of vaguely remember watching it. I don't remember what my thoughts were. Let's see, what was it?
I mean, some more news.
Who are the real groomers?
A regular topic for us.
You never
I
seen
have
Some
no
More
clue
News,
who
Dev?
that is. No
There's
idea.
a guy named Some More News who's awful.
Okay.
We haven't covered him in a while though.
Yeah.
Is he a Breadtuber or what?
Look, we have to cover the VAUSH. VAUSH named us by name, so we have to respond to that before the end of the stream. So.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
Well, you don't know this? Oh my goodness.
No, this is news to me. What did he say?
Well, we'll cover it. I have it clipped out. Yeah.
I only have like an hour left. I can't cover it tonight. I'm sorry.
Oh.
That's okay.
You guys gotta do it without me.
You can watch the video when we clip it out.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, here. Listen, Adam. Since I know you don't want to do any more mold bug.
Dev.
All right.
Dev.
I got
what?
Yeah.
What?
I have something else for you. Okay.
Oh no.
So there's a book.
AIDS.
There's a book that was written by a modern day fascist. All right.
Okay.
Called The Socialism of Duty.
Okay.
All right. We should read this book instead.
I'm not. Look,
it's fucking retarded. It's hilariously bad.
I don't like any of these trash books. I like my reading to be educational. I don't want to read some fascist. Some fascist doing gable-nazing for 1,000 pages just doesn't turn me on. So this is the thing. Why do you read this crap, Dev? It just infects your mind.
To understand where they're coming from.
Because
all you ever understand is where one crazy fascist is coming from. It's completely useless information.
It depends if it's being cited by other people. It's kind of
okay. Well,
what they're talking about.
If a bunch of people are citing it, if you've got like 5 fascists online citing it, still, who cares? Who gives a fuck? What the hell?
Well,
you guys
listen,
are insane.
So the way that I view it is that I like understanding the things that I don't know. You know, I know liberalism pretty well. At this point, I know Marxism pretty well.
Do you know about Cleodynamics?
No, tell me about that.
Well, why aren't you interested in Cleodynamics over this fucking crap?
Why don't we
give me a book? I'll read it.
Okay, stop. We're gonna save this conversation for Tuesday. You said you only have an hour left. Let me read the remaining $20 super chats and we can get back to
it. Go ahead.
Okay. Captain Mystery, or the one. The Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for $20. Thank you. What a name. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, have you ever heard of the Reform Revolution, formerly known as I Crave the Void? If you're looking for someone to cover as an insane leftist, he's probably one of the worst.
Really? I think I've heard that name. I Crave the Void
I've heard it too. What is that? Let me see.
I'll check it up. I'm unfamiliar with his content. Also, for another $5, also, have you guys thought about getting Azalea 2 on your show? He's an interesting character. I mean, I haven't because I'm not sure.
No, but I'll check him out. We got pretty much everyone that was on that panel that we did on Tuesday on the schedule. So.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the pandering politics.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think his name is Pondering Politics, but why would you pick something that's so close to pandering politics?
Oh, he changed his name. I've seen this guy before. Yeah.
What's his name? What's the name of his channel?
His name is now Reform Revolution.
Look, I'm trying. Look, when I meet these people, I'm trying to be, good faith. I guess
he's
optimistic. I think is kind of the word. But
got 500 subscribers.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he's like hilariously, ridiculously stupid. Okay. He's really dumb.
I feel bad covering someone who's like minuscule, even if they're like really stupid.
Yeah, but he's gonna come on and talk to us though, so that's a complete.
No, I'm not talking about that guy. I'm not talking about who you're bringing on. We're talking about someone completely different.
Okay. You're not talking about pandering politics.
No, we're talking about the Reform Revolution guy.
Okay.
Cameraman 502 for $20 says, would Second Thought admit this about fascism, that they couldn't get a single vote in Congress, so it's just a left-wing conspiracy? Oh, what a great fucking question. But he would say, what are you talking about? Donald Trump was a fascist politician who won the election. That's what he would say.
Yeah. The entire Republican Party's fascist, and they have half of government.
But that's a funny answer. Cameraman 502 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, how could they claim the USSR isn't real socialism when in his video to the Communist Party of the USA called the USSR dissolution in December of 91 was illegal and anti-democratic because of a vote in March of 91 to keep it? S-class is best class. Yeah, we're actually going to watch after this. Carl sent me a video that's like a 5-minute clip from one of his videos where supposedly he's his most tankiest. So we'll check that out.
Carl, you mean Sargon or someone else?
No, of this guy. Oh, no. Oh, no, not Sargon. A different Carl.
Different Carl, okay.
Kyler sternly ignores for 20 Aussies. Thank you so much. Says the World War II deception with the corpse with fake documents is real, but it was for the invasion of Sicily in 1943, not for Normandy. Hitler fell for it because he already thought they invaded Greece, but his generals mostly didn't. Interesting.
Yeah.
There you go.
is the only way you could think that Marxists are running the US is if you, 1, defined Marxism as saying things like Black Lives Matter regardless of what you actually do after saying it, for example, pumping billions into police departments, and 2, defined being an elite as simply displaying these quote-unquote Marxist beliefs, regardless of wealth, status, or power. That is, in fact, precisely how DeSantis defines it.
What the I hate, look, get your shit together, dude.
What?
Well, he put something up on that I guess we're supposed to read. He's not going to read it to us.
Oh, so
regardless of wealth, or wealth, influence, heading a Fortune 500 company, precise, and 2, defined being an elite as simply displaying these quote-unquote Marxist beliefs, regardless of wealth, status, or power. That is, in fact, precisely how DeSantis defines it.
There you go.
The word elite does not signify someone of tremendous aptitude, great wealth, or major achievement. It signifies someone who shares the ideology and outlook of the ruling class, which one can demonstrate by virtue signaling and by seeing Americans as subjects to be ruled over, not as citizens to be represented. These elites do not include some individuals who reach the commanding heights of society.
So here's the thing about this quote, right? Is that from a Marxist perspective, this is wrong, right? But from the perspective of those right-wing political theorists that I mentioned, this is actually correct. So they're operating using two different languages in this conversation. Like, he doesn't understand what Ron DeSantis is saying here.
Yeah, they're talking past one another.
Well, so I think what is being described in this sentence is true, and I think it's worthy to discuss and criticize. I think calling it elite is stupid.
Okay.
Because I do think that I think that the common understanding of elite is more of this person who's at the top of some kind of hierarchy that's controlling something. I mean, that's the way the word has been basically used for most of, English. And I don't like when people kind of reframe words to do some political shenanigans. Like, just come up with a different term to describe this thing. Because I think what he's talking about is real, and I think it's definitely merits talking about, but just don't call it elites.
Right. He's saying the people with the right political views are elites by his estimation.
Right, because to me, this is like basically
progressive means elite.
It's not quite that. It's not quite that. It's like he's talking about
use the negative association of the word elite to branch off to something different, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's the ruling class, and then they have their political views, right? And then you have members who aren't part of the ruling class, but maybe they want to be, or maybe they idolize them, or maybe they're just like followers of them, or they're their assistants or something. Right. And so they adopt the same outlook on life. They adopt the same politics. They often adopt the same fashion sense as the true elites. And then these are the middle managers running around actually implementing the day-to-day the day-to-day execution of these ideas, right? So they're not elites themselves, but they look like elites from the outside.
You're talking about the petty bourgeoisie. I mean, even the socialists came up with a different term for it, right?
Yeah. This is the managerial class.
Call them the petty elites.
Right wing. Yeah. So like he's describing something that is true.
Yes.
But you can't understand the concept using only a Marxist frame.
Right.
Which is why second thought doesn't get it.
Right. But he shouldn't. I don't think that this should be. I don't think people should use the word elite to describe this process. They should use some other word to describe this thing. So I don't like when people rebrand common words to serve some political purpose, and they try to use the negative association of the word to their advantage.
Right.
And this is kind of why, we saw where they want to take, I talk about this in my People's R video. They took the word racism because it had all these negative connotations that were powerful, and they tried to redefine it to mean People's R for their own political purposes. Like, no, you can talk about People's R, just make a different word to describe it. You don't get to bank off of the pre-existing energy of the word racism.
But Sitch, you defeat the whole purpose of this exercise. What? Come on.
Well, that is true. So,
see, it's kind of like how they use, as you said earlier, such a petty bourgeois, right? Because the petty bourgeois being people who both own and work the means of production, so they have that in common with the bourgeois, and that they both own the means of production. But they're also workers. But the reason that they call them petty bourgeois instead of, let's say, grand proletariat, because it would mean the same thing, is that there's a political reason why they lump them in with the enemy instead of the friend.
Of course.
Even though there's overlap between the two classes. And it's the same thing here, right? Like, you could say that, well, these people are elites because they have the same thoughts and they have the same politics and they have the same lifestyle as the elites, even though they're not actually elites. Like, you can make that argument, but the reason that he's choosing it, like, there's enough overlap that it makes sense, but it's still very clear that the choice of word has a political undertone.
Of course, and obviously, and also, you know, just the significance of using the word ruling class is kind of stupid too, because it's like, oh, okay, because under kind of the managerial theory, you're going to have a bunch of rich people who would be the ruling class, but they're technically not, even though they're all right wing. Like, it seems like a way to kind of create a philosophy to sort of say that, oh, there's only left-wing elites. All the right-wing elites are actually secretly not elites. Like, I don't know, to me, that rubs me the wrong way. It's like, no, there's left-wing and right-wing elites, and they're probably all shitheads, and they're all doing their shithead things, and everyone just has to own their own elites and criticize them, okay?
Yep.
Institutional power, wealth, influence, heading a Fortune 500 company, none of that makes you an elite if you're focused on regular capitalist things like squeezing more profit out of your workers by any means necessary.
So how does the NASDAQ, having literal diversity, equity, inclusion requirements, that completely destroys his argument? That's an elite organization for all the elite businesses that's forcing some kind of flavor of cultural race Marxism onto other companies to participate in capitalism.
Yeah, this is the shell game, right? Because the critique that he's making is an economic Marxist critique.
Yes,
it's like, listen, they're doing the diversity thing in these big corporations. That doesn't mean that they're actually, you know, anti-capitalist. They're just doing the rainbow capitalism thing, right? So yeah, he's making an economic Marxist critique of, yeah, that's the shell game. Is it like before he was talking? Like before he was kind of in favor, even though he's saying it doesn't exist. He was kind of in favor of the cultural Marxism. But now that we've come around to the effects of cultural Marxism, he's switching it up and saying, oh, but economic Marxism isn't being implemented.
Exactly.
This Koch, Musk, and all their buddies aren't part of the elite at all, because they say socialism is bad. But a few college students staging a sit-in and just asking, for a higher minimum wage and less discrimination are the shadowy cabal threatening the very foundations of America. Not only is this idea of a Marxist takeover not based in any kind of reality, with this narrative, Lind and these other pundits are trying to make it seem like all these different movements for equality and social change from the 60s onwards are illegitimate. He makes social progress look deeply objectionable, and this story about cultural Marxism taking over because of a few books makes it seem like the change happened through a top-down conspiracy of a few privileged woke people, instead of what really happened.
Oh no.
Okay, so before we get to what really happened. Okay. Well, because first of all, he frames, he's like, oh, there's just these poor college students who just want a higher minimum wage, right? It's like ignoring all the insanity that we saw with Evergreen and Yale and all these colleges that were like hyper woke and instituting all these hyper woke rules and regulations and cancellations and all these things. But like, no, that all just gets ignored, and we just pretend like none of that happened. We close our eyes and we say, oh, they just want a higher minimum wage. That's all they want. That's all they want.
Just economic justice, Sitch. That's all they want.
Oh, okay.
Ignore them hunting down professors and trying to kill them.
And now, even though so far he hasn't made any fact refutation of the direct line from Frankfurt School to, you know, the critical studies implemented in America, right? But he's claiming that he's about to show us why that's wrong. Okay, so we're gonna see what his sterling evidence is for this.
Sterling, I like it.
Millions of people protested, went on strike, and organized from the bottom up, marching and fighting against the prevailing classism, racism, sexism, and homophobia that brutalized them and their peers, only to achieve partial success, gaining legal equality without material equality, alongside a little more positive representation in popular media, to imply that those who are the victims of capitalism, those who are the most oppressed, most marginalized, are actually behind the curtain controlling everything is just wrong, and contrary to every piece of evidence we have about who has wealth and power in this country.
Ooh.
Anyway, after making the claim that—
Okay, wait. Okay, so his argument is these guys are wrong about these theories impacting today's philosophical theories. Okay, he said those guys are wrong about the Frankfurt School basically, you know, creating wokeness and cultural Marxism because in America's past, black people were oppressed.
Right.
And those black people, they said, hey, give us some rights.
Well, he'll also say that they're still oppressed, so it has to be wrong. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, he alluded
he'll
to
something like
wealth
that.
disparities.
So right, but so he's not actually contradicting the argument. All he's saying is that it's not been effective. He's not contradicting their arguments that the Frankfurt School had this philosophy that was then passed down to critical studies, which is then now infiltrated schools. He's not contradicting that at all. He's just saying, well, it hasn't really taken off yet.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and that's what I said in my video too, was that you can argue about its efficacy, because it does seem to be the case that a lot of people who get indoctrinated in this stuff, once they go out and work a real job, they kind of fall out of it, like I did, like most people do, in my opinion. Like, once you leave the cushy ivory tower of the university and experience the real world, a lot of these niche philosophies tend to fall away, right? So if the argument is that it's not very effective because our revolution hasn't happened yet, okay, he has a point. But that's not the same thing as saying it doesn't happen.
Yeah, so his argument is the secret Marxist conspiracy is that apparently the argument is that it's happening, but it hasn't been effective yet. And that's bad.
Right.
Okay. I just like, this is so stupid. It's so
well,
insane.
I think it is effective, but it's not effective in the way that he wants it to be, obviously. I don't think it's ever going to be effective in that way.
No.
Well, I guess the effective for him would be destroying society and causing a class revolt. That he would see that as success.
Yeah.
So I guess
like,
it is making society more contentious. So maybe it is successful in his eyes.
So you see this among like a lot of environmentalists, right? So like an environmentalist will say, listen, we cannot solve the environmental catastrophe without also taking the opportunity to implement socialism. If we save the environment but we still have capitalism, it will be considered a failure. And it's like, well, hold on, I thought you were an environmentalist, not a socialist. It's like, well, you know, they're actually backdooring something in, right?
Yeah.
There's like socialist accelerationism, where basically they actually don't want things to get better. You know, they don't want you to implement a healthcare service. They don't want you to actually like advocate for unions or anything like that, because they believe that these things will basically, they will allow capitalism to continue existing by relieving the working class's material conditions without actually driving them to revolt. So like there's something in this. I don't know if he's like a full accelerationist, but there's something in this here where he's like, listen, we can't make things better for people because we want them to be destitute enough to revolt.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's going to help.
Nope.
The Frankfurt School and a progressive elite are behind everything conservatives already hate. Lind then goes on to mention a few key details about them. 1, they're foreigners. And 2, he feels it's important to mention that they're Jewish.
How does all of this stuff come here? How does it flood into our universities? And indeed, into our lives today? The members of the Frankfurt School are Marxist. They are also, to a man, Jewish. In 1933, the Nazis come to power in Germany, and not surprisingly, they immediately shut down the Institute for Social Research. And its members flee. They flee to New York City.
Now, is he mentioning that they're Jewish just because they fled the Holocaust? Maybe. But did he also deliver this speech at a Washington Holocaust denial conference hosted by an anti-Semitic journal? Yes. So, you know.
Okay, hold on. So this, I think this is that broader conference that wasn't just about Holocaust denialism. I think.
That was
I'm
just
not exactly sure on that.
A side issue they talked about.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know, man.
I'm surprised
like,
there was no zoom in for that.
Yeah,
he said that they were Jewish. Zoom in.
The fact that okay, I mean, we've been doing this whole stream. The fact that he cut Lind off in the middle of the sentence.
Oh, I know.
And the second half of that sentence seems like it might have been important.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself.
Well, and again, I mean, I don't like. I don't give a shit if Lind is a secret KKK wearing hood, runs around in high heels all day. Okay, it's irrelevant to whether the idea about cultural Marxism and the line of philosophical thought from the Frankfurt School to today is accurate or not. Something which we're 13 minutes into the video, and Mr. No Thought here has not even once attempted to refute it. All he's refuted is that he doesn't think it's been effective in grabbing hold of America's consciousness.
Mm-hmm. So this is the same argument as Joan Braun, where she said, bad people believe this, therefore it's a bad idea. He's making the same argument because, Lind could be a terrible person and believe this, and it could still be true.
Right.
Who's to say why he thinks bringing up the Jewish thing is important? Like in other examples of conservative rhetoric, Lind is playing on the xenophobic
music cut.
Well, he literally said why it was important. He said that's how they ended up in America. There was this thing called World War II where the Nazis were killing Jews just for existing. So if you're Jewish, you kind of want to get clear of that.
Yeah,
it's so bad. It's so incredibly bad faith.
I wonder if he'll claim that it's a conspiracy theory that the reason America made the atomic bomb first is because all of the scientists that fled Germany were Jewish.
Don't think that comes up in this.
No, it won't. But I wonder if he thinks that though. It's the same logic. It's the same dumb fucking logic.
Right.
Look, he's just trying to hit everyone with a racist stick. That's what he's doing. That's what this entire video is about. We can't really talk about the substance of what's going on in the actual culture here. You just got him running cover for, simultaneously running cover for Marxism and trying to hit everyone with a racist stick as he's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Idea that foreigners are to blame for problems in the U.S., not a domestic capitalist ruling class.
Cultural Marxism and the Frankfurt School
comes from a school called the Franklin School. It comes out of Berlin. These are a group of Marxists. One of the gentlemen fled Hitler, came to the United States.
This framing can be used as a way to...
But wait a minute. Okay, so his argument here doesn't make any sense because he's like, they're blaming an outside influence who's kind of coming into society and pushing these ideas instead of blaming the ruling capitalist class. Well, first of all, the people that you're quoting don't have a problem with capitalism. So obviously they're not going to be blaming the ruling capitalist class, you complete idiot. This is a stupid point, obviously.
That's a great point, yeah.
Number two, this completely confirms what I said about how I define that the right generally looks at problems as coming from external forces coming into society to subvert some pre-existing, pre-working system. So there you go.
I thought you... Oh, okay.
One of the gentlemen.
And the left is from internal forces?
The left, see, but this actually, what he said perfectly is a perfect illustration of my left-right definition. Because he's like, no, guys, don't you see the problems in our society come from the internal ruling capitalist class that have been created through hierarchy and tradition.
Right.
And then the right winger says, no, the problem in our society is that some external Germans from the Frankfurt School with their wacky foreign ideas come into our country and then degenerate it down.
Right. Okay.
So there you go. The perfect illustration of my left-right definitions.
Fled Hitler, came to the United States.
This framing can be used as a way to impose stricter immigration controls, which the right is fond of.
Order my government to deny entry to all communists and all Marxists.
What's going on in this clip?
So this was all just so he could talk about why the Republicans are anti-immigration, I guess.
But he's got some real audio issues going on here.
And it serves as a good way of framing socialist and progressive ideas as un-American, because foreigners are the ones that had to import them. Finally, we get to the core of the cultural Marxism conspiracy.
This video, this guy's just a dipshit, a total dipshit. Yeah. I don't think this is, he's not narrowing in on cultural Marxism. He's just using cultural Marxism as kind of a grab bag to talk about everything he hates about conservatives. That's basically what he's doing.
They're just
it's just
racist.
Bitch and moan and whinge about the people he hates. It's so weird. These people that form their entire identity on some other group that they hate, they remind me of someone historically. Can you think of who that might be?
Does it begin with the letter N?
Yes.
And end with the Aussies?
Yes.
Oh,
like
okay.
what is different here? Like your entire fucking identity is being opposed to some other group that you fucking hate. Can't you build your own identity, you dipshit?
It's ironic because they like to call the right reactionaries, and this entire video is just reactionary.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Can we talk about what we like? Let's talk about what we like.
Well, he can't, because if he does, he'd drop the ball in saying that. Well, actually, I agree with all the
yeah, because he'd be talking about how much he loves the fucking Frankfurt School.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All true, Adam. It's all true and based.
It's just so insane. Insane. I just get so sick of it. It's so boring.
Well, and secondly, I mean, socialism is an un-American idea in terms of that it was derived entirely, and created entirely by foreign people that were not American.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is not an inaccurate statement.
I have a feeling that if you asked him, he would do the whole socialism is the inheritor of the liberal tradition thing.
This guy? No. No
I have a
fucking
feeling,
way.
yeah.
No shot.
I think so. I think he'd do like what STL did, is that well, you want liberty, fraternity, equality? Socialism does it better, baby.
He might make that argument, yes.
It's so ironic because the closer you move to equality, the further you move from liberty.
Right, but they don't accept that. So.
No. For them, it's like if you have a properly functioning state, which by necessity has to take away some of your rights and privileges, you can then create like a better environment that will allow you to be free. Like there's something to it, but it's not always the case.
People like to compete. You're always going to get hierarchies forming just through competition. Yeah. Even if it's not competition over resources or material wealth, it's going to be competition over status.
Mm-hmm. But there's something to be said for like, if you have an orderly society, it's more free in some senses because you don't have to worry about getting fucking mugged walking down the street. Yeah, because the cops do their job and that sort of thing. But like that's the argument that socialists basically make, is that you just build up society more, you have more centralized control, and then that can create an environment where you will have more freedom because you're free from, let's say, the influences of bad actors. Well, that's going to be something approximating their argument. It's not a universal truth, basically.
Well, I just noticed the saying liberty, fraternity, equality is actually striving for two things that are contradictory.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
The white supremacy stuff. The point where the cultural Marxism story culminates is what these Marxists supposedly do once they're here.
Gramsci said that the workers can never see their true class interest as defined by Marxism until they are freed from Western culture and particularly from the Christian religion. He also theorized that the great obstacle to the creation of a Marxist paradise was the culture, was Western civilization itself.
For conservatives, the main goal of cultural Marxists is to destroy the West.
In the West, but...
Well, I'm curious. Okay, so he had Lynn say all that stuff. Does this guy disagree with any of that? I'm assuming he would agree with all of that.
Yeah, because Gramsci absolutely said that.
Right, but I'm assuming
his philosophy.
Right, I'm assuming not only would he not disagree that Gramsci said that, I'm assuming that No Thought here would literally agree with that idea.
Yeah,
and think that that's true.
Yeah, like you have to overcome religion, you have to overcome, capitalist dominant culture to have a socialist paradise. Yes, of course he would.
His whole goal is to destroy the West.
Yeah, right. What?
His whole goal is to destroy the West. What are you talking about?
He probably thinks he's improving the West if you actually asked him. It's like, oh, we'll make the West better by making it Marxist.
Look, he thinks he thinks the inequality comes from capitalism. It's a feature of capitalism. And in order to do away with that, you have to destroy the capitalist system. That is destroying the West.
Right.
100%.
Well, but instead of saying West, he would say, well, he's in favor of destroying liberalism or Western liberalism, right?
Yeah, the liberal world order, replace it with a socialist world order. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. West, you think social democracy paired with a market economy. That's the West.
I mean, you only say that because, you're a dirty capitalist.
Well, no, that's it. That is Fukuyama says that. That's like that's pretty
dirty capitalist.
I'm just saying. Like, and this is another thing that Fukuyama talks about. The will to power that people have. The market economy is a good way to channel that into a productive use. When these other socialist systems do away with the market economy, what do you think happens with people like, Donald Trump, who have this strong will to power? Mm-hmm. They play it out in politics.
Sure.
Because there's no market economy where they can grow a business and become, Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. These guys don't know what they're talking. They're stupid people. Very stupid.
Anti-West. The forces destroying this country and the West. So everything rides on this.
We don't want them when they want to destroy our country.
And then he keeps putting this clip of Donald. Are you guys hearing bad audio on this? I can't hear anything he's saying.
It's kind of echoey, yeah.
Really?
But I can hear
When
it,
conservatives talk about cultural Marxists, it's not just to scare conservatives. It's not just to imply that marginalized people are really the ones in charge. Cultural Marxism is a foil against which the real America and the West can be defined.
See, this is what bugs me about this. He's acting as if it's just some kind of buzzword that's completely meaningless. Like people aren't having an honest conversation about what exactly is going on here. It's like you dipshit. I mean, is anything we're talking about unclear? I mean, I feel like a 2-year-old can understand this.
I agree that a 2-year-old should be able to understand.
Yeah, it's super easy. You look at the world. Look, you look at the world in bourgeoisie and proletariat. You look at it through a class lens. Other people are going to start using that same lens to look at other features as oppressive and oppressed. It's so simple. It's very easy, okay? Mm-hmm. And all the right wingers talking about this are talking about it in that kind of framework. It's not just to scare people. It's not to say, oh, Marxism, that stuff that scares you. Woohoo!
Right.
I mean, they're talking about something. It bugs the shit out of me when people are like, why are you even making this video, dude?
Basically, everything that cultural...
What was that, Sitch? Why is he making
propaganda.
This video?
That's why he's making this video. This is propaganda. To fight back against the evil Republican.
But it's not even, I mean, there's not really any substance here. This is completely substanceless. I mean, he could just sit back and say, when Republicans say it, when conservatives say it, it's a lie, over and over and over again for 22 minutes, and it would basically be the same video. Where's the substance here?
I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you. So at the end of my video, I proposed, rather than calling it cultural Marxism, because one, that triggers a lot of people into pure irrationality, and two, because it's not only Marxists who want to do this, we should simply call it institutional capture. Do you think that Second Thought would object to that idea? It's like, listen, there are socialists who are implementing some form of institutional capture in neutral Western institutions, and we should stop them.
Well, I don't think institutional capture talks... I mean, the reason why Marxism works is because it embodies the oppressor-oppressed dynamic. I would be game to call it something else that was intuitively meaningful.
Well, sure, but like institutional capture just basically means that you have, let's say, an institution that operates in a neutral manner, and then someone comes in with a political bent and then changes it.
Look,
sure,
Christianity could participate in institutional capture too. It doesn't mean the same thing as cultural Marxism.
Well, sure, but I mean, cultural Marxism is a form of institutional capture.
I mean, it is. I think that term is too vague.
Too vague.
We were kind of thinking about this the other day. Like, we need another term for it. I think one of the terms we came for was cultural liberalism.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Cultural illiberalism.
Right. Because I really think the key to this, the right doesn't want to adopt this because liberal means Democrat. But really the key to destroying wokeness is to label it illiberal, and because that's the only way to kind of pull off the shell, pull off the sheet that all this shit is hiding under, and kind of make the public address what is going on here.
Right. Yeah. Culturally liberalism. I do like.
Yeah.
I remember we talked about that.
Let's just call it cultural fascism.
Well, I do. I think that does have a nice ring to it.
I mean,
admit.
I don't think that makes
cultural
sense.
Fascism, like baby.
Yeah.
Well, illiberalism, I think, is. I mean, it's fascism is illiberalism.
It's a form of illiberalism.
True.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
I guess.
And we can call second thought a cultural fascist. How cool is that? I mean,
yeah, like he doesn't have to be like a classical fascist or some sort of neo-fascist. He's a cultural fascist.
There
now.
you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Like he doesn't have to actually want, a fascist state to be a cultural fascist. We can play with words too, you see.
There you go. I like it.
It works. I like it. Okay. So we're all settled on cultural fascist, right? Cultural fascism.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's work on the Wikipedia page.
Marxists are, the West is not. In their eyes, the U.S. is, quote, constituted.
Okay, now he has something here that says what's the alt-right here? He's sneaking stuff in here. So
the alt-right political use of discourse of cultural Marxism, intersectional hate. I like that. The section identifies and discusses 7 political rhetoric uses of the alt-right's discourse of cultural Marxism. First, the alt-right uses the discourse of cultural Marxism as a culture or strategy for constructing an American self and its hateful image. The U.S. is a sovereign territorial state, but the meaning of America is a terrain of struggle between political blocs that vie for hegemony over civil society in the United States. That's kind of wild because that's literally what the socialists believe. I don't know how this is the alt-right, but okay. The long-standing American culture wars express deep disagreements about the essence of America. The alt-right's discourse that cultural Marxism is one tool in its battle to construct the meaning of what America essentially is and is not, to blah, blah, blah. Okay,
blah, blah, blah.
Constituted by selective ethno-racial, sexual, religious, and economic characteristics. America's ethno-racial composition is white, Anglo-Saxon, and European.
See, this is such bullshit because who cares? Like, a bunch of racists use this term and talk about this from their perspective. It doesn't change anything.
No,
it doesn't change anything.
It does. What I don't understand what you don't understand. Okay, if a racist person believes something, then it's automatically wrong.
Okay.
Even if if other people that are not racist can believe the same thing or a similar thing in a non-racialized context.
I sure hope all these racists are flat earthers, man. I really do. Otherwise, we're fucked.
Right.
Yeah. So at the bottom here, in the part that he didn't highlight, he says, for the alt-right, this is the essential America, an alt-American imagined community. So basically, the alt-right has this vision of America where it's predominantly white, it's Anglo-Saxon, it's European, it's patriarchal, heteronormative, all this shit, right? And now that's probably partially true, but also definitely not true in a lot of cases. But more importantly, though, is that the cultural Marxists seek to disrupt that on the way to the socialist revolution. And so that's why they've identified a problem. They have this label to talk about it. And because they've identified the problem that's coming to overthrow their white heteronormative patriarchy, it makes identifying the problem itself racist and sexist. It's like you could also be a member who's not of the alt-right and doesn't care about the patriarchy and doesn't care about America's racial makeup and still notice that they're doing this.
Yes, of course. That's the whole point.
Impossible. I don't know what you're talking about. That's literally impossible. What you're saying? What you're suggesting? And probably also racist.
Probably, yeah.
It's okay. He admits it.
America's gender-sex regime is patriarchal, heteronormative, and centered around the nuclear family. Its religious order is Christian. Its economic structure is capitalist. The values of individualism, meritocracy, and private property are sacrosanct. For conservatives, then, cultural Marxists pose an outside...
Look at this. He types out some alt-right screed, and then he's like, for conservatives.
Right.
The conflation. Oh, it's just so bad faith. Yeah.
Threat to this so-called real America, either because they're foreigners or because holding Marxist beliefs makes you not American according to their definition.
The hectoring lifestyle liberals, the one who work to crush the American spirit, freedom and independence of mind, masculinity.
Because they are godless, they could care less about the capitalism property, and they hate the nuclear family.
These are all true.
Conservatives don't care that socialist ideas have been well established in the US for over a century and promoted by Americans like Eugene Debs and MLK. Never mind that America has never been a country populated entirely by white people or Christians. Never mind that who counts as white has never been consistent. Never mind that capitalism is destructive, exploitative, and leading us to extinction. Because these are the things that Marxists believe, they are un-American beliefs.
So, okay. So his argument is, his three arguments. Number one, they're wrong. This cultural Marxism idea is wrong because there are a bunch of socialists that existed in America before the Frankfurt School. Okay. Congratulations. Wow. Okay. Great argument. Number two, they're wrong because capitalism bad.
You didn't see the homeless camp, Sitch? Come on.
Right. And number three, they're wrong because America apparently has a rich history of socialism. So therefore it's really an American idea. Like none of the, first of all, these arguments are really stupid. These arguments are really stupid. But then on top of it, none of it, again, this is so slimy because he's not actually disagreeing with any of the concepts of cultural Marxism at all. He's trying to do this thing where he's going to make his audience think none of this is happening. It's all conspiracy theory. But he's not actually saying that. He's making a very specific, different argument that just that kind of like inceptions that idea into people's minds. When it seems like in reality, he thinks that the cultural Marxism is a good idea. It just hasn't taken off yet.
Right. Yeah. Hasn't had the cultural impact he wishes it had.
Right.
To conservatives, the US has always been Christian, white, straight, and capitalist. And these foreigners and their foreign ideas are trying to destroy that. In other words, pundits that use the cultural Marxism theory are getting their audience riled up about defending America, and then sneaking in that defending America means defending all the stuff we've already listed. Basically every facet of the existing social hierarchy against people whose only real demand is equality.
Okay, so his fourth argument
is so fucking slimy.
It's just equality, guys. Right. They don't want anything else. Also, no discussion on whether or not that equality would even be good. It's just automatically assumed that equality good in all situations. There's so many situations where equality is bad. Where you just don't want equality.
I mean,
oh God.
And if you disagree, his fourth argument is that if you disagree with this, it's because you're racist.
Wait, hold on, Adam. Are you gonna come out as a pro-equality cuck now?
Well, I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, if you're talking about equal opportunity, I mean, obviously people switch between equity and equality. I mean, I don't know what. Look, sometimes you say stuff, Dev, that just completely shocks me. So,
do you think it's appropriate to give everyone else equal access to your wife?
Oh my God, what the fuck?
The answer is no, right? Same with my girlfriend, same with anyone else. No, there are certain instances where things are completely unequal, and that's good. It should be that way. Things are exclusive and particular, and not inclusive and equal.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a blanket equality.
I mean, this is
a bad virtue.
This is so obvious that it doesn't even need to be said. Like, I really don't even know why there's like this kind of conflation thing that's going on. It's like
have you not encountered
when most people talk about how equality is bad, they aren't talking about it in this kind of context. They're talking about it in equal opportunity.
So have you not encountered the socialists who actually think that having open relationships is a form of praxis?
I mean, it sounds like something VAUSH would say.
There are some crazies out there in the socialist community. Like they actually take it this extreme. No. The idea is that like
this could easily be confused with you saying that you are not in favor of equal opportunity because you think some people are dumb, dim-witted pieces of shit that don't deserve equal opportunity. That's how this will be spun, Dev.
You think so?
Easily.
Here's the thing. Like, equality is a rough one.
Right now, I don't even know if you stand for equality.
Like, should we have equality before the law? The answer is obviously yes, right? The same standard should apply to everyone.
Yeah, you're saying that?
Of course it's obviously yes.
You sound like a cock.
Yes. Yeah,
I can't believe you're saying such cocky things.
So should we have, let's say, equality in who gets into schools? No. The answer to that seems to be no. It should be the smartest people get into schools.
We're talking about colleges, I assume.
Yes, yeah. So like the smartest people get into schools, the dumbest people don't get in because there should be a cutoff.
Well, they get into
You can't equalize those things. And you shouldn't equalize those things because meritocracy is not equal and it shouldn't be equal. You have the more meritorious and you have the less meritorious, and never the two shall meet.
I agree.
So you have to be against equality at some point.
Yes.
If you're going to be a liberal.
Deb, do you think you're a contrarian?
You just have to say
a contrarian.
Yeah,
Dev's not contrarian. Dev's not contrarian, but Dev says things that he doesn't catch as you're not wording these things carefully in an environment where people are gonna be bad actors. Because you should never say the words "I'm against equality." What you should say is,
exactly.
well, okay, or you can say those words, but you should never say "I'm against equality." Period. End of statement. And then just not okay. What you should say is, if you're gonna say "I'm against equality," you have to say comma. But I'm in favor of equal opportunity. I'm against equal outcome, but I'm in favor of equal opportunity, right? Like, because that's what you're saying, right?
Even then, it depends on how much effort you have to expend to create equal opportunity where it doesn't exist. Like, there's nuance.
Wait. Okay. So, like, I understand that if you say I'm in favor of equal opportunity, but not equal outcome, there are a host of situations that doesn't apply to, such as like giving equal access to your girlfriend's vagina to the entire world. Okay, I understand that. That's not a thing that people
that's
are like
not the
thinking about,
first thing
like,
that's going to jump into their head.
Right.
Yeah,
like that's not like a topic that people are really thinking about, realistically. So it doesn't even like merit like you having to carve out addendums to these things, right?
I think I've just been hanging around some crazy out there political space.
Some fascists.
Definitely have to say that when I've seen in some of these people that I've seen.
Right, because I think what goes on is because you read a lot of extremist literature from both the left and the right, and so you're like kind of operating in that headspace when the average person is not operating in that headspace. That'd be my guess. So I just trying to look out for you, trying to protect you, Dev. Okay, we love our Dev here. We want to want to feed him his dollar meat.
There's definitely instances, for example, where even if ideally you want equality of opportunity, just implementing it would cause more problems than it would solve. Like, so there's no like hard and fast rule for any of this.
Yes, right. Yeah. But that's, to me, that's kind of where we get kind of bogged down, both the left and the right on this shit. The far left and the far right, I should say, is that a lot of these goals that we're talking about for how society should exist under liberalism are aspirational goals that you're trying to work towards, not like you bang a gavel on a desk and you snap your fingers and you just implement it overnight, because that's not how it's going to work. So
but who they portray as wanting chaos, because to them an America that isn't dominated by white, Christian, patriarchal, straight, or capitalist culture.
No, that was an eagle just flew by my room.
No, I thought like
a microphone, and then it flew away.
No, I thought maybe you had like a soundboard rigged up, like a fresh and fit soundboard going.
I have the eagle just ready to go. Whenever I see an eagle, I'm just like, a bald eagle. I just have to press it. It's like an impulse.
Is chaos. This rhetoric inspires conservatives to see centrist politicians like
Sitch. I think the thing that we can take away from this video is that if you are not a cuck, you are not in favor of equality. I think that's what Dev is ultimately saying. So
I can introduce you to some socialists who actually think that. They actually think that.
Just keep that in mind. Like, since we're anti-cuck on this stream, we can't be in favor of equality.
So I've met some communists who think that like Marxists.
What's a whole? Deb, this is my whole point.
Hear me out. I want to explain.
You met one person one time. It doesn't mean anything. That
you've got,
means
like,
zero, zip, zilch, nada.
Hold on.
I
like,
met
the stateless,
someone one
moneyless,
time.
the stateless, moneyless, classless society. There was like some anarchist who wrote like a book in the 80s or something. And the idea was basically that in that society, because you're stateless and moneyless and classless, everyone will exist in one giant polycule where everyone can just have free sex with everyone else because we'll all be equal co-owners of each other's bodies.
Sitch, what do you think of this? Dev's argument is always, I met this one guy. It's not a good argument, Dev. Anyway, go ahead.
Listen, it's a comedy show, okay?
Look, people like it when we fight, Dev, so.
I know. Listen, super chat about our fights, okay?
They seem very into it.
Super chat about our fights. And also give me a cut until I have my wheels.
What are we gonna talk about on Tuesday? If
I don't know. Probably my new video. Because I'm making a video specifically about you two. So
Whoa.
I told you it was coming like a month ago.
Is it a good video, or am I?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. Yeah.
Most part. Oh no!
Wow, look at that weasel words.
Yeah. KKK. Okay, here.
KKK. Oh my God, what's happening?
You're making a hit piece on us.
The TLDR is that when it comes to the aristocracy versus meritocracy conversation.
No, you're bringing it back. Holy shit.
I think there's a giant overlap between the two. There's a big middle ground where you have systems that are equally both.
Okay, well, I am not going to watch this video because I'm still triggered over that entire conversation. So
wait, is the video about us or is it just about the concept?
Well, it's here's the thing. You know how like the 3 forms of fascism video was started with like the Destiny Mr. Girl thing, and then the Gramsci video was started with SDL.
We're the jumping off point.
Yes, you guys, that debate that the 3 of us had with Sargon is the jumping off point for me exploring meritocracy across history.
Did you bring up the magic of marriage in the video?
I had so what's that? What? Magic of marriage? What's that?
Weren't you in that conversation?
Right, with like how there shouldn't be gay marriage because they can't reproduce. They have like a different
teleology. Was that
not
the conversation you're talking?
That was the I was like tuning out at that point, man.
Oh, okay, that was that conversation, right? That was the same conversation.
The same conversation, yeah.
Okay. Look at Dad. He just tunes out. He didn't participate.
Listen, at some point, it got.
You gotta get in there.
There's too much.
Oh yeah, look at this guy.
Hold on, wait. You cannot hold me to this standard when
when
Adam falls asleep during the mold bug conversations. You cannot hold me to the standard.
Adam.
Well, I have a look. I'm sending you something because.
Oh, okay.
It's I took a bunch of notes on the meritocracy talk.
Okay,
but actually,
sure.
one of the comments just was said it 10 times better than anything. So,
but yeah, the TLDR basically is that there's a lot of overlap between the two ideas. There's a lot of historical examples
100%
of where
disagree.
I'll be able to
3,000% disagree.
There's a lot of historical examples where meritocracy naturally becomes aristocracy. Just over the course of meritocracy doing its thing.
I don't really disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't know, but
I mean,
it
can happen.
It was a good way to explore it, though.
Okay, yeah. I mean that can definitely happen. I mean, but my argument would be that.
Wait, where's your notes, Adam? I do want to see them.
My argument would be, just to make sure, I want you to re-edit your whole video if you got my argument wrong. Okay. I think meritocracy can lead to a type of aristocracy. However, I do think that in a true meritocracy, there will always be churning. I don't think you're ever going to have a situation where meritocracy leads to a permanent meritocratic aristocracy that's just always the best at ruling everything. That's where I think we disagree with sort of the elite. I don't want to say elite theorists, but like the people that believe in the sort of like elite should control everything from the the far right perspective.
Right. I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Like there's obviously a lot of churning, but it's just that like meritocracy can and often is used to create an elite, like an aristocratic class. And also, depending on the circumstance, it's not always unfounded. So.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
I was saying
you'll see the video. I'll take a look at it after. Yeah.
My point of contention is that anyone who fucking strawmans a liberal position, as you have done in every response in this thread, stop fucking saying someone thinks we can eliminate aristocracy. It's stupid. We're not pacifist hippies. Will you read this? Sitch? You read so much better than me.
Okay. Who? Okay, so this person, this is a comment in that video. He's responding to someone else. He's not responding to you or Dev or someone.
Right. This was one of the comment threads about meritocracy versus aristocracy. Yes. Okay. And he's responding to. Go ahead.
He says, my point of contention is anyone who fucking strawmans the liberal position, as you've done in every response in this thread. Stop fucking saying someone thinks we can eliminate aristocracy. It's stupid. We're not pacifist hippies. Do you hear anyone say aristocracy is inevitable? No. So shut the fuck up. It's obnoxious and self-serving, thinking you can avoid the real argument. So I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Let me make it real simple for you. Let's take just one feature of aristocracy, nepotism. Now, what would an aristocrat say about nepotism? Quote, well, that depends on if they're open or closed, or no, shut the fuck up. They would say it's a good, period. If you're an aristocrat, if you think an aristocrat would say it's bad or a necessary evil or whatever the fuck other excuse you come up with, you're not talking about an aristocrat anymore. Open, closed, doesn't matter. Accept this key feature or don't respond to my comment. I don't want to hear it. Now that we've established an aristocrat thinks it is good, we can finally fucking make progress on the topic. Do you see how it is a direct conflict with meritocracy to think nepotism is good? You cannot say nepotism is good and that merit is good at the same time. So this idea that we can combine an aristocrat with merit is bullshit. They're directly in competition. That is why the aristocrat versus meritocratic distinction exists in the first place. If you deny any of what I've said so far, then you're simply confused about the entire topic. No more useful than a child who knows how to say the words but understands nothing. And no, saying nepotism is inevitable is not a response either. So don't you dare try to reply with that. Politics is about how the world should be, not how it is. Simply saying, quote, we're always going to have aristocrats destroying our meritocracy through nepotism doesn't answer whether you think it's fucking good or not. If I propose a law to make something illegal and ask if you support it and your response would be, quote, people are going to break the law anyway, what's the point? Then I'm going to fucking call you a retard. Start taking a real stances. Stop conflating A with B and B with C. Keep your ideas separate like you would vegetables from raw meat when you cook. Good God, so frustrating.
Yeah, that is my frustration totally. So is nepotism good? A good thing, Dev? The fuck?
I would generally say no. However, I understand the argument.
Look, you're already hedging. Yes. Look, you're already hedging.
Wait, stop. That's not the real question. Okay. First of all, this shout out because this comment is great. The commenter's name, no Google. I don't want to use my real name. So thank you.
Yeah, legendary great commenter on our channel.
Legendary
so
great comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's quite the name.
Secondly, do you understand their argument they're making? Because I feel like what he just said there is what we tried to say a million times in the conversation.
Yes,
it's the is-ought distinction. Yes, like you would like it to be.
No,
as
it's not. It's not. It has nothing to do with is-ought.
No.
Okay.
What we kept saying is that. Okay, if I recall from the conversation, we kept saying meritocracy and aristocracy are different because by the nature and design of an aristocracy, it doesn't allow people to enter in it through meritocratic means. And that seemed to be this point of contention where there was all this hedging and wiffle-waffing about, well, no, that's not necessarily true. People can become aristocrats, blah, 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 blah.
And, well, hold on. And you actually are wrong about that.
Okay.
Yes, and I will have historic examples of you for that.
Okay, so you think that an aristocrat would say, per this example, that nepotism is bad?
Hold on, that's not what I said. No. I basically what I said was.
But that's what the argument is.
Yes.
Well, hold on. You
hold his feet to the fire.
So what you said was that aristocracy, by definition, means that you cannot meritocratically become an aristocrat.
Well, okay.
That's what you just said.
It's not designed to allow people into the upper echelons of society.
Okay, right. So because a good chunk of my video is going over historical examples where we actually had that. We had aristocracies that had meritocratic elements. Where
It's completely irrelevant to the argument.
Where you could become an aristocrat through a meritocracy.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that the main means? So, like, if I Google aristocracy, okay, literally the first definition says the highest class in certain societies, especially those holding hereditary titles of office. Okay, hereditary, right?
Yeah.
We acknowledge that hereditary is the opposite of meritocratic, right? Hereditary is another way of saying nepotism, right? We all accept this, right?
Hell yeah.
No, wait, right? There's not a confusion there, right, Dev?
I mean, for the most part, yeah.
Okay.
So I think there's edge cases, but yes.
Okay, I understand there's edge cases. Okay. But so we understand, and this is where I think there is confusion here, that an aristocracy definitionally means that generally there isn't a meritocratic principle of elevation. Generally, it's hereditary. I'm not saying that doesn't mean in every case 100% of the time there hasn't been some fuck out there who's able to ascend to the heights of nobility through meritocratic means. That's obviously happened, and obviously happened in the first place. But generally, an aristocracy is based on hereditary titles, right? Is this fine? Is this an acceptable thing that I just said?
That's all fine, but there is one question: is if you go far enough back in the hereditary line, where does the title come from in the first place?
I understand. It's who could get the most people to kill the most people to get the most wealth originally.
Yeah. So there was some initial meritocracy that founded the whole thing.
So you accept that an aristocracy generally is based on hereditary means, okay? And a meritocracy is generally not based on hereditary means, but is based generally on merit, okay? So we understand that there's a massive distinction between these two systems.
And they're competitive. They're competing against one another.
Right.
Yeah. So there is a complete distinction between, like, these are two theories of the ruling class, right? Like how you can set up this institution versus that institution. You can have a more aristocratic one. You can have a more meritocratic one. Okay. However, in practice, independent of the theory, it's a lot more fuzzy.
Okay, I don't disagree with
because
that.
the practice is because the practice is a lot more important than the theory.
It's the frustration is happening all over again.
I understand.
Hold on. In fact, you might even say that the psychology is more important than the philosophy.
Okay, I don't disagree that a meritocracy. Here's the problem. I shouldn't actually agree with your framing. I should tell you to fuck off with law.
Why?
With the framing, because
you're hedging.
No, it's because I shouldn't accept that a meritocracy leads to an aristocracy, because the way I'm defining aristocracy is a system that's generally based on hereditary titles. Okay, basically what you're describing is that a meritocracy can lead to a system where there is a group of elites at the top that, because of either good breeding through IQ levels, or just because there are social, cultural, educational principles that they instill within their children that leads their children to continue to be successful, leads to a group of people at the top who still keep, from a meritocratic level, maintaining their status at the top.
Right.
That is not an aristocracy.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's my argument, and that was Adam's
argument. It's still hereditary, though, which is kind of the point.
No, because it's not based on their hereditariness.
Okay,
the hereditariness is just a coincidence. Well, not coincidence, right? But it's just a factor. Okay.
Yeah, so I completely agree with you. Right. So when you look at even the most aristocratic aristocracies, if you had a leader who was like an extreme failure, there would be peasant revolts. All right, there would be like other people in the court scheming to take on that.
Let's not have this. Look, we had this conversation already. I feel like
because that ends up being meritocratic as well. Because even if it's by birthright, if you're so bad, you get fucked.
No. You can't say, and this is kind of the conversation that we had with the monarchists. Okay, like a revolution, a violent revolution means the system has failed. It means the system could not resolve its disputes within the legal, civic, law set out by the system. So just because an aristocracy has a peasant revolution, that's an indication that the aristocracy failed, not that it worked.
Well, me personally, I think that's aristocracy working. I think peasant revolts are built into that system, to be honest. Listen. I'm not a great lover of aristocracy. I think.
Why are you making this video then? Why are you simping for aristocracy then? Why are you muddying the waters? Why are you confusing the issue so much?
Because
like all of this is what is so frustrating about it, because it is completely just obfuscation from what we're actually talking about here.
Because
it's like we can't have just a simple conversation where we establish these two very different systems. You got to say,
yes,
oh no,
Adam,
one leads.
Because that's too simple. Because the world's a complicated place, and you can't just have two polar opposites where they just never meet. That's not how the real world is.
We can discuss them both as aspirational systems. For some reason, you want to aspire to aristocracy. I know a lot of people do.
Wait, no, I don't.
Then why are you
say in the video like 5 or 6 times that ultimately I prefer meritocracy,
okay.
and
we haven't seen the video yet because it does not have.
Look, people do simp for aristocracy. They believe in aristocracy. These monarchists love this idea of aristocracy. They're all about the blood is where the good stuff is. It's just.
I think.
I mean, if you're talking about genetics, there's probably something to that, but I don't believe in it generally. No.
Sure. I think it's more. I mean, obviously, IQ is genetically passed down. Certain personality traits can be genetically passed down. Though obviously we do see lots of churning for wealth. We see lots of churning for status that goes on through the world. I mean, in that conversation, you know, I literally looked it up and I said, was it the overwhelming majority of families, they lose their wealth? Was it like the third generation or something?
Yeah, that's the money.com article from 2015.
Right. Yeah. And so it's just like, so the idea that under a meritocracy, you're going to have some kind of permanent aristocracy just doesn't seem to, you know, fit within the facts.
Another issue ultimately is that meritocracy can fail in ways that are unique to meritocracy that will never happen with aristocracy. So it's also not a perfect system. Like it's a very social destabilizing system, right? So
like, who was Bill Clinton's father? I don't know anything about the Clintons, right? Who was
Bill Clinton's father? Was I had to look this up for the video. In fact, he was basically a traveling salesman who fucked his mom, then he fucked off and then died 3 months later.
Okay, and I'm assuming his mom was some sort of power broker or something.
Nah, she was just some random person.
Okay, so Bill Clinton the Clintons should be a perfect example because the Clintons are like the evil left-wing elites, right? And it's like they came from him and Hillary. I don't know what Hillary's background is, but Bill literally came from nothing. It sounds like, and yet he was able to, through meritocracy, ascend to the heights of political power in America. And now their daughter's banking off of their name. What is their daughter's? Does their daughter even have a child? What is their daughter's child going to do? Is she going to run for president?
Who knows? But then you have
or is she going to become like the Bush daughters and get a DUI?
Like, is Donald Trump like a modern American aristocrat because he comes from a family of like 3 generations of rich people? I mean, maybe
more so than the Clintons.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can go back like 5 generations of Bushes and discover that like you have a self-made Bush who was like Obadiah Bush or something, and he was a blacksmith. And then as you go down through the generations, you discover, oh, they went from self-made to having like a family dynasty.
Did you just make that up?
No, it's actually Obadiah Bush. Yeah.
Okay.
That was a real name. But yeah, like you can discover people who are self-made men who got there through their own merit, who then establish like a ruling family, and then it continues.
Sure, but my question is, I don't think how many of the rich family, like how many of the richest people in America and in the world, maybe the world's a bad argument, but in America, how many of the richest Americans, like come from these like dynasty families? Does what is Jeff Bezos' background? Does he come from some sort of magical family? Elon Musk claims that, you know, the ideas of his father being super wealthy are completely overblown. Like, I just feel like this idea is not accurate in America.
I think, I don't know, because I think there's like there's a cultural tendency towards there's a cultural tendency towards, you know, being a self-made man, right? Which is why even people like Trump, who clearly is not a self-made man, will project the image of being a self-made man. There's like cultural power in that.
Yeah,
right?
I understand.
But I think there's actually a fair number of people who have inherited their wealth in the States.
No, I'm sure there's lots of rich people that have done so. But when we talk about these like big name, like famous rich people, you know, Bill Gates and these famous brokers of power, and this would be the question, how many of these famous rich brokers of power in America come from some kind of dynastic family of wealth that is passed down generational to generation, and how many of them are either first or second generation, you know, rich?
It might be 50-50 now that I'm thinking it, because like Elon Musk does come from wealth. I'm pretty sure of that. Jeff Bezos comes from wealth, but I don't think Bill Gates did. So I think like I think there's like a healthy amount of meritocracy in the States, but you still have like family dynasties doing their thing too.
Okay. Well, I'd be curious to see what the numbers are actually, to see how that actually plays out. So yeah.
I don't know. I'm just going off intuition there on the 50-50 thing. In terms
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know what the answer.
I don't know. What I do know is that like a purely meritocratic society with no consideration for like family and friend connections is very it's very destabilizing.
Well, it's impossible. So it doesn't.
It's not that it is impossible, but also like historical attempts to create it have led to some of the most oppressive regimes that our world's ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why it's because people are gonna select who they know and interact with. So there's always going to be a proximity bias.
Yeah, yeah. No, there was this was like medieval China. So I was looking at a bunch of different history for this, right? I'll spoil a bit of the video, okay? So there was an instance in medieval China where they tried to make an extremely meritocratic state, and the idea was that they would simply split up all the families using military force and spread them across China so they would have no family ties, and then that would lead to a more meritocratic state because everything would have to be judged based on merit. Like you can't just hire your brother or hire your son for a job. You'd have to actually choose somebody who was good at it, right? That was their principle. And it became like an extremely oppressive regime because they had to march town to town and check in on people and say, hey, you're not working with your family, are you? So like there's clearly instances where attempts to make a meritocratic society go way too far.
So I just looked up Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos' father was a Danish American unicycle hockey player and bicycle shop owner who left Jeff Bezos' mom when he was a baby. Okay. Jeff Bezos was raised by Miguel Bezos, his stepfather, who was born in Cuba and moved to the United States in 1962. In Cuba, let's see, it says he was brought up in Cuba by his brother and sister. His father owned a lumber mill, and his mother was a part-time shopkeeper selling fabric and infant clothing. His parents were supporters of Fidel Castro until Castro shifted his political stance towards Marxist-Leninism and seized their family business. Bezos' family applied for Miguel to get a refugee visa from the United States, and they were successful, and they left Havana to come to Miami in 1962. Upon arrival, they were housed at Camp something with 400 other Cuban refugee children. So it does not sound like the family had a bunch of wealth. Like Bezos' family had a lot of wealth. They were literally refugees from Cuba after Castro seized their lumber mill.
I might have had that flip because I recall, I thought it was Amazon that the loan that they received was from their parents. This isn't Trump's small loan of $1 million. This is someone else. But I thought it was Bezos, where basically he got a loan to start his business, and it was a ridiculous amount of money from his family members.
Well, so maybe after, so it's very possible because the article doesn't, or the Wikipedia doesn't say that, that he got a good job sometime after he came to America and then was able to make money and then give a loan. Oh, you're right. Okay. No, you're right. Okay. So it says, but the loan wasn't, he gave him a $200,000 loan to start Amazon. So it's like, that's money, but it's not like, we're not talking like millions of dollars or anything.
Who gave him a $200,000? Was it like
his
a bank
father?
Or his father. Okay.
Because it says, once he came to America, he was able to get a job at Exxon. And it just says, I don't know what he did at Exxon. It just says he had a job.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
But see, it's kind of funny too, because I'm thinking about this. Take this in sort of the Rollo perspective, because Rollo would say that Miguel Bezos is a cuck for raising Jeff Bezos, but now he's the stepfather of like one of the richest men in the world, and his father made him the co-founder of the Bezos Family Foundation. So he's rolling in money now. So
wow,
there you go. There you go. So good.
Oh no, it was Bill. I got him mixed up. It was Bill Gates. Bill Gates' father had more money.
Right.
Than, okay, yeah, I got that mixed up. It was the other way around.
Okay.
Cool.
So there you go. Interesting.
Social hierarchy against people
Back
whose
to the
only
video.
Back to the video.
Sorry about this.
Remember,
sorry about having this entire conversation tonight instead of on Tuesday.
We'll have it on Tuesday again. Okay.
We'll just
prepare yourself.
We'll relitigate the whole thing.
We will, and you're going to hear that eagle scream again. So.
Okay.
The real demand is equality, but who they portray as wanting chaos. Because to them, an America that isn't dominated by white, Christian, patriarchal, straight, or capitalist culture is chaos. This rhetoric inspires conservatives to see centrist.
You think he's using the greedy racist stereotype for conservatives? I feel like he might be.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I feel like everyone in his audience is using that stereotype.
I feel like
I think,
be onto something.
yeah, I think when he says conservative, he means like the most diehard Trump supporter, ride or die. You know,
I think he means anyone who's not socialist.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously, but like he thinks everyone who's not socialist is a ride or die Trump supporter.
Sure.
There's politicians like Biden and left-of-center social democrats like AOC and Bernie as hardcore communists. And for most of them, that's all they really need to see Trump and DeSantis as the lesser evil. But on top of that, this rhetoric will also inspire a select number of people.
What the hell was happening in that video?
Communists. And for most of them, that's all they really need to see Trump and DeSantis as the lesser evil. But on top of that, this rhetoric will also inspire.
Are they like actually punching him, or are they like fake punch? Like what was happening?
That looked like fake punches or very weak actual punches.
It was very bizarre.
Yeah.
But it flashed so quickly. Is he trying to make us think that they were really beating up someone or something? Like
is this like? I feel like this is supposed to be January 6th, but it's like a really bad recreation. Like I don't fucking know what's going on here.
Like, look, here's the dangerous rioters.
Also inspire a select number of people to commit horrific acts of violence against those who do not conform to this vision of the U.S.
Oh, he did it. He did it.
January 6th.
If you're just listening, he said, listen, and let's go back.
Okay.
Horrific acts of violence against those who do not conform to this vision of the U.S.
He said they're going to get individuals to do horrific act of violence against those that don't agree with the vision that a U.S. is a straight, white, anti-communist country. And he flashed a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse. That's right. Kyle Rittenhouse was out there just to end the evil people that want a vision of America that's not straight and white.
Of course. Yeah. Gotta throw him under the bus.
Yep. He was out there to do American History X, guys. That's how it was. Well, there was like one article that said he shot 3 black men. It's like, are you fucking like, how do you get it that wrong?
By not caring. That's how.
Yeah.
It's all just performative.
Either because of who they are or what they believe. For example, conservative cultural Marxism rhetoric is what inspired people like Anders Breivik, who in 2011 killed over 70 people in Norway. In his manifesto, Breivik explains he was defending Norway against cultural Marxism, political correctness, and multiculturalism. During his trial, he justified killing close to 70 children at the Norway Labour Party summer camp, calling them traitors, quote, committing or planning to commit cultural destruction, including deconstruction of the Norwegian ethnic group and deconstruction of Norwegian culture. The point is, the cultural Marxism.
So because some racist, insane piece of shit kills a bunch of innocent people because he's a racist piece of shit, okay, that means that you can't actually talk about cultural Marxism or Western Marxism. It doesn't exist now because some bad person did a bad thing. Like, so we can't actually talk about, like, this guy here. Second Thought here is not allowed to talk about socialism because I don't know if you know this, but there's this very bad guy named Lenin.
Right.
And he killed a lot of people.
100 million, they say.
Okay. He killed lots of people. There's another really bad hombre named Mao. And he also killed lots of people. And these
Marx
people
himself was a racist.
That's right. Yeah, Marx himself.
Total racist piece of shit. Right? Yeah.
And probably would have killed people if given the opportunity to do so.
Yeah. Would have owned slaves if he had the opportunity.
Right.
What I find interesting is that whenever you talk to both tankies and like libertarian socialists, even ones that generally oppose the Soviet Union, if you bring up the numbers from the Black Book of Communism, they say that you're doing like historical revisionism and shit and like Nazi apologia. And it's like, hold on. Even if you're against the Soviet Union, so like, why do you care? But also, okay, let's say the 100 million is a bit too high because they say, okay, listen, we shouldn't be including Nazi deaths, you know, like Nazi soldiers that were killed by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. Don't include those deaths. Okay, fair enough. We can start like chopping off the numbers around the edges a little bit to get to a more true number. I guarantee you, even if you get that 100 million down to 50 million, it's still the worst death toll in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still really high.
Like there's no way you're getting it down to like Nazi Germany's 12 million or 11 million, whatever it was.
Right.
Like you're not going to do that.
Even if you did get it down to, you know, Nazi Germany Holocaust numbers, I mean, is that really the good thing? You're ascribing to reach Holocaust numbers of deaths.
It's like,
I mean, like...
listen, at least we tied the Nazis and how many people we killed. That means that we're somehow the superior ideology to the modern era. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Right.
Like, what the? It's so ridiculous. I mean, obviously it just comes down to, killing bad people is bad. Killing bad people is good. Killing good people is bad. Our deaths are justified. Your deaths are not. Just, it's going to come down to that, basically. Like, it's good when we do it, basically.
Right. Now, to be fair, on a pure mathematical perspective, the commies had a lot longer to kill people than the Nazis did. So.
Yeah. A lot more places to do it as well.
Right. I mean, if the Nazis existed for as long as the communists did, I'm pretty sure those numbers would be way higher.
I mean, maybe, yeah. But, like, there were, like, modern fascist states, like Portugal and Spain and Chile. And these places definitely killed people, but not to the extent as the Soviets. It just wasn't there.
Right.
Right.
Marxism theory works for the far right. It gets people to think a conspiracy of Jewish Marxists is behind social progress, and that social progress leads to chaos. It gets them to vote.
Hold on. Look at that. First of all, social progress can lead to chaos. You're retarded if you think otherwise, because you can't move things too quickly. But secondly, he's now substituted all of this socialist stuff, and he just wraps that all into social progress.
Right.
It's like, that's a real nice way to put it, isn't it? That makes the pill go down real easy.
Of course.
It's like, no, we're not just talking about social progress, all right? We're not just talking about gay marriage here. This is something completely different. Okay?
Well, we're talking about a very specific type of, quote, social progress, which he doesn't want to address.
Yeah.
Social.
Like we're talking about considering some of the ways he talks, we're talking about like Pol Pot levels of degrowth fucking progress. where you guys know about that shit, right? Like all the Pol Pot nonsense.
Yeah.
The actually turning your political opponents into fertilizer. Mm-hmm. He actually did that with their bodies. Okay. You got it, yeah.
It's recycling.
Oh, so horrific.
It's very utilitarian.
Yeah, it's green.
Vote for politicians always further to the right, to ignore the visible power of capitalists. And for a few of them, it inspires them to acts of terror against socialists and those who in any way, shape, or form do not conform to their idea of who is Western, who is us, who is we the people. This is...
So wait a minute. Here's where his argument's even further confused. So this is a conspiracy, but there also is actual socialists out there. What do they believe then? Do they believe this?
I don't know.
Or is that part of the conspiracy?
Yeah. I mean, if the actual socialists aren't, doing this in the shadows by subverting institutions, what are the actual socialists doing?
Yeah. I don't know. Are they all just libcucks?
This is dangerous, and that it continues to resurface is a problem we must address.
Talking about cultural Marxism is dangerous, guys. Very dangerous.
We're not allowed to talk about the thing that's happening.
Right.
Because because some people are psychos. So.
Right. Very dangerous.
You like the slow zoom in with the solemn face?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Where's my smug jackass here? Let's do this.
It's probably still over my face.
Let's do the slow zoom in with the smug jackass.
Who is us? Who is we the people? This is dangerous, and that it continues to resurface is a problem we must address. We talked a lot about how the right...
That was amazing.
How you like it?
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Smug jackass.
The fade out into the pause. Wow.
So I'm already half an hour late, so we might as well just finish the video up real quick.
Okay, I think that was basically the end. So let's see.
Let's see what else is left. Yeah.
Right weaponizes buzzwords like cultural Marxism in this episode, so I wanted to take a second to give an example of what that looks like in practice using today's sponsor, Ground News. One of the things right-wing media does really well is...
I know. It's over.
Painting a picture of society that whips their viewers into an angry, terrified frenzy.
That's the whole point of your video. This is like, what the fuck? Yeah. What's going on? Sitch, help me. The whole point of his video is to terrify people that the right wing are going to go on a shooting spree.
Yep.
This is like VAUSH's you have to arm up and get ready for when they come for you. It's like, Jesus, you're literally pushing people right to the line of revolution, but then like allowing them to take the final step over.
Yeah,
and saying you didn't do it.
Then he's saying, "Oh, this is terrible. How dare people do this? Subscribe to Ground News where we don't do this." Can we look him up on Ground News to see how accurate his channel is? I wonder if it's even on there. This isn't news. This is just opinion, commentary.
Let me show you what I mean. Here we have 3 examples of right-wing coverage of cultural Marxism. Notice how each article employs buzzwords like wokeism and trigger phrases like destroy the West and erode the family. There's never any explanation of what that means or how exactly it's happening, but that's the point. As long as your rhetoric is incendiary enough and makes your reader feel like they're under attack, you don't actually need to provide evidence.
What is happening here, sis? He's basically
He's literally not
describing his own
provided
video.
evidence for anything he said.
I'll provide evidence if you don't mind.
Okay.
So, Frederick Engels wrote the book Origins of the Family, Private Property and the State. More political theory, Adam. Are you ready for it?
No, it's boring.
Basically, whenever you hear like the right wing says that the communists or the socialists want to dismantle the nuclear family, that's actually part of theory. It comes from Engels. He wrote about it. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's part of socialist theory.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. The idea basically was the TLDR is that the transition from feudalism to capitalism as a mode of production necessitated the destruction of the tribal family structure and the creation of the nuclear family, and therefore the transition from capitalism to communism would have to also create an atomized individual with no family ties whatsoever, such that everyone can be equally related to everyone else.
Right. Okay, cool.
Who was it that was basically arguing that all facets of normative society have become, because our normative society was created by liberalism, all facets of normative society must be seeped with liberalism, and therefore everything that's normative must be destroyed in order to bring about the revolution?
Okay, well, I've heard socialists say that, and fascists, and neo-reactionaries.
I've
heard them all say that. They've all fucking said this. Yes.
Okay. So it's not one. Yeah. Everyone just says that.
Yeah. The idea basically is that in order to justify like a wiping the slate clean so you can build something new, you have to justify it. You have to say like, well, why should we wipe everything? Why not just keep some of it and change some other parts of it? And their explanation will simply be that because everything is liberal now, so everything has to go.
Right. But I meant in terms of, because I don't remember who wrote it, because I remember I read a paper that was talking about like kind of why we should get rid of the nuclear family. And the argument was that the nuclear family, like every facet of normative society, it's one of the queer theorists I think wrote this, is like rooted in liberalism. And that's the way to like revolt against liberalism is to revolt against normativity, including both in parental structures and in like sexual orientations and things of that nature.
Yes. So. And there's also like the power imbalance argument where some people believe that just like the proletariat and bourgeois, you have the classes of parent and child. They have a power imbalance between them, so they have to be equalized in the same way. And that the concept of parenthood has to be abolished.
Right.
And I think this is why like you had the mid 20th century science fiction writers, right, like Brave New World, where they're just like growing people in pods and stuff. It comes from this basically. Right. Like where they think this philosophy will go.
As you saw with the examples throughout this video, the far-right playbook is to attempt to make the reader fear for their children's safety, or that their faith is being taken from them by some outside force. 2 very compelling emotional claims. And this is the approach they take with every topic.
Of course, he's not making an emotional claim that there are people trying to manipulate and propagandize your children into this idea that America is a place that's only for white, straight, capitalist racists, right? Like this guy would never make that claim ever. Oh wait, that's kind of the entire thesis of this video.
Everything is turned into a cultural struggle of us versus them. The key here is to remember who benefits from this kind of coverage.
Oh, this guy would never make us versus them arguments. He would never, ever make those arguments. Wow.
And Ground News goes a long way towards helping the reader understand what interests are funding each of these outlets. This is something I get asked about a lot. How do I help parents or friends break out of their little propaganda bubble? It's great to analyze rhetoric like this, examining wording to look for bias and determining who's behind each outlet, but it's a lot of work, and none of us have time for that. That's why I always recommend people check.
This is insane, Sitch. I just.
This is like bizarro backwards world, right? Like total 1984.
This guy is going to help us break out of our bubble.
I know.
Blah.
You know, I don't know anything about Ground News. I've never heard about it. If they're giving this dipshit sponsorship, I don't trust anything from Ground News.
So I've seen it before, and basically just an app that you run an article through, and it says whether it has a left-leaning or right-leaning bias.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty simple stuff.
It doesn't matter. The fact that someone from Ground News, okay, will look at this dipshit and say, hey, you know, this is a good way, you know, this is a good sponsor for our product. This total propagandized, lying, socialist scumbag here is a good advertiser for our product. I'm like, I'm skeptical. I'm sorry. Ground News could be the best service ever, and I'm very skeptical.
Yeah.
Based on this sponsorship.
Hasn't he used all of these right-wing buzzwords in his video? Wouldn't he come out as like right-wing bias if it's just going off of buzzwords?
Yes.
Do you think he's got a right-wing bias?
Oh, yes. This guy? Definitely.
Yeah. Crazy right-wing bias.
Check out Ground News, because it has a ton of really useful tools to make building media literacy skills a lot easier. Ground News is a web and mobile app that aggregates over 50,000 news sources and offers intuitive, easy-to-understand comparison tools, so you can do things like what we did here, investigate how cultural rhetoric is weaponized. You can also see the political leaning, factuality rating, and ownership of every single news source right in the app. No tedious research required. Now, full disclosure, as a socialist, I obviously disagree with the placement of some of these outlets. For example, I don't think CNN should be placed as far left as it is. But honestly, this might be a good thing when trying to educate your friends and family. If you come at them with, well, actually CNN is a right-wing network, they're not going to take you seriously. Ground News is the perfect first baby step towards media literacy.
Wait, so he's like, listen, Ground News, I don't agree with you as a product, but I'm willing to shill your product if you pay me money because I'm a socialist.
It's like, listen, I think that I can use you to boil the frog on some other sort of poisoning the well when it comes to media. So, you know, we're not going to consider Ground News to actually be a good source. It's just a stepping stone on the way to the good, proper socialist sources.
Right. It's too bad Ground News doesn't do YouTube channels, because I'm sure his bias rating would be off the chart.
He thinks CNN is totally right-wing, and he looks it up on Ground News, and it says far left, and he's like, what the fuck?
I know.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
That is.
Yeah, this isn't like a paper that's being published in-house by the American Socialist Party. Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. What's weird, I'm looking at the Ground News. They have like a little like picture that has like the sample. They don't have the New York Times listed, which is kind of interesting. Because I'm curious as to where they put it.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if you guys have ever had Flamenco on your show before, but he's a good guy. Flamenco's in the chat, and he just says he's just openly advocating for subverting your friends and family by hiding your power level. Yeah, he just did that.
Yeah.
In an entire video about how socialists don't hide their power level and don't subvert. He says, now do it to your friends and family.
It's funny because like we're just so used to it that he just said it, and it's like didn't even phase us.
Yeah, he just went
right.
We're
like, oh yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Crazy.
So disgusting. What a piece of shit.
If there's anything left, let's see.
If you're looking for a way to give your friends and family a great set of tools to understand media bias, who it serves, and how to spot it, I highly recommend you check out Ground News at the link below. And if you really like it, they're currently offering a 30% discount for their Vantage subscription to all Second Thought viewers. You can only redeem the discount at ground.news/secondthought, so be sure to click the link below.
There you go. Click the link, everyone.
If you enjoyed this video, consider...
I'm not clicking anything.
There you go.
Man, you know what you guys should do?
What?
You guys should get sponsorships of the various companies that you do that like also sponsor these videos, and then just use theirs, but then just like change out the link. So you don't even have to do a sponsorship. You can just run their sponsorship and just change the link on the screen.
Oh, you mean
the easiest
run
money?
Their ad, but then change.
Yeah. So like, here's what you do. You're gonna go you're gonna go contact Ground News, and then you're just gonna play Second Thoughts Ground News ad, but change the link on screen to your link.
I don't think that would get people to subscribe. Honestly, I mean it's funny, but I don't think it would get people to subscribe to the service. Well,
because I've got to go in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay,
so
well, you can go.
Sweet.
You can go now if you want. I mean, thanks for coming, Dev. We really appreciate it.
Well, you know what we can do? We can spend 5 minutes talking about the socialism of duty, Adam. Listen here, Adam. Do you know what?
Talking about that.
Do you know what the organic state is? Want me to tell you some more weird fascist theories?
What did you put in? It's not working, Sitch.
Oh,
it died.
So the person who cut this, they put a bunch of visuals of like people dying in the Ukraine war, and so it's like age restricted, so we can't watch it.
Yeah.
That sucks. R.I.P. Good
job, person who made this video.
I mean, if it's just going to be the two of you, because I'm taking off, you can just free ball it. Just pause whenever you. Yeah.
Well, what I would say is, Adam, you have to bring it up. We had to do a 3, 2, 1 and play it, but you just play the audio so that we don't get dinged for the the age gate thing. So.
Okay. You always censor the video, put a little blur on it.
That's it. We'll just play the audio. It would be you just put up a picture of Second Thought's dumb face.
Is this Second Thought's video?
Use
No, someone took him and then they edited it or something.
Okay.
You guys use OBS to stream?
Yeah.
I mean, there is like a censorship filter you can install where you can like make certain sources have like a pixelated effect, so it looks real nice.
Cool.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's the same video, so you have to keep turning it on and off,
Yeah.
No, I mean, so
someone in the chat says, how do you censor it live? Yeah, it's very easy. You just like set the filter up and then you just turn it on and off as something happens. Yeah.
Sure.
As long as you know when it's going to happen, you can pretty easily censor things live. I've done it before.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We have, I don't know if you noticed that, before you leave, Second Thought actually sent us some super chats.
Oh, cool. Really?
One of our biggest fans.
Was it actually him, or was it like a guy
Second Thought? Yeah, he sent us $6. I'll read them to you.
Okay.
What you fail to realize is that the term cultural Marxism is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. We know this because it has been said in the presence of racists, and capitalism is also bad. Fortunately, socialism is good. The goodness of socialism arises because of the innate badness of capitalism, and racism and homophobia and transphobia only exist because of the bad that is capitalism. If we had socialism, which is good, it would go away. With socialism, which is good, we can eliminate bigotry quickly, as long as there's no capitalism, which is bad. Conservatives say cultural Marxism, which doesn't exist, but it's good if it does exist, to portray Jews as bad. So there you go. Thank you, Second Thought.
Yeah,
thanks very much.
Illuminated the your positions here.
You should come on the show at some point.
He should.
Yeah.
I doubt he will though, but he should.
Okay, so before I go, I actually want to ask you Adam. No jokes, okay? No laughs this time. This is a serious question, Adam. Are you like really not into political theory then? You just find it boring?
When you talk about it.
Oh my God, brutal.
Ouch. Why?
Look, I'm joking, obviously. I'm not super, like, I would never read any of the books that you're reading. I feel like it's just personal anecdote. Like, why do you find it interesting? Why should I take any of these people's personal anecdotes seriously?
I find just reading in general interesting, right? So for example,
yeah, but there's a million books to read. What are you talking about? That's not look. I'm asking you why you find this specific thing interesting, and you're like, I just like reading. Here's a phone book.
Listen,
read this.
I find a lot of things interesting. Like, so you gave me a reading list, Adam, right? I think one of them on there was like The Murderer Next Door, I think.
Sure, yeah. That's on my reading list.
There was like One of them I think was called Blueprint, and there's obviously like the various neo-lib books like the Francis Fukuyama and stuff. Like I've read some of the books on your reading list. Like, I found those interesting too. I just find this stuff, like, I find knowing how things work, understanding different ideas about how things work. I find that interesting.
I don't feel like you're understanding how things work. I think you're moving further away. You're understanding how some people believe things work that are completely untrue.
Well, here's the thing. Like, just because I've read a bunch of fascist and socialist political theory doesn't mean that I believe it. I just know it.
You just said you enjoy understanding how things work.
But then I also said I enjoy understanding how people think things work.
How people believe things work is not the same thing as how things work.
No, but I enjoy them both. You know,
okay.
Like, I'm not a fascist, but I do read fascist political theory, and I enjoy it.
A likely
and I enjoy
story.
it.
Look, a lot of people like the science of Star Trek. Okay, I don't find what you're reading any different than that.
Because it's just like, here's the thing: political theory is it's theory, right? It's not practice. It's like somebody thinks that like this is their observations about society. This is how they think things will go if implemented in a certain way. It's theory. It's not practice. That's true, right? It's not like you can, you have people on the left who say read theory, read theory. You don't understand theory. What they're basically saying is that they think that the theory will be the practice. But like it never is. It never is, right?
So hold on. You've touched on something perfect here.
Okay.
You can never have any sort of satisfactory resolve on this. Satisfactory resolve on this, because you can never have any answer. So what's the point?
Well, see, the reason that I started doing it is because there's a whole bunch of people out there who are citing a whole bunch of ideas, and I had no idea what anyone was saying, and I wanted to know. I wanted, like, when someone says means of production, what did Marx specifically mean by that? Well, I wanted to know, and so I found out. Right?
Okay, that's fine.
When someone on the right says the managerial class, what do they mean by that? So I wanted to find out.
Okay,
that's the primary reason I started reading all this stuff.
There's only one thing that you need to know: the difference between personal and private property, because that's the only thing any stupid Marxist is going to ask you on the internet. That's the only thing they're going to ask. If you know the answer to that, you are prepared to deal with 99.9% of Marxists on the internet.
Maybe that's true. Yeah. Well, like, have you ever seen like a Marxist say that he's like against individualism, or he thinks that like liberalism is too individual, or the liberal conception of rights is not good, is like it's too individual, or it's too atomized? You've already heard this stuff before, right?
Sure.
Yeah. When you talk to them and you say like why do you think this? They don't even know why they think this most of the time, because there's an effect. I don't know what it's called, but basically you have a great thinker who writes a book, and then that gets diffused down into like cultural elites, and then that gets diffused down into regular people. But the regular people have no clue where this idea came from or why they think it. They've inherited it from their surroundings, basically. And a lot of political ideas are like this, right?
Yeah.
You can hear like Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about things that are concepts in political science texts on the right wing, and she's never read this shit in her life. She doesn't fucking know why she's saying it. She's saying it because it sounds real good, and somebody that she looks up to said it, right?
I just see the same thing on the left. What is the value of knowing the origin of it? I just like, I want to know how it affects society now.
Okay, so
that's the value for me.
Yeah, the value of knowing the origin of these theories is that when you talk to somebody who's clearly just saying something because it's like a rehearsed thought in their head that they haven't actually thought about, the best way to break them out of it is to show them that you know the origin, know what it actually means, and then you can argue against it. No, seriously,
I fundamentally disagree. That is not going to make any difference to a person. None.
I think it will. I think, here's the thing, like, if you're just talking past each other, it's not going to help, right? But if you can understand their ideas, truly understand them, and still disagree with them, I think that actually brings a lot of weight with it.
I disagree. I completely disagree. Yeah.
Why?
Because people don't look. People come to their understanding of the world through their intuitions. They aren't reasoning themselves into this. You're not going to come to them and reason them out of it. You're not. So I fundamentally disagree that knowing more about the origin of what they believe is going to help them change what they believe. It's not going to change anything.
Well, it's not so much knowing about the origin. It's more like the origin is kind of important, but not really that important. The important part is knowing what they believe. It's like, if you understand what they understand and you still don't believe what they believe, then the issue isn't that you need more education, because they always say that. It's like, the reason you're not a Marxist is because you're not educated in Marxism. It's like, well, no. What if you actually are educated in Marxism and you still don't believe it? Then you can have a real discussion.
I mean, I think the usefulness of looking into it is not that you're going to change them, but is to prevent other people from falling prey into their BS. I think
there's part of that too, right? Because like, if you talk to a Marxist and you're completely uneducated on Marxism, people who are watching are just going to think you're an idiot, right?
Well, not just for debates, just like, because they'll make these arguments that are generally kind of BS arguments that need to have pushback to them. Yeah.
But then, like, if you can have an actual discussion where you clearly at least know what the topic is about, and you can still be like, no, I don't believe in this. I think that does look good for the people who are watching too. Yeah,
it definitely does.
Yeah. So I think it's important to like understand these weird theories that only like certain segments of the population know about, because they do kind of trickle down and affect other things eventually, I think.
Well, yeah, if it has an impact, then I agree. I mean, some of the stuff doesn't, but
yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, you know, the chat's actually. I think the chat is pointing this out. Like, why do you read CRT stuff, Sitch?
For the reason I just said.
Yeah, it's similar reason as mine. Like, even if you don't,
I don't
believe
Adam's,
in this stuff, you
disdain for this,
for reading.
Well, you do have the disdain for
only Intuit.
Look, when other people bring up some crazy source that they're using, and you feel obligated to read it, Sitch, because you want to debunk it. You hate reading it. It's always boring fucking shit. All you do is complain about it.
Right.
So
I understand what you're saying. Right. So that from that perspective, yes, I wish people were not stupid. So I didn't have to read.
You're like, why is this thing influencing people so much? Well, it's because of the psychology, and they found something they can go, look, this ancient book really helps me make my argument.
The funniest thing for me is like, I find it amusing how stupid it gets. Like, I find Moldbug really fun to read because he's so wrong about so many things. It's just like, I find it funny. I enjoy it. I don't agree with any of it. It's not convincing to me, but I find it, I do find it interesting to read, just because it's like, wow, this guy's living in another universe. I feel like I've now, like, when you read a book, you're like entering someone else's mind for a bit, and it's like, this guy he's out there, and it's kind of, it's fun in like a perverse way.
Look,
that's how I view it.
I am in favor of reading. I'm just saying, what you're reading, I just couldn't find myself reading it and say, this is useful to me. I mean, I don't read a lot of nonfiction or a lot of fiction for the same reason. Well, if the purpose of fiction is to entertain yourself, but I mean, people enjoy fiction. Obviously, I would never tell someone not to enjoy it, but
I have to go right now. The time has run out. Sorry.
Cool. Thanks for coming on.
Good. Really, Adam?
I mean, thanks for coming on. Yeah.
What did you say?
Yeah. I said I have to go, and Adam said good.
Oh.
It's like,
thanks for coming on.
Look, I was about to say, good God, you have to go now? We're just in the middle of a heated discussion.
Listen,
things were just getting interesting.
We'll have it on Tuesday, okay?
Yes.
Okay, listen. Thanks very much for having me on. Sorry, I have to bounce like immediately, but IRL calls, okay?
All
so
right.
I'll see you in 2 days, all right?
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Have a good one.
Take care. Okay, what is this video that you have up?
Well, I want to respond to this, but
So let's respond to it.
I got to hit
Do the setup.
record. Look,
Okay.
I'm going to record.
Hit it up.
Look,
I
I want to
haven't
make
seen
sure.
this, by the way. So this is going to be a fresh reaction.
Oh, you haven't seen this?
No.
Well, I edited some stuff in this. This one is not
okay.
the one that I posted on the channel. This is just the stuff to respond to.
Okay.
So, okay. I'm going to start recording. 3, 2, 1, go. So, Sitch and I are responding to a video. I guess VAUSH got very upset that Anna Kasparian came on our show.
A while ago. Why is he upset now?
Well, so Anna Kasparian, I guess, called out VAUSH on the main show, the main TYT show.
She called him trash. Yes.
Did you see that clip? By
I
the
did.
way?
It was pretty hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I watched it about 25 times. I'm not gonna lie, because it's pretty hilarious.
I said that we need a soundboard that has her saying, "You are trash."
Yes. Yeah. You're trash, VAUSH. You're trash. So this isn't all of that clip, which is epic. I mean, you should check it out yourself. But this is just VAUSH kind of responding to that clip. And we get mentioned. So I've said before on the show, one of the things that we are not as good at as other YouTubers are is mining the drama when it presents itself to, I mean, we're literally mentioned in here. So I feel like
that's true.
This is we're within our right to respond.
We're milking.
Correct.
We gotta milk the VAUSH lol cow. Okay.
Well, most people will respond if someone mentions them. So
gotcha.
And he does this. He did well. I'll let here. I don't want to spoil the surprise. We'll just get into it.
Okay. That's terrible. I can't do that. But you can say some of the most disgusting things about the transgender community and then pretend like you have the moral high ground?
Correct. Not pretend. I do. Always have. All the time. Obviously. Yes.
You're
Wait. I can't. Okay. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or just saying, yes, I can say horrible things about the LGBT community and it's fine. Is this, am I supposed to take this seriously or is it a joke? I can't discern the tone here.
Look, I'm not able to read VAUSH's mind. You're gonna have to.
Okay.
You're on your own here.
Okay. Okay.
I think VAUSH will claim it's sarcasm, but I do think he believes that he has the moral high ground and that he can say whatever he wants.
He has the moral high ground. I believe that. Does he just say, well, yeah, because I have the moral high ground, I'm a consequentialist, therefore I can say like whatever terrible crap I get to say?
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to be that surprised.
Garbage, VAUSH. I don't respect you, which is why I don't want to talk to you. It's that simple.
I don't know why. Yeah, this way we have to go back. The visual image of her calling him garbage as he's brushing his face.
I know, it's so
like
good.
The best thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's so off the hook.
Oh my, this is like a Tim and Eric.
Somebody was comparing it. You know the Rat Utopia experiment where all the rats just sit around and groom themselves? It's like the Rat Utopia.
The optics of it are so bad for someone who's supposed to be so optically minded.
Right, I know. He's literally brushing his neck beard.
Oh my god. It's like
always have. All the time. Obviously. Yes.
You're garbage, VAUSH. I don't respect you, which is why I don't want to talk to you. It's that simple.
Brushing his neck beard. And she says he's trash.
You're trash, VAUSH. You're garbage.
Okay. We'll continue.
Yeah. But he would talk with, by the way, she was willing to talk with Adam and Sitch, who had gone after her for years. And those are like actual vile conservatives. It looks like the Adam and Sitch people are doing a stream on me right now. I love these guys. I love these guys. And she was like, oh, well, I've always been willing to talk to people who, you know, like, I'm really cool. I'm politically homeless. And like, I'm just willing to have convos with people I do. You know why? Because Adam and Sitch won't call her on her shit, and I will. I love these guys.
Okay. I remember covering TYT, but I remember really covering Cenk. Did we do like a lot? I don't remember having a bunch of Anna videos.
No, I don't. Look, we try to be fair with people. I don't think we've ever been super vicious with Anna. I mean, she even mentioned she's watched a lot of those videos and that we gave harsh criticism, but she has thick skin and, you know, whatever.
Right. I kind of vaguely remember there was one video that, and I remember because
look, we're not calling her a dumb bitch or like any of that shit that VAUSH is calling her. Come on.
I think I was like one of the few people to give her a lot of credit for, and maybe this is why she wanted to, she, you know, says that she'd come talk to us. Because I think I was one of the few people that gave her credit for admitting that she was wrong about the Kyle Rittenhouse video.
Of course.
Which she didn't have to do. She was one of the few people to actually admit that. So
I remember I think it was when we were covering her on the Ben Shapiro thing. And it's one thing. It's funny because
yes,
she,
yes, we did
you know,
cover that,
she kind of reached out to me, and then I invited her on the show, and you know, we always kind of wonder, well, what was it that we said that made her decide, you know, she'd like to hang out with us? And I do remember one thing. I don't know what show it was on, but I do remember talking about how Anna has spent years and years of her life, you know, trying to make some positive change in the world, and all of that has really amounted to nothing. And that's kind of given her the idea that, you know, she needs a new strategy, something different. She can't keep doing the same thing and not amounting to anything. And I mean, I don't know what stream that was on, but I feel like that's not completely inaccurate to the situation that's going on. So
Right.
yeah. So
Well,
I don't
and the
necessarily
thing-
know what you said, but obviously that resonated with her.
Sure.
I don't even
sure.
know that she heard that. So that's just my own headcanon for the situation.
Yeah, and it's funny because Vosh is like, oh, she'll talk to these vile conservatives.
Yeah, which look, we're not conservatives. I think it's a mischaracterization.
I mean, we are vile, but I don't know if we're conservatives.
No, we're so far from vile.
But he's like, oh, they won't call her out on her shit or whatever, and I will. It's like, okay, so you know, if we want to have some, I bet we could set up, if we want to have some conversation about some substantive difference that we had with Anna, that she'd probably be willing to talk about it, because she doesn't, I would imagine she doesn't feel like we'd be super ultra bad faith against her the way that you
VAUSH
would
will,
be against
yes.
her. Right. I mean, that's the thing. It's not a question of like, oh, she's not willing to talk to someone she disagrees with. I mean, she had, you know, very public conversations with Ben Shapiro, who is supposed to be, you know, one of the top tier right-wing debate bros, right? So obviously she's not afraid to talk to these people or to talk to someone she disagrees with. It's just that talking to you specifically, Vosh, that you have this total air of just, you know, being a bad faith interlocutor, and she would not trust to have a conversation with you and sees you as beneath her. So, which I mean, honestly, you know, you kind of are.
It's true.
You trash.
Look,
you trash, Vosh. You trash.
At this point, I don't even know if we'd have a conversation with Bosch, because really, what is the point, right? I mean, it is just like a bad faith exchange.
Yeah, and it's not, because it's all just about kind of like trying to get some sort of optical win.
Of course. See, even look, a lot of people make this same charge of Sam Cedar. I'm not 100% sure that that charge is merited with Sam Cedar. It might be. I could totally be wrong. And a lot of people have said, look, Adam, you're completely naive about this. Sam Cedar is as bad as Vosh. He's just bad faith, just using you. He keeps getting your name wrong because he has zero respect for you. You know, I'm open to that being a possibility. But I do feel like we could have a conversation with Sam Cedar and maybe have some sort of substantive back and forth, even if there is this potential bad faith element, and kind of figure out if that is the situation. With Vosh, it's all on the surface. It's completely bad faith and no substance. What's the point?
It is known, Khaleesi. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, we can continue.
It's that simple. Anna's smart, sure, but she's not me. She knows perfectly well that in a direct conversation it would be over, which is why she won't have it. It's literally that simple. Like, you know, there's you can equivocate all you want, but like that, and she's correct in this assumption. There are lots of people less intelligent than me who aren't smart enough to know they shouldn't talk to me, but she's smart enough to know that she shouldn't. And
wait a minute. I want you and everyone to just understand what just happened. Okay, he just read her mind and created something she didn't say. He said, Anna is smart and knows that she doesn't want to talk to me because I'm like better at talking than her, or I'm smarter than her. And Anna's right in thinking that. So he created an imaginary position for her, and then gave her credit for being right about the imaginary position that he just created for her. That just happened.
Don't you love it?
I've seen mind reading. I've never seen, and I've seen people create straw men. I've never seen someone create a mind reading straw man and then congratulate the person for being correct about it.
Yeah, for being totally correct. Look, he's patting himself on the back.
Okay. That's wild.
And that's why these things tend to happen in big waves, right? She got mad about the birthing person thing, and now she's pivoting the entire network towards the right, to the point where Cenk is saying, like, yeah, we're mainstream progressives now, instead of, like, left progressive or whatever. Like, that's the process being the issue. It wasn't one conclusion. It's the whole thing all of a sudden. Now she's on Adam Sitch. She's politically homeless. She's getting praised by Sargon of Akkad. It's everything. And I called it, and I was right, and I'm always right. And I identified this, and I tried to reach out to her, and she wouldn't have it. And she won't talk to me because she'd lose, and that's really all there is to it. But in the meantime, you know, they accuse me of wanting to farm attention for the engagement with them. I challenge them then, don't mention me. Even if people donate a lot of money to you to get you to do so, just don't mention me. That's fine. It's not like my channel's doing poorly. I'm doing all right. Just try to ignore me. Be the adult. Don't give me the attention. It'll be okay. They will, of course, because they get just as much attention at talking about me as I do about them.
Doesn't that seem like a desperate plea there? It really does.
Yeah, it's kind of the whole like,
She's
don't
getting
don't
praised
notice
by
me.
Sargon of Akkad.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
It's the whole "don't notice me thing.
Yeah.
Suendre.
Suendre.
It's yeah. I mean, basically, the end of this video is VAUSH saying, like, it's not like I wanted to talk to you, Anna, you baka. I didn't want to talk to you anyway, baka. Like, but it's funny because, you know, the part that you scrub back to, it's like, so the big charges against Anna that he brings up substantively in this conversation or in this segment is she went on our show and Sargon of Akkad praised her.
Right.
Yeah. Those are the big, like, that's it. Those are the big two things. That's how you know that she's evil now. And listen, if Anna is single-handedly turning the entire TYT network in a direction, I mean, as a feminist, you should praise this, right?
Oh yeah, that's power.
Right?
That's
This
girl
is
power all the way.
Right, yeah. She grabbed TYT in her fist and she said, now we're going to become conservatives.
Yeah, I don't think she's doing that. I do think she's
maybe not.
Look, I think and I mean it kind of goes to what I was saying earlier about building larger coalitions. I mean, it's not a good strategy to demonize the people that you will need to win big legislative wins, because you're just going to look like a giant hypocrite for working with them. And I do think TYT has spent quite a bit of time demonizing conservatives, and the kind of the backlash that they're getting now is from those fans that were on board with the demonization.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to take a while to kind of work through that, but I do think there is a more solid future with a network that is just able to treat center left and center right with some modicum of respect. Obviously, if there are right wingers that are racist pieces of shit, you know, call them out. If there are left wingers that are racist pieces of shit, call them out too, obviously. So,
right.
A lot of people conflate, and I guess Destiny did this a little bit with us too. They conflate treating people with respect as coddling. What is that, Sitch? What's that all about? Are we coddling people?
I mean, I guess if we listen to what people say and try to understand where they're coming from, as opposed to yelling at them and calling them fascists.
That's coddling now?
I guess that's coddling, yeah. So
I feel like coddling is kind of like walking on eggshells. I don't feel like we're doing that. I feel like the left is more in the coddling realm when you talk about things like, you know, even
safe spaces.
Look, even the birthing person debate that blew up with Anna and stuff. Yes. I mean, look, if Anna not being cool with the term birthing person is going to destroy your whole movement, I mean, I feel like there's some coddling going on. I really do. Right? I mean, what the heck?
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. Any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
I mean, listen, I'm glad. So we've actually discovered the truth. The Sitch and Adam show is the show for enlightened centrist, The Adam and Sitch show is the show for the vile conservatives. Okay, I think that's what we're learning here.
Oh, you bitch! You bitch. That's okay. We all know you're way more conservative than me. All right, clip it, CT.
Perfect. That was the perfect like catty like you bitch.
Look, I work on that. In my free time, I just sit in front of the mirror.
Really?
I'm like, yeah, oh, you bitch. No, of course. I don't know.
Nice.
That's funny because earlier people were accusing me of being a mean girl in the chat. I thought it was pretty funny.
You were pretty hard on our friend Dev here.
I like Dev. Look, I'm glad we talked about the thing, and it's so bizarre. The video is on the meritocracy thing. How cool was it that I had that comment just at the ready to like watch this bitch?
That was pretty funny.
I'm like, oh my God. Why is it so difficult? Why can't we just have a simple conversation here? Well.
Okay. So I brought
Dude, what are we gonna do here? Look.
Okay. If you hit the open thing, it should open it and we can watch it.
Hold on.
You see where it says open?
No. It's install extension is what I see.
Oh, you don't have the extension?
Well, I think I have it in another browser. Here.
Oh, we'll open it in that browser, yeah.
Okay.
And then what we'll do is
I did this before.
But you don't need you just need the audio. You don't need the visual because we don't want the visual because
the visual will
get us. Yeah, here I'll give you a picture. You can make this the visual. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Here we go. I got the perfect picture. The perfect freeze frame here. Okay. Let's see. Where's Twitter at? Where's my good friend Adam Friended's Twitter? Here it is. Perfect visual for this video. We have a good nickname for Second Thought.
Do we?
Sleepy Thought.
Oh, Sleepy Thought. I like it.
Instead of Sleepy Joe, we have Sleepy Thought.
How about Jackass?
That's a good one.
Smug Jackass.
So when I open Twitter to send this to you, I see there's a bunch of people arguing under my Matt Walsh walking his audience towards ethno-nationalism tweet. And I see people arguing about my Jewishness. So you always know that's like
I fucking hate that shit.
You know, it's like, oh, these are good classic comments when people are like, well, the Sitch is Jewish. So
I so despise that shit.
Someone says, it's funny. I don't know what the context is for this, by the way, but I'm just going to read a random part of this. It's funny, Sitch.
I keep pausing it, but it keeps playing. Why won't?
Oh, no, because you have to hit the one at the top.
I got it. Okay. Gotcha. Go ahead.
It's funny, Sitch mentioned how he has no loyalty to Russia, even though his great-grandparents, well, I must be a fan of the show, came from there. And it's like, yeah, Sitch, because you're not Russian. You're Jewish. So I don't know if you know this. I don't have any loyalty to Israel either. Okay. But I have loyalty to the country of America. I'm an American. I know it's like hard for some people to wrap their mind around.
Super hard. Yeah.
Anyway. Okay. I scrubbed it to 20 seconds because the beginning is just like things exploding sound and stuff.
Sitch, why are people such racist pieces of shit?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, let me know. Are you ready? Everything prepared?
I think so. I'm oh wait, I just need the volume. I don't have the hold on a second here. What am I doing?
What are you? What are any of us doing?
I'm trying to get
You have this visual up, which I don't like. Okay.
I know. I took it down. I have the excellent screen cap that you chose. This is a masterpiece. I have the perfect caption for this. It's called Smug Jackass.
It's Sleepy Thought. It's Sleepy Thought. He looks like he's falling asleep here.
Okay,
Sleepy
you want me to put okay.
Doesn't he? He looks like he's a mid yawn. Okay.
It does, yeah.
Right.
How about sleepy thoughtless?
Oh, okay. Sleepy thoughtless.
We can go sleepy thought.
Sleepy thought. Okay, ready?
I don't think I have the volume on.
We'll turn the
volume is on. Go for it.
In late February of 2022, Russia officially began what it has since called its special military operation in Ukraine. While this event marked a significant escalation in violence between the two countries, it was not where the conflict began. Nearly a decade ago, the United States and European imperialist powers backed a far-right coup in Ukraine that overthrew the elected government and installed a puppet regime on the border of the US's Cold War rival.
Where have I heard this before? So I guess he's a Jimmy Dore fan.
Oh no!
Have you seen this before? I guess you have.
No, I haven't seen this before.
Oh. Well, you knew that was his line of attack, right?
In 2014, the U.S. and imperial powers staged a far-right coup in Ukraine to install the puppet government.
Do you think we could set up a 2v2 debate with Second Thought and Rob Noor between both of us? I think that would be.
I don't know if Rob Noor believe I don't know if he believes the right-wing coup of Ukraine narrative, does he? I hope he doesn't.
I'm sure he does. Come on, let's be serious.
That'd be
here.
interesting. Rob Noor going to team up with a commie to argue about that. I don't think he does, though.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I've never heard him talk about it.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I hope he doesn't. That's just retarded. But oh my god. Sleepy thought over here is like, I heard the Newland phone call, Sitch. She said that they were gonna replace the prime minister of Ukraine. That's what he said. I heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. The far-right government. Jeez.
Are we at any point going to bring up the video?
No.
Okay.
There's too much things. I mean, you already might have got dinged because you had the
bullshit
of, like,
up.
the blood person dead, but it's blurry photos.
Whatever.
But we'll see.
Don't say anything.
At the time, this was seen as a clear provocation by the United States, and an attempt to gain a foothold to launch an eventual proxy war in the region.
Okay, so this dumb idiot, 100% on board, and I'm curious because I don't think he'll give any evidence, thinks that the U.S. imperial powers couped the democratically elected government of Ukraine, ignoring obviously the fact that there was so he's not talking at all. This total piece of shit apologist for, which by the way, it's wild to me that there are socialists that are running interference for Russia, which is not a socialist country anymore, even remotely socialist.
Well, it is authoritarian, so they got that.
Right, but it's authoritarian right wing.
Of course, yeah.
Not authoritarian left wing. So why is he running even from like this? Like, this is how much he hates America. Okay, he hates America so much that he's willing to simp for an authoritarian right wing country.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
He's not going to bring up how Russia was violating the Budapest Memorandum by stopping all trade with Ukraine just because they didn't want Ukraine to join the EU. He's not going to bring any of that up whatsoever, I bet.
Yeah.
He's not going to bring up the fact that the president, that the coup president literally ran away to Russia after he agreed to hold new elections, and that's why they voted him out of office.
He doesn't know any of that.
Yeah.
A reality when conveniently swept under the rug in recent years.
No, thank you.
But even this thinly veiled threat cannot be considered the true beginning of the conflict. We'd have to go all the way back to the illegal dissolution of the Soviet Union to really understand the root of the problem.
Okay.
The illegal dissolution of the Soviet Union. Oh. My God.
Really?
The illegal dissolution of the Soviet. Wow. I mean, it's just such a tragedy, right? It's such a tragedy.
Didn't the Soviet Union kind of fall apart on its own?
It was illegal. It was illegal. I don't know if you know this. It was illegal, Adam. It was against the law.
Okay. Strange.
Undermining and eventual destruction of the original socialist project, the brutal and sadistic economic shock therapy that followed, and the fragmenting of what had once been a strong and united people.
Okay, so holy shit. Wait. So he's classifying the USSR, which like took over all of its fucking neighbors, right? By force. And he's like, these people were once unified in beautiful harmony. And now, because of the brutal undermining of America, they've fallen apart into disarray. Like, okay, this guy is a tanky. This guy's 100% like a piece of shit apologist for, genocide and tankyism at this point, right?
Of course, yeah.
It's crazy.
Sick. It's disgusting. I want to puke.
The moment the Second World War ended, the United States began preparing for conflict with this burgeoning new economic power. The Soviet Union was rightly seen as a shining alternative to capitalism.
Oh my God! Oh.
That was it. America was like, listen, we can't have these Soviets here. They're just too successful, and it's making us look bad. That was the problem, right? We're going to skip over the fact that the Soviets originally joined forces with the Nazis. We're going to skip that part, right? How about we're going to skip over the part that, the Soviets were taking over all of their neighbors, and their neighbors were like, can you not take us over, please? We'd appreciate it if you didn't take us over, right? We're going to skip over all that stuff.
Of course. Look, they're doing their own thing, obviously. It's socialist utopia. Everyone's into it. They're like, yes. And then big old bad America has to, come sticking their nose in their business.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Saying, hey, Ukrainians, what do you think of freedom?
I wonder, is he going to get to the whole, like, the only reason East Germany was bad was because the Allied forces were evil? The West Germany under Allied, capitalist democratic rule became so amazing. The socialists literally had to build a wall to keep their own population.
Please don't.
Right?
Please don't go there.
Right? Is he going to create some insane argument about how that was really the capitalist fault somehow?
The wall was to protect them.
Okay.
Now he's going full Donald Trump.
Ray of hope for millions of average people around the world. And so the United States began its long process of trying to kill this hope.
Holy shit! This guy is delusional.
Killer of hope.
The USSR, a shining city on a hilltop, a shining ray of hope to all. And then the US, big bad US, dun dun. This is like a children's play, right? You can see like the US is like the person hunched over with the cape, like, we must destroy the hope of the USSR.
What is he smoking, man?
Socialism.
I just don't get it.
Do you remember when the U.S. Intentionally starved to death millions of Americans in some of the states in order to feed other Americans in other states? Do you remember when that happened?
No, because it didn't ever.
I don't remember that happening. I remember that happening in the Soviet Union. I don't remember that happening in America. Okay,
I'm trying to. Does Second Thought have a reading list? Look, Look, I know I just gave Dev a rash of shit for reading nonsense, but now I am curious.
Okay.
If he's got any total shit books on his reading list. Like, what turns your brain into this kind of mush here?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Crafting war plans, and even considering a preemptive nuclear strike. This is the context in which we must analyze the Russia-Ukraine conflict. What tends to get lost in mainstream coverage of this war, or any conflict that benefits the imperialist powers, is the human cost of war. Those who sign the papers and make the decrees that send entire generations into the meat grinder will never hold a gun themselves.
Wait. I don't know how the fuck you can say that. You fucking piece of shit scumbag. God, there's gonna be a lot of editing out. A lot of bleeping on this one, CT. I apologize. This guy's like really, really pissing me off. Okay.
Right.
You don't get to defend Russia invading Ukraine. Ukraine didn't attack Russia. Ukraine just sitting there. Russia made the decision to invade Ukraine. And they can make the decision at any time to stop. They can make the decision at any time to stop, to pull back and say, oh, these American imperialistic powers, they don't think about the human cost of war. When Russia decided on its own free will to invade the sovereign country, then its neighbor, and continually attack it and shell it and just kill its people, when they could just leave at any time, why won't the Americans think of the human cost of the war?
But Sitch.
Yeah. They had to do it, Sitch. You understand? They just had to do it. They just knew. They just knew if they did it, oh, they would be surrounded. The NATO, they were going to join NATO any day. They were going to join NATO any day. I mean, they weren't going to really join NATO. There's no evidence they were about to do it, but they were going to join any day. And when they did, oh, NATO was just going to invade Russia. There's a long history of NATO invading Russia. I mean, that's literally never happened in their nuclear power, so no one ever thinks that would actually happen, but they were going to do it.
NATO was right on their doorstep, Sitch. They were right there. They could have knocked. They could have knocked and said, hello, we're your neighbors.
Oh, fuck.
Can you come out and play?
Can you spare a cup of sugar? NATO needs a cup of sugar from Russia.
Hello,
no,
Russia.
Russia's like, no, you have taken our land. No, our sugar is a step too far.
Russia, we're your neighbor, NATO.
Jesus.
They'll lose a child to geopolitical jockeying. Their lifestyle won't be affected. They won't lose their homes to shelling. Their pantries will remain stocked. And their water will always be clean.
Who's doing Who's doing this? You a-hole? Who's the one doing this? It's not Ukraine. Is not shelling Russia. Ukraine has not invaded Russia. What the hell are you talking about? This is insane.
But that is not the reality for the people being sent to fight and the loved ones they're desperately trying to protect from pointless escalation and random acts of cruelty inspired by the hate and bitterness of war. As with any act of...
So you guys can't see this. So he had like a bunch of pictures of like, or a lot of visuals of, I assume, Ukrainians.
War crimes and shit.
Ukrainians who have been like, their homes have been destroyed. And then when he talks about like the cruelties of war, he cut to an image which was a Russian soldier, a Russian soldier, who was like taped to a pole, and they stuck a thing in his mouth, which was like a famous picture. Like, I don't know if you remember when it came out, when the Ukrainian war first kind of started. And that was like the big horrific act, right? The big horrific act is not Russians killing Ukrainians, it's not blowing up their homes, it's not literally stealing their children, which is happening. No, it's that some Ukrainians taped a Russian soldier to a pole, and they stuck a candy bar in his mouth. That's like the big horrific thing. But okay.
Isn't that so crazy? They're so desperate for people that they're stealing children from Ukraine.
It's pretty wild.
What the heck?
Conflict. Exact numbers are closely guarded by the combatants, but there's no hiding all the footage that makes its way to Telegram, Twitter, and other more democratized online news sources. Conservatively, tens of thousands of people have been killed since last year, including civilians, as well as mercenaries flying in from Western countries to hunt their fellow human beings for sport. We've seen...
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Horrific footage of homes destroyed, bodies burned beyond recognition, and what looks like evidence of chemical weapons. War is a dirty, bloody business, and it only benefits the ruling class of the involved nations. The conscripts shipped off to fight in some leveled city have no chance of elevated status. Their lives won't be improved by butchering their fellow workers.
So tell the Russians, you fucking simp, to stop. They're the ones that can stop at literally any time. They could just stop and pull back. And guess what? The war would be over. That's all they have to do. They're the one, they literally have all the power
to
stop the conflict. Like, what is wrong with you? Why? How can you lay this at the feet of America?
Yeah.
Is it because like, oh, well, America should just let them like taken over in a second? Is that the argument? They should just let them, get massacred, I guess. There'd be less deaths in the short run. I mean, they'd be controlled by a foreign power and under the thumb of foreign power, but freedom isn't really that important, right? When you're a socialist.
How would they treat those people? Probably horrifically.
I mean, it's not like there's a history of Russia basically using Ukrainians as fodder to enrich their own lives, something that this person who supposedly cares about the worker should be very upset about. Oh wait, that's literally exactly what happens.
Yeah, there's a long history of that. What are you talking about?
That's literally like an entire history between these two countries.
They will be lucky to return home at all, and most of them with scars both physical and mental that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, those at the top talk of democracy, freedom, national determination, and invoke some mythologized past to fool the peasants into thinking they're dying for a noble cause. They are not. There must be a peaceful resolution to this conflict. We have seen in recent months that the United States remains the primary obstacle to peace in the region.
What?
We have seen that. I mean, we've seen that. I don't know if you know it. We've seen it, right? Like,
I mean, I would say Putin is probably the primary obstacle.
Right.
Yeah.
Did they not understand? Like, what is the argument?
The argument is that if the U.S. bent over and grabbed our ankles, that everything would be hunky-dory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, how about this? We'll send out Sleepy Thought here, right?
Oh,
he can personally,
an emissary?
Yeah, he can personally be the emissary to bend over and grab his ankles for Putin. Okay.
I like this plan.
We bring peace, and we'll see if that works. How about that?
Say, listen, you're going to be the new Brittany Grinder. We're going to ship you over to Putin. Say, look, here's an American for you.
There you go. Go to town, right?
Yeah, I don't.
As China attempts to broker a peaceful resolution, the US and its lackeys call ever more loudly for increased weapons shipments and greater Western involvement. Thankfully, this conflict has coincided with the sharpening of contradictions surrounding the US.
So this guy doesn't understand that, like, the reason, if you're trying to negotiate peace, okay, the reason you want to arm the Ukrainians to the teeth is that gives them a better bargaining position.
Yeah, totally.
When
Leverage.
negotiating peace.
It's called leverage. Right. Yeah.
It's so funny that these guys, we care so much about oppressive hierarchies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless America is involved, because then America is bad, America evil.
Yeah.
That should be the picture. Wait, that's the picture you need to bring up here. Let me send it to you, because that's all this is. This is the guy in the well picture. Okay.
If the workers don't have the threat of the strike, what do they have?
Here you go. You can. Have you considered America bad?
Oh yeah.
That's all this is.
One up too.
Yes, that's all this video is. It's like, I don't care that Russia invaded Ukraine. Have you considered that America bad? Like this is how you. This is like the ultimate NPC test. You can literally have a situation where one country of its own volition and own free will invades another country, and somehow it's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's someone else's fault.
Because they're socialist and good, and Sleepy Thought is in love with them.
This would be like if we were like, listen, it wasn't America's fault that we invaded Iraq, right?
Of course not.
I mean,
they had weapons
did you
of
see
mass
what
destruction.
They had weapons of mass destruction. We had to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see what Iraq was wearing?
Yeah.
It had a big sign
WMDs.
on it. It said WMDs. Okay. We had to do it. We had to do it.
It said WAPs, right?
Right. See, that was the confusion. This whole time, we thought that Iraq had WMDs, but it really had WAPs, and that's why Bush was so excited about going there. He's like, it's in my name.
Oh my God.
I gotta go.
I feel this is like somehow disrespectful, but very funny. Anyway.
That's the best kind, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
The once untouchable global hegemon is losing its grip on the rest of the world.
Oh my God.
Countless Latin American and African countries have broken ties with the US and accepted more mutually beneficial trade agreements with China.
Yeah. That's going to end well for them.
Oh.
Can you imagine?
The honest brokers of trade agreements known as the country of China.
Well, it's just look, Americans care. A lot of times, foreign aid goes just to whatever thug is in charge of the country, and basically they're shitting on all the people, subjugating the people. Our foreign aid is keeping despot dictators in charge.
Mm-hmm.
You think China's going to care about that stuff? I mean, the American voters care about that. As soon as they find out our foreign aid is going to support some Timbuk dictator, everyone gets upset and starts calling their congressperson. That's not going to go on in China.
Well, they don't care because China's communist, so it's good when it's good when China does it, right?
Oh, look, I'm saying, I don't know that that's if I'm in some South American country and my leader, I'm happier if we're moving more towards democracy, because I feel like, you know, the people having a voice will moderate our leaders.
Mm-hmm.
In this situation where they're moving away from that, I just look, China is a authoritarian regime that doesn't really give a flying fuck about their people.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally trying to create the George Orwell 1984 society with facial cameras everywhere and social credit scores. But this cuck here, Sleepy Thought here, is like, yeah, that's good. We gotta stop down on wrong think, everybody.
Anti-socialist think, right?
Listen, cultural Marxism is a conspiracy. That's why we need facial cameras and social credit scores everywhere, just to prevent these conspiracies from taking hold, everybody. Yep. Trust China. Very trustworthy people. I mean, yeah, they're a one-party country, and the guy's basically a dictator, but, you know, very trustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
Even countries which the U.S. expects to be loyal, like France, are expressing doubts that the United States is a reliable partner, and are beginning to shift towards the East. What we see as a result is a desperate attempt by the US and its staunchest allies to weaken its economic adversaries by encouraging proxy wars in Eastern Europe and Asia. So far, China has not taken the bait, and instead has stepped into its role as a key negotiator, recently securing peace between Iran and Saudi Arabia, contributing greatly to—
Wait. What country is United States trying to get China to invade with our You know what's funny? This cuck, Sleepy Thought here, okay, this utter piece of human garbage, Eraserhead, this person who looks like a human pencil, we listened to his whole video where he was complaining about how cultural Marxism is a Jewish conspiracy, okay?
I remember that. Made me very angry.
And yet, he's literally doing the Nazi Jewish conspiracy thing, but from his perspective, okay? He's making this argument that America somehow used magic hypnotism to hypnotize Putin into invading Ukraine, so it's not Putin's fault.
Right.
And we tried to use our slippery American hypnotism, right? The only difference here is that just replace American with Jew and you have the Nazi version, right?
Of course. Yeah, that's horrible.
We had the slippery, sneaky, totally not Jewish, American elites use their American hypnotism, and we tried to use it on China to get them to invade some other country. And it didn't work because China was too smart, but it worked on Putin, and we hypnotized them into invading Ukraine. Because we're so terrified. We're so terrified of Russia becoming some kind of economic powerhouse to threaten the United States of America.
So delusional. Does he know anything about the demographic situation that they're in? How they're screwed demographically or any of that stuff?
This shit literally
Why
started...
are they stealing children?
Yeah,
why would someone do that? Look, we have in America, we have immigration. People are like, cities are going, enough. Too much immigration. We can't handle this many people. Russia's fucking stealing kids off the street. What the fuck? Doesn't that make you go kind of like, what's happening here?
It should. It should. If you had a thought that was more than your second thought.
You need a second thought. You need a third thought then. Come on, keep thinking. Keep thinking, you'll get there.
I mean, this conflict literally started in 2014, not from a Western coup, but because Ukraine said, between Ukraine Ukraine and the people, because they voted for this. The people of Ukraine, who I thought you believed in democracy and people, having freedom of choice, they voted that they didn't want to join Russia's economic bloc, but wanted to join Europe's economic bloc. That the evil white, imperialistic, racist, capitalist economic bloc. They said, we want to join the Europeans, not the Russians. And Russia said, we're not going to let you do that.
Free market capitalism, they said. They're like, sign me up. Give me some of that Western pop music. Give me some of that K-pop. Sign me up.
Yemen, and now, with any luck, helping to peacefully resolve the Russia-Ukraine conflict. It has become increasingly apparent that as the US empire declines, it will become ever more violent and militaristic, a dangerous situation for the rest of the world.
As the Russian Empire declines, it will become more dangerous?
No, as the U.S. Listen, I don't know if you know this, but the U.S. is in decline right now. I don't know if you know this, right?
We're
still like the richest country.
I was like, oh, he finally made some sense. He finally gets it.
Right. Even though China's having massive demographic problems, so even though China literally built ghost cities that people don't even listen to because it's the only way they could prop up their entire economy, is to create. China literally created cities that people don't live in. Cities with skyscrapers and parks and buildings that are empty. And they had to do this in order to create some economic vehicle for the middle class in China to be able to invest in property. And they keep this going just so that their middle class remains solvent. Okay?
Yeah.
But the United States of America is an empire in decline.
Yeah, it's insane.
And the way that we're lashing out, okay, at evil here, the way that we're lashing out in our evil way is that we've somehow used our magic American hypnosis to trick Russia into invading Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're good boys.
We gave them the hypnotoad.
There you go.
Go on over there.
There you go.
As the United States remains the only country on Earth to have used nuclear weapons on human beings. And they did it not once, but twice.
What?
Why does
that have to do with anything?
Why does this guy hate America so bad? Where did America touch you inappropriately? That's what I want to know.
Sleepy Thought, can you please show us on the doll where America touched you?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Was it right here on the boom boom? Did America touch you in the no-no? Sleepy Thought, why do you hate America? Why? I want this. Just get out. Why don't you just leave? Why don't you go live in Russia? Okay. Why don't you go live in your shining, or China? Why don't you go live in your shining Shangri-La of communist utopia? You put your money where your mouth is.
Because isn't YouTube blocked over there?
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, probably. Sure. Sorry. Like, this is, oh my God. It's disgusting. I'm disgusted by people like this.
They would give
this
him
is
a
why
job
I'm more right
really
wing
quick.
than you, Adam. Like disgust mechanism triggers.
They would give him a job over in China. They'd give him the white monkey job.
They're right. They would give him the job of creating communist propaganda. They'd even give him a wife. They'd send him a wife, and he'd be like, I don't know it's great over here. I don't know why people are complaining.
You're going crazy. They wouldn't give him a wife. But they would. The Han Chinese are ultra nationalist. It's kind of insane. But they would hire him to do propaganda for them. So he would be doing propaganda literally for an authoritarian nationalist group.
I'm not saying they give him a Han Chinese wife. They'd kidnap some Uyghur lady and be like, here's your new one.
Oh, wow. I don't know about that. They'd say, they go, here's a robot. No, they go, here's a doll. You can screw this.
Here's your America doll, okay? We know America touched you in a bad place, and now you get to touch America in a bad place, okay?
Yeah. No, they would. They totally would.
Yeah, of course.
Party of the United States and the masses of people both here and around the world must call unanimously for an end to U.S. involvement not just in Ukraine, but in the South China Sea, in Africa, in Latin America, and everywhere the U.S. war machine has extended its tendrils.
What a piece of trash. What a utter piece of human trash this guy is. America. Oh, America needs to end its involvement everywhere. Just say, listen. It's funny because we're 5 minutes and 27 seconds into this video. There's only 30 seconds left. Usually, now maybe he's got 30 seconds left. Or he's got 20 seconds left, really. Usually these cucks, okay, these simps, they throw in at the very least, I don't support Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but somehow it's all America's fault, right? Like they usually throw in that little bit of trying to give themselves a tiny bit of cover.
Back.
He hasn't even done that.
It's going to be a ground news ad. I don't know what you're talking about.
He hasn't even done he hasn't even given himself the tiny little tidbit of cover here, right?
Right.
So at this point, he's just basically arguing for America should just not be involved, let the Ukrainians just get completely steamrolled by Russia because it's better that way because, you know, the USSR was dissolved illegally and should have never really fallen apart. And it's really just such a shame that it did. God.
Yeah.
We must unequivocally say no to U.S. involvement and no to imperialist war always.
What is Russia's literally invading its neighbor to try to control its politics? How is that not imperialism, you dumb buffoon?
Yeah. Sitch is getting super triggered here.
Because it's just like these idiots they're so, I hate America so much that their brain falls straight out of their asshole and into the toilet, and then they flush it by mistake because they never use it anyway. And just goes down to the fucking sewer, and they spend the rest of their life with fucking felt and America bad running around their head. Like, this guy's a buffoon. Oh, we need to stand up for imperialism is so bad. I mean, when Russia and China does it, it's totally awesome. But when if America does it, it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I don't get it because obviously Russia's an authoritarian regime, and even in the last video, all he talked about was the authoritarianism of the right. Yet he just sucks right up to the authoritarianism of the right as long as it's in China or Russia.
And it's so funny because, like, the whole, he's like, America should not be involved in the South China Sea dispute, right? It's like China's making all these like crazy sovereign claims about their water and their waters that totally screws over Vietnam, another socialist country, the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, Brunei, and they're just like, whatever. He's like, whatever. China good though. China is totally good though, right? I mean, this guy, I bet you, is totally in favor of China just going over and just taking
Taiwan. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, no, it's totally good. Totally good. It's totally fine. Listen, they deserve it. It's fine. It's really China's country. America, why do you care, America? Why you gotta be like that?
Yeah. Sad.
Enough blood has been spilled desperately trying to maintain an economic order that does not serve the people. Capitalism and imperialism remain the greatest evils of our time. And if we are to secure a better future for all of us, it must be dismantled. And we can start by demanding a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Ukraine.
Look at that.
What a scumbag this guy is.
We need to dismantle our entire society. But first, we have to demand from our elected leaders,
right,
a peaceful resolution in Ukraine.
Yeah, right. So Second Thought here made a video literally called How to Make Communist Propaganda.
No way.
Yep. It's a video. It's an instructional guide on how to make communist propaganda. I just thought, we had a whole video about how cultural Marxism was a conspiracy. Meanwhile, he literally has a video called How to Make Communist Propaganda on his channel. But it's just a conspiracy. Just a conspiracy. Right? So he gave this speech, this video that was played it was played at the CPS USA International Conference this year, which is the international conference for the Communist Party in America.
Really?
Yes.
He gave a speech there?
Well, that video we just watched was played at the Communist Party of America conference this year.
No way.
Yes way. That's what this was. This isn't on his channel. This was played at the Communist Party conference.
Second Thought, Ukraine war.
Yep.
So he's like a big time person in the Communist Party. Well,
I guess so.
That's because that's obviously the luxury car money. Probably goes a long way towards being high up in the Communist Party, don't you think?
God, what a... I gotta call this guy out. Is he on Twitter? There's someone that had his channel name, but I don't think it was him. I gotta find this guy. I gotta call this guy out for being fucking putz. He needs to come on and defend his shit takes and his lies.
So it's just ready to go to town.
I am ready to go to war with this disgusting individual. Holy crap.
What is it about these Marxists that really gets under your skin, Sitch?
It's not the Marxism. It's this America bad. America's so bad, so evil that every thought, everything in the world has to be twisted through this stupid, dumb fuck, retarded lens of everything in the world is America's fault. Even when a country of its own volition invades another country, it's somehow America's fault, Adam. Don't you see? Everything is always America's fault. He's blaming America for people dying in Ukraine when Russia can just literally stop and fuck off.
Right.
They can just stop at any time. If Russia, listen, if Russia tomorrow said, we're going to stop and we're going to pull all of our forces out of Ukraine, is Russia under an existential threat? Is Russia going to cease to be a country at that point?
No.
Now,
no,
Putin,
obviously not.
Putin would be threatened. His power would be threatened, right?
Of course, yeah, because he'd be branded a loser, and everybody keeping him in power in Russia are keeping him in power because they perceive of him as a strong,
yes. But would the country
leader,
of Russia be threatened? Would Russia cease to exist or be threatened to cease to existing if they just pulled out of Ukraine right now?
No.
No. But if Ukraine gives up, are they threatened to cease to exist at that point?
Ukraine will no longer exist.
Oh. And yet we have this total piece of shit, second thought here, who's supposed to be, I hate hierarchies, I'm all about the oppressed people. And yet he's literally, because he's a disgusting, sniveling fucking piece of shit, is simping for Putin invading another country and blaming America for it.
Not only would Ukraine cease to exist, the Ukrainian citizens would become second-class citizens of Russia.
Right.
It's exactly what would happen.
And he didn't even give the whole, oh, I think what Putin is doing is so horrible. He didn't even throw that in there. He didn't even feel compelled to give himself the little tiny, like, I'm going to pretend, I'm going to put my mask on and pretend that I'm actually fine, you know, that I'm actually against violence here. Like,
yeah. This is the level of stupidity that we hardly ever see on the internet. I mean, this is
insane to me.
Yeah.
This is disgusting to me. God, I'm triggered. Carl sent me this video. Thank you, Carl, for triggering the fuck out of me. Yes, this guy's 100% a tanky. Oh my God. Jeez.
How is somebody, I guess he just doesn't have a wide range of knowledge on the topic, perhaps. Just has a really narrow range.
Of course, yeah.
And a super, I mean, I don't know how he's so convinced that he's correct. I mean, based on what? What has he read that's really convinced him?
He's read all the America bad. Okay. He's read all the Aaron Matas of the world.
Oh, I guess,
all the Max Blumenthals of the world. That America is just so bad. America's bad. Every problem. Listen, I don't know if you know this, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Have you seen Star Trek?
Next Generation or the old one?
And Next Generation or any of them.
Sure.
Yeah. You know how like in Star Trek there's this like magical utopian society where all countries, there's one world government where there's no money and we have replicators and we all live just to better ourselves and everything's wonderful and there's no racism or sexism. I mean, there was sexism in the original, but there's no racism or sexism.
Imagine all the people. Yeah, I know it.
You know why we don't have that right now?
Well, America's standing in the way, obviously.
Because America! That's why! America's saying, no, you can't have good things or nice things.
That's all. We were right there, Adam. We're right there. If only America wasn't in the way, we could be in that Star Trek future.
Yeah, of course. Look, I know You know, Stalin was running, running, almost there. Utopia was in his sights. He was just about ready to cross the finish line. And Uncle Sam just put his foot out and just tripped that motherfucker. He just ate shit right into the dirt.
There was a button, and the button said, "World Peace."
Right,
and if
yes.
anyone pressed that button, it would bring about 1,000 golden years of peace and prosperity.
I've seen that button. Yes.
Yes. And
Candy red button.
Stalin was running towards it. The Chariot song was playing.
Of course, Chariots of Fire. Yes, I know.
He's running in slow motion.
Everyone was standing up and saluting and cheering.
My God.
Yes,
And
he's going to get to the button.
And then, bum, bum, bum. JFK. He says, "Not on my watch." And while he's banging Marilyn Monroe, he uses Marilyn Monroe's body to trip Stalin, and he goes, "No!" And right before he hits the world peace button, he slips, and he accidentally hits the genocide Ukraine button.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
No, it's America's fault that the Holodomor happened too.
Right out of sight, yeah. Damn
I fucking bet you this motherfucker has a theory that somehow the Holodomor is America's fault.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I bet you he does.
Can never blame all his communist heroes for any of this stuff.
He's like, listen, you don't know. There was all these grain shipments. There was all these food shipments that were ready. They were so close to entering the Soviet Union, but then America just destroyed them all because they said we wanted to starve the Ukrainians. And then Stalin said, "No, my people." He went blue, 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 and he cried sad tears as the people died.
Yeah. Sad. What's up with this guy, man?
Jesus Christ.
How do we get this guy on our show? He's like, I'm dying to ask him actual questions.
I don't think he'd have the courage to actually be challenged on anything. It's insane.
Has he ever done a live stream?
I don't know. I think he did. Like he used to have some guy that he would stream with. I think, but I don't know if he's ever done one where he's like debated something. God. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, it was great. Got another video?
No.
Oh, really?
That was it.
Okay.
I mean, I was curious about watching the Matt Walsh white nationalism video, but I'm just so enraged out that nothing compares to that. Like, this is it. This is the zenith, so I take it. Maybe we'll watch something else on Tuesday.
Okay.
Anyway, let's do some super chats. Where was the Wooster for $20? Thank you, Wooster. Says, have you guys heard of Peter Turchin? He studies
Cleodynamics. Yes, I have heard of Peter. I've read the Peter Turchin's last book that just came out. That's why I brought it up.
Okay.
Because remember I said, why did... oh, sorry. Finish.
Recently released a book called The End Times Elites, which is a good book on the history of the 2010s. He is best known for the book entitled Secular Cycles.
I have not seen Secular Cycles. The one that you just listed, that's the one that I just read.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
I'm assuming
End Times,
Cleodynamics.
Elites, Counter Elites, and the Path of Political Disintegration. Yes. And his theory is using Cleodynamics. He comes up with this theory that we are overproducing elites. He basically says societies become unstable when they produce too many elites and become top heavy with elites because the elites actually have power to destabilize society. And this is the perfect example of what's going on here with Sleepy Thought, because obviously he's from money, has some sort of political power. And it's interesting the way he defines elites in the very beginning of the book. You'll be happy to know, Sitch, that we both qualify as elites. Because elites are also qualified as having social influence, and I think we definitely qualify as having some social influence.
Based, we're elites, everybody.
So, but
elite class.
Yeah, so society overproduces elites. Elites use their social power to destabilize society because society is not respecting them enough as elites. Yeah.
Listen, guys, I didn't want to say this, but I feel like me and Adam don't get enough recognition and respect broadly in society.
Right.
So I think the solution to this is that obviously this means that all society is corrupt and evil, and we need to tear it all down and replace it with a YouTube-based meritocratic system.
Well,
I'm sorry, did I say meritocratic? A YouTube-based aristocracy.
Aristocracy, yeah, get it right.
That me and Adam, listen, now I know what you're saying. We're not the biggest YouTubers, so obviously why would we be in charge of the aristocracy? But the thing is, we're the only true enlightened centrist YouTubers. We're the only ones that can be trusted to impartially make judgments about what YouTuber belongs where in the hierarchy. And honestly, that's the most useful skill. So obviously me and Adam need to be the rulers of our new YouTube aristocracy that I think America should be run under.
Well, that is completely factually correct, totally true, and moving and meaningful in my life. So
yes.
I do agree with that. Obviously you're being facetious, but I mean, look at VAUSH.
Sure.
Do you think, I mean, that does kind of apply to VAUSH. VAUSH would say what you just said and be serious. Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Right. Only not about the YouTube aristocracy, but the socialist aristocracy. Yep.
Well, and the YouTube aristocracy. I think he thinks he should be in charge. Yeah. Well, and all the YouTubers.
Well, listen.
Look.
I want you to admit something to me, Adam.
Okay.
Okay. I know you.
Right.
I know your background.
Okay.
You saw this book and you saw the word Cleodynamics and you're like, this is going to teach me how to pleasure women. I got to read this.
I did a little bit.
Okay.
I was a little lulled in. When I first heard the term Cleodynamics, I was like, this is going to be a good read.
That's why you're like, I'm going to read this. And then you're like, oh, this isn't what I thought it would be, but it's still interesting.
It is very interesting.
Okay. Okay.
This book is a little bit of a black pill, though, just FYI. So I don't know if you want to. Fascinating, but also made me think, oh, God, we're fucked.
That.
Yeah.
Yes. The lieutenant for $20 says, I'm tired of hearing the S-Class General Dr. Diddler go unopposed. Wow. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Someone's stepping up.
I know. S-Class is so weak that just drinking milk would kill them. Where A-Team drinks milk for breakfast. A-Team... Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
A-Team reigns supreme. Arr. Thanks for all the content. It means a lot, Lenny.
Oh, that's so good.
There you go.
Well, I love me a good A-Team.
Don't you drink soy milk in the morning?
No, I drink half and half. Something that would literally kill Sitch.
That would it wouldn't kill me. It would make me very late to the stream. That's what it would make me. That's what would happen. But I would not die. I just feel like I was dying. Duke Norton for $20. Thank you, Duke. Says, I'm in favor of equality of outcome. Except in this stream, where S-Class is the best class.
Yeah.
Kind of came in late, but looking forward to the rest of the stream. Well, thank you, Duke. I appreciate it.
I'm trying. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm where we are now. I like to read along so I can participate as much as possible.
Jeff Schatz for $20 says, hi guys, love your show and your video analysis, but one-on-one with guests. Adam, man, you hear something that triggers you and no one can get a word in edgewise. Need the control of the elephant. Ooh.
Well, I'm not. I mean, okay. That's a
little I might agree with that. I might agree with that.
Well, I agree with it too. I mean,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, that seems like a fair analysis.
Right.
Where is it? Is he still in the chat?
That.
Can I ban Jeff? Where's Jeff?
Listen. There you go. Adam is a big
kidding.
man. He took the criticism and agreed.
Sometimes I just look.
You get a little upset. Listen, I got very upset at Sleepy Thought here.
Dev was talking some mad shit. I was like, what the fuck? I don't like that. Look, Dev's a good sport about it, so it's...
That's true.
I don't think it's a big deal.
Right.
But, yeah, no. Sometimes I also... Yeah, I realize that they're trying to speak, and I'm just having fun. So I'm like, no!
You do that thing. You get angry, and then you ask the question, and then you interrupt the second they start talking.
Yes. Because I don't like the answer. It's incorrect.
It's like literally like one word comes out. And you're like,
well, I know where they're going.
Oh, okay.
Look,
Do
I
you
always know where they're going.
Okay.
I'm like, enough of this.
Lucy Lemonbug, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah.
Thank you. Even if you're a dirty chopsticks advocate.
Oh, wow.
Even if you're a dirty sticker. We need like a slur word for it. These stickers. Even if you're a dirty sticker. What is better, chopper or sticker? I feel like sticker sounds better because it sounds like problematic, even though it's not.
It does sound salacious.
It does.
Yeah.
These dirty stickers.
What are you sticking? Who's getting stuck with what?
There you go. Twitter sucks. Thank you so much, our surrogate god uncle, for $20. Says conservatism is when race purist, quote, conservatism is when race purist terrorism. He's literally attributing every single time someone killed someone to conservatism. Intellectually vapid. True.
Yeah, it's super weak sauce.
Twitter sucks for another $20. Thank you. Says, quote, she's smart enough to know that she shouldn't debate me. Okay, VAUSH. Debate Adam and Sitch. Stand by your imaginary principles.
No, we're not going to do that.
Norton for $20. Says, from my perspective, the NATO are evil. Perfect. PC for $20 says, Sitch. Ukraine doesn't bad-face strawman. Sitch, Ukraine doesn't bad-face strawman the U.S.'s arguments. Therefore, they agree with all of the U.S.'s positions. Therefore, Russia is right in just attacking the greedy and racist U.S. versus Ukraine. True.
Do you think he hates America worse or capitalism worse?
America.
No,
I mean, he probably sees them as
capitalism.
like the same. Like, I don't know if we make a distinction. So.
He obviously hates the capitalism, and he just sees America as like the big... We are the ones that make capitalism look sexy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, America keeps making capitalism look good. The entire world wants to be capitalist because Americans are so cool.
Mm-hmm.
That chaps him.
Oh, okay. Even though this isn't $20, I'll read it right now. This is from Dog Eater, $2. Exactly what genocides did the Soviets do? Oh, that's an interesting question. I was going to read them to you, but the list is too long. So I'm just going to give you a Wikipedia link right there. List of massacres in the Soviet Union. I'm just going to send that out there, and you can peruse that at your leisure. Okay.
You should tweet that at Second Thought and see if he wants to come over and discuss this list.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Maybe we can read it together.
There's your list. I mean, I would go. Listen, I would go through this list, but it would just add an extra 4 hours to the stream, and we'd actually run out of time. So,
this is one of the ideas that I like. DeSantis had an idea that he was going to teach the horrors of the Soviet Union in public school.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's based.
That's good. That's based. Yeah, I'm in favor of that. Right. BMO for $20. Thank you, BMO. Says, you see, I had to touch her. She had WM triple D's.
Ooh.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Let me go back up the top.
Oh, look at that.
Let's start from the beginning. Calvin Paffer for $5 says, is there a team for people who love the show but have one-sided personal grudges against both hosts? Yes, the team is CP24.
Oh no.
Standing
for Calvin Pafford, of course. Obviously.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you guys don't like either me or Adam, you can join the team CP. The team CP.
Right. Yeah.
CPT. Monet Mail for $5 says, Sitch, I'm starting a business named S-Class Soft Washing. Do I need to pay you royalties? All I have is free will. Also, it's Magnet, not Maune. Oh. Magnet Mail. Oh, okay. I was reading it like a Frenchie. Well, look at that. Even though he anticipated me saying it wrong, or I probably said it wrong in a previous stream. Well, there you go. Magnet Mail. You know what? Just because you're a fan, just because you've had the free will, you don't need to pay royalties, okay? Just this one time.
We haven't
just
trademarked any of that stuff anyway.
Situation.
The A-Team might be trademarked for all I know.
I don't think you're going to be able to trademark A-Team out. I think
Right.
you were a little late on that one.
I'm going to look it up.
I don't think I could trademark S-Class either. I feel like that's a common thing in a lot of Japanese things. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, to pull the question, I quote Treebeard, side? I'm on nobody's side because nobody's on my side. True. The Crappy Robot for £2 says, Ohana means S-Class. And
Means best class? Oh, you cut
There you
out
go.
there.
Nobody gets left behind.
You cut out.
I got cut out? Oh.
Yeah.
It means
very
best
good.
class. We all know what it means.
Omaha means S-Class.
Ohana,
S-Class.
not Omaha.
Oh.
Ohana.
Ohana.
Ohana means S-Class. And S-Class means best class.
That was pretty good. Saiyan Rogue.
Say what? Oh,
Say-
Saiyan Rogue. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Singers.
Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome.
Saiyan Rogue. Pat back for some months says late, but only sociopaths like M&Ms in their milkshakes. They turn into awful little frozen stones. And I love PC for contributing to my 7th month free loading streak. Well, there you go.
Wow. A lot of freeloading going on. That's awesome.
That's why chocolate chips are better. That's
look,
true.
but I like it when I like the crunchy M&Ms. It's great.
I mean, I like crunchy M&Ms, but not in my
The
milkshake.
frozen, oh, they're so good. Super crunchy.
Artemis Fowl for $5 says, Destiny is delusional. He has overdosed on debate bro brain and lost touch with normal people. He isn't rational, nor is he charitable. I mean, it wasn't that conversation. That's true. Goro Sarah for 16 months. Thank you, Goro. 16 months. Wow. Says, I appreciate you guys playing devil's advocate. You can concede things some conservatives wouldn't. Anyways, wish me luck on my first day of 3rd grade.
Wow.
Are you a
Well,
teacher?
congratulations.
You're teaching the 3rd graders?
Oh, I thought he was a 3rd grader.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck being a 3rd grader.
Good for you.
Listen, I mean, 16 months and he's only in 3rd grade. That's impressive. Okay.
I guess you're right.
That's very impressive. Wow. That means he started watching us in at least the 2nd grade, if not earlier.
What does this mean that we can concede some things that conservatives wouldn't?
Oh, because we'll say, like, yes, I agree with, like, some of your points.
Oh, okay.
About some shit. So, because we're not conservatives.
Right.
Artemis Fowl for $5 says, Destiny reminds me of the meme that says, let people claim conservatives are anti-science, but also say pregnant men. Oh,
yeah. But they will immediately say, but we have the science on this.
Right.
Look, I have my Lady Dick study right here from 2019.
Shane Baxter, thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom. Thank you.
Yeah,
Shane.
welcome.
Oh my God, for $2 says, I'm voting for Trump out of spite. Trump 2024. There you go.
There were a lot of comments like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Starhawks won for $5 says Destiny did come off as out of touch, but he was more right than wrong. Trump supporters are often too delusional. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree that there are delusional Trump supporters, but I don't know. I don't think calling them all fascist retards is accurate or true. So, and I think I guess this is what I guess I'm curious, and maybe I'll ask Destiny when we talk again, because the way that I look at it, and maybe this is the fundamental worldview difference between us. The way that I look at it is, if we imagine a hypothetical scenario where Joe Biden lost the election, but he was making the exact same claims that Trump was making, where he was claiming the election was stolen from him, that the election was rigged. Say he was pointing to all the same kind of like weird, vague things that Trump was pointing to and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think if Biden did that, now to be clear, I don't think Biden would do that. But I'm just saying for the hypothetical, if Biden did do that and did say all these things, I do think that there would have been the exact same January 6th thing, only with lefties breaking into the Capitol and trying to do what they were doing. And I think the left would still be right now currently saying that the election was stolen and that Trump should be impeached and Trump is, stole the election from Biden and blah, 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 blah. Like, I feel like literally everything would be exactly the same, just reversed. Exactly. If everyone was operating on the same evidence, there'd be no difference, just the sides would be switched. And I think that's why I have the view that I have where I'm trying to give people charity, because I think everyone basically is the same in that regard.
I think Destiny would deny that, obviously. Destiny would be like, no, Biden supporters are completely based and would never be lulled into believing anything untrue.
I don't know. I don't
by
know.
the mainstream media or any of that stuff.
Right. And maybe that's the thing. He thinks that there's just he thinks that even if Biden and left-wing media went along with it, that there's some intrinsic quality to left-wing voters that would be different. And I just don't. I see that exactly the same. So, Artemis Fowl for $5 says, So's 3 is poor and thinks this amount of money is something I would even think twice about throwing away. Get a job. Well, there you go. I don't know what that's in reference to, but thank you for the $5.
Also, Shane Baxter, discipline equals freedom. That's a high tier. So
it is.
props.
Yeah. Thank you, Shane.
Very cool. Yeah.
Oh, this is evil. This is evil. Look at this. Clowny Moose Bean for 6 months says S-Class's favorite tags are NTR and Ugly Bastard. A-Team reigns supreme. Fake news. Fake news. 100% fake news.
What's NTR?
Everyone knows S-Class's favorite tags are MILF. Okay. It's a well-known fact. Sieg for 9 months says JMac has supported me for 9 months now. Look at that. I've become a freeload seeker. Thanks, JMac. That's pretty funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's pretty funny. Grim Shady, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Grim Shady. My name is what? Grim Shady.
Right.
Christian Baller for $5 says, do either of you believe there's such a thing as forbidden knowledge? Also, have you had a chance to see the movie yet?
I have not watched the movie. Christian Baller sent me a movie, The Kingsman. Have you seen that?
He didn't send it to me.
Yeah, he doesn't like you. He likes me.
Wow, Christian. That hurts. The Kingsman, like the movie, like the Kingsman Secret Service, the movie with Colin Firth?
Yes, Colin Firth.
I've seen that movie. It's okay.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. Why did he send you the Kingsman movie?
I guess he wants me to watch it.
Okay. It was okay. I don't remember if I saw the second or third one. If I did, I don't remember them at all. I remember the one with Samuel Jackson was a bad guy, which I think is the first one.
The forbidden knowledge question is tougher.
What is it in reference to? What is forbidden knowledge?
Well, I'm assuming he just means knowledge that should not be possessed. Like, I don't know. A lot of times people will say, how to synthesize certain deadly pathogens and stuff like
well,
that.
Was the question? Wait, I don't know if he's still in the chat. Is the question? Do I think there should be forbidden knowledge, or do I think that there is forbidden knowledge? Because obviously, I mean, there have been obviously throughout history and currently pieces of information that are hidden from the public for various reasons.
Right, usually safety reasons.
Well, yeah. Well, now it's usually some idea about government secrets or safety. There'd obviously be knowledge that was hidden because they felt it was detrimental to society or to whatever power structure existed. So, I'm not sure I know exactly quite what you're referencing, but Toller137, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah, welcome.
Gene the Angry, that's right, it's the Krabby Patty formula. That's the true forbidden knowledge. Gene the Angry Penguin for 10 months says, I want to make a reality TV show called Bread Island. 50 tankies, 1 island, no help.
Isn't that just a variation of Coconut Island?
I mean, I think it'd become Lord of the Flies real quick, but I would definitely watch that. That'd be great. Stigma of the Rose for 5 months says, I have proof Sitch is to the left of Adam. English is read left to right. Sitch's name comes first, therefore Sitch is to the left of Adam.
I guess so.
There you go. Got him. Got him. UM536 Vids for 12 months says, why is Adam deliberately sidetracking? Yeah, Adam, why are you doing that?
I wasn't aware I was sidetracking on anything.
Okay. You gotta calm down, right?
Where was the sidetracks?
Everywhere. Allwhere. Casey Anderson for $10 says, I've been watching old episodes of Portlandia, and it's crazy how we all used to laugh at the ridiculousness of these people. Tony and Candace from the, quote, Women and Women First bookstore now rule the world. I got to check that show out.
That show is amazing. Yeah.
That show. Where is it? What is it streaming on?
I have no idea.
It's on...
I feel like I watched it on Netflix.
It's on YouTube. Wait, what? There's shows on YouTube that are like part of YouTube Red or whatever the hell it's called now.
Apple TV channel, Amazon, Roku?
I don't have Apple TV. What the heck?
Spectrum On Demand?
It's on YouTube. I don't know if it's... I can't tell if this is legal or not. Well, there you go. It's on YouTube. I'm going to check it out. Cool. Where was I? Dr. Diddler, S-Class General for $5 says, A-Team buys chalk sticks for the taste and poops in dog parks to assert his dominance over small dogs and soccer moms. S-Class is the best class.
That's hilarious.
There you go.
Never eaten chalk sticks. Never pooped in the park. It is funny to imagine those small, kind of a baller move.
There you go. See, he's got your number. If you haven't done it yet, you're going to.
Little dog squatting. You're like, I'm here, bitch. This is my spot.
See, you totally want to do it now.
Move over. Oh God,
it's awful.
I hate it.
It's awful that I have a clear visual in my mind of Adam squatting over, pushing some poor little dog away, taking shit.
That's right.
Okay. Christian Baller for $10 says, you guys often bring up Haidt's The Righteous Mind, but I think coddling the American mind is actually more pertinent to today's society and how we got there. It deserves more love. Yeah, I mean, I should probably read that book.
The Great Untruths. Let me see if I can remember them. Life is a battle between good and evil people is one of the great untruths.
There you go.
I think the second one is what doesn't kill you
makes you weaker.
Oh, look, you got it.
Oh, we've talked about it.
And is that? I don't know. I can't remember.
There's like 3 or 4.
3 great untruths.
Artemis Fowl for $2 says the Antifa Summer of Love was mostly peaceful. True.
Oh, I was always trust your feelings. I knew it was
Always
emotional
trust your
reasoning.
feelings. Nice.
Yeah. That's what Second Thought does all day long.
Ronaldo A. Ramirez for $5 says, Adam, quit jumping to conclusions like a woman. Wow.
I know.
Annihilated.
I almost banned Ronaldo for that one. My elephant was raging. I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. It's like, don't do it. Look.
I'm glad you didn't.
Anyone nice enough to give us a $5 super chat is allowed to insult me.
Within reason.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You say that. Jay Bowman for $5. Hey, Jay. Says, S-Class is okay. Wow.
Yes.
He says, A-Team will win in the end. Terrible.
That's right. Jay knows what's up. Where's my harmonica?
Ralt of Givia for $5 says, I just met Critical Drinker at a convention.
Oh,
he
nice.
He said he would love to come on the show and thinks he'd have a blast. I told him you guys were super right wing.
Nice.
Well, there you go. Thanks for looking out for us, Ralt of Givia. Thank you.
Sweet. I listened to some of EFAP on Friday. Did you listen to any of that? I sent you it because Mahler
They talked to YMS?
Yeah.
I haven't listened to it yet, no.
Is Adam of Your Movie Sucks?
Yes.
Went on. Because I guess he did a response video to Critical Drinker, and Mahler obviously thought that it was unfair.
Mm-hmm.
And Mahler was just, grilling him. It was pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, because I agree.
I want to listen to it. I'm curious. So,
yeah.
Nice. Ignitro for $5 says, Sitch, you attract more flies with honey than vinegar. Me, have you tried taking a giant shit that attracts a lot of flies?
Wow.
That's true. That's a good point. I think that's what Second Thought is doing here. It's just the wrong type of flies he's attracting. So, PC for $5 says, Dev wants Canadian-style violence. Mostly people saying sorry and excuse me. That's true. That's
Important.
Important. Haryan Glative for £5. Thank you. Says the acceptable age gap is half your age plus 7. Anything younger is certified noncery.
Right.
Half your age plus 7? I've never heard this distinction before, but all right.
I've heard that a bunch. I think it comes from the Bible.
I don't think that comes from the Bible. I can almost guarantee that's not from the... I don't think God was like, and you may bang anyone half your age plus 7. Like, that seems interesting.
Well, I'm in the acceptable range for my wife then, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Sodos for $5 says, Dev, since you're here, why don't you tell Sitch and Adam why they're soft and weak for daring to use the evil block and mute buttons on a site formerly known as Twitter? Oh, wow. Is Dev like never blocks anyone or something? I don't think that's true. He's blocked people.
Oh, really? Solodoge, what's up? Look, I have been trying not to block many people.
Mm-hmm.
I was blocking people if their opening salvo to me was a personal insult, just because I feel like, what the hell? This is not somebody that I want to interact with. But now I just mute them because I feel like the block is like an interaction. So.
True.
Yeah. So I feel like the mute is like not really any sort of interaction. And then I never have to see him again. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they have a good if they have like some novel argument, but most of the time people who do personal insults right out of the bat, they're not really super smart people.
That is true. It's funny when someone like starts an insult, there's usually two paths that goes. If I don't insult back, they're either like immediately become passive because they didn't think I'd actually respond.
Oh, okay.
They're like, oh, or they just become hyper troll. So just like whatever.
Yeah, I usually just don't respond.
Yeah, I mean, usually I don't respond either.
I don't like to reward bad behavior, and I see it as bad behavior.
SB Elite for $2 says, Dev, my bigga. So this is where you came to lurk. That is true. This is where he comes.
Yes.
Calvin Pafford for 3 months. Thank you, Calvin. Says, A-Team puts tomatoes in his fruit salad, while S-Class insists tomatoes can't be a fruit because he's turned on by them.
Wow.
It's pretty funny. And totally isn't gay. CP24.
Wow.
There you go. I like it.
Good for you.
Good for you, CP24. Prince Gabbles for 6 months says, on behalf of all bisexuals, I formally apologize for bisexual lighting. Also, where are we at Adam getting his tummy rubbed by Sitch? XOXOST.
What's wrong with bisexual lighting? Oh, I guess there was a lot of bisexual lighting in the video. Sleepy Thought is a master of bisexual lighting.
He is, yeah. Matthew Picard for 10 Canadian, thank you. Says, a good video I watched was Professor Derek Jensen playing Queer Theory Jeopardy, where he exposes a connection between queer theory and pedophilia, since progressivism is meant to be transgressive. Yes, it's a fantastic video. I've seen it. Tweeted out many times.
People deny it all the time. That video is like,
yeah, that video
is riled up.
Yep. It's a great video.
Why are you implying that all Marxists are pedophiles?
Or yeah, why there's like a pedophile problem in queer theory.
Right.
It's not really being addressed. So, and the thing is, I mean, he's like a leftist, isn't he? He's not like some right winger.
The guy who brings it up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's a right winger.
No, he's pretty left, I believe. But he's a founder and leader of something called the Deep Green Resistance. It's a radical environmental movement that views mainstream environmental activism as ineffective. So he's very left. Okay.
Wow.
He is very left.
That does
even
sound
he's
left.
like, even he's like, oh, this pedo shit's out of hand.
He's like, I'm going to burn down a car park, but this pedo shit.
Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says, literal instance of, quote, my source is, I made it up. True. Judah. Thanks so much, Judah, for joining the Free Will Seekers. William Stanley for $5 says, why does he talk like he's reading the evening news? Yeah, he has a really weird... I didn't notice it until you pointed that out. He has a really weird, like, cadence where it sounds like he's reading news from a teleprompter. I mean, obviously, it's the script that he's reading off. So
it's to give it an air of authority. I mean, it's great propaganda.
Right. Destructive 89 for $5 says the left splooges all over themselves the moment they catch someone right wing doing a racism, and then it becomes essay stock footage for eternity. True.
All in that video, lots of it.
Yep. Gingermus Prime for 15 Aussies says it annoys me that people on the left, like Destiny, have a newfound respect for the wisdom of governmental institutions, but see absolutely no utility in cultural institutions and norms like monogamy. LOL. Ouch.
Right.
BMO for 7 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you, BMO. Says just because Dev consumes a lot of Fuda doesn't mean it's a common thing. It's still a pretty small niche in the scheme of things, degenerate art-wise. Well, there you go.
I would think that too. That just because I mean the world is a big place and people congregate on the internet and they get the idea that because there's a lot of them in the world, that they're...
You mean a lot of them on the internet?
Well, yeah. You understand what I'm saying.
Well, that's I was going to say. Look, listen, I've never done any scientific studies on the amount of Fuda porn that exists. But even if you did, and I don't know, you went to one of these porn sites and you like did a scientific analysis where you studied like the tag sizes of like Fuda porn.
Yeah, compared to other porn.
Right. Like
it's gotta be small.
Right. But the thing is, even that wouldn't give you an accurate depiction, because I would suspect that niche categories of like weird porn stuff would be overrepresented in pornography, because they can't get those things in, like, you can only get those things in limited places, right?
Like the internet?
Yeah.
You can't walk into the Ralph's and go, where's your food of porn section?
Right, or like furry porn or some of these other like kind of like weird niche things. I would imagine that there's an overrepresentation of pornography than the demographic exists. I would guess.
I would guess that too.
BMO, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah,
CT
sweet.
for 2 Canadian says, play the video. Why must you hurt me so? Yeah, sorry, there's some bad pausing going on in this stream, but. Fine Stein for 10 Canadian says, have you guys heard the song by Oliver Anthony, Rich Men North of Richmond? I feel like the blue collar people are going to tip the scale in the next election. I did listen to that song. I was going to tweet out something about it, but I didn't. The thing I was going to tweet out about that song. Do you know what song he's talking about?
Yeah, I got it in my playlist.
Yeah, it's a pretty good song. At first, when I looked at it, I'm like, I don't give a shit about banjo. But I listened to it, I'm like, oh, it's actually a decent jam.
Right. Is there a nod to QAnon in it? I feel like maybe there is.
I don't think there was.
Well, he talks about protecting minors.
Yeah, but I assume that meant from like being a transist to QAnon.
Oh, okay.
I assume that's what he meant. But no, it was interesting. Like the response to the song is kind of interesting, because there's a lot of left-wing people that are shitting on it relentlessly.
Oh, yeah, they can't stand it. They're like, oh, look, it's one of those right-wingers.
Yeah, and it's funny because they shit on it because they, number one, perceive it as right-wing, and number two, because the online internet left can't perceive that a white male would have, like, problems.
Oh, yeah.
In their life, and systemic problems in their life.
He's at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy. He has 2 dogs.
Yes. And it's funny because I'm listening to this song and I'm like, almost everything he's saying is like economically left wing from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was going to tweet out, like, if it wasn't for the internet leftists being so like fucking racist, and it wasn't for wokeness, I don't know where the Republican Party would be. I think the Republican Party would be basically fucked right now, because all this economic right-wing populist energy would have been scooped up by the Democrats if it wasn't for wokeness.
Yeah, it's kind of scooting them away from that, right?
Well, the wokeness puts them off from that. It's very strange. It's very unusual. If you're like over 30, we're living, and you kind of like compare where politics is now to where it was 30 years ago, it's very bizarre. So
strange world we're living in.
Ralt of Givia for $2 says, glory to Art Stoka. True. Glory to Art Stokska.
What's that?
That's the country, the fictional country in Papers, Please.
Oh, okay. That's your game, right? That's your jam.
Yeah. You're like a former Soviet satellite country, then you have to check people's passports.
Papers, Please.
That's literally the game. How would you feel? You criticized, I don't know if we'll do the fan art on Tuesday.
Papers, Please.
Because it's just Abby made a funny picture about you attacking me for liking Subnautica and calling it a sandwich.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
How would you feel about Papers, Please? A game where you just check people's passports. Like, that's the entire game.
What are you looking for in this? Whether or not they're trying to deceive you?
Yes, whether you allow them, whether they have the correct papers, and then every level it gets like more complicated in terms of like what you have to check and look for.
It's literally a game of paperwork. Who plays this? What the? How is this a thing?
It's a good game.
It's insane.
Well, it's funny because then it like there becomes this whole thing where you become embroiled in like a spy coup uprising, and you have to decide whether you're going to help the people against the government, or you're not going to help, or you're going to help your government. And there's like this whole thing where
Sitch
like
helps the government every time.
And then there's like this kind of like this element to it, because you have like, you get very little money and you have to make decisions about like, you know, feeding your family and keeping the heat on and buying your kids gifts. Because
oh my God, this is horrible.
Oh no, yeah, that's it's really funny because the thing is
this is like Moral Dilemma Center.
Oh no, that's the whole game. Because the thing is, like, if someone has like wrong paperwork and you don't let them through, they usually there's like some sob story, right? So someone will give you some sob story about why you should let them through. But if you do let them through and then they're not supposed to go through, it docks your pay. And so then you have less money to buy like food for your family. It's very fucking.
How much have you played this game?
It's a short game. You could probably beat the whole thing in like a couple of hours. But
well,
I got pretty good at it, so I liked it. It was fun. It was a fun game. And there is a gun at one point. You get to decide whether you're going to shoot someone who's like crossing the border illegally. So,
did you shoot him?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. The first time, I was actually the first time I was playing it, I was streaming it to just.
Look. Sitch is more right wing than me. He literally shot the border jumper.
Listen, it was really funny because the first time I played it, I was streaming it to CT and Harker, and I was letting them decide. Like we're playing like kind of like they would decide what I would do, and they decided. They told me I should shoot the guy. Okay. But I didn't realize that there were two guns in the case. There was a gun and there was a tranquilizer gun. And I accidentally picked up the gun because I didn't realize there was two, and I shot and murdered the guy jumping the border, and then I got arrested and I went to jail and I got game over. So because CT told me to shoot the guy.
You did the thing the lady cop did.
I did. Yeah. Oh, listen, CT, you lady copped me. I didn't even think about that. I was supposed to grab the taser and I grabbed the gun. There you go. Terrible.
Insane.
Kono's X for €5 says irrelevant. The funniest anti-Semitic take I've seen came from a Nazi on Poll who flat out said, quote, "You know what I think? Aryans are the real Jews." There you go. I like it.
Are they now?
Speaking of murderers, CT for $5 says, tell Dev if he doesn't stop pausing, I'm going to invoice him for all the extra editing I'm going to have to do. There you go.
How did she mess up start and stop?
I don't know. Because she's too busy killing a border jumper. Okay.
I reread that super chat about 5 times. I was like, what? How's this? That doesn't make sense.
I know. I got it. Kyle Vernon for $5 says, Dev, do you think liberal Enlightenment values are mutually exclusive with ethnic nationalism? Philosophy made Israel embrace. Well, awesome. I'm assuming you're that person on Twitter that kept telling me this, and I kept not caring or understanding why you were telling me this thing. Like, I give a shit what random Jews did, but I will ask Dev this question because I am kind of curious as to what his response will be. So there you go.
Liberal Enlightenment values are mutually exclusive with ethnic nationalism.
They're saying that they're not.
That you can be an ethno-nationalist and liberal enlightened values having
yes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't think that's the case because how are you going to like the whole how are you going to deal with the whole tolerance thing? Like, isn't ethno-nationalism intolerant of other races, other ethnicities? What if
I guess that would be the idea that there'd be one level of intolerance accepted and then everything else would be liberal individualism, maximizing freedom. But then, I mean, that would be too many contradictions because you'd say, well, what if they want to marry someone outside?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What happens if you have you take a trip to some exotic place and you bring home an Amazonian wife and you're totally in love?
And you want something that's snoo. Yeah, what happens?
Yeah.
There? Right.
Look, you may go to some place and, it's you find yourself like a blue alien woman or something. Next thing you know.
Dev says, I don't think liberal Enlightenment values need to take a position on either, to be honest. There you go. There's your answer.
Was he still in the chat? How'd you get that?
I sent him on Discord.
Oh,
And he
okay.
responded very quickly. He said, you can have a liberal country with its economy and political institutions and still have it be ethnically homogenous. Israel, Japan, and South Korea do it. There you go. That was the argument that the person, I think, was making. And I said, well, I don't give a shit. Because I'm not Israeli or Japanese, motherfucker. I'm American. Take your ethno-nationalism and shove it up your ass.
I mean, I saw a video recently that people are immigrating to Japan because they have all these areas that don't have enough people. So they're letting just anyone.
They're having all sorts of problems, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was weird because, like, well, here's what's interesting. So I put up that clip of Matt Walsh basically trying to slow walk his audience to ethno-nationalism. And what I expected was a bunch of people saying, but Sitch, you're not being fair. He's not actually advocating for ethno-nationalism. You're putting words in his mouth. Which there's a little bit of that. There's a little bit of that. But the majority of the responses that were, well, first of all, the majority of responses were likes. But the second highest number of responses that were replies were not that, to my surprise. They were people just advocating for ethno-nationalism.
Right. They were saying Matt Walsh is based now.
Yes, because he's, advocating for some kind of white nationalism or something. And I was like, wow. So, and there was this argument that, like, there's some idea that ethno-nationalism helps, like, there's some conspiracy to prevent, like, white people from breeding, and that's why we have low birth rates. But I was like, I mean, when you look at Japan, Japan's very ethno-nationalistic, and their birth rates are like crap. So I just, to me, that the fact that those things have anything to do with each other, as opposed to birth rates just go down, seems to be a function.
Urbanization is what causes birth rates to decline.
It seems to be a function of kind of first world economic structures and cultures just create low birth rates, because we see it across the globe. So.
Yep. Well, Zahan claims it's the urbanization because in a rural setting, the value proposition on kids is better.
Right.
Because they're cheap labor. In a urban setting, they're expensive. What's he call them? Something to talk about.
Like a talking piece.
Yeah, that's obviously.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it. Yeah, like under more not first world environments, a child could be used. It's less expensive to raise a child. Child can actually gain you money. Under more first world economic structures, it can be more expensive to raise a child. So, I mean, I definitely think that's a piece of it. I think it's a piece of the puzzle. But
conversation pieces. That's what it is.
Conversation pieces, talk pieces. Also.
Yeah.
Adherent of Lady Columbia for $5 says, why have channels like Second Thought, Adam Something, and the sort of heavily edited post Breadtubers just came out of nowhere and have 1 million subs?
Yeah, I brought up Adam Something when we talked because he's like crazy fast growth.
It's funny because, like, all these guys, they always make the same argument about how, Anna is just grifting because YouTube and the YouTube algorithm supports right-wingers and right-wing content. And you're right. You see all these, like, super weird leftist video essayists that come out of nowhere and blow up and get like 1 million subs, and their videos are all trash. So
Adam Something has 1.12 or 1.12 million view or subscribers. Fuck, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. The real Holtonator for $2 says hashtag all leftists are criminals. There you go. Chiquia and Milk. What is Chiquia and Milk are best? For $5 says abusers get their victims to see their behavior as normal. Meanwhile, speaking against them isn't normal. You're a bad person for calling them out. True.
We're going to call them out anyway.
Right. Thea Wolfie for $5 says kleptocracy. When a criminal commits crimes They didn't know any better, but when you defend yourself, you know better, and how dare you? Ouch. Daniel Irish for $5. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, thanks.
Us lives? US lives. There you go. US lives for 50 sexist. Says, hello. Did you guys know about the West Yorkshire 6-7 police arrested autistic girl for saying she looks like a lesbian nana to a female cop?
I saw a meme,
what?
I think, on that. Yeah.
Wait, what? What was this? And this is in Proto America and Britbong land?
Yeah. I think I even saw another. Lance was sharing some comic that I think was a play on this.
Okay. I don't know anything about this. I didn't hear about this.
Evidently in England, you can't say that a female cop looks like a lesbian.
Wow. Interesting. Well, that's why I live in America, babe.
Not even if it's true, I guess.
Right.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $1.99.
You shouldn't have the America bad next to enlightened centrist, because it makes it look like the enlightened centrists are saying America.
Oh, okay. You don't like my graphic design?
No, I don't. It's confusing.
Yes, but have you considered America bad?
It's like we're enlightened centrists, and then someone's response is, "Have you considered America bad?"
Okay, it's gone.
Anyway, Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, that time of the month, Adam. Ouch.
I know. I was going to read that.
Ouch. Is it?
I mean, what time of the month are we talking about?
You know, the time in every young lady's month.
Look, I don't get that.
When, you know, her aunt's flow visits.
I'm always in a grouchy mood.
I'm sorry, did you say you're always at that time of the month?
Yes.
Okay.
Dev and I look, Dev says stuff that bugs me sometimes, and I just got to get off my chest. Dev doesn't mind. He gets it.
Oh, look. Glenn Greenwald respond to me.
No
Perfect.
way.
Now I got him.
No way.
Now I got him.
For real?
Yes.
Screenshot that shit. Send it to me. Let's bring it up. Let's make it part of the show right now.
Well, okay. I'll just send you the tweet.
Glenn Greenwald responds to PSA Sitch. I should record this. We should make this.
Well, we shouldn't because I haven't responded yet to it, so there's nothing to say.
Let's see here. PSA Sitch, you're a piece of shit. Delete yourself immediately. Why do you think you can respond to me, the great Glenn Greenwald, with your bullshit about the Newland phone call? You don't know anything. Let me highlight some of the phone call here to show you what an idiot you are. What do you think they're talking about? Okay, I made all that up. Now let's talk about what really happened.
So Glenn said, so he starts by saying, the U.S. began openly touting NATO's expansion into Ukraine in 2008 under George Bush. That was when the now CIA director Bill Burns wrote his memo warning that a red line for all of Russia, not just Putin, would trigger war in Crimea and the Donbass. And guess who was the ambassador to NATO then? Victoria Nuland.
Where have I heard this before?
It was Nuland who got caught. Here we go. It was Nuland who got caught picking Ukraine's next president after she helped remove its democratically elected one in 2014. Excuse me. Well, first of all,
I'm replying right now. Stop smoking crack.
Well, it's interesting. First of all, it wasn't the president. It was the prime minister. It was appointed by the president, but okay. I am curious as to the claim of she helped remove the democratically elected president in 2014. She was one of the most deranged neocon families. She was Cheney's top advisor for the Iraq War, then ran Ukraine for Obama and Biden. Okay. So then I responded saying that didn't happen and was not what the phone call was about. Facepalm emoji. But the truth about the call will not be accepted because it's the linchpin of the American-cooped Ukraine fantasy.
Okay, so just so you're following along, what Glenn was saying originally wasn't aimed at Sitch.
No, he was just saying it in general.
Glenn just tweeted this out, right? And Sitch,
I was like...
Sitch sees this here on the internet.com, and he's like, this fucking bitch. This Newland bullshit again.
I know.
So he does a drive-by on Glenn and says, none of this... Look, you're reimagining what happened on the phone call here.
Right.
Dumbass.
Well, I said it a
Get
little bit
your
nicer.
shit...
A little bit nicer.
Okay.
I didn't say dumbass.
I mean, I don't know about the facepalm emoji. That's a little
well
condescending. I
mean,
think.
I didn't say I was totally nice. I just said I didn't say dumbass.
He says that didn't happen and was not what. Oh, that didn't happen and was not what the phone call was about. Facepalm, like, oh my God, you moron!
I know.
So, facepalm, you moron.
Yeah.
But the truth about the call will not be accepted because, look, obviously you're not going to accept this because you're retarded because it's a linchpin of the American coup, Ukraine fantasy, as in you're delusional. You live in a fantasy world, Glenn. Look, how is this? What? How is this? How is this
here's
nice?
the good thing. Here's the good thing. I
Look,
don't even have to write out
this
my
is
argument.
a drive-by.
It is a drive-by. Yeah, you're right. But here's the good thing, because he responded, and now that I can respond, I'll do response to that. I don't even have to write out my argument. I've argued this so many times on Twitter that I can just go and search my name and search for Newland, and I'll have all the arguments already there. And I'll just take a screenshot and I'll just send them. Like, I already have all these. I've done this argument a million times. Okay.
This is so good though. Okay,
Right.
so now we're to his response. Just I had to lay out set the scene for you guys.
So he says, you can listen to the call yourself. Newland openly supported the protesters demanding removal of the democratically elected government, which is actually kind of a shifting of what we're talking about here. But Newland and Pratt picked the next leader. Even corporate media is willing to admit this, but not criticize it. And he has some article from Politico.
Which is
that
corporate
says-
media, by the way.
Which is
so.
corporate media. That says it was also, at least for Newland, a story that in hindsight might not have been all surprising after all, because in the winter of 2014, Newland herself was hacked by the Russians. Okay. At the time, Newland was a year into her role as Obama's Assistant Secretary for Europe. She had been in Kiev, practically working behind the scenes to put in place a new government coalition in Ukraine as it's teetering on the brink of revolution against its Russian-backed leader, Viktor Yanukovych. You know what's hilarious? You know what they're okay. And the way it's really funny because he doesn't understand what they're talking about. And I'll get back to it, but so it says, and take this in your mind very clearly. He sent me this article from Politico, and it says she'd been in Kiev, frantically working behind the scenes to put in place a new governing coalition in Ukraine as it was teetering on the brink of revolution against the Russian-backed leader. So he thinks that means that the new government coalition she was trying to work on behind the scenes was one to topple the leader. That's what he thinks. Okay.
Right.
Even though that's not what it says working behind the scenes to put in place a new governing coalition in Ukraine as it's teetering. Right. But we'll get to that in a second. Actually, no, we'll just get to it now. So this is where he doesn't understand, because the phone call was literally about, and I'll say this for like the millionth time, the phone call was literally the current president of Ukraine, the one that he thinks was couped, okay?
Right.
The current president of Ukraine was Viktor Yanukovych, was asking two individuals named Yats and Klitsch to be the coalition in his government.
Yeah, the one that
He was
she's trying to
asking for
put
them to do
together.
that. Right. And she, Victoria Newland, was agreeing that at least Yats, she didn't agree with Klitsch, but agreeing that Yats should join the government. That's what they're talking about. What they mean in that statement is that literally she's running around trying to help Yanukovych stay in power. That was the coalition she was trying to build behind the scenes, but Glenn doesn't understand.
Not much of a coup attempt here.
No. So anyway, so I'll respond. I'll respond without being super mean about it, but
No, I demand you use the word fantasy again and again and again.
I
want you to hammer home that fantasy world that Glenn lives in.
I will just pound it in.
Glenn has 2 million followers. You be nice to that. You be nice to that nice Glenn Greenwal.
There you go.
How dare you, Sitch? You begin your tweet with, no, don't apologize. Don't apologize.
Oh, I'm not apologizing for shit, but anyway, so I'll respond after the stream. Brandon Garcia for 129 Mega Man dollars says oppressor equals predator prey. Hegel's transmuted that idea into thesis and antithesis and then changed its name. It's just evolutionary predation. Oh, interesting. Maybe. I never thought about it from that perspective. But it makes sense. Adam at Gadbaugh for 12 months. Thanks so much. Says there may be an issue with the accuracy of the poll screwing results. I'm right-leaning by California standards, but I'm considered a centrist. But I'm considered center-left outside of California.
Yeah, were you in the poll so I can look at it? For some reason, I can't even see it anymore.
I hit end poll.
All right, what did it turn out to be?
So we had a poll that says, how do you identify? We had 4,200 people vote, which is probably the largest poll we've ever got votes for, which is pretty based. How do you identify? 44% identify as centrist, independent, or no party. Look at that.
Yeah.
40% identify as right or center right. Only 14% identify as left or center left. So there you go. So
it's always 60-40.
So the majority of our audience is independent centrists.
Right.
And then 40%, so still a sizable chunk is right wing. And then we have a small chunk of left wing. So there you go.
When we've asked it before without a centrist option, it's usually
it was
40.
60-40 when we asked with no centrist.
Yeah, 60 right, 40 left. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
When we forced you to decide.
Very cool. Okay. Konos X for 10 euros says, kind of irrelevant. How do you argue with people who share no values with you at all? Like theocrats who base everything on a book says thing, or tankies who think everyone who isn't poor deserves death. That's a good question. How do you argue with people like that? Can you argue with people like that?
People who don't share your values? I mean, you can, but I mean,
are you not going to be like, I don't know if you can convince them.
No, you can't convince
I mean,
them.
I usually like to dive into and point out how they're all still hypocrites and contradict themselves, but that doesn't usually win any friends.
Nope.
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. It's a good question. Let's see. All beef hot dog for $10 says, remember kids, under communism, anime girls would be starving too much to have assets that big. Communism is cringe. Tune in next week for more wiener wisdom. P.S. S-Class is the best class. Well, thank you. Casey Anderson for 6 months says, Jubilee, the YouTube channel, did an AMA with an Antifa person. Fortunately, it seems most people in the comments section saw through it.
Saw through what?
Really. I guess it was like a puff piece or something.
Okay.
Jubilee, let's see.
That's like a super left wing channel, right?
No, they do like these, like those weird I mean, they do lefty shit, but they do weird, like, you know, which girl gets the most guys? Can you match women's faces to their body? They do like all this like clickbait shit. You know, women rank themselves by breast size, you know, like
blindfolded.
You know, blindfolded, yeah. I get. I mean, they're wearing blindfolds. I don't know if that means they just run around touching each other's breast or something.
That's really a thing? Look, I made that up.
Yeah.
I made up the blindfolded part, but you.
I mean, that's happening in the video.
Is this what? I thought this was an AMA with an Antifa person, not.
Oh no, I'm just looking at their other videos. Okay. So, but
that's
anyway,
really a video.
That's really a video, Adam.
No way.
Adam's very excited by this video.
You're kidding me.
I'm not kidding you.
Okay. I don't believe it.
I will send it to you.
That's what?
It's one of those clickbait channels that has all those like weird like things that people do.
How is that possible?
Like rank themselves. There's another one. Men rank themselves by testosterone. Black people play Guess Who with 12 white people. It's you know the channel. Okay, you've probably seen these videos. They'd be like, there's 5 like Christians and 1 like Islamic person, or like there's 6 non-virgins and 1 virgin in the group, and you have to figure out like, can they figure out who the virgin is? You've seen these videos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's that channel.
Yeah, no, I know the channel.
Okay. So they did a video recently called "I'm an Anti-Fascist, Ask Me Anything." So
might be fun to cover.
I'll watch it. I'll check it out because it could be pretty cringe. Be pretty terrible. Don't watch the breast video right now, Adam. Stop it.
Look, I can't help myself. It's in the watch together.
You know, it's funny because in the thumbnail of this video, the Antifa video, he's like kind of pulling his mask open, and I swear to God, it looks like he's goatseeing. Like he's doing literally the goatsy motion. It's like the most
Could
fucking
everyone
hilarious
tell
thing.
me what is the ideal breast?
Like you had to bring up this you had to bring up this thumbnail. Like this is so silly. Like how is this intentional? This has to be intentional, right?
What's going on in this breast size video? They're
Oh
all
my God, stop it.
They're all blurred out.
Yeah, because they don't want you, the audience, to see their breast size, I guess, till at the end. So they're not naked or anything.
Oh, did they show at the end here?
They show them wearing bras at the end, yes. I know you. Okay, I sent you a picture. Stop looking at the woman's boobs. Okay, bring up the picture.
Hold on a second here.
Oh my God. I knew I shouldn't have sent him the link. He's going to be distracted for the next like 20 minutes.
This is hilarious.
I don't even understand what they're trying to determine in the video. I don't know if women are supposed to be like eyeballing each other to try to figure out who was bigger or something, and then they're going to have like an official person measure.
Do you guys know what the national average breast size is?
No, what is the national average breast size?
No, this is a question they're asking the girls. They're like, okay. This is the silliest thing I've ever seen. Now, what about the mask? This is the Antifa guy?
Yeah. Doesn't it look like he's doing a goatsy?
What is that?
Oh. We'll bring up the picture.
Here it is.
Chat, look. That has to be intentional, right? He's like literally doing goatsy with the mask.
What's that mean?
Why don't you Google it?
No, I'm not gonna do it.
Why don't you Google
dangerous.
it? You're so lucky that I actually don't hate you, because I was like, I was really like, should I really try to get Adam to Google goatsy?
I wouldn't look. I'm not gonna Google anything you tell me to Google ever.
I think I could have convinced you. If I was evil enough, I think I could have convinced you to Google it.
Oh wow. What would
Don't
you
you
have
think?
done?
I would have. I have means. I have means. Okay.
Okay.
Goatsy is a famous picture of like an old man like really spreading his asshole open
Oh, ouch.
in a really gross way.
Oh, ouch. Oh, that's
Um,
painful.
Yeah,
Why? How do you know this?
because everyone knows this except for you.
I mean, look, I want to know what situation occurred for you to come in contact with this picture.
Huh?
What situation occurred? How did you come?
Oh,
in
because
contact?
because it became a famous meme where people would try to sneak the photo into like making you look at it.
Okay.
Like, so you'd be like, oh, look at this like cute puppy, and you click it and it's like a goatsy. Or they would
Okay.
put, and then
So
it
it's
became
like-
even
It's the gross version of the Rickroll.
Exactly. And then it became an even greater meme because like they would replace the asshole with some other thing, so you just see the hands. And so the way he's holding his hands is like the famous goatsy hand like direction.
Oh my
God. So that's why I have like the way he's like doing it and the way he's kind of like pulling back like the hood. It just feels like it's intentional. Like he's goatseeing the audience. I'm guessing it's intentional. I can't imagine that was an accident. It looks too much like a goatsy.
Look, the chat is divided on whether they've seen it or not.
Okay.
I'm not
well,
the
listen.
only one.
How the fuck is the national average breast size 34AA? That can't be accurate. That's not real, right?
That's awesome. Look, America. Am I right?
I don't think that. I mean, is it just because like everyone's obese? Is that like the issue? Is that like is that why? Is that just because everyone's fat? Like, I don't believe that that's accurate at all. I literally don't believe that. I refuse to believe that. I walk around outside. I don't see that as being the average.
That's awesome.
So, anyway.
Sitch is like, I walk around.
I walk around.
I'm looking.
I don't see that. I'm looking. I don't see that. Does not seem to be the average.
I'm checking it out.
I'm checking it out.
I'm out there minding everyone's business.
Contrast says, we are that old now that these young fucks don't know about Goatsy. Wow. Maybe that's it. Maybe we're just so old. So old, youngins don't know about Goatsy, one of like the famous original gross internet memes. I mean, people seem like they knew about 2 Girls, 1 Cup. I figure if you know about 2 Girls, 1 Cup, you know about Goatsy. But Goatsy was a little bit predating that. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, Adam freaking out at Dev for no reason is an S-class W. True. True, thank you.
How's that an S-class win?
Because I'm chill, that's why.
I mean, he was advocating for violence, Sitch.
He was not advocating for violence.
I find it a little disheartening that you're okay with that, but...
He was not advocating for violence.
I feel like he was, but...
Was not, no.
Look, CT can clip it, and we'll let the comments decide. How about that?
Okay, okay. I already know what the comments are going to say. Not My Monkey, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Lives in Dev's walls specifically. Look at this. It's the person who lives in Dev's walls.
That's a person we should ask. Is Dev in favor of political violence? I mean, you live in his walls.
There you go. Dev thinks and communicates by laying out a case, stating his position at the end. Adam, I feel like you keep interrupting this process at the worst point. Well, there you go.
Well, Dev needs to go back to school because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to lay out your basic argument, and then you lay out supporting evidence.
Your thesis statement at first?
Yeah, and then you lay out supporting evidence for that argument, and then you restate your argument at the end. That is the traditional way that of argumentation in written form and in speech. So, Dev, the only people that I know that argue that way and kind of draw it out and really don't get to the point are women. Let's be clear here. You know, look, Sitch is laughing because he knows what I'm talking about. It's true. True.
Adam called you a woman. I'm telling him he said that.
Who said? Look, someone else called me a woman. Wait, where's the earlier super chat? The guy that I almost banned. Yeah.
They did, yeah.
Look, I want you to meditate on this later tonight, super chatter. Dev's whole way of communicating is completely female. Anyway.
Adam said your entire way of communicating
nice
is female. You are a human female. Owned. Wrecked. Destroyed. Pwned. Remember Pwned?
Yeah, Pwned? Of course.
I thought Pwned was gonna stay. But Dev's listening because he says Adam is still shocked at Goatsy. Wow, okay, Dev is listening. That's funny. That's funny. There you go.
Adam is absolutely not triggered or mad. That is correct.
Bring up what meme? That GIF you sent? That's not that good. I'm sorry, Dad. That GIF you sent was not that exciting.
He's still salty?
He's not that salty about anything. You're salty. Speaking of salty, lives in Des Walls specifically for another $5 says, also, I feel the implication you were making, Adam, was close to bad faith. Demonizing academic interest in a topic is inherently anti-liberal. Wow.
It's not academic interest, though.
Hmm.
It's morbid curiosity. I mean, Dev
Okay.
even admitted this.
Okay. I feel like you're being uncharitable.
Really?
Yeah. He wasn't advocating for violence.
No, I'm talking about the reading the various books. What do you
Oh.
mean? He did. I mean, it could be easily categorized as morbid curiosity. He's like, I want to see what these sick fucks think.
Okay.
I'm the one that said it had no academic value.
Yeah.
That there was nothing to be learned from, nothing to be gleaned from this navel gazing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you agreed.
I mean, I don't agree. No.
Oh, you don't?
There could be a reason to look into this stuff, to understand the stupidity of other people, to
That's
argue
morbid
against it.
curiosity. I already said.
I don't call that morbid curiosity. To me, morbid curiosity is like, oh, like I'm just looking into this train wreck to see where the dead bodies are, right?
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Well, you're not trying to argue against the dead bodies, right? You're not trying to
there was
deconstruct the
some-
train to prevent further train crashes.
There was some argumentation in there.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Renaro Zero was here for $5. Says we should have a theme song intro for the show. I found the perfect bass patriotic one. Ragged Old Flag with Johnny Cash. I don't think I've ever heard that.
Sounds like
Also,
we'll
we
get copyright
struck.
struck.
Yeah, so. Lives and Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, granted, Dev's abandonment of phrasing is dumb. Well, I mean, okay, fair enough.
What's that?
Dev's abandonment of phrasing is dumb.
What does that mean?
It means what it means.
Okay.
And I agree.
Because you don't know what it means and you're just being nice, but
I mean, no, I agree because Dev is dumb. And you shouldn't have abandoned phrasing.
abandonment of phrasing. Okay.
He's either okay. I'm gonna interpret this super chat in one of two ways. Either one, Dev used to make the phrasing joke from Archer, which is very funny, and he stopped doing it, and so he's dumb for doing that.
Okay.
Or he's saying that Dev phrased something in a dumb way. So that's how I interpret that. Dev is mad at me in Discord for calling him dumb. This is funny. I have anything I say to Dev, he can react to in real time. Iverson Geterix for $5 says, Dev is correct. Polyamory connects to queer theory and communism. Cuckoldry is on the list of communist goals. The stereotype exists for a reason.
Gross.
True. I do agree with that, yeah.
That's a good reason just to ban it outright.
There you go. Ovid for $5 says, really love this format. Please have more Sitch, Dev, and Kathy Newman stream. It really helps me understand what Dev is saying. Wow.
Okay, that's good.
Ouch. That's pretty funny.
Credit to Ovid. That's a solid super chat there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying, Dev, you want political violence.
Right. Tyler sternly ignores for 5 Aussies. Says, Adam, you should read Dominion by Tom Holland. Good atheist for Jesus stuff. A-Team reigns supreme. But it's not his business.
Boo. A lot of people have told me to read this book, but I haven't read it yet.
Okay, check it out. Lives in Dead's Wall specifically for $2 says Jeffersonian natural versus the artificial aristocracy. Wow.
Tom Holland, Dominion. How the Christ Revolution remade the world. I feel like I might know this stuff already.
Yeah, I guess Dev was kind of making a Jeffersonian natural aristocracy argument. So, which again, I don't agree with the framing of it. So,
right, yeah.
But we'll see whatever video Dev puts out on Monday where he slanders us.
Look, and I'll watch it. I said I wouldn't watch it, but I'll watch it begrudgingly just because Dev put a bunch of work into it.
Sure, and we'll debate about it on Tuesday.
Oh, God.
Tell him to remake the video.
I just look. I'm so tired of debating on it.
Lucy Lemonbug for 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Lucy.
Yes, Lucy.
Dirty sticker. Micro.
Oh my God.
Micro Kernel for $5 says aristocracy is a practice-seeking meritocracy. Many merits are highly heritable, and people endorse aristocracy on the basis that it promotes goods. But again, here's the problem. If that's the case, why do you need an aristocracy at all? You just have a meritocracy, and it would just end up having certain trends that you would still accept because it still exists on a meritocratic level, right?
Right.
If that was true.
I think that there are moral intuitions in conflict here. There is the moral intuition that you want to help people in your family, and you want to help your family and friends. I think that's an intuition that most people have.
Mm-hmm.
But there is also an intuition towards efficiency. We understand, certain people do things better than other people. So those are the two different forces that are in conflict. You agree, or?
I agree.
Yeah.
Casey Anderson for $5 says perhaps Ground News is playing 4D chess and trying to get those who are most bubbled out of their bubble. We can only hope.
That would be kind of based. I would be down with that.
Adam Unfriended, thank you so much for being a 7th-month free will seeker, says Dev is a commie.
Yeah, thanks for that.
True.
I do like that. It's a great chat.
Wilberforce Wooster for $5 says practical men who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influence are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. Wow.
I think that's a quote from
Sounds
someone.
like a quote.
But yes, I agree.
Sounds like some kind of quote. It's a John Maynard Keynes quote.
Keynes, best economist.
There you go.
You're a Keynes man, right?
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
No, you are definitely.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's part of your left-wingerness.
That's my left-wingness.
Yeah.
Casey Anderson for $2 says VAUSH equal the Rat King. They live in his hair. Gross.
Oh, that's good.
$5 Stug for $5. Thank you, Stug. Says just remember, VAUSH wore a suit to guest on your stream. That is true. He did do that.
I forgot about that.
He wore a suit to debate Sargon. I forget why.
Wouldn't turn his fucking mic down.
He would not now. There was some reason for that, but let's see. Stuck for $5 says quote, Ukraine is just standing there menacingly. Second thought, probably. You know what, Stug? I gotta make that video now. That's so great. I'm gonna make that now. That's such a good meme.
Yeah, what is that meme from?
There's an episode of SpongeBob where Patrick is like a junior police officer, and he sees that he thinks SpongeBob. Well, it's a whole convoluted thing, but basically, they're looking for a psychopath who's actually SpongeBob. So he's talking to SpongeBob on a walkie-talkie, staring at SpongeBob standing there, and he says he's just standing there menacingly.
Right.
So,
yeah,
that's good.
Patrick.
Okay.
Patrick is great.
That's good.
I can really identify with Patrick. You know?
Yeah,
what I mean?
bet.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Christopher Keating for €5 says.
Oh, this one's going to be an hour right here. Get ready, guys. This one's going to be an hour.
Literally 2 seconds. Have you never heard of the Okay, I saw that. I won't read it with an obnoxious voice. Have you never heard of the Minsk II agreement and who was violating them? I have heard of it. And you know who was violating the Minsk II agreement?
Who?
Everyone.
Right.
Literally everyone. No one agrees on who violated what on the Minsk agreements. Everyone was violating them constantly at all time. So
America wasn't violating them.
Well, okay. The two factions involved in the situation were violating them. That's the
Well, how cool is it though that America wasn't?
Well, if you ask Sleepy Thought, he probably would say that somehow America was violating these agreements.
Of course he would, but he doesn't count.
Right.
All right. Solar Doge.
So Doge for $2 says
wet ass petroleum. It makes the U.S. pullout game weak. Oh my God, that's funny.
That's so good.
Right.
That's so fucking good. Oh my God.
Our pullout game was really weak, actually.
Exactly.
In the Middle East.
We went, listen, U.S. went to Iraq for the wet ass petroleum.
For the wet ass petroleum.
And our pullout game was indeed weak. Okay. That's perfect. Very good. Fondue for $5 says, "About Sitch thought wouldn't have to make propaganda if he knew cultural Marxism was real. The propaganda was created for him." There you go.
Yeah.
True.
Cultural Marxism is real, though. Sleepy Thought.
It's so fun. I was literally thinking of that meme the other day, too. I don't even remember why. This hole was made for me meme.
I don't know that meme.
There's like this, I don't know if you've seen the picture. There's like this guy, this famous guy, I don't remember his name, Junji Ito. He's like kind of this famous Japanese horror comic guy.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a really weird fucking comic where there's basically like all these human-shaped holes in a mountain. And like, it's really like people will like be attracted to different holes. And they just like lose their sense of themselves and they have to run into the hole. And they say the hole, they say, "This is my hole. It was made for me."
Sweet.
It's really creepy and weird. So anyway, that's the meme. This hole was made for me. This propaganda was made for me. Under Fire. Whoop. Where was I?
Under Fire. First time super chatter.
Thank you so much, Under Fire, for $2. It says, "Please do a panel with Gray Zone Tankies." Who's that?
We'd love to.
Gray Zone Tankies.
That's Glenn Greenwal was the Gray Zone, right?
Is he?
Yeah, I think that's the name of his
Oh, you're right.
magazine.
Well, there you go.
Sure.
Sure. I'd be down. We'll see what happens with our Twitter interaction.
I should find the tweet where he said he would come on our show so I can retweet that at him. Put that in your thing. Go, "Hey, by the way, you said you'd come on the show. What happened?"
I'll ask. I'll say, if you want to come and talk to us about it, we'll annihilate you.
Yeah. Tell him, listen, we already destroyed Dave Smith and Jimmy Dore.
Right.
And you're next on our list.
Captain COVID for $5 says, "Sleepy Thought must be a student of Dr. Star Bear. Bear did an interview with PBD once, so I looked up his Twitter. Crazy Marxist. A-Team reigns supreme."
A-Team reigns supreme.
I don't know who that is. Who's a Star Bear? Do you know who that is?
No, I thought it was that crazy lady that spoke about all the white people she wanted to off.
Oh, no.
But I guess it's a guy.
He's some professor of economics communist in his bio. So
communism will win.
That's his Twitter banner is the Hollywood sign, but it says communism will win.
Right, yeah.
So there you go.
I'm doubtful.
Sashman for 9 months says, "Sup boys, was wondering what's your opinions on climate change. I think it's real, just not as scary as they say. Also, choppers unite."
Yeah, chop chop.
That's good. Choppers unite, chop chop. There you go. Listen, the choppers will refer to themselves as choppers, and then as a slur, I will refer to them as the stickers. With a hard R. These dirty stickers.
Ouch.
My thought on climate change is I've attempted to look into it in the past. Kind of like the Israel-Palestine history is so complicated and convoluted, I basically gave up and didn't trust anything on it. I probably share your opinion. I think it's real, but not as scary or dangerous as they say, and I think we'll be able to innovate our way out of any problems that we suffer from it.
That is pretty close to my assessment as well. Now that I'm listening to TYT regularly, TYT, I think, does a climate change story every single day.
You think we're all going to die?
No.
Oh, okay.
Their climate change stories are kind of, we're all going to die.
Right.
Well, look, this is the thing. It's kind of got me thinking, like, what is the plan? Like, what is the purpose of doing like a climate change story on your news network?
Well, because they think it's real and they want to stop it. That's why.
Right, but I wouldn't do a story like that if I wasn't advocating for some kind of solution. Like I think Anna is in favor of nuclear. I'm not certain. I feel like I've heard her talk about nuclear. So I think nuclear is an option. I think there are different ways that we'll innovate out of it. So yeah, I don't know. Is there even any climate change legislation in the works?
I mean, there was stuff in the Biden thing. I don't know what exactly was in it, but
yeah,
I don't even know what kind of legislation the federal government's passing on now. Oh no, this is so sad.
I would be in favor if they wanted to put money towards innovation that was just brand new things. I'd be in favor of that. Because I don't know that any of the current technology that exists today can deal with the climate change problem. I think a big part of the problem is storage of electricity. I think I think creating the electricity is not the problem. I think storing it is the problem. So some new storage technique would probably be the best.
I'm so sad. They said apparently, everyone was excited. They thought we had discovered a room temperature superconductor.
I know, I heard about that.
And now they think that it's
fake.
Debunked.
Someone
Not fake.
Just trying
they think
to
it was
get...
accidental. Wasn't there some fuck up or something?
Yeah, weren't they did something in a kiln or something, and when they pulled it out, they slipped and jarred it in a certain way that it became like a superconductor. No, I'm dead serious.
I don't even know if you're memeing on me.
No, I'm dead serious. Supposedly there was some step where they accidentally jarred it, and they were trying to figure out what happened there to make it perfectly a superconductor.
So why don't they just always do that?
Well, I think they were doing that. And they were like, and at this step, slip and fall.
Well, there you go. Why don't we just do that forever? Well, that's unfortunate. Sad news. I was all excited about this.
Do you know
we could all have quantum computers and stuff.
Do you know the number one way that electricity is stored?
In the balls?
I think I told you this before, and you were like so triggered by it. You had to go on a massive Googling spree to try to prove me wrong.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yep.
What are you talking about, the electron thing?
No.
No. What's the number way electricity is stored?
Give me a guess.
I said in the balls.
No, give me an honest guess, obviously. That's like a memeing guess. Look, there's an easy guess that you can do. Everyone in the audience is probably doing that guess right now.
Oh, okay. Let me see what the audience says. Audience.
Oh my God.
Number one place electricity is stored. It's stored in water. It's stored in covalent bonds.
It's water is the correct answer.
It's stored in water. Really?
Yes.
Look, I don't remember us ever talking about this on stream.
Do you guys remember when I said it? I guess maybe you do. No,
stored
it's not.
In water.
It's not a battery. So electricity stored in reservoirs, they pump it up into a higher location, and then they use electricity to pump it up to a high location, and then it spins a turbine when it flows down, and that's how they reclaim the electricity.
Oh, I thought you meant like they're literally storing electricity in the water. No, that's not what you're saying.
Right, yeah.
You're just saying they're storing a mechanism
I guess it is,
to generate electricity.
I guess it is kind of a trick question,
Okay.
yeah.
The way you word, I was like, what? Like, I thought you meant like in a battery, not like, yeah, okay.
So, but there are all these different competing ways to store electricity because, you know, obviously when the wind blows, you can gather electricity, but how do you store it? So if the wind's blowing and you're creating electricity, you can use that electricity to pump water up in a reservoir.
Right.
And then you can get it back whenever you want, even in the middle of the night, even when the wind isn't blowing.
Well, isn't there's like that meme, every engine is just, I forget what it is. There's some memes like every engine is just a steam engine or like a crank engine. They've never like actually done anything more complicated than that.
Right.
Which I guess is kind of true. Where was I? Christoph Keating for 10 euros. Thank you. Says this is more of an EU and Russia bad situation, especially France dreams of an EU extending to and including Russia and Ukraine to create a world power. NATO is used as scare by Russia and allure by EU. There you go. Twitter Sucks for $2 says $2 random to piss off Doomer if he's here. He's not, but thank you.
How do you know
Bimo
he's
for $5
not?
says, if I'm allowed to insult Adam, I must say, you, dear sir, make amateur level bread. Sips tea. There you go.
Wow.
That's true, Adam. Do you make amateur level bread?
Sure. Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really make bread, but.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $50. Thanks so much. Our surrogate uncle, Mark Twain's Revenge, says, Adam, you are right that a bunch of these socialists are lacking knowledge. Specifically, I noticed huge gaps related to the Cold War period outside of the high-profile proxy wars related to intentional Soviet spread of socialist ideology. All that, yeah. They know, like, these guys, they know about every single time America supposedly cooed some government somewhere, but every time the Soviets did anything outside of, you know, the country, it's just a black hole. They don't know anything about that. I mean, remember when we... There you go. That's the Soviet. I remember when I looked into just like the war, how fucking horrific the Soviets were in Afghanistan. How just like disgusting it was.
Yeah,
that
no.
never gets brought up. So, you want to talk about a genocide? How about the Soviets? How many people they killed? Like 2 million people. They wiped out like half of all villages in Afghanistan. How right? That's a pretty good genocide. They wiped out half of all villages in an entire country.
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about that.
Nate the Farmer for $20. Thank you, Nate. Says, how many people do you think vote out of spite? How many people do you think would never vote for the other party? I think a Trump re-election would drive the left to even more radical tactics. I'm rooting for RFK middle ground. I think there's lots of people, lots of people. Probably the majority of people that vote would never vote for the other party. I don't think that many people vote out of spite, but I think most people would probably never vote for the other party. They would just not vote. They would just wouldn't show up.
I mean, I think a lot of people do spite vote, but I mean, that's just me.
I think some people do. I don't think a lot of people do. I don't think. I mean, RFK doesn't stand a ghost chance in hell. There is the sort of the theory running around because Gavin Newsom's going to debate DeSantis, which is weird. And so there's a theory that Gavin Newsom is going to use this to either with Biden's blessing or without Biden's blessing to try to sneak in and become like the Democrat presidential nominee. Which, if that's the case, I mean, this is a good move. If he manages to defeat DeSantis in the debate, that'd be a good move for him, which should be easy because DeSantis, as I've always said, has the charisma of white cardboard. So I'm not really a Gavin Newsom fan, but
it's good
I think
for
people would prefer him
DeSantis
over
too.
Biden. So
raises DeSantis's profile.
Well, it depends how he does. If he does well, then it will. Then if I mean, it's good for both of them in theory, because you're right. Like, if DeSantis does well in the conversation, I'm skeptical he will, but if he does well in the conversation, it would be like a big boon to him and further add pressure on Trump, who doesn't want to do the Republican debates.
Right.
It'll make him look bad.
Did DeSantis debate? Was there a gubernatorial debate?
Sure.
So have you seen him debate? We didn't watch it.
I don't remember it. I probably watched it, but I don't remember it at all. So.
Right.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think RFK stands a chance of winning, so.
No. Gavin DeSantis. When is this going on? Gavin DeSantis debates. Oh, it's not. There's no time. Okay, so maybe this isn't even really like real. I thought it was already set up. Well, it says DeSantis accepts the challenge, but I don't know if there's a date yet. Okay.
It's weird to me that the Democratic Party is going to condone something like this.
Well, that's kind of interesting too. Because if the Democratic Party doesn't say anything about it or is quiet about it, what does that mean?
Then that means they are condoning it.
Right. That means they don't really like Biden running again. I mean, I think everyone just like, he's just too old. He's just too old.
Everyone knows but Biden.
Well, as I always said from the beginning, even if Biden wasn't going to run, he would have to pretend like he was going to run. So it says they're planning the debate in November, so I guess we'll see. Ben Toki for 4 months says, I don't understand Adam's issue with intellectual curiosity to read wacko theorists. The psychology of these people is fascinating. Well, that can be true too.
I don't feel like you get a lot out of that. For me personally. I mean, I understand why people want to read memoirs of famous people. But for me, I mean, these people aren't really famous at all. So I just don't see a lot of value in it. But knock yourself out. I mean, if you want to read it, go for it. If you think it's interesting. Heck, read whatever you want.
Mark Twain's Revenge, thank you so much for the 6 months. Val Van Gogh for the $40. Thank you, Val Van Gogh. Says, if you care about America's interest, wouldn't you want foreign nations to be ethno-national? If most of the world had closed immigration while America had selective immigration, wouldn't we get the undervalued foreigners and none of the deadweight as long as we afforded the greatest opportunity? You could even pose it in an existential manner. If everywhere is America, then what even is America? I mean, that's an interesting position, Van Gogh. I mean, like, you could have a game theory kind of perspective where you're like, we want the rest of the world to be, ethno-nationally racist so that America can poach all like the cream of the crop. Of course, that would require America to have a much stricter immigration system than we currently have. But I mean, I'm not opposed to that idea. That's a funny way of
well, what is he advocating for? I'm not even sure I get it.
Well, I don't know if he's advocating for. He's just saying if you're just saying, like, to a person, you can make the argument that if you cared about America's interest, wouldn't you want the other foreign countries to be ethno-national so that we would be the only people? So, because if every country is foreign nationals, what that if every country is ethno-nationalist,
I get it, yeah.
Yeah, there'd be nowhere for talent to go except to America.
Right.
So we'd have like a unidirectional brain drain to America.
I do think that that's somewhat happening.
I agree. That is somewhat happening, yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, it is working in our favor.
Yeah, right. Nate the Farmer for 4 months, thanks so much, says, I have a hard time taking advice from someone wearing a Friday t-shirt on a Sunday. Seriously, buy a calendar, Adam. A-Team is good at something.
This is a Friday the 13th t-shirt.
Yeah, but it's
from like the movie.
It's Sunday the 13th, though.
Is it the 13th? That's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you didn't do that on purpose? It's August 3rd. Well, it's August 14th now for me because it's after midnight. But it was August 13th. Yeah.
No, I didn't notice that, but
That's funny.
Come on, it's Jason.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "When did this place become kink unfriendly?" Listen, it depends on the kink. Okay. Nate the Farmer for $20. Thank you, Nate. Says, "Have either of you seen The Brink? It's an HBO show about government intervention in the Middle East. I can't describe it and do it justice, but I found it to be a comical show. 2015 show starring Jack Black and Tim Robbins." I haven't seen it, no. The Brink.
Oh, it's a comedy show?
It sounded like it was a drama.
Interesting.
No, maybe I'll check it out. The Brink.
I do like Jack Black and Tim Robbins, so.
Twitter
I have
sucks for
Netflix.
$5.
Oh, it's HBO.
It's on
I have
HBO.
HBO too.
Twitter sucks for $5 says, "Did you know that the rabies vaccine regimen is 9 shots? Shit sucks. You got to get shot in your ass cheeks. Not recommended." Oh no, did you have to get the rabies shot? Twitter sucks.
Look, I did know it was 9 shots, but I thought it was in your stomach. I thought they had to shoot through and get it like right in your gut.
Yeah, I thought it was in your stomach too. I mean, stomach or butt seems pretty bad. So
Yeah. Butt seems easier though.
well,
Unless it's like in your butthole.
well, it's not in your butthole. But I mean, you wouldn't be able to sit.
Oh, it
so
says
it's kinda
ass
rough.
cheeks, so you're okay.
Right. You wouldn't be able to sit. So that's rough. I hope. Did you have to go through that, Twitter sucks? Did you have to get the rabies shot? It's pretty rough.
What
Rabies
happened to
sucks. What?
It's just Avi. I missed some artwork and now he's S class.
It's just Abby for 2 Aussie says, "Thanks for liking my art, Sitch. I'm S class now." Well, even though we'll bring up the other art on
happened?
Tuesday, we'll bring up Abby's art because we missed it. We missed it. I'll send it to you.
There's some other art here I just found some art on Twitter.
There's a bunch of art that we haven't done yet. But I do need to go super not late.
Okay, we're almost done, right?
We're almost done. Here, I'll send it to you to bring it up.
Well, I already brought this one up. I don't know what it is.
What is it? What am I? What'd you bring up?
I will
haven't seen
not
this
be
one.
cleaning this shit up. And it's Sitch-chan pointing to that weird fetish discussion with Dev in the middle of the Sunday stream.
This is from BMO. Oh, hey, BMO. It's a Sitch-chan saying, "I will not be cleaning this shit up." That weird fetish discussion with Dev in the middle of the Sunday stream. True. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Cool.
There you go. Look.
We were
Sammy
interested.
Made a character. Made an internationally recognized character, Sitch-chan.
We were curious, though. Look.
Right. Do you like our ears?
Let me see. No! How dare you? Look, we need a little modification on this art. Look, I'm taking it down. This is terrible.
Okay. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, BMO. I support your use of elf ears. Okay.
Gross.
Oh, I sent you Abby's art too.
Oh, nice.
Stock for $5 says,
I'll bring it up when he's A-team.
My understanding is that it just turned out to be like a normal magnet of one kind or another, but I'm not 100% on that.
Is he A-team yet?
He is.
I need to hear it from Abby.
He said it. I said it. He said it. There you go. You got to bring up the picture.
Okay, here it is. I'm trusting that you're A-team now, okay?
Yeah.
Don't let me down.
So this is me and Adam on a beach with scuba gear on, and Adam says, "Sitch, I bought you the real life Subnautica experience. Isn't it great?" And I'm saying, "End me." True, Adam.
Nice.
If we're on the real life Subnautica, you get to make the sandwiches. You understand that? Because when you were unconscious, I collected all the coconuts. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh no, is this Coconut Island?
You see all the palm trees? I got all the coconuts while you were sleeping.
Damn you.
Now you can either make sandwiches or do something else to get some coconuts.
You degenerate.
Yes.
I guess I'm making sandwiches.
There you go. Okay. Twitter Sucks for $5 says, Adam, we need to figure out how to control climate change. Let me introduce you to Operation Popeye during Vietnam. Troll face.
Operation Popeye, huh?
Operation Popeye was a military operation, a cloud seeding project over Vietnam. It was an attempt to extend the monsoon season. Wow. In order to disrupt North Vietnamese military supplies. Did it work?
Well, I do know there's one technology to dim the sun by putting bursts of particulate matter into the clouds.
Right.
But I think we're a ways off from trying something that experimental.
Well, also could be very dangerous side effects that no one anticipates, right?
Yeah. We could blot out the sun for like a nuclear winter.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Isn't that in the Matrix? I feel like it's in...
Yeah, that's what they blot out the sun to stop the robots, but there's no way.
Yeah.
So wait, the Wikipedia page doesn't say whether it worked or not.
Operation Popeye?
Yeah. Did it work?
You know what I'm thinking? Operation Popeye's chicken.
That's
what I'm thinking.
It's that time of night. Isn't it Laura Sitch would never dive in her life? That is Laura. I have no desire to actually scuba dive in real life.
Really? Have you
Too
been
many things can go
snorkeling?
wrong. Of course, snorkeling's fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna scuba dive though.
Snorkeling's great.
Too many things can go wrong.
Yeah, I've never scuba dived.
My parents used to scuba dive.
Right. I always wanted to scuba dive.
And they had children, and they became lame, which is the story of everyone's life.
I was reading that Clarence Thomas book, and Clarence Thomas lost a friend suddenly, and it really devastated him. You know how he lost him? Scuba diving accident.
Really?
I was like, holy shit.
Wow.
I was like,
white people
wow.
problems, right? What the hell, Clarence Thomas?
Wow. Ouch.
Was his friend white?
Why you got to be so racist? Of course he was white. He was scuba diving. Look, I don't know if his friend was white or not. He didn't say in the story. And I didn't even think about it. You're the one that brought it up, but... Oh, it's so evil.
How did he die?
I don't know. He doesn't go into it, but he just said scuba diving accident. And I was
okay.
like, Clarence, you can't just say scuba diving accident.
Right. What's the details of that?
Yeah, did the thing, some heavy tank fall on his head?
I don't think that's...
Did a shark come and eat him?
Right.
Did he freak out?
Mm-hmm.
Did he go on an unlicensed submarine?
Sammy's giving me shit for not scuba diving. What do you mean? But it's not... How many people do you think scuba dive? Sammy, have you scuba dived, Sammy? Have you scuba dived? How many people do you think scuba dive? I think this is like a very like niche thing.
I mean, she makes a good point. Floridians that doesn't scuba dive? I mean, jeez.
Okay.
Is there good scuba diving spots in Florida? I mean,
I guess my parents used to do it. I assume there is.
I've been snorkeling all over Hawaii.
Right.
It's just amazing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Thank you. SD40 says Sitch hates scuba because of the tankies. True. Got him. I'm
so anti-pun.
It's because you're a bad person.
It's
Bob Van
painful.
Gogh says he scuba dived. Rich Jammer says he scuba dived. How many people have you scuba dived in this chat? What? Sammy doesn't... Not only does she scuba dive, she owns the gear. She owns the gear of respiration. Wow, look at you. Okay, excuse me. Hoity-toity. Sammy not only scuba dives, she has her own gear. Wow.
Well, I have all the snorkeling gear. I mean, I have.
Okay, stop comparing snorkeling to scuba diving. Snorkeling gear is a little snorkel, a $5 tube from like Walmart, and like some goggles. Okay, it's
Shut the
same
fuck
thing.
up. I got fins too. Like the only difference is she's got a tank.
You got fins. You got the little minis. Okay. Scuba gear is probably very expensive.
All she's got is a tank.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
that's big deal.
No, they wear it's completely different mask. The fins are probably different.
No,
There's a
same.
wetsuit involved.
It's got a respirator. My mask, you could easily take the snorkel out and put a respirator on.
Look at this. Sammy says, my dad wooed my mom with free scuba gear. She even told me she picked him because he had gear in a boat. Oh, God, that's interesting. Interesting wooing technique. So there you go.
Wow.
Twitter sucks for $5 says, as a scuba diver myself, look at this. Everyone's fucking scuba diver here. Jeez. There are absolutely dive spots in Florida. LOL. Well, there you go.
You got close dive spots and you're not even going? Wow. I mean, I'm with the chat.
Wow. You've never... Okay, you can't be with the chat because you've never scuba dived yourself.
Well, we don't have good scuba spots in Southern California.
I doubt that.
I've been all over Hawaii. Not
you didn't scuba
though,
dive?
you know, just
Yeah,
snorkel.
okay.
Yeah.
South California.
But I would scuba dive. Definitely. Look, especially if...
Best places to scuba dive in Southern California.
The Biltmore Hotel in Santa Barbara. Casino Point and Farnsworth Bank. And Catalina Island. The Channel Islands National Park and Marine Sanctuary.
The Cortez Bank. The La Jolla Cove.
Look, the fact that
Naples
they're
Reef.
calling... This place doesn't even know what they're talking about. The fact that they're calling Santa Barbara Southern California just offends me to no end. Santa Barbara is not Southern California.
What about Long Beach?
Long Beach is Southern California, definitely.
Okay, Naples Reef, Long Beach.
Really? Oh.
There you go.
Look, I'm going.
There you go.
I'm going tomorrow.
There's a 200-foot shipwreck that you can check out, supposedly.
Naples Reef.
There you go.
I'm just going to be thinking about Clarence Thomas's friend.
I know. Listen, you'll have to figure out how he died and just not do whatever he did. Okay.
Oh my God, it looks amazing.
How
have I never Googled scuba diving in Southern California?
There it is.
Look at all these fish. Oh, man. Heaven. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to Naples, guys.
Eric the Great for 10 Canadian says, regarding political violence, the woke people believe looting, assassination, lying, cheating is justified because Marxism. The only thing that exists is power. There's no truth or reason. I mean, that is definitely a position they can hold. That is true. A Dog Eater for $2 says, I love driving my F-150 to the strip mall Americas. There you go.
Yeah, me too.
Do you have an F-150?
No, but I mean, I like driving his.
A big F-150 truck.
I do
The
like
Mall
strip
of
malls.
Americas.
Okay.
Look, we're in Southern California. We're strip mall heavy here.
There you go. CT for
Caffeinated Tweaker for $2 says, I like your shirt, Adam. Don't let them bully you. I won't.
There you go.
This shirt's amazing. One day we will live stream on a Friday and I will have the perfect shirt.
One day. Theo Wolfie for $5 says, what do you consider the perfect balance of progress and tradition? Are there specific positions or just understanding each other's side of progress and tradition? I don't know if I could give you specific positions because I think it's different for every position. I think it is, as you said, secondly, I think it's just the understanding of where these sides are coming from and what's motivating them. Because the thing that annoys me is that everyone thinks, oh, whatever side I'm on, the left or the right, like what are the odds that the left or the right is going to get every single question, every single moral question, every single legal question, every single economic question correct? Like that's like literally impossible. Yeah, it's literally impossible. So.
Well, and people have a really Manichaean worldview where everything is about destroying our enemies and going to war with the other side. And I don't think that's healthy. And it also creates all these negative stereotypes of our political adversaries when everyone really wants, at some level, to form the good society. I mean, even these stupid fucking idiot tankies, I mean, they want to form a good society. They want to form utopia.
Mm-hmm.
And they just have a really messed up way, a messed up idea of how to achieve that goal. So, but they still are after that goal, right?
Right. Twitter Sucks for $20. Thank you, Twitter Sucks. Says, so it used to be in your abdomen, but they changed it to the top of your ass cheeks, thighs, and shoulders. I work in wildlife management, and in my 6 years, I finally got my first wildlife bite from a raccoon. Oh, that sucks.
Wow. A raccoon got you.
Wow. You work in wildlife management. That's cool.
We have raccoons.
Does that mean that you
here.
tell, like, the raccoons and the bears, like, what jobs to do? You're like, okay, bear, today you need to file this paperwork.
Raccoons are adorable. They have obviously hands like human hands.
Raccoons are kind of simultaneously adorable and like suck at the same time.
Oh, really?
They're just super obnoxious. You have to deal with raccoons.
You do?
Because they're really smart. They can pick up shit. They get into everything.
Yeah.
Do you have raccoons in California?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's probably raccoons everywhere.
We get raccoons in our backyard.
Bit you? That sucks. I never been bit by a raccoon, unfortunately.
I'm not letting no raccoon bite me. Get away from me.
Do you just get bit and then you have to automatically get the shot, or is it like?
Yeah. Why don't you just keep it a secret that you got bit?
Or do you wait?
Don't have to get the shot.
Do you like wait, or is it only if the raccoon like shows signs of being rabid or something?
Yeah, you wait till you get like a little foamy around the mouth and stuff.
Really? Is that it?
And then you go in for your shots.
Okay. Okay.
They probably just make you do them anyway.
That sucks.
Oh no, Thea Wolf.
Thea Wolf for $2
I hate this
says,
question.
what is the background you're using, Sitch? Adam, what is the background I'm using?
I found this on Twitter, I think. I just downloaded.
It's like a random AI generated thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I just downloaded the Twitter video and
I know.
made it the background.
Stole it from AI bot somewhere.
I did.
Yeah, terrible.
I don't feel guilty about it though.
Someone says, if you wait, you die. Okay. Yeah,
Don't
I mean, I
you
know.
think the background is transformative? Look, I put your stupid avatar on it.
Well, if it's an AI creation, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. We'll say it's an AI. Yeah, but yeah, no, I know that rabies is like the most deadly disease, I think, period. So.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
More than Ebola?
Yes.
What?
Rabies? Yes. Rabies is the most dangerous. Okay. To be clear, it's the most deadly in terms of like if you don't do anything, it's like a 99.9% fatality rate. Like you will not survive. Like we have a cure for it, so people don't think of it as like the most deadly disease, but it is the most deadly disease because if you don't take the cure, you will die.
Don't you go full zombie on your family and stuff too?
No.
You just get sick and die?
You just die, yeah.
Sucks.
It's deadly once you show symptoms. Oh, okay. So you just have to do it. That's what annoys me because like there are bats where I live, and it's like, oh, it's cool. I want to look at the bats, but bats are like one of the #1 carriers for rabies. So you're like, oh, I don't really want to look at the bats. So.
Ouch.
Twitter Sucks for $20. Thank you so much. Twitter Sucks says, you absolutely do not wait for signs of the disease. Adam, you dolt. The total number of people who have survived rabies is 28. Most of them are in a vegetative state. You get the vaccine immediately. Well, there you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Well, I'm glad you got your vaccine.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want to lose you, obviously. That would suck.
Well, that's good to know.
And we don't want you to be number 29 in a vegetative state.
That's true. What the? Lucifer the Doberman got bit by a rabid dog when he was 11. Is that how you became a Doberman? Transformed you?
I got bit by that prairie dog or whatever it was, that little animal that I caught when I was a kid. And remember, I kept it a secret. I was all worried I was going to get rabies, but
but you didn't.
I didn't. Yeah.
Otherwise, there would be no show.
I remember it was I had like a big bite on my finger. I was like,
I'd be talking to some loser
shit.
like Doomer instead all the time.
It's like, that fucker bit me. I captured you in the wild and you had the nerve to bite me?
I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Like far from the, you captured a wild animal and it bit you.
Thank goodness it didn't have rabies.
Right.
Yeah.
Ooh, Zero Fox says, I don't know, Sitch. Sometimes it seems like Adam is in a vegetative state. Bam.
Sometimes.
Annihilated.
Look, I had to do a 6-hour stream with Dev. That's gonna take.
True.
That's gonna take it out of everyone.
Wow. Okay.
Oh shit, Dev is still listening too. Damn it.
Twitter sucks for $5 says, oh, I read that one. As a scuba diver, they're absolutely dive spots in Florida. Theo Wolf for $5 says, I almost got eaten while diving by a 17-foot tiger shark.
Wow.
I thought it was pretty cool to see. Been night diving with manta rays. Very cool experience.
I've been night scuba diving.
Right.
Supposedly it's dangerous. That's when the sharks feed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Twilight, I think, is when they come out.
That's when we went too.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone told us after we did it, and we were like, "Oh well, thank goodness we lived."
Wasn't it the problem too? Is that like the way they think people are like seals or something, right? Especially when they're wearing those black wetsuits.
Maybe.
Why do they make the wetsuits black? If like sharks bite you because they think you see like a seal, why don't they make it
neon?
Like, yeah, like some kind of crazy like wild color with like a big angry face on it or something. The shark's like, what the hell is that? I don't want to go near that thing. It might scare away the other fish. So.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, I'm glad you did get eaten. I mean, when I was scuba diving in one place, there was like a big old shark that swam next to me, but it was not 17 foot. It was like, I don't know, it was probably like 6 feet or something. I don't know what kind of shark it was, but there's a big old turtle too. I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. I'll punch it otherwise. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Adam, you need to watch Keijo. Call it research for the comic. They're all over 18, cool and hilarious. Look it up. You won't regret it. Keijo.
I'll do that right now.
Keijo. Since they said Keijo. Yeah, they made an anime. I never watched any of the animes, but Sammy G for $5 says, Sitch, you say crayons, right? Well, there you go. Thank you. But you don't scuba. So I need another Floridian verification check. How do you feel about key lime pie?
Wow. Let's see if he answers correctly here.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's okay.
I love key lime pie. Key lime pie is delicious.
Okay.
Yeah. One of my favorites, actually. Yeah. How do you not like key lime pie? Oh,
I said I don't hate it.
Right, but
okay.
You gotta love it.
Well, here's the real question. What color is key lime pie supposed to be?
Lime.
What color is the lime?
Lime green, right?
That is wrong. That's the real Florida question. Real key lime pie is supposed to be yellow.
Yellow, yeah.
Yes. If it's green, that means they added a bunch of food coloring to it.
Yeah, I was gonna. It's been a while since I had key lime pie.
I prefer. Listen, I prefer pecan pie. I prefer cheesecake, honestly. Key lime not bad, but whenever you go down the Keys, you gotta get the key lime pie because it's a tradition.
Oh, you're right. This green key lime pie just looks completely. I mean, that just looks wrong.
Yes,
that looks so wrong.
Yep.
Oh, this key lime pie looks delicious right here. Oh my god, I need a slice of key lime pie.
Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, "What did you think of our Barbie talk?" I didn't listen to it, Andrew. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
What happened?
I didn't listen to the Barbie talk yet.
Who had a Barbie talk?
Andrew Clark and Kidda.
Oh.
And other awesome people.
Here we go. I got enlightened centrist and key lime pie here.
Theo Wolf for $5 says, "I have Jesus." You're okay. You're not okay. Theo Wolf, you are not convincing me here. You were basically cementing my not wanting to scuba dive. Theo Wolf for $5 says, "I've had 3 near-death experiences, all while scuba diving." Okay.
I know.
Look at this.
This is this is Clarence Thomas's other friend who's still alive and scuba diving.
Right. Number 1, the tiger shark. Number 2, no air at 120 feet. That sucks. Number 3, almost run over by a boat. No regrets. LOL.
Wow.
Oh, I did miss your super chat, Twitter sucks. Sorry. Wait.
The no air one is the one that, I mean, that's horrifying.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that first gulp of salt water? Because, I mean, sooner or later, you got to have just reflex. You're just going to breathe in the salt water, right?
Oh, does the water get into the tank or something? Why would it get into the tank?
Well, what do you so you're gonna breathe in carbon dioxide in the tank.
Yeah. That's better than breathing salt water.
But when you pass out, I mean, sooner or later that thing's gonna come out of your mouth, and you're you're gonna be breathing in salt water sooner or later. Oh.
I mean, you're just convincing me, Theo Wolfie, to be correct in my assessment to never scuba dive. So, thank you. Twitter Sucks for $20. Thanks so much, Twitter Sucks. Says you missed the chat, but the regimen includes a tetanus shot if you haven't had one in 5 years. The rabies one is 8 shots, 1 in each ass cheek, each thigh and shoulder, then 1 in 3, 7, and 14 days. Ouch. That sucks. That sucks. It's rough. The Wolfie says, "You just won't be able to breathe with the tank, and you'll start swallowing seawater." Well,
yeah. Yeah. No.
Gross. CT for 2 Canadian says, "Fun fact: limes and lemons come from the same tree." Oh, really? That's not true.
Is that true? And they're just a different ripeness?
Not true. That is not true.
I mean, it seems like they're shaped differently.
That is not true. They're different things.
I always knew that was the case.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I love
So
limes.
apparently, there's some. I don't know if this is true. Apparently, there's some website claiming that you can buy special lemon lime trees, where they basically graft 2 trees together in the same pot, if you want. CT says no. Limes are unripe lemons. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. That's like a good fake thing to tell someone. Limes are unripe.
I always suspected that was the case.
Oh. Well, maybe it is the case. Maybe she's right, Adam.
I'm not sure.
I'm kind of shocked.
Limes, lemons. Let's see here. What's the internet say? Oh, we had this conversation before. I remember.
I don't think that's ChatGPT.
I remember the graphics. I remember we had this talk before.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember this.
Pulling up the graphics. Yeah. Limes versus lemons. The difference between limes and lemons.
Right.
Do you know the difference between limes and lemons?
Oh, they're different. They're different fruits. That's the difference.
Oval shape, larger, sweeter, higher in vitamin C. Round shape, smaller, more acidic.
I mean, limes are way more base than lemons, right? Do we all agree on that?
I do like limes. I mean, I always eat limes when I have Mexican food.
There you go.
I like squeezing lime onto my
the lime
burrito.
juice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you do that? Nice
I
big-
used to, and then my mom is like, "Those limes are filled with pesticides." I'm like, "Okay." I'm
Your
not gonna do
mom.
this anymore.
Your mom fucking ruined it.
She ruined the limes for me. Yes.
I'm still gonna do it. I don't care. Give me a nice mouthful of pesticide lime juice.
There you go.
My God.
Margaritas, baby.
I'm gonna get myself a nice al pastor burrito tomorrow with a
CT says that
with a big lime.
her sister convinced her American ex that we call baseball bird ball here in Canada.
Nerd ball?
Bird ball.
Okay.
Okay. Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, Adam, I DM'd you the correct spelling.
I looked it up. I mean, it looks good. It's got a lot of girls in like
weird shit.
bikinis and stuff.
Oh, okay. I should have sold it on the sex. Okay, let me go to the Streamlabs. Blonde for $2 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, you guys should talk about how Dev's girlfriend Naomi perpetuated the Rwandan genocide. There you go.
When did that happen?
Every day.
She needs to knock that off.
It does. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, stop debating on the existence of cultural Marxism. Start asking if they agree with its precepts, and if they do, hammer them on those. True.
Exactly.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, hey, Dev, feeling vindicated after Scrump repeatedly out himself as a racist? Common centrist W. Also true. Dr. Diddler for $3 says, those is like a comedy bit. He mentions Lynn's assertions and then calmly goes, nuh-uh, complete with a comedic pause right after. I guess.
I don't think so.
VAUSH for $2. Thank you, VAUSH. Fan of the show, friend of the show. He loves us, even though we're vile conservatives. Says, ISIS will no longer use your insensitive company for its fundraising. There you go.
Good.
Dr. Dealer for no $2 says, isn't it wild how Thought Slime developed the desire to become gender queer after becoming a far left extremist and now hates men? I'm sure there's no relation. Yeah, what a coincidence that is. How
Thought Slime
interesting.
hates men?
Thought Slime.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you said Hassan.
No Thought Slime.
Right. Like, yeah. He had some tweets that were popping off that people were pointing out where he's talking about how much men suck. There's like this really... Yeah, it annoys me so much. Should I say the tweet that was going to get me canceled? Just remembered.
Do you?
Should I say it? What do you think?
I mean,
I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it.
Don't if you're going to lose sleep at night over it, don't say it by all means.
I get triggered whenever people bring up the incel thing because it's like these people are so liars. They don't actually believe in what they stand for at all.
Yeah, they're giant hypocrites.
They're giant hypocrites because the whole thing is like, we're feminist. We're criticizing men because men only value women as sex objects, as trophies to be conquered. But by the way, if you're not having sex with one of these women trophies, we're going to make fun of you for it.
Yeah,
like, wait,
exactly.
what?
Exactly.
It's like you're doing the fucking thing. What the hell? It's the blatant hypocrisy.
If you're not able to have shallow, meaningless sex with lots of partners, then...
Right.
and use women as sex objects,
yeah, just
then you're
blatant hypocrisy.
Then you're both evil and not evil.
God, I can't stand hypocrisy. I can't stand smug hypocrisy. That's the worst, and it's always very smug. Let's see. Dr. Diller for $2 says, Adam, I don't see how you can have such a problem with reading political theory that doesn't necessarily have utility. Your enemy's crafting weapons to hurt society, and you're advocating you stay ignorant because of utility.
I mean, I think there is value to studying how it's hurting society from a psychological perspective. I'm super curious in this, oppressor-oppressed dynamic and what's driving that from a psychological perspective. If there was a book on that, I'd read it right up, but its origin is not, you don't find that super helpful, do you, Sitch? Sitch is gone. He wants me to just keep talking. Sitch. Oh, man. I guess I should read a super chat or something. What was the question again?
What would you do without me?
I'm like so beat right now.
I know, you're like dying.
I am dying over here. What was the question again?
Don't worry about it. It was about the reading political theory. It doesn't have utility.
Do you don't find political utility? I mean,
no, it can have utility. What do you mean? Whatever. I disagree with your take on that. I don't know why it bothers you so much.
Because it's just pointless.
Okay.
It
can be.
Some dude dreamed it up.
Right.
Look,
if it's really obscure, and no one uses it, then I would agree. That's kind of pointless.
You understand the concept of evolution by natural selections and genes, how they produce different biological features, and right? You understand that process?
No, I don't.
What causes mutations? Random mutations.
I don't know. Aliens.
It's like genetic accidents, right?
Right. Radiation. Spider-Man.
Look, different mutations can be neutral, beneficial, or harmful. Correct?
Okay. Correct.
I look at political theory like that. Some fucking stupid fucker somewhere just dreamed something up and wrote it down and was like, this is cool.
Right.
What is the purpose of that? What if you're studying some sort of adaptation that has taken place in some organism, the actual how that mutation came into being, who fucking cares?
Okay, well,
yeah.
Sodos for $2 says, wait, is he seriously mad about the U.S. sending cluster munitions to use? Well, guess which 3 countries didn't sign the 2008 munition cluster ban treaty, baby? Don't want nothing, don't start nothing. So I guess what you're saying is Russia did not sign the cluster munition treaty. Well, there you go. You're right. Russia and the U.S. did not sign the cluster munitions treaty. So there you go.
Sitch, are you afraid
Suck
that
it.
Dev is going to end up being a Nazi?
No. I know you're afraid of that. I'm not afraid of that at all.
Okay. What makes you so sure?
I don't know. I'm just not bothered. It doesn't seem like that's at all what's going to happen then.
Okay.
So we can talk about it on Tuesday.
Look, I if you would have told me when I first met Academic Agent that Academic Agent was going to be like a full-blown racist, I would say, you're crazy. Look, he reads Height. He's a sane individual.
Mm-hmm.
Turned out to be completely untrue, so.
Stodo for 2 hours says the inflatable tanks were not just for Normandy. They were used multiple times to fabricate entire battlefronts in Europe. The Ghost Army was famous for being made up of actors and artists. Speaking of, Adam, I may have a job for you. Well, there you go. Soldiers for another $2 says, so you're telling me that having the Chinese government hire people for the sake of hiring people to build pointless projects isn't a sound economic strategy? That seems familiar, but I can't say why. Love you, Adam. LOL. I can't say why. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know what he's trying to allude to there, but it's probably wrong. Soldiers for 2 hours says, so first you buy fake titles to be Scottish lords. Then you have Adam make Sitch his work wife so he can join the tribe. Now you use...
Oh no. How bad is this?
Oh god. I can't even say this word. Clitocracy. Say you're elites. Yeah, you sure sound super opposed to aristocracy. We didn't buy CT bought us those lordships, right?
She did, yeah. But
Yeah,
she bought them before it came out as a giant scam, so
Right.
who cares? I mean, she wanted to do something nice for us, so
We're still lords. That's still
Yeah.
true. We still expect you all to call us Lord Sitch and Lord Adam. I mean,
Yeah.
we're a Gillison. We're against aristocracy. But you must refer to us as lords. Okay. It makes sense. We've earned it. It was very meritocratic. They're the same thing, right? Right, Dev? Dotems for $2 says Russia is currently using tactics from the Syrian war, launching strikes on hospital, then launching follow-up strikes to double tap first responders. When they say peace, they mean make Ukraine accept it on Russia's terms. Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. That's fucking horrific.
I don't think they realize that that's what they're saying. I think they live in some
Delusion.
Pollyanna world where Russia's going to take over and just let Ukraine be some autonomous state.
Mm-hmm.
They're delusional.
They are. They are. Let's see.
CT is claiming now that she knew it was a scam the whole time.
That's why she got it. Yeah, it's still worth it. Arrhythmus for $2 says, I'm sorry, but you guys are never going to not be the position of defending conservatives. You will talk to leftists, they will strawman conservatives, and you'll have no choice but to defend them. It is what it is. I mean, probably not wrong.
Because,
I'm just going to say,
yeah.
listen, why don't you take that up with conservatives? That's me, my response from now on.
Well, no, we're in a position where, and I thought about this after that conversation because so much of our show really revolves around debunking lies. And strawmanning conservatives is one of the big sources of lies on the internet.
Right.
Is there a huge source of conservatives lying about progressives? I'm not sure.
Sure. What do you mean?
What is it?
Have you ever followed certain conservative Twitter accounts or
maybe the
certain
QAnon
conservative content?
Maybe the QAnon stuff where they're
Adam,
saying
I don't know if you know this, but Joe Biden intentionally fired the prosecutor in Ukraine because Hunter Biden was making money. I don't know if you know this.
Okay. This is completely different because you're talking about the corruption of a democratic leader and they're talking about the ideology of every single conservative.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The voting base.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like night and day.
No, because a lot of them do think
every single progressive is a pedophile.
Yes.
No.
Or socialist. I've seen that discussed on Twitter.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think that's as prevalent as the all Republicans are racist idea, but I've seen it. It's out there. But I agree it's not as much.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Not near as prevalent.
Dotems for $2 says, as a follow-up, peace is often a laudable goal, but not at any cost. It will often be your demonstrated capacity for violence, which gives you the bargaining position to get peace without having to give up everything to get it. That is true. That's definitely true. Dr. Ziller for $2 says, any chance of a soul snack reappearance? Those are the best React streams. Very transformative.
Those videos got a lot of views too. People liked
Yeah.
us ripping on the soul snack.
Maybe we will. I haven't thought about checking out Soul Snack in a long time.
It's just so insanely crazy.
Right. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, just think capitalism is so versatile that it can even adopt to suit the needs of systems that were created to oppose it. Rainbow capitalism successfully placated hordes of stupid socialists. That's how effective it is. That's a hilarious point. It's a hilarious point. CT for $2 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, didn't see you there. Can you tell the chat hi for me? Thanks. Hi, chat.
Hi, chat.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Keijo. Oh, wait, that's not the thing I was talking about. Keijo is a funny sports anime. It's sumo on water, but since the girls are thin, they use their boobs and butts to push their opponents out of the ring.
Yeah, I saw some of the
references
animated
to
GIFs.
other anime and funny special I thought you were talking about the horror thing. That's what I was talking about. You're talking about some sort of perverted anime where girls using their boobs and butts. I was like, oh, Adam, you like this like interesting artistic horror thing. And Andrew's like, no. Watch the anime where the girls use their boobas and their bubbas to bounce each other into the pool.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes. Okay. You let me know how it is.
Well, it looks
Get back
great.
to that. Okay.
Very artistic.
Right. Let's. Twitter sucks for $5 says, ignore Wolf. You can dive safely at 30 to 50 feet for an hour. Wolf is just a bad diver, troll face. And then Theo Wolf responded but for $2 saying, you won't last an hour at 120 feet while diving. There you go.
Wolf seems to know what's up.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, read Evo Devo. Mutations as you know them are out. There you go.
Mutations aren't the thing.
Apparently not. Evolutionary development biology is a field of biological research that compares the developmental process of different organisms to infer how developmental processes evolve. Evo Devo. Interesting. What is this? I don't know anything about this. Andrew Clark for $2 says, this week we watched Undercover Brother. Wow. That racist movie. How dare you? The White She-Devil. He has the secret watch that sprays hot sauce on the mayo sandwich so he can eat it. Fondue for $5 says, Adam, to be fair, the impetus for Dev to go down the route was to understand what happened to a close friend. I don't think he would ever fall down it. Well, there you go.
I think you would get closer to understanding what happened by examining the psychology of the close friend over how he's rationalizing his behavior now.
Right.
Yeah. Anyways. Oh, we're there?
That's it.
I get my key lime pie?
Get your key lime pie.
I'm going to go. I wonder if the grocery store is still open. I could get me some key lime pie.
Get you some pie. I didn't realize you had key lime pie up on the screen this entire time.
I know. I'm exhausted. I don't know why I'm so tired.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations today. Thank you, Dev, for coming on and talking to us. And it's always great to talk to you, and we're gonna talk to you again on Tuesday after you horrifically slander us on Monday with your takedown video. And no thank you to Sleepy Thought for being a horrible, tanky scumbag blaming America for Russia killing innocent Ukrainian people. Anyways, you who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true freedom seekers. You are the true heroes. We'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.